Part 5. The division of profit into interest and profit of enterprise. Chapter 21. Interest-bearing capital. On our first consideration of the general or average rate of profit, in Part 2 of this volume, we did not yet have this rate before us in its finished form, since the equalization that produced it still appeared simply as an equalization of the industrial capitals applied in different spheres. This was supplemented in Part 4, where we discussed the participation of commercial capital in this equalization and commercial profit. The general rate of profit and the average profit were then presented within more closely defined limits than before. In the further course of our analysis, it should be borne in mind that when we speak of the general rate of profit, or the average profit from now on, this is in the latter sense, i.e. always with respect to the finished form of the average rate. Since this is now the same for industrial and commercial capital, it is no longer necessary to make a distinction between industrial and commercial profit, once it is a question of this average rate of profit. Whether capital is invested industrially in the sphere of production or commercially in that of circulation, it yields the same annual average profit in proportion to its size. On the basis of capitalist production, money, taken here as the independent expression of a sum of value, whether this actually exists in money or in commodities, can be transformed into capital, and through this transformation, it is turned from a given fixed value into a self-valorizing value capable of increasing itself. It produces profit, i.e. it enables the capitalist to extract and appropriate for himself a certain quantity of unpaid labor, surplus product, and surplus value. In this way, the money receives, besides the use value which it possesses as money, an additional use value, namely, the ability to function as capital. Its use value here consists precisely in the profit that it produces when transformed into capital. In this capacity of potential capital, as a means to the production of profit, it becomes a commodity, but a commodity of a special kind. Or what comes to the same thing, capital becomes a commodity. Let us take the average annual rate of profit as 20%. Under average conditions then, and with the average level of intelligence and activity appropriate to the intended purpose, a machine with the value of £100 that is applied as capital yields a profit of £20. Thus, a man who has £100 at his disposal holds in his hands the power of making this 100 into 120, and thus producing a profit of £20. What he possesses is a potential capital of £100. If this man gives his £100 to someone else for a year, for example, who actually does use it as capital, he gives him the power to produce £20 profit, a surplus value that costs him nothing, and for which he does not pay any equivalent. If the second man pays the proprietor of the £100 a sum of £5, say, at the end of the year, i.e. a portion of the profit produced, what he pays for with this is the use value of the £100, the use value of its capital function, the function of producing a £20 profit. The part of the profit paid in this way is called interest, which is thus nothing but a particular name, a special title, for a part of the profit which the actually functioning capitalist has to pay to the capital's proprietor, instead of pocketing it himself. It is clear that the possession of this £100 gives its owner the power of drawing an interest, a certain part of the profit that his capital produces. If he did not give the other person the £100, the latter would be unable to produce the profit or to function at all as a capitalist with respect to this £100. It is nonsense for Gilbar to speak of natural justice in this connection. See the footnote. The justice of transactions between agents of production consists in the fact that these transactions arise from the relations of production as their natural consequence. The legal forms in which these economic transactions appear as voluntary actions of the participants, as the expressions of their common will, and as contracts that can be enforced on the parties concerned by the power of the state, are mere forms that cannot themselves determine the content. They simply express it. The content is just so long as it corresponds to the mode of production and is adequate to it. It is unjust as soon as it contradicts it. Slavery, on the basis of the capitalist mode of production, is unjust, so is cheating on the quality of commodities. The £100 produces a profit of £20 by functioning as capital, whether industrial or commercial. But the sine qua non of this capital function is that it is actually spent as capital, that the money is laid out on the purchase of means of production, in the case of industrial capital, or of commodities, in the case of commercial capital. If it is to be spent, however, it must first be available. If A, the proprietor of the £100, either spent it for his private consumption or treated it as a hoard, it could not be spent as capital by B, the functioning capitalist. B does not spend his own capital but that of A, yet he cannot spend A's capital unless A wills it. In point of fact, therefore, it is A who originally spends the £100 as capital, even though his function as a capitalist is entirely restricted to this act of expenditure. As far as the £100 is concerned, B functions as a capitalist only because A turns the £100 over to him, and hence spends it as capital. Let us firstly consider the characteristic circulation of interest-bearing capital. The second thing to investigate, then, is the specific way it is sold as a commodity, i.e. lent instead of being relinquished once and for all. The starting point is the money that A advances to B. This can occur either with or without security. The first form is, however, of greater antiquity, with the exception of advances on commodities or papers such as bills, stocks, etc. These particular forms do not concern us here. What we have to deal with is interest-bearing capital in its ordinary form. In B's hands, the money really is transformed into capital, going through the movement M to C to M prime, and then returning to A as M prime, as M plus delta M, where delta M represents the interest. For the sake of simplification, we leave aside for the time being the case where the capital remains in B's hands for a protracted period, and the interest is paid at regular intervals. The movement is thus M to C to M prime to M prime. What appears in duplicate here is firstly the expenditure of the money as capital, and secondly its reflux as realized capital, as M prime or M plus delta M. In the movement of commercial capital M to C to M prime, the same commodity changes hands twice, or if merchant sells to merchant, several times. But each time the same commodity changes place in this way, it displays a metamorphosis, a purchase or sale, no matter how often this process might be repeated before its definitive fall into consumption. In C to C, on the other hand, we have a double change of place by the same money, but one which displays the complete metamorphosis of the commodity, this being first transformed into money and then out of money again into another commodity. With interest-bearing capital, as against this, M's first change of place is neither a moment of commodity metamorphosis nor of the reproduction of capital. This begins only the second time it is spent, in the hands of the functioning capitalist, who uses it to pursue trade or transforms it into productive capital. M's first change of place here expresses nothing more than its transfer, or making over, from A to B, a transfer which customarily takes place under certain legal forms and provisions. This double expenditure of the money as capital, the first time as a simple transfer from A to B, is matched by its double reflux. As M prime or M plus delta M, it flows back from the movement cycle to the functioning capital as B. B then transfers it again to A, but with a part of the profit as well, as realized capital, M plus delta M, where delta M does not amount to the whole profit, but simply the part of the profit that is interest. It flows back to B as he has paid it out, as functioning capital, but as the property of A. For its reflux movement to be complete, B has to transfer it again to A. Besides the capital sum, however, B has also to surrender to A part of the profit that he has made on this capital sum, under the heading of interest, since A has given the money to him only as capital, i.e. as value that is not just maintained in the course of its movement, but creates a surplus value for its owner. It remains in B's hands only so long as it is functioning capital, and on its reflux, after the prescribed interval has elapsed, it ceases to function as capital. As capital that is no longer functioning, it must be transferred back again to A, who has not ceased to be its legal owner. The form of lending which is characteristic of this commodity capital as a commodity can incidentally also be found in other transactions, in place of the form of sale. The form of lending results from capital's characteristic here of emerging as a commodity, or in other words, it results from the fact that money as capital becomes a commodity. We have already seen in the first chapter of Volume 2, and recall here only briefly, that capital functions in the circulation process as commodity capital and money capital. In neither of these two forms, however, does capital as capital become a commodity. Once productive capital has been transformed into commodity capital, it must be put on the market and sold as a commodity. Here it functions simply as a commodity. The capitalist appears simply as the seller of a commodity, and the buyer is the buyer of a commodity. As a commodity, the product must realize its value in the circulation process by its sale, and must assume its transformed form as money. It is quite immaterial here whether this commodity is bought by a consumer as means of subsistence or by a capitalist as means of production, as a component of capital. In the act of circulation, the commodity capital functions simply as a commodity, not as capital. It is commodity capital, as distinct from a simple commodity because, firstly, it is already pregnant with surplus value, so that the realization of its value is at the same time the realization of a surplus value, though this does not alter its simple existence as a commodity, as a product with a definite price. And secondly, because this function that it has as a commodity is a moment of its reproduction process as capital, and hence its movement as a commodity, because this is simply a partial movement in its process, is also its movement as capital. It does not become so by the mere act of selling, but only because this act is connected with the total movement of this particular sum of value as capital. As money capital likewise, it actually operates simply as money, i.e. as means of purchase for commodities, that is, the elements of production. If this money is also money capital, that is a form of capital, this is not the result of the act of purchase, the actual function that it performs here as money, but rather of the way in which this act is connected with the overall movement of capital, in that this act, which it performs as money, introduces the capitalist production process. Insofar as it actually functions, however, and actually plays its role in the process, commodity capital is active here only as commodity, and money capital only as money. In no individual moment of the metamorphosis taken by itself does the capitalist sell the commodity to the buyer as capital, even though it represents capital for him, nor does the buyer alienate his money as capital to the seller. In both cases, the commodity is alienated simply as commodity, and the money simply as money, as means for purchasing commodities. It is only in the context of the whole process, at the moment where the point of departure appears simultaneously as the point of return, in M to M prime or C to C prime, that capital emerges in the circulation process as capital, whereas it emerges in the production process as capital by the subordination of the worker to the capitalist, and the production of surplus value. At the moment of return, however, the mediation has disappeared. What does exist is M prime, or M plus delta M. Whether this value sum, which was increased by delta M, exists in the form of money, commodities, or elements of production. A sum of money equal to that originally advanced plus an excess over this, the realized surplus value. And precisely at this point of return, where the capital exists as realized capital, as valorized value, in this form, insofar as it is taken as a point of repose, imaginary or real, the capital does not enter circulation, but rather appears as withdrawn from circulation, as the result of the entire process. Insofar as it is spent again, it is never alienated to a third party as capital, but rather sold to him as a simple commodity, or given to him in return for a commodity as simply money. It never appears in its circulation process as capital, but only as commodity or money, and here, this is its only existence for others. Commodity and money are capital here not because commodities are turned into money, and money into commodities, not in their actual relationships to buyers or sellers, but simply in their ideal relationships, either to the capitalist himself, considered subjectively, or as moments of the reproduction process, considering it objectively. It is not in the process of circulation that capital exists as capital in its real movement, but only in the process of production, the process of exploiting labor power. With interest-bearing capital, the situation is different, and this is precisely what constitutes its specific character. The owner of money who wants to valorize this as interest-bearing capital parts with it to someone else, puts it into circulation, makes it into a commodity as capital not only for himself, but also for others. It is not simply capital for the person who alienates it, but it is made over to the other person as capital right from the start, as value that possesses the use value of creating surplus value, or profit, as a value that continues its movement after it has functioned and returns to the person who originally spent it, in this case the money's owner. That is, it is removed from him only for a certain interval, only temporarily stepping from the possession of its proprietor into the possession of the functioning capitalist. It is neither paid out nor sold, but simply lent, alienated only on condition that it is, first, returned to its starting point after a definite period of time, and second, is returned as realized capital, so that it has realized its use value of producing surplus value. A commodity that is lent out as capital is lent either as fixed or as circulating capital, according to its specific properties. Money can be lent in both forms. It is lent as fixed capital, for example, if it is repaid in the form of an annuity, so that a portion of the capital always returns together with the interest. Certain commodities, by the nature of their use value, can be lent only as fixed capital, such as houses, boats, machines, etc. But all loan capital, whatever form it might have, and no matter how its repayment might be modified by the nature of its use value, is always simply a special form of money capital. For what is lent here is always a definite sum of money, and it is on this sum that the interest is reckoned. If what is lent is neither money nor circulating capital, it is also paid back in the way that fixed capital returns. The lender receives both a periodic interest and a part of the used-up value of the fixed capital itself, an equivalent for the depreciation over this period, and at the end of the loan's term, the unused portion of the fixed capital is returned in kind. If the loaned capital is circulating capital, it similarly returns to the lender in the general mode of reflux of circulating capital. The manner of the reflux is thus determined in each case by the actual cyclical movement of capital as it reproduces itself, and its specific varieties. But for loan capital, the reflux takes the form of repayment, because the advance, the alienation of the loan capital, has the form of a loan. In this chapter, we shall be dealing only with money capital proper, from which the other forms of loan capital are derived. The capital lent out flows back in a double sense. In the reproduction process, it returns to the functioning capitalist, and then its return is repeated once again as a transfer to the lender, the money capitalist, as a repayment to its real proprietor, a return to its legal starting point. In the actual process of circulation, capital always appears as commodity or money, and its movement is reducible to a series of purchases and sales. In short, the circulation process is reducible to the metamorphosis of commodities. It is different when we consider the reproduction process as a whole. If we proceed from money, and it is the same thing if we proceed from the commodity, for we are then proceeding from its value, and thus viewing it too in the guise of money, a certain sum of money is given out, and it returns after a given period with an increment. What returns is the replacement for the sum of money advanced, plus a surplus value. It has been maintained and increased in the course of a certain cyclical movement. But money that is lent as capital is hired out precisely as a sum of money that is maintained and increased, a sum which returns with an addition after a certain period, and can go through the same process once again. It is not given out as money or as a commodity, i.e. neither exchanged for a commodity when it is advanced as money, nor sold for money when it's advanced as a commodity. It is rather given out as capital. The reflexive relationship in which capital presents itself when we view the capitalist production process as a whole and a unity, and in which capital appears as money breeding money, is here simply embodied in it as its character, its capacity, without the intervening mediating movement. And it is in this capacity that it is alienated when it is lent out as money capital. Proudhon's bizarre conception of the role of money capital is put forward in his discussion with Bastiat, published in Paris in 1850. Lending appears to Proudhon as an evil because it is not selling. A loan made on interest, quote, is the ability to sell the same object over and over again, always receiving the price again, without ever abandoning ownership over the thing sold, end quote. The object, money, a house, etc., does not change its owner, as it does in buying and selling. But Proudhon does not see that when money is given out in the form of interest-bearing capital. No equivalent for it is received in return. It is true that in any act of buying and selling, in fact, whenever an exchange process takes place, the object is given away. But the value is never given away. What is given away on sale is the commodity, and not its value, which is returned in the form of money, or what is here just another form of this, a bill or entitlement to payment. On purchase, money is given away, but not its value, which is replaced in the form of commodities. The industrial capitalist keeps the same value in his hands throughout the reproduction process, simply in different forms, leaving aside the surplus value. Insofar as exchange takes place, i.e. exchange of objects, there is no change in value. The capitalist in question always keeps the same value in his hands. While the capitalist is producing surplus value, there is no exchange. By the time exchange takes place, the surplus value is already contained in the commodities. As soon as we consider not the isolated acts of exchange, but rather the overall circuit of capital, M to C to M prime, what happens is that a definite sum of value is constantly advanced, and this sum of value, plus the surplus value or profit, is withdrawn from the circulation sphere. The mediation of this process, however, is not to be seen in the simple acts of exchange alone, and it is precisely this process of M as capital which the interest of the lending money capitalist is based on, and from which it derives. In point of fact, says Proudhon, the hat maker who sells hats retains their value, neither more nor less. But the lending capitalist not only receives his capital back without deduction, he receives more than this capital, more than he puts into the exchange. On top of the capital, he receives an interest. Here, the hat maker represents the productive capitalist in contrast to the lending capitalist. Proudhon has evidently not managed to penetrate the secret of how the productive capitalist can sell commodities at their values. The adjustment of prices of production is in his version a matter of indifference, and by that very act receive a profit over and above the capital he puts into the exchange. Let us assume that the price of production of 100 hats is £115, and that this production price happens to be equal to the value of the hats, i.e. the capital that produces the hats is of average social composition. If the profit is 15%, the hat maker realizes a profit of £15 by selling the commodities at their values of 115. To him, they cost only 100. If he has produced them with his own capital, he pockets the entire excess of £15. if with borrowed capital he has possibly to give up £5 of this as interest. This in no way affects the value of the hats, but simply the distribution of the surplus value which is already contained in the hats among different people. And since the value of the hats is not affected by the payment of interest, it is nonsense for Proudhon to say, quote, "Since in trade, the interest on capital is added to the worker's wages to make up the price of the commodity, it is impossible for the worker to buy back the product of his own labor. Live working is a principle that involves a contradiction under the rule of interest." How little Proudhon has understood the nature of capital is shown by the following sentence, in which he describes the movement of capital in general in terms of the characteristic movement of interest-bearing capital. Quote, "Since, through exchange, money capital always returns to its source with an accumulation of interest, reinvestment enables the same individual to draw a continual profit." What still remains a puzzle to him in the specific movement of interest-bearing capital? The categories buying, price, alienation of goods, and the immediate form in which surplus value appears here. In brief, the phenomenon that here, capital has become a commodity as capital, that buying has therefore been transformed into lending, and price into a share in the profit. The return of capital to its point of departure is always the characteristic movement of capital in its overall circuit. This is in no way something exclusively distinctive of interest-bearing capital. What distinguishes interest-bearing capital is the superficial form of the return, separated off from the mediating circuit. The lending capitalist parts with his capital, transfers it to the industrial capitalist without receiving an equivalent. But this is in no way an act of the actual cyclical process of capital. It simply introduces this circuit, which is to be effected by the industrial capitalist. This first change of place on the part of the money does not express any act of metamorphosis, neither purchase nor sale. Ownership is not surrendered, since no exchange takes place and no equivalent is received. The return of the money from the industrial capitalist to the lending capitalist simply supplements the first act in which the capital is giving out. Advanced in the money form, the capital returns to the industrial capitalist again in the money form by way of the cyclical process. But since the capital did not belong to him when he gave it out, it cannot belong to him on its return. Its progress through the reproduction process cannot possibly transform the capital into his property. He therefore has to give it back to the lender. The initial act which transfers the capital from the lender to the borrower is a legal transaction which has nothing to do with the actual reproduction process of capital, but simply introduces it. The repayment which transfers the capital that has flowed back from the borrower to the lender again is a second legal transaction, the complement of the first. The one introduces the real process. The other is a subsequent act after that is completed. The point of departure and point of return, the lending out of the capital and its recovery, thus appear as arbitrary movements mediated by legal transactions, which take place before and after the real movement of capital and have nothing to do with it as such. It would make no difference to this real movement if the capital belonged to the industrial capitalist from the start, and returned to him alone, therefore, as his own property. In the first introductory act, the lender hands over his capital to the borrower. In the second, subsequent, and concluding act, the borrower gives this capital back to the lender. Insofar as the transaction between these two is concerned, we leave aside for the time being the interest. Insofar as we are dealing, therefore, simply with the movement of the capital lent between lender and borrower, these two acts, separated by a longer or shorter interval during which the real reproduction movement of capital takes place, encompasses the whole of this movement. And this movement, namely the act of giving out money on condition of repayment, is the general movement of lending and borrowing, this specific form of a merely conditional alienation of money or commodities. The characteristic movement of capital in general, the return of money to the capitalist, the return of capital to its point of departure, receives in the case of interest-bearing capital a completely superficial form, separated from the real movement whose form it is. A hands over his money not as money, but rather as capital. There is no change here in the capital itself. It simply changes hands. Its actual transformation into capital is accomplished only in the hands of B. But for A, it has become capital simply by having been given to B. The actual reflux of the capital from the production and circulation process only takes place for B. For A, the reflux takes place in the same form as the alienation, the giving out or lending of money for a certain time, and the repayment of this with interest, being surplus value, is the entire form of the movement attributable to interest-bearing capital as such. The real movement of the money lent out as capital is an operation lying beyond the transactions between lenders and borrowers. In these transactions taken by themselves, this mediation is obliterated, invisible, and not directly involved. Capital as a special kind of commodity also has a kind of alienation peculiar to it. Here, therefore, the return does not appear as a consequence and result of a definite series of economic processes, but rather as a consequence of a special legal contract between buyer and seller. The period of the reflux depends on the course of the reproduction process. In the case of interest-bearing capital, its return as capital seems to depend simply on the contract between lender and borrower. And so the reflux of the capital, in connection with this transaction, no longer appears as a result determined by the production process, but rather as if the capital lent out had never lost the form of money. Of course, these transactions are actually determined by the real refluxes, but this is not apparent in the transaction itself. It is also in no way always the case in practice. If the real reflux does not take place at the right time, the borrower must look to see what other sources of help he can draw on to fulfill his obligations to the lender. The mere form of capital, money that is given out as a sum A and returns as a sum A plus 1 over x times A after a certain period of time, but without any other mediation besides this temporal interval, is simply the irrational form of the real capital movement. In the real movement of capital, the return is a moment in the circulation process. Money is first transformed into means of production. The production process transforms it into a commodity. By sale of the commodity, it is transformed back into money, and in this form, it returns to the hands of the capitalist who first advanced the capital in its money form. But in the case of interest-bearing capital, the return, like the giving out, is simply the result of a legal transaction between the owner of the capital and a second person. All that we see is the giving out and the repayment. Everything that happens in between is obliterated. But because money advanced as capital has the property of returning to the person advancing it, to whoever spends it as capital, because M to C to M prime is the imminent form of the capital movement, for this very reason, the owner of money can lend it as capital, as something which possesses the property of returning to its point of departure and of maintaining and increasing itself in the movement it undergoes. He gives it out as capital because after being applied as capital, it flows back to its starting point. The borrower can repay it after a given period of time precisely because it flows back to himself. The assumption behind the lending of money as capital, therefore, giving it out on condition of its repayment after a certain time, is that the money really is applied as capital and really does flow back to its point of departure. In other words, the real cyclical movement of money as capital is the assumption behind the legal transaction by which the borrower of the money has to return it to the lender. If the borrower does not apply it as capital, that is his affair. The lender lends it as capital, and as capital it has to pass through the functions of capital, which include the circuit of money capital right through to its return to its starting point in the money form. The acts of circulation M to C and C to M prime, in which the sum of value functions as money or as commodity, are simply intermediary processes, particular moments of its total movement. As capital, it undergoes the total movement M to M prime. It is advanced as money, or a sum of value in some form or other, and returns as this sum of value. The lender of money does not spend this on purchasing a commodity, or if the sum of value exists in commodities, he does not sell these in exchange for money. He rather advances it as capital, as M to M prime, as value which returns again to its point of departure at a definite date. Instead of buying or selling, he lends. This lending is thus the appropriate form for its alienation as capital, instead of as money or commodity. This in no way implies that lending cannot also be a form for transactions that have nothing to do with the capitalist reproduction process at all. Up to now, we have only considered the movement of the capital lent between its owner and the industrial capitalist. We must now turn to investigate interest. The lender puts his money out as capital. The value sum that he alienates to someone else is capital, and this is why it flows back to him. But this return alone would not be the reflux of a value sum lent as capital, as opposed to the simple repayment of a sum of value previously loaned. In order to flow back as capital, the sum of value advance must not only have maintained itself in the movement, but valorized itself. It must have increased its value, so as to return with a surplus value as M plus delta M, where this delta M is interest, or that part of the average profit which does not remain in the hands of the functioning capitalist, but rather falls to the money capitalist. To say that it is alienated by him as capital means that it has to be returned to him as M plus delta M, but we still have to consider the form in which interest flows back at regular intervals in the meantime, without the capital, whose repayment only follows at the end of an extended period. What does the money capitalist give the borrower, the industrial capitalist? What actually does he alienate to him? For it is only the act of alienation that makes the lending of money into the alienation of money as capital, i.e. the alienation of capital as a commodity. It is only by way of this alienation that the money-lender's capital is given out as a commodity, or that the commodity in his possession is given to someone else as capital. What is alienated in the case of ordinary sale? Not the value of the commodity sold, for this only changes its form. It exists ideally in the commodity as its price, before it is really transferred to the hands of the seller in the form of money. The same value and the same magnitude of value here undergo only a change of form. At one point, they exist in the commodity form. At another point, they exist in the money form. What is really alienated by the seller, and thus transferred to the individual or productive consumption of the buyer, is the use value of the commodity as a use value. What then is the use value that the money capitalist alienates for the duration of the loan, and makes over to the productive capitalist, the borrower? It is the use value that money receives through the fact that it can be transformed into capital, that it can function as capital so as to produce in its movement a definite surplus value, the average profit. Anything more or less than this quantity appears here as merely accidental. And that it can do this besides conserving its original value. With other commodities, the use value is ultimately consumed, and in this way the substance of the commodity disappears, and with it, its value. The commodity of capital, on the other hand, has the peculiar property that the consumption of its use value not only maintains its value and use value, but in fact increases it. It is this use value that money has as capital, the capacity to produce the average profit, that the money capitalist alienates to the industrial capitalist for the period during which he gives him control of the capital loaned. The money loaned in this way is to a certain extent analogous in this respect to labor power, in its position vis-a-vis the industrial capitalist. The difference is this: the industrial capitalist pays the value of the labor power, whereas he simply repays the value of the loaned capital. The use value of labor power for the industrial capitalist is that of producing more value, profit, in its use than it possesses and costs itself. This excess value is its use value for the industrial capitalist, and the use value of the loaned money capital, similarly, appears as a capacity to represent and increase value. The money capitalist in actual fact alienates a use value, and for this reason what he gives out is given out as a commodity. To this extent, the analogy with any other commodity is complete. Firstly, it is a value transferred from one hand to another. In the case of the simple commodity, the commodity as such, both buyer and seller retain in their hands the same value, only in a different form. Both of these still keep the same value that they alienated, the one in the commodity form, the other in the money form. The difference in the case of the loan is that in this transaction, the money capitalist is now the only one who gives out value, but he preserves this by the subsequent repayment. In the loan, only one party receives value, since only one party gives value out. Secondly, one party alienates a real use value, and the other party receives and uses it. As distinct from an ordinary commodity, however, this use value is itself a value, i.e. the excess of the value that results from the use of the money as capital over its original magnitude. The profit is this use value. The use value of money that is lent out is its capacity to function as capital, and as such to produce the average profit under average conditions. What then does the industrial capitalist pay, i.e. what is the price of the capital lent out? Quote, "That which men pay as interest for the use of what they borrow," according to Massey, is a part of the profit that it is capable of producing. What the buyer of an ordinary commodity buys is its use value. What he pays is its value. What the borrower of the money buys is likewise its use value as capital. But what does he pay for this? Certainly not its price or value, as with other commodities. The value does not change its form between lender and borrower, as it does between buyer and seller, so that this value exists at one point in the form of money, and at another in the form of a commodity. The identity between the value given out and that received back is displayed here in a completely different way. The sum of value, the money, is given out without an equivalent and returned after a certain period of time. The lender remains the owner of this value throughout, even after it has been transferred from him to the borrower. With simple commodity exchange, the money is always on the side of the buyer, but with lending, the money is on the side of the seller. It is he who gives the money away for a certain time, and it is the buyer of the capital who receives it as a commodity. But this is possible only insofar as the money functions as capital and is therefore advanced. The borrower borrows the money as capital, as self-valorizing value, but it does not become capital in itself, just like any capital at its starting point, until the moment of its advance. It is only by its use that it is valorized and realized as capital, but it is as realized capital that the borrower has to pay it back, i.e. as a value plus surplus value, that is interest, and the latter can only be a part of the profit he has realized, only a part and not the whole, for the use value for the borrower is that it produces him a profit, otherwise the lender would not have been able to alienate the use value. On the other hand, the whole profit cannot fall to the borrower, otherwise he would pay nothing for the alienation of the use value. He would only repay the money advanced to the lender as simple money, not as capital, as realized capital, for it is realized capital only as M plus delta M. Both lender and borrower put the same sum of money as capital, but it is only in the hands of the borrower that it functions as such. Profit is not doubled by the double existence of the same sum of money as capital for two persons. It can only function for both of them as capital by a division of the profit. The part accruing to the lender is called interest. The entire transaction takes place, according to our assumptions, between two kinds of capitalist, the money capitalist and the industrial or commercial capitalist. It must never be forgotten that capital as capital is a commodity here, and that the commodity we are dealing with is capital. All the relationships that appear here, therefore, would be irrational from the standpoint of the simple commodity, or even from the standpoint of capital insofar as it functions as commodity capital in its reproduction process. Lending and borrowing, instead of buying and selling, is here a distinction proceeding from the specific nature of the commodity of capital. Similarly, the fact that what is paid here is interest instead of the price of the commodity. If interest is spoken of as the price of money capital, this is an irrational form of price, in complete contradiction with the concept of the price of a commodity. Here, price is reduced to its purely abstract form, completely lacking in content, as simply a particular sum of money that is paid for something which somehow or other figures as a use value, whereas in its concept, price is the value of this use value expressed in money. Interest as the price of capital is a completely irrational expression right from the start. Here, a commodity has a double value. Firstly, a value, and then a price that is different from this value, although price is the money expression of value. Money capital is at first nothing more than a sum of money, or the value of a certain quantity of commodities assessed as a sum of money. If a commodity is lent as capital, this is only the disguised form of a sum of money. For what is lent as capital is not a certain number of pounds of cotton, but rather a certain amount of money that exists in the form of cotton as the cotton's value. The price of capital therefore relates to it as a sum of money, even if not as currency, as Mr. Terens believe. See the footnote above. How, then, is a sum of value to have a price besides its own price, besides the price that is expressed in its own money form? Price, after all, is the value of the commodity as distinct from its use value, and this is also the case with market price, whose distinction from value is not qualitative but merely quantitative, bearing exclusively on the magnitude of value. A price that is qualitatively distinct from value is an absurd contradiction. Capital manifests itself as capital by its valorization. The extent of this valorization expresses the quantitative extent to which it is realized as capital. The surplus value or profit produced by it, the rate or level of this, is measurable only in comparison with the value of the capital advanced. And so, the greater or lesser valorization of interest-bearing capital is also measurable only by comparing the amount of interest, the part of the total profit falling to this capital, with the value of the capital advanced. If price thus expresses the value of a commodity, interest expresses the valorization of money capital and appears therefore as the price that the lender is paid for it. We see from this how completely absurd it is to try to apply directly the simple relationships of exchange mediated by money, buying and selling, to this phenomenon, as Proudhon does. The basic assumption is precisely that money functions as capital, and hence can be made over to someone else as potential capital. Capital itself appears here as a commodity insofar as it is offered on the market, and the use value of money as capital really is alienated. Its use value, however, is to produce a profit. The value of money or commodities as capital is not determined by their value as money or commodities, but rather by the quantity of surplus value that they produce for their possessor. The product of capital is profit. On the basis of capitalist production, the difference between money spent as money and money advanced as capital is simply a difference of application. Money or commodity is already potential capital in itself, just as labor power is potential capital. For firstly, money can be turned into elements of production, and is already, just as it is, simply an abstract expression of these elements, their existence as value. Secondly, the material elements of wealth possess the property of being already potential capital, because their complementary antithesis, the thing that makes them capital, namely wage labor, is present as soon as capitalist production is assumed. The antithetical social determination of material wealth its antithesis to labor as wage labor, is already expressed in capital ownership as such, quite apart from the production process. This one moment, then, separated from the capitalist production process itself, whose constant result it is, and as whose constant result it is also its constant presupposition, is expressed in this way: that money, and likewise commodities, are in themselves latent potential capital, i.e. can be sold as capital. In this form, they give control of the labor of others, give a claim to the appropriation of others' labor, and are therefore self-valorizing value. It also emerges very clearly here how this relationship is the title to, and the means to the appropriation of, the labor of others, and not any kind of labor that the capitalist is supposed to offer as an equivalent. Capital further appears as a commodity insofar as the division of profit into interest and profit proper is governed by supply and demand, i.e. by competition, just like the market prices of commodities. But here, the distinction is just as striking as the analogy. If supply and demand coincide, the market price of the commodity corresponds to its price of production, i.e. its price is then governed by the inner laws of capitalist production, independent of competition, since fluctuations in supply and demand explain nothing but divergences between market prices and prices of production, divergences which are mutually compensatory, so that over certain longer periods the average market prices are equal to the prices of production. As soon as they coincide, these forces cease to have any effect, they cancel each other out, and the general law of price determination then emerges as the law of the individual case as well. Market price then corresponds to price of production in its immediate existence, and not only as an average of all price movements, and the price of production for its part is governed by the immanent laws of the mode of production. Similarly with wages, if supply and demand coincide, their effect ceases, and wages are equal to the value of labor power. It is different, though, with interest on money capital. Here, competition does not determine divergences from the law, for there is no law of distribution other than that dictated by competition. As we shall go on to see, there is no natural rate of interest. What is called the natural rate of interest simply means the rate established by free competition. There are no natural limits to the interest rate. Where competition does not just determine divergences and fluctuations, so that in a situation where its reciprocally acting forces balance, all determination ceases, what is to be determined is something inherently lawless and arbitrary. More about this in the next chapter. In the case of interest-bearing capital, everything appears in a superficial manner. The advance of capital is a mere transfer from lender to borrower. The reflux of the realized capital is a mere transfer back, a repayment with interest from the borrower to the lender. So too appears the property inherent to the capitalist mode of production, that the rate of profit is determined not simply by the ratio of the profit made in one individual turnover to the capital value advanced, but also by the length of this turnover time itself, i.e. as the profit that industrial capital yields in particular periods of time. This too takes a completely superficial form in the case of interest-bearing capital, i.e. it appears that a certain interest is paid to the lender for a certain interval of time. With his customary insight into the inner connections of things, the romantic Adam Mueller, in Elements of Statecraft published in Berlin, says, quote, "In determining the price of things, time is unimportant. In determining interest, time is the principal thing involved." He does not see how production time and circulation time come into play in determining the prices of commodities, and how it is precisely in this way that the rate of profit is determined for a given period of turnover of capital, while interest is determined precisely by this determination of profit for a given period. His wisdom here, as always, lies in the way that he sees clouds of dust on the surface and pretentiously proclaims this dust to be something mysterious and significant. Chapter 22. Division of Profit, Rate of Interest, Natural Rate of Interest. The object of this chapter, like the various phenomena of credit that we shall be dealing with later, cannot be investigated in detail. Competition between lenders and borrowers, and the resulting short-term fluctuations in the money market fall outside the scope of our discussion. The circuit which the rate of interest describes during the industrial cycle can only be dealt with after the cycle itself, nor can we go into the latter here. The same applies for the approximate equalization of the rate of interest, more or less, on the world market. All that we are concerned with here is the independent form of interest-bearing capital and the way that interest acquires autonomy vis-à-vis profit. Since interest is simply a part of profit, a part which we have assumed the industrial capitalist has to pay to the money capitalist, the maximum limit of interest would seem to be the profit itself, in which case the share that accrues to the functioning capitalist would be zero. Leaving aside those special cases where interest is actually greater than profit, so that it cannot all be paid out of the profit, we might perhaps consider the maximum limit of interest as the whole profit minus the part of it reducible to wages of superintendents, to be developed later. The minimum limit of interest is completely indeterminate. It could fall to any level, however low, but countervailing circumstances constantly enter to raise it above this relative minimum. Quote, the relation between the sum paid for the use of capital and the capital expresses the rate of interest as measured in money. The rate of interest depends firstly on the rate of profit, and secondly on the proportion in which the entire profit is divided between the lender and the borrower. End quote from The Economist, published on the 22nd of January, 1853. Quote, if that which men pay as interest for the use of what they borrow be a part of the profits it is capable of producing, this interest must always be governed by those profits. End quote from Massey. We shall start by assuming a fixed ratio between the total profit and the part of it paid to the money capitalist as interest. Then it is clear that the interest will rise or fall with the total profit, and the latter is determined by the general rate of profit and its fluctuations. If the average profit rate is 20%, for example, and interest a quarter of the profit, the interest rate will be 5%. If profit is 16%, interest will be 4%. Given a rate of profit of 20%, interest could rise to 8%, and the industrial capitalist would still make the same profit as with a profit rate of 16% and an interest rate of 4%, i.e. 12%. If interest were to rise to 6 or 7%, he would in fact retain a greater part of the profit. But if interest is a constant proportion of the average profit, it'll follow that the higher the general rate of profit, the greater is the absolute difference between total profit and interest, and the greater therefore the total profit that accrues to the functioning capitalist, and vice versa. Let us assume that interest is 1/5 of the average profit. 1/5 of 10 is 2. The difference between the total profit and the interest is 8. 1/5 of 20 is 4. The difference is equal to 20 minus 4 being 16. 1/5 of 25 is 5. The difference is now 20. 1/5 of 30 is 6, and the difference is now 24. And finally, 1/5 of 35 is 7, and the difference amounts to 28. The various interest rates of 4, 5, 6, and 7% would here always be 1/5 or 20% of the total profit. As the rate of profit varies, so different rates of interest can express the same aliquot part of the total profit or the same percentage share in it. With interest such a constant proportion, the industrial profit, the difference between the total profit and the interest, would be greater the higher the general rate of profit, and vice versa. All other circumstances taken as equal, i.e. taking the ratio between interest and total profit as more or less constant, the functioning capitalist will be able and willing to pay a higher or lower interest in direct proportion to the level of his profit rate. Since we have seen that the level of the profit rate stands in inverse proportion to the development of capitalist production, it follows that the higher or lower rate of interest in a country stands in the same inverse proportion to the level of industrial development, particularly insofar as the variation in the rate of interest expresses an actual variation in the profit rate. We shall see later on that this need by no means always be the case. In this sense, one can say that interest is governed by profit, and more precisely, by the general rate of profit. And this kind of regulation applies even to its average. At all events, the average rate of profit should be considered as ultimately determining the maximum limit of the interest. We shall immediately go on to consider more closely this circumstance that interest is to be related to the average profit. Where a given whole, such as profit, is to be divided in two, the first thing that matters is of course the size of the whole to be divided, and this, the magnitude of the profit, is determined by the average rate of profit. Once the general rate of profit is given, i.e. the amount of profit on a capital of a given size, which we can take as 100, then interest evidently varies in inverse proportion to the part of profit that remains to the functioning capitalist who operates with borrowed capital. And the circumstances that determine the magnitude of the profit to be divided, the value product of unpaid labor, are very different from those that determine its distribution among these two kinds of capitalists, and often operate in completely opposite directions. If we consider the turnover cycles in which modern industry moves, inactivity, growing animation, prosperity, overproduction, crash, stagnation, inactivity, etc., cycles which it falls outside the scope of our argument to analyze further, we find that a low level of interest generally corresponds to periods of prosperity, or especially high profit. A rise in interest comes between prosperity and its collapse, while a maximum interest, up to extreme usury, corresponds to a period of crisis. From the summer of 1843 onwards, there was a period of marked prosperity. The rate of interest, which in spring of 1842 was still 4.5%, fell in spring and summer of 1843 to 2%. In September, it even fell to 1.5%, and here we cite Gilbar. During the crisis of 1847, it rose to 8% and more. Yet low interest can also be accompanied by stagnation and a moderate rise in interest by growing animation. The rate of interest reaches its highest level during crises, when people have to borrow in order to pay, no matter what the cost. And since a rise in interest corresponds to a fall in the price of securities, this is at the same time a very suitable opportunity for people with available money capital to buy up such interest-bearing securities at ridiculously low prices. And in the regular course of events, these securities are bound to reach at least their average price again as soon as the interest rate falls. But there is also a tendency for the rate of interest to fall, quite independently of fluctuations in the rate of profit. And there are two major reasons for this. One, quote, were we even to suppose that capital was never borrowed with any view but to productive employment, I think it very possible that interest might vary without any change in the rate of gross profits. For as a nation advances in the career of wealth, a class of men springs up and increases more and more, who, by the labors of their ancestors, find themselves in the possession of funds sufficiently ample to afford a handsome maintenance from the interest alone. Very many also who during youth and middle age were actively engaged in business retire in their latter days to live quietly on the interest of the sums that they have themselves accumulated. This class, as well as the former, has a tendency to increase with the increasing riches of the country, for those who begin with a tolerable stock are likely to make an independence sooner than they who commence with little. Thus it comes to pass that in old and rich countries, the amount of national capital belonging to those who are unwilling to take the trouble of employing it themselves bears a larger proportion to the whole productive stock of the society than in newly settled and poorer districts. And how much more numerous in proportion to the population is the class of rentiers in England? As the class of rentiers increases, so also does that of lenders of capital, for they are one and the same. End quote from Ramsay, an essay on the distribution of wealth. 2. The development of the credit system, the ever-growing control this gives industrialists and merchants over the monetary savings of all classes of society through the mediation of the bankers, as well as the progressive concentration of these savings on a mass scale so that they can function as money capital, must also press down the rate of interest. More on this later. As far as the determination of the rate of interest is concerned, Ramsay says that it, quote, partly depends on the rate of gross profits, and partly on the proportion in which these are separated into profits of capital and those of enterprise. This proportion again depends upon the competition between the lenders of capital and the borrowers, which competition is influenced, though by no means entirely regulated, by the rate of gross profit expected to be realized. And the reason why competition is not exclusively regulated by this cause is because on the one hand, many borrow without any view to productive employment, and on the other, because the proportion of the whole capital to be lent varies with the riches of the country independently of any change in the gross profits. End quote from Ramsay. In order to find the average rate of interest, we have to calculate, firstly, the average interest rate as it varies over the major industrial cycles, and secondly, the rate of interest in those investments where capital is lent for longer periods. The prevailing average rate of interest in the country, as distinct from the constantly fluctuating market rate, cannot be determined by any law. There is no natural rate of interest, therefore, in the sense that economists speak of a natural rate of profit and a natural rate of wages. Massey was already completely correct when he noted, quote, the only thing which any man can be in doubt about on this occasion is what proportion of these profits do of right belong to the borrower and what to the lender. And this there is no other method of determining than by the opinions of borrowers and lenders in general, for right and wrong, in this respect, are only what common consent makes so. End quote. The coincidence of demand and supply means nothing at all here, even taking the average rate of profit as given. Where this formula is resorted to in other cases, and this is then correct for practical purposes, it serves as a formula for finding basic rules which are independent of competition, and instead determine it, regulating limits or limiting quantities, i.e. it is a formula for those caught up in the practice of competition, in its manifestations and in the ideas that develop out of these. With it, they can arrive at some idea, even if still a superficial one, of the inner connection of economic relations that presents itself within competition. It is a method of getting from the variations that accompany competition to the limits of these variations. This is not the case with the average rate of interest. There is no reason at all why the average conditions of competition, of equilibrium between lender and borrower, should give the lender an interest of 3, 4, 5%, etc. on his capital, or alternatively a certain percentage, 20% or 50% of the gross profit. Where, as here, it is competition as such that decides, the determination is inherently accidental, purely empirical, and only pedantry or fantasy can seek to present this accident as something necessary. Nothing is more amusing in the parliamentary reports of 1857 and 58 concerning bank legislation and the commercial crisis than when the directors of the Bank of England, London and country bankers, and professional theorists chatter back and forth about real estate produced, without getting any further than such commonplaces as, for example, that the price paid for the use of loanable capital should vary with the supply of such capital, and that a high rate and low profit cannot permanently exist, and other platitudes of the same kind. Custom, legal tradition, etc. are just as much involved in the determination of the average rate of interest as is competition itself, insofar as this average rate exists not only as an average number, but as an actual magnitude. An average interest must be assumed in many legal contexts where interest has to be reckoned. If we go on to ask why the limits of the average interest rate cannot be derived from general laws, the answer simply lies in the nature of interest. It is merely part of the average profit. The same capital appears in a double capacity, as capital for loan in the hands of the lender and as industrial or commercial capital in the hands of the functioning capitalist. But it functions only once and produces profit only once. In the production process itself, the character of capital as loan capital does not play any role. How the two parties who have claims on this profit actually share it between them is, as it stands, a purely empirical fact, pertaining to the realm of chance, just as the respective shares in the common profit of a business partnership are distributed among its various members. With the division between surplus value and wages, on which the determination of the profit rate essentially depends, two quite different elements are involved: labor power and capital. It is the functions of two independent variables which set limits to one another, and the quantitative division of the value produced emerges from their qualitative distinction. We shall see later on that the same thing takes place with the division of surplus value between rent and profit. With interest, there is nothing of the kind. Here, on the contrary, the qualitative distinction proceeds from the purely quantitative division of the same piece of surplus value, as we shall immediately go on to see. From what has already been developed, it follows that there is no natural rate of interest. But if, on the one hand, the average or middling rate of interest, as distinct from the constantly fluctuating market rate, cannot be given limits by a general law, since what is involved is simply a distribution of the gross profit between two persons who possess capital under different titles, the rate of interest, conversely, whether it is the average rate or the market rate of the time, appears as something quite different from the general rate of profit, as a uniform, definite, and palpable magnitude. The rate of interest is related to the profit rate in a similar way as the market price of a commodity is to its value. Insofar as the rate of interest is determined by the profit rate, this is always through the general rate of profit and not through the specific profit rates that may prevail in particular branches of industry, still less by the extra profit that the individual capitalist might make in a particular sphere of business. The general rate of profit, in fact, reappears in the average rate of interest as an empirical, given fact, even though the latter is not a pure or reliable expression of the former. It is certainly true that the interest rate itself is always different according to the class of security provided by the borrowers, and according to the duration of the loan as well, but for each of these categories, it is uniform at a given moment of time. This distinction, therefore, does not militate against the fixed and uniform character of the rate of interest. In any given country, the average rate of interest is constant over long periods, because the general rate of profit changes only in the long run, despite constant change in the particular rates of profit, a change in one sphere being offset by an opposite change in another. And the relative constancy of the profit rate is precisely reflected in this more or less constant character of the average or common rate of interest. As far as the permanently fluctuating market rate of interest is concerned, this is a fixed magnitude at any given moment, just like the market price of commodities, because on the money market, all capital for loan confronts the functioning capital as an overall mass, i.e. the relationship between the supply of loan capital on the one hand and the demand for it on the other is what determines the market level of interest at any given time. This is all the more true the more the development and associated concentration of the credit system gives loan capital a general social character and puts it on the money market all at once simultaneously. The general rate of profit, on the other hand, only ever exists as a tendency, as a movement of equalization between particular rates of profit. The competition between capitalists, which is itself this movement of equalization, consists here in their withdrawing capital bit by bit from those spheres where profit is below the average for a long period, and similarly injecting it bit by bit into spheres where it is above this, or alternatively, in their dividing additional capital between these spheres in varying proportions. There is a constant variation in the injection and withdrawal of capital vis-a-vis these various spheres, never a simultaneous effect on a mass scale as with the determination of the interest rate. We have seen that although it is a category absolutely different from the commodity, interest-bearing capital becomes a commodity of its own kind, with interest as its price, and this price, just like the market price of an ordinary commodity, is fixed at any given time by demand and supply. The market rate of interest, though in constant flux, thus appears at any given moment every bit as fixed and uniform as the momentary market price of any commodity. The money capitalists supply this commodity, and the functioning capitalists buy it. They constitute the demand for it. This process of fixing the rate by supply and demand does not apply to the equalization that produces the general rate of profit. If the prices of commodities in one sphere are below or above their price of production, and in this connection we ignore the fluctuations connected with the industrial cycle, or those that simply bear on the individual business, an equalization takes place by the expansion or contraction of production, i.e. an increase or decrease in the quantity of commodities that these industrial capitals put on the market, mediated by the immigration or emigration of capital with respect to these particular spheres of production. It is the equalization brought about in this way, whereby the average market prices of commodities are reduced to their prices of production, that corrects divergences between the particular rates of profit and the general or average profit rate. This process never appears and never can appear as if industrial or commercial capital as such were a commodity vis-a-vis the buyer, in the way that interest-bearing capital is. It appears only in the fluctuations and equalizations that reduce the market prices of commodities to their production prices, not as the direct establishment of an average profit. The general rate of profit is determined in fact, firstly, by the surplus value that the total capital produces, secondly, by the ratio of this surplus value to the value of the total capital, and thirdly, by competition, but only insofar as this is the movement through which the capitals invested in particular spheres of production seek to draw equal dividends from this surplus value in proportion to their relative size. The general rate of profit, in other words, obtains its determination in quite different and far more complicated ways than does the market rate of interest, which is directly and immediately determined by the relation of supply and demand, and that is therefore not a palpable and given fact in the way that the interest rate is. The particular profit rates in various spheres of production are themselves more or less uncertain, but insofar as they do show themselves, it is not their uniformity that is apparent, but rather their variation. The general rate of profit simply appears as the minimum limit of profit, not as an empirical and directly visible form of the actual profit rate. In stressing this distinction between the interest rate and the profit rate, we have so far left aside the following two factors, which favor the consolidation of the interest rate. Firstly, the historical pre-existence of interest-bearing capital and the existence of a general rate of interest handed down by tradition, and secondly, the far stronger direct influence that the world market exerts on the establishment of the interest rate, independently of the conditions of production in a country, as compared with its influence on the profit rate. Average profit does not appear as a directly given fact, but rather as the end product of an equalization of opposing tendencies that can only be established by investigation. With the interest rate, it is different. Where it is a universal governing rule, which occurs at least locally, it is a fact fixed every day, a fact that even serves industrial and commercial capital as a presupposition and postulate in their operating calculations. It becomes a general property of any sum of £100 that it will yield 2, 3, 4, 5%. Meteorological reports do not show more precisely the level of the barometer and the thermometer than do stock market reports the level of the interest rate, not for this capital or that, but rather for the generality of loan capital to be found on the money market. On the money market, it is only lenders and borrowers who face one another. The commodity has the same form, money. All particular forms of capital arising from its investment in particular spheres of production or circulation are obliterated here. It exists in the undifferentiated, self-identical form of independent value, of money. Competition between particular spheres now ceases. They are all thrown together as borrowers of money, and capital confronts them all in a form still indifferent to the specific manner and mode of its application. Here, capital really does emerge in the pressure of its demand and supply as the common capital of the class, whereas industrial capital appears like this only in the movement and competition between the particular spheres. Money capital on the money market, moreover, really does possess the form in which it is distributed as a common element among these various spheres, among the capitalist class, quite irrespective of its particular application, according to the production requirements of each particular sphere. On top of this, with the development of large-scale industry, money capital emerges more and more, insofar as it appears on the market, as not represented by the individual capitalist, the proprietor of this or that fraction of the mass of capital on the market, but rather as a concentrated and organized mass, placed under the control of the bankers as representatives of the social capital in a quite different manner to real production. The result is that as far as the form of demand goes, capital for loan is faced with the entire weight of a class, while as far as supply goes, it itself appears en masse as loan capital. These are some of the reasons why the general rate of profit presents a blurred and hazy picture compared with the sharply defined rate of interest, which, although its level fluctuates always, confronts the borrowers as fixed and given, because it fluctuates in the same way for them all. In the same way, changes in the value of money do not prevent it from having the same value in relation to every commodity, and market prices of commodities fluctuate daily, although this does not prevent them from being noted every day in the reports. It is just the same with the rate of interest, which is noted just as regularly as the price of money. This is because capital itself is offered here as a commodity, in the money form. The establishment of its price is therefore the establishment of its market price, just as with all other commodities, and so the rate of interest presents itself always as a general rate of interest, as so much for so much money, as quantitatively determined. The rate of profit, on the other hand, can vary even within the same sphere, given the same market price, according to the different conditions in which individual capitals produce the same commodity. For the profit rate on an individual capital is not determined simply by the market price of the commodity, but rather by the difference between market price and cost price. And these various rates of profit, firstly within the same sphere and then within the various different spheres, can be equalized only through constant fluctuations. Note for later elaboration: a particular form of credit. We know that when money functions as means of payment instead of means of purchase, the commodity is alienated first and its value realized only later. If payment takes place only after the commodity has been resold, this sale does not appear as a consequence of the purchase, but rather it is by the sale that the purchase is realized. Sale, in other words, becomes a means of purchase. Secondly, certificates of debt, bills, etc. become means of payment for the creditor. Thirdly, money is replaced by the settlement of outstanding debt certificates. Chapter 23. Interest and Profit of Enterprise. Interest, as we have seen in the two preceding chapters, originally is, and remains in reality nothing but a part of the profit, i.e. the surplus value, which the functioning capitalist, whether industrialist or merchant, must pay to the owner and lender of capital, insofar as the capital he uses is not his own, but borrowed. If he simply uses his own capital, there is no such division of the profit. It belongs to him completely. In fact, insofar as the owners of capital use it themselves in the reproduction process, they do not compete together to determine the interest rate, and it is clear here already how the category of interest, which is impossible without the establishment of a rate of interest, lies outside the movement of industrial capital itself. Quote, "The rate of interest may be defined to be that proportional sum which the lender is content to receive and the borrower to pay, annually or for any longer or shorter period, for the use of a certain amount of moneyed capital. When the owner of a capital employs it actively in reproduction, he does not come under the head of those capitalists, the proportion of whom to the number of borrowers determines the rate of interest." End quote from Thomas Tooke, The History of Prices, published in London in 1838. It is in fact only the division of capitalists into money capitalists and industrial capitalists that transforms a part of the profit into interest and creates the category of interest at all, and it is only the competition between these two kinds of capitalists that creates the rate of interest. As long as a capital is functioning in the reproduction process, even assuming that it belongs to the industrial capitalist himself, so that he does not have to pay it back to a lender, what he has at his disposal as a private person is not this capital itself, but simply the profit, which he can spend as revenue. As long as his capital functions as capital, it belongs to the reproduction process, and is tied down in it. Certainly, he is its owner, but this ownership does not enable him, as long as he uses it as capital for the exploitation of labor, to dispose of it in any other way. It is just the same with the money capitalist. As long as his capital is lent out and operates as money capital, bringing him interest, a part of the profit, he cannot dispose of the principal. This is apparent as soon as he lends it for a year or more, say, and receives interest at certain dates without the repayment of his capital. But even the repayment makes no difference here. If he receives it back, he must always lend it out again if it is to operate as capital for him, in this case, money capital. As long as it's in his hands, it does not bear any interest and does not operate as capital, and once it does bear interest and operate as capital, it is no longer in his hands. Hence the possibility of lending capital in perpetuity. The following points made by Tooke against Bosanquet are therefore completely false. He quotes Bosanquet in Metallic, Paper, and Credit Currency, published in London 1842, quote, "Were the rate of interest reduced as low as 1%, capital borrowed would be placed nearly on a par with capital possessed." End quote. Tooke then makes the following comment, quote, "That a capital borrowed at that, or even a lower rate, should be considered nearly on a par with the capital possessed is a proposition so strange as hardly to warrant serious notice were it not advanced by a writer so intelligent, and on some points of the subject so well informed. Has he overlooked the circumstance, or does he consider it of little consequence that there must, by the supposition, be a condition of repayment?" End quote from Thomas Tooke, An Inquiry into the Currency Principle, published in London in 1844. If interest were zero, the industrial capitalist who had borrowed capital would be in the same position as the one working with his own capital. Both would pocket the same average profit, and their capital, whether it was borrowed or their own, would operate as capital only by producing a profit. The repayment requirement would make no difference here. The closer the rate of interest is to zero, if it falls to 1% for instance, the more borrowed capital stands on the same level as capital actually owned. If money capital is to continue to exist as money capital, it must always be lent out again, and moreover at the prevailing rate of interest, say 1%, and to the same class of industrial and commercial capitalists. As long as these function as capitalists, the distinction between the one who operates with borrowed capital and the one who operates with his own is simply that one has to pay interest and the other does not. One pockets the whole profit P, the other P minus I, profit minus interest. The closer I is to zero, the closer P minus I is to P, i.e. the more the two capitals stand on the same footing. One has to pay back his capital and borrow again, but the other, as long as his capital is to function, must similarly advance it afresh each time to the production process, and has no control over it that is independent of this process. The sole distinction that still remains is the obvious distinction that one is the proprietor of his capital and the other is not. The question that now arises is this: how does this purely quantitative division of profit into net profit and interest turn into a qualitative distinction? In other words, how does it happen that even the capitalist who simply uses his own capital and no borrowed capital classes part of his gross profit under the special category of interest and takes particular account of it as such? And how does it subsequently happen that all capital, whether borrowed or not, is distinguished as interest-bearing capital from itself and its function as capital bringing a net profit? We must realize that not just any chance quantitative division of profit turns into a qualitative one in this way. For example, some industrial capitalists enter into association to pursue a particular business and divide the profit among themselves on the basis of legally established provisions. Others carry on their business without associates, each on his own account. These latter do not reckon their profit under two categories, one part as individual profit, the other as company profit for their non-existent associates. Here, therefore, the quantitative division does not become a qualitative one. There is a quantitative division when the owner happens to consist of several legal persons. There is no such division when this is not the case. In order to answer this question, we must pause a bit longer to consider the real starting point of interest formation, i.e. we must proceed from the assumption that the money capitalist and productive capitalist actually do come face to face, not just as legally separate persons, but as persons who play quite different roles in the reproduction process, or in whose hands the same capital really does go through a double and completely different movement. The one simply lends the capital, the other applies it productively. For the productive capitalist working with borrowed capital, the gross profit breaks down into two parts: the interest that he has to pay to the lender, and the excess over and above this interest, which forms his own share in the profit. If the general rate of profit is given, this latter part is determined by the rate of interest. If the rate of interest is given, it is determined by the profit rate. Besides, however much the gross profit, the actual value magnitude of the total profit may diverge from the average profit in any individual case. The part that belongs to the functioning capitalist is determined by the interest, since interest is fixed by the general rate of interest, leaving aside any special legal stipulations, and presupposed in advance before the production process begins, i.e. before its result, the gross profit, is obtained. We have seen how the specific and characteristic product of capital is surplus value, and at a further remove, profit. But for the capitalist working with borrowed capital, the part of the profit that remains for him after interest is paid is not profit, but profit minus interest. It is this part of the profit, therefore, that necessarily appears to him as the product of capital in its actual functioning. And this really is the case for him, since he represents capital only as functioning capital. He is its personification insofar as it functions, and it functions insofar as it is profitably invested in industry or trade, and he performs through his use of it the operations prescribed by the line of business in question. In opposition to the interest which he has to pay to the lender out of the gross profit, the remaining part of the profit which accrues to him necessarily assumes the form of industrial or commercial profit, or to describe it with a German expression which embraces both of these things, the form of profit of enterprise. If the gross profit is equal to the average profit, the size of this profit of enterprise is determined exclusively by the rate of interest. If the gross profit diverges from the average profit, the difference between it and the average profit, after interest is deducted on both sides, is determined by all the conjunctures that give rise to such a temporary divergence, whether in the profit rate in one particular sphere of production as opposed to the general profit rate, or in the profit made by an individual capitalist in a certain sphere as opposed to the average profit in this sphere. We have seen, of course, that the profit rate, even within the production process itself, does not depend only on the surplus value, but on many other factors besides, on the purchase prices of the means of production, on methods that are more than averagely productive, on economizing on constant capital, etc. And leaving aside the price of production, it depends on the state of the trade cycle, and with each individual business deal on the greater or lesser cunning and perseverance of the capitalist, whether and how far he buys or sells below or above the production price, and thereby appropriates a greater or lesser share of the total surplus value in the circulation process. In each case, however, the quantitative division of the gross profit is transformed here into a qualitative one, and this is all the more so in that the quantitative division itself depends on what is to be divided, how the active capitalist looks after his capital, and what gross profit it yields him as functioning capital, i.e. as the result of his functioning as an active capitalist. We assume here that the functioning capitalist is not the capital's owner. Property in capital is represented in relation to him by the lender, the money capitalist. The interest that he pays to the lender appears, therefore, as a part of the gross profit that accrues to property in capital as such. In contrast to this, the part of the profit that falls to the active capitalist, now as profit of enterprise, appears to derive exclusively from the operations or functions that he performs with the capital in the reproduction process, especially, therefore, the functions that he performs as an entrepreneur in industry or trade. In relation to him, in other words, interest appears as the mere fruit of property in capital, of capital in itself, abstracted from the reproduction process of capital insofar as it does not work, i.e. function, whereas profit of enterprise appears to him as the exclusive fruit of the functions he performs with the capital, as the fruit of the capital's movement and process, a process that appears to him now as his own activity, in contrast to the non-activity and non-participation of the money capitalist in the production process. This qualitative separation between the two parts of gross profit, so that interest is the fruit of capital in itself, of property in capital without reference to the production process, while profit of enterprise is the fruit of capital actually in process, operating in the production process, and hence of the active role that the person who uses capital plays in the reproduction process, this qualitative separation is in no way merely the subjective conception of the money capitalist on the one hand and the industrial capitalist on the other. It rests on objective fact, for interest accrues to the money capitalist, the lender, who is simply the owner of the capital and thus represents mere property in capital before the production process and outside it, while profit of enterprise accrues to the merely functioning capitalist, who is not the owner of capital. Both for the industrial capitalist insofar as he works with borrowed capital, and for the money capitalist insofar as he does not apply his capital himself, the merely quantitative division of gross profit between two different persons, with different legal titles to the same capital, and hence to the profit it produces, turns into a qualitative distinction. One part of the profit now appears in and of itself as the fruit that accrues to capital in one capacity, as interest, the other part as a specific fruit of capital in an opposite capacity, and hence as profit of enterprise. One is the simple fruit of property in capital, the other is the fruit of merely functioning with capital, as the fruit of capital as capital in process, or of the functions that the active capitalist exercises. And this mutual ossification and autonomization of the two parts of the gross profit, as if they derive from two essentially separate sources, must now be fixed for the entire capitalist class and the total capital. Furthermore, this is true irrespective of whether the capital applied by the active capitalist is borrowed or not, or whether or not the money capitalist who owns the capital uses it himself. The profit on any capital, and thus also the average profit based on the equalization of capitals among themselves, breaks down, or is divided, into two qualitatively different, mutually autonomous and independent parts, interest and profit of enterprise, which are both determined by particular laws. The capitalist who works with his own capital, as well as the one working with borrowed capital, divides his gross profit into interest that accrues to him as owner, as lender of his own capital to himself, and profit of enterprise, which accrues to him as an active, functioning capitalist. It becomes a matter of indifference as far as this division is concerned, whether the capitalist really does have to share with another or not. The person who applies the capital, even if he works with his own capital, breaks down into two persons, the mere owner of the capital and its user. His capital itself, with respect to the categories of profit that it yields, breaks down into owned capital, capital outside the production process, which yields an interest, and capital in the production process, which yields profit of enterprise, as capital in process. Interest is now established in such a way that it does not appear as a division of the gross profit that is irrespective of production, taking place only incidentally when the industrialist operates with the capital of others. Even when he operates with his own capital, his profit is divided into interest and profit of enterprise. In this way, the merely quantitative division becomes a qualitative one. It takes place independently of the accidental circumstance whether the industrialist is the owner of his capital or not. It is not simply various quotas of the profit distributed to different persons, but two different categories of profit, which stand in different relationships to capital, i.e. in a relationship to different capacities of capital. It is now very easy to see why this division of the gross profit into interest and profit of enterprise, once it becomes a qualitative one, receives this character of a qualitative division for the total capital and the capitalist class as a whole. Firstly, this results from the simple empirical circumstance that the majority of industrial capitalists operate both with their own and with borrowed capital, even if in different ratios, and that the ratio between their own and the borrowed capital changes from one period to another. Secondly, the transformation of a part of the gross profit into the form of interest transforms its other part into profit of enterprise. This latter is in point of fact only the antithetical form that the excess of gross profit over interest assumes as soon as the latter exists as a category of its own. The general question of how gross profit is differentiated into interest and profit of enterprise comes down simply to the question of how a part of the gross profit is invariably ossified and autonomized as interest. Historically, however, interest-bearing capital exists as a ready-made form handed down, and hence interest as a ready-made subordinate form of the surplus value produced by capital, long before the capitalist mode of production and the conceptions of capital and profit corresponding to it come into existence. In the popular mind, therefore, money capital, or interest-bearing capital, is still seen as capital as such, capital par excellence. Hence we have, on the other hand, and prevailing down to Massey's time, the notion that it is money as such that is paid interest. The circumstance that loan capital yields interest, whether it is actually applied as capital or not, even if borrowed only for consumption, confirms the conception that this kind of capital is quite independent. The best proof of the independent form that interest assumes as against profit, and interest-bearing capital against industrial capital, in the earliest periods of the capitalist mode of production, is that it was discovered only in the middle of the 18th century, by Massey and subsequently by Hume, that interest is just one part of the gross profit, and that it actually needed any such discovery. Thirdly, whether the industrial capitalist operates with his own capital or with borrowed capital in no way alters the fact that the class of money capitalists confronts him as a special kind of capitalist, money capital as an autonomous kind of capital, and interest as the separate form of surplus value that corresponds to this specific capital. From the qualitative point of view, interest is the surplus value supplied by capital as simple ownership, which capital yields in itself, even if its owner remains outside the reproduction process, surplus value therefore yielded in separation from its process. From the quantitative point of view, the part of the profit that forms interest seems to be related not to industrial and commercial capital as such, but rather to money capital, and the rate of this part of the surplus value, the interest rate, confirms this relationship. This is firstly because the rate of interest, despite its dependence on the general rate of profit, is separately determined, and secondly because it appears, just like the market price of commodities, as something hard and fast for all its changes, a palpable and always given relationship, as opposed to the intangible rate of profit. If all capital were to be found in the hands of industrial capitalists, there would be no interest and no rate of interest. The independent form that the quantitative division of the gross profit assumes produces this qualitative distinction. If we compare the industrial capitalist with the money capitalist, he is distinguished simply by profit of enterprise, that is, the surplus of gross profit over average interest, which the rate of interest causes to appear as an empirically given quantity. If we compare him, on the other hand, with the industrial capitalist who operates with his own instead of borrowed capital, the latter is distinguished from him as a money capitalist simply insofar as he pockets the interest himself instead of paying it out. From both sides, the part of the gross profit which is distinct from interest appears to him as profit of enterprise, and interest itself appears as a surplus value that capital yields in and of itself, and which it would therefore yield even without productive application. For the individual capitalist, this is in practice correct. He has the choice between lending his capital out as interest-bearing capital or valorizing it himself as productive capital, no matter whether it exists as money capital right at the start or has first to be transformed into money capital. Taken generally, i.e. when we apply it to the whole social capital, as is done by some vulgar economists, and even given out as the basis of profit, this is of course quite absurd. It is utter nonsense to suggest that all capital could be transformed into money capital without the presence of people to buy and valorize the means of production, i.e. the form in which the entire capital exists, apart from the relatively small part existing in money. Concealed in this idea, moreover, is the still greater nonsense that capital could yield interest on the basis of the capitalist mode of production without functioning as productive capital, i.e. without creating surplus value, of which interest is simply one part. That the capitalist mode of production could proceed on its course without capitalist production. If an inappropriately large number of capitalists sought to transform their capital into money capital, the result would be a tremendous devaluation of money capital and a tremendous fall in the rate of interest. Many people would immediately find themselves in the position of being unable to live on their interest, and thus compelled to turn themselves back into industrial capitalists. But as we have said above, for the individual capitalist, this is in fact how it is. Even if he operates with his own capital, therefore, he necessarily considers the part of his average profit which is equal to the average interest as the fruit of his capital as such, leaving aside the production process, and in contrast to this part that is given a separate existence as interest, he considers the excess of the gross profit over and above this simply as profit of enterprise. We have seen, therefore, that the part of the profit which the functioning capitalist has to pay to the mere owner of the capital borrowed is transformed into the separate form for a part of the profit that all capital yields as such, whether borrowed or not, under the name of interest. How large this part is depends on the average rate of interest. Its origin is evident only in the way that the functioning capitalist, insofar as he is the owner of his own capital, does not compete, at least not actively, in determining the rate of interest. The purely quantitative division of profit between two persons with different legal titles to it has been transformed into a qualitative distinction that seems to arise from the very nature of capital and profit. For as we have seen, as soon as a part of the profit generally assumes the form of interest, the difference between the average profit and the interest, or the part of profit over and above the interest, is transformed into a form antithetical to interest, that of profit of enterprise. These two forms, interest and profit of enterprise, exist only in their antithesis. Thus, they are neither of them related to the surplus value, of which they are simply parts, under different categories, titles, or names, but rather related to each other. It is because one part of profit has been turned into interest that the other part accordingly appears as profit of enterprise. By profit here, we always mean the average profit, since the divergences therefrom of either individual profit or profit in different spheres of production, i.e. the variations in the division of the average profit or surplus value that swing back and forth with the competitive struggle, are quite immaterial to us here. This applies throughout the present investigation. Interest, then, is the net profit, as Ramsay describes it, yielded by property in capital as such, whether to the mere lender, who remains outside the reproduction process, or to the owner who employs his capital productively himself. Yet it does not yield him this net profit insofar as he is a functioning capitalist, but rather as a money capitalist, the lender of his own capital as interest-bearing capital to himself as a functioning capitalist. Just as the transformation of money and value in general into capital is the constant result of the capitalist production process, so its existence as capital is in the same way the constant presupposition of this process. Through its capacity to be transformed into means of production, it always commands unpaid labor, and hence transforms the production and circulation process of commodities into the production of surplus value for its possessor. Interest, therefore, simply expresses the fact that value in general, objectified labor in its general social form, value that assumes the form of means of production in the actual production process, confronts living labor power as an autonomous power, and is the means of appropriating unpaid labor, and that it is this power, insofar as it confronts the worker as the property of another. On the other hand, however, this antithesis to wage labor is obliterated in the form of interest, for interest-bearing capital as such does not have wage labor as its opposite, but rather functioning capital. It is the capitalist actually functioning in the reproduction process whom the lending capitalist directly confronts, and not the wage laborer who is expropriated from the means of production precisely on the basis of capitalist production. Interest-bearing capital is capital as property, as against capital as function. But if capital does not function, it does not exploit workers and does not come into opposition with labor. On the other hand, profit of enterprise does not form an antithesis with wage labor, but rather with interest. Firstly, taking the average profit as given, the rate of profit of enterprise is determined not by wages, but rather by the rate of interest. It is either high or low in inverse proportion to the latter. Secondly, the functioning capitalist derives his claim to profit of enterprise, and thus profit of enterprise itself, not from his ownership of capital, but rather from the function of capital, as opposed to the capacity in which it exists only as inert property. This antithesis directly emerges as soon as he operates with borrowed capital, where interest and profit of enterprise accrue to two different persons. Profit of enterprise arises from the function of capital in the reproduction process, i.e. as a result of the operations and activity by which the functioning capitalist mediates these functions of industrial and commercial capital. But it is no sinecure to be a representative of functioning capital, unlike the case with interest-bearing capital. On the basis of capitalist production, the capitalist directs both the production process and the circulation process. The exploitation of productive labor takes effort, whether he does this himself or has it done in his name by others. In opposition to interest, therefore, his profit on enterprise presents itself to him as independent of his property in capital, and rather as the result of his functions as non-owner, as a worker. He inevitably gets the idea into his head, therefore, that his profit of enterprise, very far from forming any antithesis with wage labor and being only the unpaid labor of others, is rather itself a wage, wages of superintendence of labor, a higher wage than that of the ordinary wage laborer, firstly because it is complex labor, and secondly because he himself pays the wages. That his function as a capitalist consists in producing surplus value, i.e. unpaid labor, and in the most economical conditions at that, is completely forgotten in the face of the antithesis that interest accrues to the capitalist even if he does not perform any function as capitalist, but is simply the owner of capital, while profit of enterprise, on the other hand, accrues to the functioning capitalist even if he is not the owner of the capital with which he functions. In the face of the antithetical form of the two parts into which profit and thus surplus value divides, it is forgotten that both are simply parts of surplus value, and that such a division can in no way change its nature, its origin, and its conditions of existence. In the reproduction process, the functioning capitalist represents capital against the wage laborers as the property of others, and the money capitalist participates in the exploitation of labor as represented by the functioning capitalist. If it is only as representative of the means of production, vis-a-vis the workers, that the active capitalist can exercise his function, have the workers work for him, or have the means of production function as capital, this is forgotten in the face of the opposition between the function of capital in the reproduction process and mere ownership of capital outside the reproduction process. In point of fact, the form that the two parts of profit, or surplus value, assume as interest and profit of enterprise does not express any relationship with labor, because this relationship exists only between labor and profit, or rather surplus value, as the sum of these two parts, their whole and their unity. The ratio in which profit is divided, and the different legal titles by which this division takes place, already assume that profit is ready-made, and presuppose its existence. If the capitalist is the actual owner of the capital with which he functions, he pockets the entire profit, or surplus value. It is all the same for the worker whether this is what he does or whether he has to pay one part to a third party as the legal proprietor. The basis for the division of profit between two kinds of capitalist is thus transformed imperceptibly into the basis of existence of the profit or surplus value to be divided, which capital derives as such from the reproduction process quite apart from any later division. From the fact that interest confronts profit of enterprise, and vice versa, but neither confront labor, it seems to follow that profit of enterprise plus interest, i.e. profit and consequently surplus value, is derived from what? From the antithetical form of its two parts. But profit is produced before this division takes place, and before there can be any talk of it. Interest-bearing capital proves itself as such only insofar as the money lent really is transformed into capital and produces a surplus, of which interest is one part. This does not by itself rule out that interest-bearing might be its inherent property, independent of the production process. Labor power, for instance, proves its value-creating property only if it is activated and realized in the labor process, but this does not exclude it being potentially, in itself, already value-creating activity as a capacity, and as such, it does not just arise from the process, but is rather presupposed by it. It is bought as the ability to create value. It can be bought by someone without their having it work productively, i.e. for purely personal purposes, services, etc. The same with capital. It is the thing of its borrower, whether or not he uses it as capital, and thus really does set in motion its inherent property of producing surplus value. What he pays for, in both cases, is the surplus value inherently contained in the commodity of capital as a potentiality. Let us now take a closer look at profit of enterprise. Since the aspect of capital-specific social determination in the capitalist mode of production, capital ownership, which possesses the capacity of command over the labor of others, becomes fixed, with interest appearing as the part of surplus value that capital produces in this connection, so the other part of surplus value, the profit of enterprise, necessarily appears as if it does not derive from capital as capital, but rather from the production process independently of its specific social determination, which indeed has already obtained its particular mode of existence in the form of interest on capital. However, the production process, when separated from capital, is simply the labor process in general. The industrial capitalist, as distinct from the owner of capital, appears therefore not as a functioning capital, but rather as a functionary independent of capital, as a simple bearer of the labor process in general, as a worker and a wage worker at that. Interest in itself expresses precisely the existence of the conditions of labor as capital, in their social antithesis to labor and their transformation into personal powers vis-a-vis labor and over labor. Interest represents mere ownership of capital as a means of appropriating the product of other people's labor, but it represents this character of capital as something that falls to it outside the production process, and is in no way the result of the specifically capitalist character of this production process itself. It presents it not in direct antithesis to labor, but on the contrary, with no relationship to labor at all, merely as a relationship between one capitalist and another. Thus as a capacity that is external and indifferent to the actual relationship between capital and labor. In interest, therefore, the particular form of profit, in which the antithetical character of capital acquires an autonomous expression, it does so in such a way that this antithesis is completely obliterated in this expression, and completely abstracted from it. Interest is a relationship between two capitalists, not between capitalist and worker. On the other hand, this form of interest gives the other part of profit the qualitative form of profit of enterprise, and subsequently of wages of superintendence. The particular functions which the capitalist has to perform as such, and which fall to his part precisely as distinct from the workers and in opposition to them, are presented simply as functions of labor. He obtains surplus value not because he works as a capitalist, but rather because, leaving aside his capacity as a capitalist, he also works. This part of surplus value is therefore no longer surplus value at all, but rather its opposite, the equivalent for labor performed. Since the estranged character of capital, its antithesis to labor, is shifted outside the actual process of exploitation, i.e. into interest-bearing capital, this process of exploitation itself appears as simply a labor process, in which the functioning capitalist simply performs different work from that of the workers. The labor of exploiting and the labor exploited are identical, both being labor. The labor of exploiting is just as much labor as the labor that is exploited. The social form of capital devolves on interest, but expressed in a neutral and indifferent form. The economic function of capital devolves on profit of enterprise, but with the specifically capitalist character of this function removed. Exactly the same thing takes place here in the consciousness of the capitalist, as with the grounds of compensation discussed in Part 2 of this volume with respect to the equalization of the average profit. These grounds of compensation, which go to determine the division of surplus value, are turned, in the capitalist way of conceiving things, into grounds for the existence and subjective justification of profit as such. The idea of profit of enterprise as a wage for supervising labor, an idea arising from the antithesis between this profit and interest, finds further support in that one part of the profit actually can be separated off as wages, and really does separate off. Or rather, a part of wages, conversely, on the basis of the capitalist mode of production, appears as an integral component of profit. As Adam Smith already rightly realized, this part presents itself in its pure form as independent and completely separate both from profit in general as the sum of interest and profit of enterprise, and also from the part of profit that remains after the deduction of interest as the so-called profit of enterprise, in the payment of a manager in those branches of business where the scale, etc., permits sufficient division of labor for a special salary to be paid to such a person. The work of supervision and management necessarily arises where the direct production process takes the form of a socially combined process and does not appear simply as the isolated labor of separate producers, but it takes two different forms. On the one hand, in all labor where many individuals cooperate, the interconnection and unity of the process is necessarily represented in a governing will and in functions that concern not the detailed work but rather the workplace and its activity as a whole, as with the conductor of an orchestra. This is productive labor that has to be performed in any combined mode of production. On the other hand, and quite apart from the commercial department, this work of supervision necessarily arises in all modes of production that are based on opposition between the worker as direct producer and the proprietor of the means of production. The greater this opposition, the greater the role that this work of supervision plays. It reaches its high point in the slave system. But it is also indispensable in the capitalist mode of production, since here too the production process is at the same time a process of consumption of labor power by the capitalist. In despotic states too, the work of supervision and all-round intervention of the government involves both aspects, the performance of those common tasks that arise from the nature of all communities, and the specific functions that arise from the opposition between the government and the mass of the people. With the writers of antiquity, who had the slave system in mind, we find in their theory, and this was also the case in practice, that the two aspects of supervisory work coincide as inseparably as they do with the modern economists who view the capitalist mode of production as the absolute mode. On the other hand, as I shall show right away with an example, the apologists of the modern slave system know just as well how to use supervisory work as a justificatory ground for slavery as other economists do for the wage labor system. The Villicus of Cato's time, quote, "At the head of the slave-worked estate stood the manager, whose job it was to take and spend, buy and sell. He received his instructions from the master, and gave both orders and punishments in his absence. The manager, of course, had more freedom than the other slaves. The Megonian books advised that he should be permitted to marry and raise children, as well as keeping his own money. Cato said that he should be married to the female manager. He alone had any prospect of obtaining his freedom as a reward from the master for good behavior. The other slaves all formed a common household. Every slave, including the manager himself, received his necessities at the master's expense at definite intervals and in fixed amounts, and had to make do with this. The quantity depended on the work, so that the manager, for instance, whose work was lighter than the other slaves, received a smaller ration." End quote from Mommsen. Aristotle says, quote, "For the master proves himself such not by obtaining slaves, but by employing slaves, or the capitalist proves himself such not by his ownership of capital, which gives him the power to buy labor, but by using laborers, nowadays wage laborers, in the production process. There is nothing great or sublime about this science, but whatever the slave is to perform, the master must be able to order. Whenever the masters are not compelled to plague themselves with supervision, the overseer assumes this honor, while the masters pursue public affairs or philosophy." End quote. What Aristotle is saying, in very blunt terms, is that domination, in the economic domain as well as in the political, imposes on those in power the functions of dominating, so that, in the economic domain, they must know how to consume labor power. And he adds that this supervisory work is not a matter of very great moment, which is why the master leaves the honor of this drudgery to an overseer as soon as he is wealthy enough. The work of management and supervision, insofar as it is not simply a particular function arising from the nature of all combined social labor, but arises rather from the opposition between the owner of the means of production and the owner of mere labor power, whether labor power is bought with the worker himself, as in a slave system, or alternatively the worker sells his own labor power, so that the production process appears at the same time as a process of consumption of labor by capital. This function, arising from the servitude of the direct producer, is made often enough into a justification of that relationship itself, and the exploitation and appropriation of the unpaid labor of others is just as often presented as the wage due to the owner of capital. This has never been done better than by a defender of slavery in the United States, the lawyer O'Connor, at a meeting in New York on the 19th of December, 1859, under the slogan of Justice for the South. "Now, gentlemen," he said amid thunderous applause, "to that condition of bondage the Negro is assigned by nature. He has strength, and has the power to labor, but the nature which created the power denied to him either the intellect to govern, or the willingness to work." There was applause here. "Both were denied to him, and that nature which deprived him of the will to labor gave him a master to coerce that will, and to make him a useful servant in the clime in which he was capable of living, useful for himself and for the master who governs him. I maintain that it is not injustice to leave the Negro in the condition in which nature placed him, to give a master to govern him, nor is it depriving him of any of his rights, to compel him to labor in return, and afford to that master just compensation for the labor and talent employed in governing him, and rendering him useful to himself and to the society. Now, the wage laborer, just like the slave, must have a master, to make him work and govern him. And once this relationship of domination and servitude is assumed, it is quite in order for the wage laborer to be compelled to produce, besides his own wages, also the wages of supervision, a compensation for the work of dominating and supervising him, or just compensation for the labor and talent employed in governing him and rendering him useful to himself and to the society. The work of supervision and management, insofar as it arises from the antithetical character, the domination of capital over labor, and is therefore common to all modes of production, which, like the capitalist one, are based on class opposition, is also directly and inseparably fused, under the capitalist system, with the productive functions that all combined social labor assigns to particular individuals as their special work. The wages of an overseer, or régisseur as he was known in feudal France, become completely separated from profit, and even take the form of wages for skilled labor as soon as the business is conducted on a sufficiently large scale for such a manager to be paid, even though our industrial capitalists are still a long way from pursuing public affairs or philosophy. Mr. Urey has already noted how it is not the industrial capitalists, but rather the industrial managers who are the soul of our industrial system. As far as the commercial side of the business goes, all that is necessary has already been said in the previous part. Capitalist production has itself brought it about that the work of supervision is readily available, quite independent of the ownership of capital. It has therefore become superfluous for this work of supervision to be performed by the capitalist. A musical conductor need in no way be the owner of the instruments in his orchestra, nor does it form part of his function as a conductor that he should have any part in paying the wages of the other musicians. Cooperative factories provide the proof that the capitalist has become just as superfluous as a functionary in production as he himself, from his superior vantage point, finds the large landlord. Insofar as the work of the capitalist does not arise from the production process simply as a capitalist process, i.e. does not come to an end with capital itself, insofar as it is not confined to the function of exploiting the labor of others, insofar, therefore, as it arises from the form of labor as social labor, from the combination and cooperation of many to a common result, it is just as independent of capital as is this form itself once it has burst its capitalist shell. To say that this labor, as capitalist labor, is necessarily the function of the capitalist means nothing more than that the vulgus cannot conceive that forms developed in the womb of the capitalist mode of production may be separated and liberated from their antithetical capitalist character. Vis-a-vis the money capitalist, the industrial capitalist is a worker, but his work is that of a capitalist, i.e. an exploiter of the labor of others. The wage that he claims and draws for this work is precisely the quantity of others' labor that is appropriated, and depends directly upon the rate of exploitation of this labor, as long as he makes the effort required for this exploitation. It does not depend on the amount of effort this exploitation costs him, which can be devolved on a manager against moderate payment. After every crisis, one can see many ex-manufacturers in the English factory districts who are now supervising their own former factories as managers for the new owners, often their creditors, in return for a modest wage. The wages of management, both commercial and industrial, appear as completely separate from profit of enterprise, both in the workers' cooperative factories and in capitalist joint stock companies. The separation of managerial wages from profit of enterprise, which in other cases appears accidental, is here a constant factor. In the case of the cooperative factory, the antithetical character of the supervisory work disappears, since the manager is paid by the workers, instead of representing capital in opposition to them. Joint stock companies in general, developed with the credit system, have the tendency to separate this function of managerial work more and more from the possession of capital, whether one's own or borrowed. Just as with the development of bourgeois society, the judicial and administrative functions become separate from landed property, which they were attributes of in the feudal period. But since, on the one hand, the functioning capitalist confronts the mere owner of capital, the money capitalist, And with the development of credit, this money capital itself assumes a social character, being concentrated in banks and loaned out by these, no longer by its direct proprietors, and since, on the other hand, the mere manager, who does not possess capital under any title, neither by loan nor in any other way, takes care of all real functions that fall to the functioning capitalist as such, there remains only the functionary, and the capitalist vanishes from the production process as someone superfluous. From the published accounts of the cooperative factories in England, we can see that after deducting the wages of the manager, which form a part of the variable capital laid out, just like the wages of the other workers, their profit was greater than the average, even though they sometimes paid a much higher interest than private factories did. The reason for this higher profit was in all these cases a greater economy in the use of constant capital. What is important for us in this connection is that here, the average profit, being interest plus profit of enterprise, represents itself palpably and in actual fact as a magnitude completely separate from the wages of management. Since profit here was higher than average, so profit of enterprise was also higher than elsewhere. The same fact is apparent in certain capitalist joint stock undertakings, for example the joint stock banks. The London and Westminster Bank paid an annual dividend of 30% in 1863. The Union Bank of London and others paid 15%. In addition to the manager's salaries, the interest paid on deposits is deducted from the gross profit. The high profit is explained here by the small proportion of the paid-up capital in relation to deposits. For example, in the case of the London and Westminster Bank for 1863, the paid-up capital amounted to £1 million, the deposits to £14.54 million. In that of the Union Bank of London for 1863, the paid-up capital was £600,000 and deposits were £12.38 million. The confusion between profit of enterprise and the wages of supervision or management originally arose from the antithetical form that the surplus of profit over interest assumes in opposition to this interest. It was subsequently developed with the apologetic intention of presenting profit not as surplus value, i.e. as unpaid labor, but rather as the wage that the capitalist himself receives for the work he performs. The socialists then raised the demand that profit should be reduced in practice to what it claimed to be in theory, i.e. simply to the wages of supervision. And this demand came up against the theoretical embellishment still more uncomfortably, the more the wages of superintendents on the one hand found their particular level and market price, just like every other wage, with the formation of a numerous class of industrial and commercial managers, and the more they fell on the other hand, just like the wages for skilled labor in general, with the general development that reduces the cost of production of labor power with special training. With the development of cooperatives on the workers' part and joint stock companies on the part of the bourgeoisie, the last pretext for confusing profit of enterprise with the wages of management was removed, and profit came to appear in practice as what it undeniably was in theory, mere surplus value, value for which no equivalent was paid, realized unpaid labor, so that the functioning capitalist really exploits labor, and the fruits of his exploitation, if he operates with borrowed capital, are divided into interest and profit of enterprise, the surplus of the profit over the interest. On the basis of capitalist production, a new swindle with the wages of management develops in connection with joint stock companies, in that over and above the actual managing director, a number of governing and supervisory boards arise, for which management and supervision are in fact a mere pretext for the robbery of shareholders and their own enrichment. Very nice details of this are to be found in The City, or the Physiology of London Business, with sketches on change and the coffee houses, published in London in 1845. Quote, "What bankers and merchants gain by the direction of 8 or 9 different companies may be seen from the following illustration. The private balance sheet of Mr. Timothy Abraham Curtis, presented to the Court of Bankruptcy when that gentleman failed, exhibited a sample of the income netted from directorship, between £800 and £900 a year. Mr. Curtis having been associated with the courts of the Bank of England and the East India House, it was considered quite a plum for a public company to acquire his services in the boardroom. The remuneration of these company directors is at least 1 guinea for each weekly meeting. Hearings before the bankruptcy court show that the wages of supervision are in inverse proportion, as a rule, to the actual supervision exercised by these nominal directors." Chapter 24. Interest-bearing capital as the superficial form of the capital relation. In interest-bearing capital, the capital relationship reaches its most superficial and fetishized form. Here we have M to M prime, money that produces more money, self-valorizing value, without the process that mediates the two extremes. In commercial capital, M to C to M prime, at least the general form of the capitalist movement is present, even though this takes place only in the circulation sphere, so that the profit appears as merely profit upon alienation. But for all that, it presents itself as the product of a social relation, not the product of a mere thing. The form of commercial capital still exhibits a process, the unity of opposing phases, a movement that breaks down into two opposite procedures, the purchase and sale of commodities. This is obliterated in M to M prime, the form of interest-bearing capital. If £1,000 is lent out by a capitalist, for example, and the interest rate is 5%, the value of £1,000 as capital for 1 year is C plus C times I prime, where C is the capital and I prime the rate of interest. In this case, we have 5% being 5 over 100 being equal to 1 over 20, i.e. 1,000 plus 1,000 times 1 over 20, or £1,050. The value of £1,000 as capital is £1,050. In other words, capital is not a simple quantity. It is a relation of quantities, a ratio between the principal as a given value and itself as a self-valorizing value, as a principle that has produced a surplus value. And as we have seen, capital presents itself in this way as this directly self-valorizing value for all active capitalists, whether they function with their own capital or with borrowed capital. M to M prime. Here we have the original starting point of capital, money in the formula M to C to M prime, reduced to the two extremes, M and M prime, where M prime is equal to M plus delta M, money that creates more money. This is the original and general formula for capital reduced to a meaningless abbreviation. It is capital in its finished form, the unity of the production and circulation processes, and hence capital yielding a definite surplus value in a specific period of time. In the form of interest-bearing capital, capital appears immediately in this form, unmediated by the production and circulation processes. Capital appears as a mysterious and self-creating source of interest, of its own increase. The thing, being money, commodity, or value, is now already capital simply as a thing. The result of the overall reproduction process appears as a property devolving on a thing in itself. It is up to the possessor of money, i.e. of commodities in their ever-exchangeable form, whether he wants to spend his money as money or hire it out as capital. In interest-bearing capital, therefore, this automatic fetish is elaborated into its pure form, self-valorizing value, money breeding money, and in this form it no longer bears any marks of its origin. The social relation is consummated in the relationship of a thing, money, to itself. Instead of the actual transformation of money into capital, we have here only the form of this devoid of content. As in the case of labor power, here the use value of money is that of creating value, a greater value than is contained in itself. Money as such is already potentially self-valorizing value, and it is as such that it is lent, this being the form of sale for this particular commodity. Thus it becomes as completely the property of money to create value, to yield interest, as it is the property of a pear tree to bear pears. And it is as this interest-bearing thing that the money lender sells his money. Nor is that all. The actually functioning capital, as we have seen, presents itself in such a way that it yields interest not as functioning capital, but rather as capital in itself, as money capital. There is still a further distortion. While interest here is simply one part of the profit, i.e. the surplus value, extorted from the worker by the functioning capitalist, it now appears conversely as if interest is the specific fruit of capital, the original thing, while profit, now transformed into the form of profit of enterprise, appears as a mere accessory and trimming added in the reproduction process. The fetish character of capital and the representation of this capital fetish is now complete. In M to M prime, we have the irrational form of capital, the misrepresentation and objectification of the relations of production in its highest power, the interest-bearing form, the simple form of capital in which it is taken as logically anterior to its own reproduction process, the ability of money or a commodity to valorize its own value, independent of reproduction, the capital mystification in its most flagrant form. For vulgar economics, which seeks to present capital as an independent source of wealth, of value creation, this form is of course a godsend, a form in which the source of profit is no longer recognizable, and in which the result of the capitalist production process, separate from the process itself, obtains an autonomous existence. It is only in money capital that capital becomes a commodity, whose self-valorizing quality has a fixed price, as expressed in the prevailing rate of interest. As interest-bearing capital, and moreover in its immediate form of interest-bearing money capital, the other forms of interest-bearing capital which do not concern us here are derived from this form and presuppose it, capital obtains its pure fetish form, M to M prime being the subject, a thing for sale. Firstly, by way of its continuing existence as money, a form in which all capital's determinations are dissolved and its real elements invisible. Money is in fact the very form in which the distinctions between commodities as different use values are obliterated, and hence also the distinctions between industrial capitals, which consist of these commodities and the conditions of their production. It is the form in which value, and here capital, exists as autonomous exchange value. In the reproduction process of capital, the money form is an evanescent moment, a moment of mere transition. On the money market, on the contrary, capital always exists in this form. Secondly, the surplus value it creates, here again in the form of money, appears to accrue to it as such. Like the growth of trees, so the generation of money seems a property of capital in this form of money capital. In interest-bearing capital, the movement of capital is abbreviated. The mediating process is omitted, and a capital of 1,000 is characterized as a thing that in itself is 1,000 and in a certain period is transformed into 1,100. Just as wine in the cellar improves its use value after a given period of time. Capital is now a thing, but the thing is capital. The money's body is now by love possessed. As soon as it is lent, or else applied in the reproduction process, insofar as it yields interest to the functioning capitalist as its owner, separate from profit of enterprise, interest accrues to it no matter whether it is asleep or awake, at home or abroad, by day and by night. In interest-bearing capital, therefore, and all capital is money capital in its value expression, or is now taken as the expression of money capital, the hoarder's most fervent wish is realized. It is this ingrown existence of interest in money capital as a thing, which is how the production of surplus value by capital appears here, that Luther was so concerned with in his naive polemic against usury. After he explains that interest may be demanded if the failure to repay a loan at the specified date causes the lender certain expenses he has to pay, or if he missed the opportunity for a profitable bargain, he gives the example of the purchase of a garden. He continues, quote, "Now that I have loaned you this, 100 guilders, you have caused me to suffer twofold damage, since I cannot pay on the one hand and cannot buy on the other, but must suffer a loss on both counts. And this is called a double damage, both from the loss caused and from the profit missed." On hearing that Hans has suffered a loss with the 100 guilders he lent and demands just compensation for this, they rush in and charge double on each 100 guilders, a double reimbursement, i.e. for the cost of the payment and the inability to buy the garden, just as if the 100 guilders had had these two losses grown onto it naturally, so that wherever they have 100 guilders, they put it out and count two losses of this kind on top of it, even though they have not suffered them. This is why you are a usurer, taking damages from your neighbor's money for a supposed loss, which in fact no one caused you, and which you can neither prove nor reckon. Damages of this kind, the lawyers call not actual damages, but imagined damages, a loss which each conjures up for himself. It is no good to say that the losses might have been incurred, because I was not able to pay or buy. That would be a case of necessary contingencies, making something out of a thing that is not, and making what is uncertain into something completely sure. Surely usury of this kind would devour the whole world in a few years. If the lender meets with an unhappy accident, and he needs to recover from it, then he may demand damages, but in trade it is different, and just the opposite. There, they scheme to profit at the cost of their needy neighbors, seeking to accumulate wealth and get rich, to be lazy and idle and live in luxury on the labor of other people, without care, danger, or loss. To sit by my stove and let my 100 guilders gather wealth for me in the country, and yet keep it in my pocket because it is only a loan, without any danger or risk, my dear friend, who would not like that? End quote from Martin Luther, a sermon to the pastors against usury, published in Wittenberg in 1540. The conception of capital as value that reproduces itself and increases in reproduction by virtue of its innate property as ever persisting and growing value, i.e. by virtue of the scholastic's hidden quality, is behind Dr. Price's amazing fancies, which Pitt took quite seriously, and which he made the basis of his financial policy in his bill setting up the sinking fund. Quote, "Money-bearing compound interest increases at first slowly, but the rate of increase being continually accelerated, it becomes in some time so rapid as to mock all the powers of the imagination. 1 penny put out at our Savior's birth to 5% compound interest would, before this time, have increased to a greater sum than would be contained in 150 millions of earths, all solid gold. But if put out to simple interest, it would, in the same time, have amounted to no more than 7 shillings and 4 pence halfpenny. Our government has hitherto chosen to improve money in the last rather than the first of these ways." End quote from Richard Price. He flies still higher in his Observations on Reversionary Payments, published in London in 1772. Quote, "A shilling put out to 6% compound interest at our Saviour's birth, presumably in the Temple of Jerusalem, would have increased to a greater sum than the whole solar system could hold, supposing it a sphere equal in diameter to the diameter of Saturn's orbit. A state need never therefore be under any difficulties, for with the smallest savings it may, in as little time as its interest can require, pay off the largest debts." What a charming theoretical introduction for the English national debt. Price was simply dazzled by the incredible figures that arise from geometric progression. Since he viewed capital as a self-acting automaton without regard to the conditions of reproduction and labor, as a mere number that increases by itself, just as Malthus saw people in his own geometric progression, he could imagine that he had found the law of its growth in the formula S equals C times 1 plus I to the power of n, where S is the sum of capital plus the compound interest, C is the capital advanced, I is the rate of interest, expressed in aliquot parts of 100, and n is the number of years for which the process continues. Pitt took Dr. Price's mystification quite seriously. In 1786, the House of Commons resolved that £1 million should be raised for public purposes. According to Price, whom Pitt believed, nothing could be better than to tax the people with a view to accumulating the sum raised, and thus spiriting away the national debt by the mystery of compound interest. That resolution of the House of Commons was soon followed by a bill drawn up by Pitt, which provided for the accumulation of £250,000, quote, until, with the expired annuities, the fund should have grown to £4 million annually, end quote from Act 26 under George III. In a speech of 1792, in which Pitt proposed to increase the sum devoted to the sinking fund, he adduced machines, credit, etc. among the reasons for England's commercial supremacy, but as, quote, the most widespread and enduring cause, that of accumulation. This principle, he said, was completely developed in the work of Adam Smith, that genius, and this accumulation, he continued, was accomplished by laying aside at least a portion of the annual profit for the purpose of increasing the principal, which was to be employed in the same manner the following year, and which thus yielded a continual profit. By way of Dr. Price, therefore, Pitt transformed Adam Smith's theory of accumulation into the enrichment of a nation by the accumulation of debts, and thus arrived at the comforting progress towards an infinity of loans to pay loans with. Already with Josiah Child, the father of modern banking, we find that, quote, £100 put out at 10% for 70 years, at compound interest, would produce £102,400. End quote from Treatises on Commerce, published in Amsterdam and Berlin in 1754, written in 1669. How far Dr. Price's conception has unwittingly been taken over by modern economics is shown by the following quotation from The Economist. Quote, "Capital, with compound interest on every portion of capital saved, is so all-engrossing that all the wealth in the world from which income is derived has long ago become the interest of capital. All rent is now the payment of interest on capital previously invested in the land." End quote. All wealth that can ever be produced belongs to capital in its capacity as interest-bearing capital, and everything that it has received up till now is only a first installment for its all-engrossing appetite. By its own inherent laws, all surplus labor that the human race can supply belongs to it. Moloch. Finally, the following hodgepodge by the romantic Mueller. Quote, "Dr. Price's tremendous growth of compound interest, or of the self-accelerating forces of human beings, presupposes an undivided or uninterrupted and uniform arrangement for several centuries, if it is to produce these tremendous effects. As soon as capital is broken up into individual branches, which start to grow independently, the entire accumulation of forces begins again. Nature has distributed over a career of some 20 to 25 years the progression of force that is the average lot of each individual worker. After this period has elapsed, the worker abandons his career and must now transfer the capital obtained through compound interest on labor to a new worker, in most cases dividing it among several workers or children. The latter must first learn to activate and apply the capital that falls to them before they can actually draw compound interest from it. Moreover, a tremendous amount of the capital that bourgeois society obtains, even in the most energetic communities, is accumulated only gradually over long years and not directly applied to the expansion of labor. Rather, once a certain sum has been collected, it is transferred to another individual, a worker, a bank, or the state, in the form of a loan. The recipient of this, then, insofar as it is he who actually puts the capital in motion, draws compound interest from it, and can easily require the lender to content himself with simple interest. Finally, the law of consumption, greed, and waste reacts against that tremendous progression in which the forces of men and their products might increase if the law of production or thrift alone prevailed. End quote from Adam Mueller. It would be impossible to drivel out a more hair-raising absurdity than this in so few lines, not to mention the comic confusion of worker with capitalist, the value of labor power with interest on capital, etc. The receipt of compound interest is simply explained by saying that capital is lent out and then brings in compound interest. Our Mueller's procedure is characteristic of the Romantics in every detail. Its content is formed out of everyday prejudices and skimmed from the most superficial appearance of things. This false and trivial content is then supposedly elevated and rendered poetic by a mystifying mode of expression. The accumulation process of capital may be conceived as an accumulation of compound interest, insofar as the part of profit, that is surplus value, that is transformed back into capital, i.e. which serves to absorb new labor, may be called interest. However, 1. Apart from all the accidental circumstances, a large part of the existing capital is always being more or less devalued in the course of the reproduction process, since the value of commodities is determined not by the labor time originally taken by their production, but rather by the labor time that their reproduction takes, and this steadily decreases as the social productivity of labor develops. At a higher level of development of social productivity, therefore, all existing capital, instead of appearing as the result of a long process of capital accumulation, appears as the result of a relatively short reproduction period. 2. As was shown in Part 3 of this volume, the profit rate decreases in proportion to the growing accumulation of capital and the accompanying rise in the productivity of social labor, this being expressed precisely in the relative decrease of variable capital vis-a-vis constant. In order to produce the same rate of profit, therefore, if the constant capital set in motion by a worker increases tenfold, the surplus labor time would have to increase tenfold as well, and very soon, the total labor time, or even the full 24 hours of the day, would not be sufficient, even if it were entirely appropriated by capital. Price's progression depends upon the idea that the rate of profit does not decline, as does every idea of this all-engrossing capital at compound interest. The identity of surplus value and surplus labor sets a qualitative limit to the accumulation of capital. The total working day, the present development of the productive forces and population, which limits the number of working days that can be simultaneously exploited. But if surplus value is conceived in the irrational form of interest, this limit is only quantitative and beggars all fantasy. Interest-bearing capital, however, displays the conception of the capital fetish in its consummate form, the idea that ascribes to the accumulated product of labor, in the fixed form of money at that, the power of producing surplus value in geometric progression by way of an inherent secret quality as a pure automaton, so that this accumulated product of labor, as the economist believes, has long since discounted the world's wealth for all time, as belonging to it by right and rightfully coming its way. The product of past labor, and past labor itself, is seen as pregnant in and of itself with a portion of present or future living surplus labor. We know, however, that in actual fact, the preservation and thus also the reproduction of the value of products of past labor is only the result of their contact with living labor, and secondly, that the command that the products of past labor exercise over living surplus labor lasts only as long as the capital relation, the specific social relation in which past labor confronts living labor as independent and superior. Chapter 25. Credit and Fictitious Capital. It lies outside the scope of our plan to give a detailed analysis of the credit system and the instruments that this creates, credit, money, etc. Only a few points will be emphasized here, which are necessary to characterize the capitalist mode of production in general. In this connection, we shall simply be dealing with commercial and bank credit. The connection between the development of this and the development of state credit remains outside of our discussion. I have already shown in Volume 1, Chapter 3, how the function of money as means of payment develops out of simple commodity circulation, so that a relationship of creditor and debtor is formed. With the development of trade and the capitalist mode of production, which produces only for circulation, this spontaneous basis for the credit system is expanded, generalized, and elaborated. By and large, money now functions only as means of payment, i.e. commodities are not sold for money, but for a written promise to pay at a certain date. For the sake of brevity, we can refer to all these promises to pay as bills of exchange. Until they expire and are due for payment, these bills themselves circulate as means of payment, and they form the actual commercial money. To the extent that they ultimately cancel each other out, by the balancing of debts and claims, they function absolutely as money, even though there is no final transformation into money proper. As these mutual advances by producers and merchants form the real basis of credit, so their instrument of circulation, the bill of exchange, forms the basis of credit money proper, banknotes, etc. These are not based on monetary circulation, that of metallic or government paper money, but rather on the circulation of bills of exchange. W. Leatham, a banker in Yorkshire, writes in his Letters on the Currency, published in London 1840, quote, "I find, then, the amount for the whole of the year 1839 to be £528,493,842. He assumes that foreign bills of exchange make up about a fifth of the total, and the amount of bills out at one time in the above year to be £132,123,460. The bills of exchange make up, quote, one component part greater in amount than all the rest put together. This enormous superstructure of bills of exchange rests upon the base formed by the amount of banknotes and gold, and when, by events, this base becomes too much narrowed, its solidity and very existence is endangered. If I estimate the whole currency," he means of the banknotes, "and the amount of the liabilities of the bank and country bankers, payable on demand, I find a sum of 153 million, which, by law, can be converted into gold, and the amount of gold to meet this demand only 14 million. The bills of exchange are not placed under any control, except by preventing the abundance of money, excessive and low rates of interest or discount, which create a part of them, and encourage their great and dangerous expansion. It is impossible to decide what part arises out of real bona fide transactions, such as actual bargain and sale, or what part is fictitious and mere accommodation proper, that is, where one bill of exchange is drawn to take up another running, in order to raise a fictitious capital by creating so much currency. In times of abundance and cheap money, this I know reaches an enormous amount." J.W. Bosanquet, in Metallic, Paper and Credit Currency, published in London 1842, quote, "An average amount of payments, to the extent of upwards of £3 million, is settled through the clearing house, where the London bankers exchange due bills and filed checks, every day of business in the year, and the daily amount of money required for the purpose is little more than £200,000. In 1889, the total turnover of the clearinghouse amounted to more than 7,000 millions, which, in roughly 300 business days, averages 25.5 million daily. Bills of exchange act undoubtedly as currency, independent of money, inasmuch as they transfer property from hand to hand by endorsement. It may be assumed that, upon an average, there are 2 endorsements upon every bill in circulation, and each bill performs 2 payments before it becomes due. Upon this assumption, it would appear that by endorsement alone property changed hands, by means of bills of exchange, to the value of twice 528 million, or £1.056 billion, being at the rate of more than £3 million per day in the course of the year 1839. We may safely therefore conclude that deposits and bills of exchange together perform the functions of money by transferring property from hand to hand without the aid of money to an extent daily of not less than £18 million. Tooke has the following to say about credit in general. Quote, "Credit, in its most simple expression, is the confidence which, well or ill-founded, leads a person to entrust another with a certain amount of capital in money or in goods computed at a value in money agreed upon, and in each case payable at the expiration of a fixed term. In the case where capital is lent in money, that is whether in banknotes or in a cash credit or in an order upon a correspondent, an addition for the use of the capital of so much upon every £100 is made to the amount to be repaid. In the case of goods, the value of which is agreed in terms of money, constituting a sale, the sum stipulated to be repaid includes a consideration for the use of the capital and for the risk, till the expiration of the period fixed for payment. Written obligations of payment at fixed dates mostly accompany these credits, and the obligations or promissory notes, after date being transferable, form the means by which the lenders, if they have occasion for the use of their capital in the shape whether of money or goods before the expiration of the term of bills they hold, are mostly enabled to borrow or buy on lower terms, by having their own credit strengthened by the names on the bills in addition to their own. End quote from Inquiry into the Currency Principle. Charles Coughlin, in his On Credit and Banks in Industry, quote, "In every country, the greater part of credit transactions takes place within the orbit of industry. The raw material producer advances his product to the manufacturer who processes it, and receives from him a promise to pay on a certain date. The manufacturer, after completing his share in the work, advances his product in turn to another manufacturer who is to process it further, on similar conditions, and in this way, credit extends ever further from one person to another, right through to the customer. The wholesaler makes advances of commodities to the retailer, while he himself receives these from the manufacturer or an agent. Everyone borrows with one hand and lends with the other, sometimes money, but far more frequently products. There is thus an incessant exchange of advances in industry, which combine and intersect each other in all directions. The development of credit is nothing more than the multiplication and growth of these mutual advances, and this is the true seat of its power. The other aspect of the credit system involves the development of the money trade, which in capitalist production naturally keeps step with the development of trade in commodities. We have seen in the previous part, Chapter 19, how the maintenance of a reserve fund for businessmen, the technical operations of receiving and paying out money, international payments, and hence the bullion trade as well, are concentrated in the hands of money dealers. Alongside this money dealing, the other side of the credit system also develops, the management of interest-bearing capital, or money capital, as the special function of the money dealers. The borrowing and lending of money becomes their special business. They appear as middlemen between the real lender of money capital and its borrower. To put it in general terms, the business of banking consists from this aspect in concentrating money capital for loan in large masses in the bank's hands, so that, instead of the individual lender of money, it is the bankers as representatives of all lenders of money who confront the industrial and commercial capitalists. They become the general managers of money capital. On the other hand, they concentrate the borrowers vis-à-vis all the lenders, insofar as they borrow for the entire world of trade. A bank represents on the one hand the centralization of money capital, of the lenders, and on the other hand the centralization of the borrowers. It makes its profit in general by borrowing at lower rates than those at which it lends. The loan capital which the banks have at their disposal accrues to them in several ways. What is firstly concentrated in their hands, as the cashiers of the industrial capitalists, is the money capital which every producer and merchant keeps as a reserve fund or which flows to him as payment. These funds are thus transformed into money capital for loan. In this way, the reserve fund of the business community is restricted to the necessary minimum by being concentrated as a social fund, and one part of the money capital, which would otherwise be dormant in reserve, is loaned out and functions as interest-bearing capital. Secondly, their loan capital is formed from the deposits made by money capitalists, who hand over to them the job of loaning it out. With the development of the banking system, and particularly once they pay interest on deposits, the money savings and the temporarily unoccupied money of all social classes are also deposited with them. Small sums, which are incapable of functioning as money capital by themselves, are combined into great masses and thus form a monetary power. This collection of small amounts, as a particular function of the banking system, must be distinguished from the bank's function as middlemen between actual money capitalists and borrowers. Finally, revenues that are to be consumed only gradually are also deposited with the banks. Lending is effected, we are dealing here only with commercial credit proper, by discounting bills, transforming them into money before their due date, and by advances of various kinds. Direct advances on personal credit, loans against securities such as interest-bearing paper, government paper, and stocks of all sorts, and notably also advances against bills of lading, dock warrants, and other certified titles to ownership of goods, as well as overdrafts on deposits, etc. Now, the credit that the banker gives can be provided in various forms, for example in bills and checks on other banks, credit facilities of a similar kind, and finally, if the bank is authorized to issue notes, in its own banknotes. A banknote is nothing more than a bill on the banker, payable at any time to its possessor and given by the banker in place of private drafts. This last form of credit seems especially striking and important to the layman, firstly because this kind of credit money emerges from commercial circulation into general circulation and functions here as money, also because in most countries the major banks that issue notes are a peculiar mishmash between national banks and private banks and actually have the government's credit behind them, their notes being more or less legal tender, and because it is evident here that what the banker is dealing in is credit itself, since the banknote merely represents a circulating token of credit. But the banker also deals in credit in every other form, even if he advances money deposited with him in cash. In actual fact, banknotes are simply the small change of wholesale trade, and the deposit is always the main thing as far as the banks are concerned. The Scottish banks provide the best proof of this. Special credit institutions, like special forms of banks, need not be considered in any more detail for our present purpose. Quote, the business of bankers may be divided into two branches. One branch of the banker's business is to collect capital from those who have not immediate employment for it, and to distribute or transfer it to those who have. The other branch is to receive deposits of the incomes of their customers, and to pay out the amount as it is wanted for expenditure by the latter and the objects of their consumption, the former being a circulation of capital, the latter of currency. One relates to the concentration of capital on the one hand and the distribution of it on the other. The other is employed in administering the circulation for local purposes of the district. End quote from Thomas Tooke, Inquiry into the Currency Principle. We shall return to this passage in Chapter 28. Reports of Committees, Volume 8, Commercial Distress, Volume 2, Part 1, Minutes of Evidence, quoted from now on as commercial distress. In the 1840s, 21-day drafts of one bank on another were often accepted in lieu of banknotes when discounting bills of exchange in London, and here we cite the evidence of J.P.'s, a country banker. According to the same report, it was customary for bankers to give their customers bills of this kind in payment quite regularly, whenever money was tight. If the recipients wanted banknotes, they had to have these bills discounted again. For the banks, this amounted to a privilege of coining money. Messrs. Jones, Lloyd & Company had made payments in this way from time immemorial, whenever money was scarce and the interest rate above 5%. The customer was eager to get these bankers' bills, as it was easier for him to get a bill on Jones, Lloyd & Company discounted than his own. They often change hands 20 or 30 times. All these forms are ways of making claims for payment transferable. Quote, there is scarcely any shape into which credit can be cast in which it will not at all times be called to perform the functions of money, and whether that shape be a banknote, or a bill of exchange, or a banker's check, the process is in every essential particular the same, and the result is the same. End quote from Fullarton, on the Regulation of Currencies, published in London, 1845. Banknotes are the small change of credit. The following passages are from J.W. Gill Barr's The History and Principles of Banking, published in London, 1834. Quote, the trading capital of a bank may be divided into two parts, the invested capital and the borrowed banking capital. There are three ways of raising a banking or borrowed capital. First, by receiving deposits. Secondly, by the issuing of notes. Thirdly, by the drawing of bills. If a person will lend me £100 for nothing, and I lend that £100 to another person at 4% interest, then in the course of a year I shall gain £4 by the transaction. Again, if a person will take my promise to pay, I promise to pay is the usual formula for English banknotes, and bring it back to me at the end of the year, and pay me 4% for it, just the same as though I had lent him 100 sovereigns, then I shall gain £4 by that transaction. And again, if a person in a country town brings me £100 on condition that 21 days afterwards I shall pay the same amount to a person in London, then whatever interest I can make of the money during the 21 days will be my profit. This is a fair representation of the operations in banking, and of the way in which a banking capital is created by means of deposits, notes, and bills. The profits of a banker are generally in proportion to the amount of his banking or borrowed capital. To ascertain the real profit of a bank, the interest upon the invested capital should be deducted from the gross profit, and what remains is the banking profit. The advances of bankers to their customers are made with other people's money. Precisely those bankers who do not issue notes create a banking capital by the discounting of bills. They render their discounts subservient to the increase of their deposits. The London bankers will not discount except for those houses who have deposit accounts with them. A party who has had bills discounted and has paid interest on the whole amount must leave some portion of that amount in the hands of the banker without interest. By this means, the banker obtains more than the current rate of interest on the money actually advanced, and raises a banking capital to the amount of the balance left in his hands. Economizing on reserve funds, deposits, and checks, quote, Banks of deposit serve to economize the use of the circulating medium. This is done upon the principle of transfer of titles. Thus it is that banks of deposit are enabled to settle a large amount of transactions with a small amount of money. The money thus liberated is employed by the banker in making advances, by discount or otherwise, to his customers. Hence the principle of transfer gives additional efficiency to the deposit system. It matters not whether the two parties, who have dealings with each other, keep their accounts with the same banker or with different bankers, for the bankers exchange their checks with each other at the clearinghouse. The deposit system might thus, by means of transfers, be carried to such an extent as to wholly supersede the use of a metallic currency. Were every man to keep a deposit account at a bank and make all his payments by checks, money might be superseded, and checks become the sole circulating medium. In this case, however, it must be supposed that the banker has the money in his hands, or the checks would have no value. The centralization of local commerce in the hands of the banks is effected, firstly, by branch banks. The country banks have branch establishments in the smaller towns of their area, the London banks in the different districts of London. Secondly, by agencies. Each country banker employs a London agent to pay his notes or bills and to receive sums that may be lodged by parties residing in London for the use of parties residing in the country. Each banker accepts the notes of others, but does not reissue them. In all larger cities, they come together once or twice a week and exchange their notes. The balance is paid by a draft on London. It is the object of banking to give facilities to trade, and whatever gives facilities to trade gives facilities to speculation. Trade and speculation are in some cases so nearly allied that it is impossible to say at what precise point trade ends and speculation begins. Wherever there are banks, capital is more readily obtained and at a cheaper rate. The cheapness of capital gives facilities to speculation, just in the same way as the cheapness of beef and of beer gives facilities to gluttony and drunkenness. As banks of circulation always issue their own notes, it would seem that their discounting business was carried on exclusively with this last description of capital, but it is not so. It is very possible for a banker to issue his own notes for all the bills he discounts, and yet 9/10 of the bills in his possession shall represent real capital. For although in the first instance the banker's notes are given for the bill, yet these notes may not stay in circulation until the bill becomes due. The bill may have 3 months to run. The notes may return in 3 days. The overdrawing of a cash credit account is a regular matter of business. It is in fact the purpose for which the cash credit has been granted. Cash credits are granted not only upon personal security, but also upon the security of the public funds. Capital advanced by way of loan on the securities of merchandise would produce the same effects as if advanced in the discounting of bills. If a party borrows £100 on the security of his merchandise, it is the same as though he had sold his merchandise for a £100 bill and got it discounted with the banker. By obtaining this advance, he is enabled to hold over this merchandise for a better market and avoids a sacrifice which otherwise he might be induced to make in order to raise the money for urgent purposes. The Currency Theory Reviewed, quote, "It is unquestionably true that the £1,000 which you deposit at A today may be reissued tomorrow and form a deposit at B. The day after that, reissued from B, it may form a deposit at C, and so on to infinitude. And that the same £1,000 in money may thus, by a succession of transfers, multiply itself into a sum of deposits absolutely indefinite. It is possible, therefore, that 9/10 of all the deposits in the United Kingdom may have no existence beyond their record in the books of the bankers, who are respectively accountable for them. Thus in Scotland, for instance, currency, mostly paper money at that, has never exceeded £3 million. The deposits in the banks are estimated at £27 million. Unless a run on the banks be made, the same £1,000 would, if sent back upon its travels, cancel with the same facility a sum equally indefinite. As the same £1,000 with which you cancel your debt to a tradesman today may cancel his debt to the merchant tomorrow, the merchant's debt to the bank the day following, and so on without end, so the same £1,000 may pass from hand to hand and bank to bank and cancel any conceivable sum of deposits. We have seen how Gilbar was already aware in 1834 that, quote, "Whatever gives facilities to trade gives facilities to speculation. Trade and speculation are in some cases so nearly allied that it is impossible to say at what precise point trade ends and speculation begins. The easier it is to obtain advances on unsold commodities, the more these advances are taken up, and the greater is the temptation to manufacture commodities or dump those already manufactured on distant markets, simply to receive advances of money on them. As to how the entire business community in a country can be caught up in swindling of this kind, and where it ends up, we have a striking example in the history of English commerce between 1845 and 47. At the end of 1842, the depression which English industry had been suffering almost uninterruptedly since 1837 began to ease. In the 2 following years, the export demand for English industrial products rose even more. 1845-6 marked the period of greatest prosperity. In 1843, the Opium War had opened up China to English trade. The new market offered a new pretext for an expansion that was already in full swing, particularly in the cotton industry. "How can we ever produce too much? We have 3 million people to clothe," I was told at the time by a Manchester manufacturer. But all the newly erected factory buildings, new steam engines and spinning and weaving machines were not sufficient to absorb Lancashire's streaming surplus value. The same passion which increased production went into the building of railways. The thirst of the manufacturers and merchants for speculation found initial satisfaction from summer of 1844 onwards. Stock was underwritten to the limits of possibility, i.e. as far as there was money to cover the initial payments. As for the rest, a way would be found. When the further payments did fall due, and according to question 1059 of Commercial Distress, the capital invested in railways in 1846-7 amounted to £75 million, recourse to credit was necessary, and the main business of the firm generally had to suffer. The business was already under strain in the majority of cases. The enticingly high profits had led to operations more extensive than the liquid resources available could justify. But the credit was there, easy to obtain and cheap at that. The bank rate was low, 1 3/4 to 2 3/4% in 1844, below 3% until October of 1845, then rising for a short period to 5% in February of 1846, before falling again to 3 1/4% in December of 1846. In its vaults, the bank had a gold reserve of unheard-of dimensions. All domestic share prices stood higher than ever before. Why let the splendid opportunity pass? Why not get into the swing of it? Why not send all that could be manufactured to foreign markets which were crying out for English goods? And why should the manufacturer himself not pocket the double profit from selling his yarn and cloth in the Far East and selling the return cargo in England? This was the origin of the system of mass consignments to India and China against advances, which developed very soon into a system of consignments simply for the sake of the advances, as is described in more detail in the following notes, and which could lead only to a massive flooding of the markets and a crash. The crash was precipitated by the harvest failure of 1846. England and Ireland especially needed an enormous import of provisions, particularly corn and potatoes, but the countries that supplied these could be paid only to an exceedingly small extent in English industrial products. Precious metals had to be given in payment. At least £9 million in gold went abroad. A full $7.5 million of this came from the Bank of England's reserves, substantially impairing its freedom of action on the money market. The other banks, whose reserves were with the Bank of England and in practice identical with its own, now had likewise to restrict their accommodation of money. The rapid and easy flow of payments came to a halt, at first here and there and then generally. The bank rate, which in January of 1847 was still 3 to 3.5%, rose in April, when the first panic broke out, to 7%. In summer there was a small and temporary respite, 6.5% and 6%, but when the new harvest was also bad, panic broke out again and more violently. The bank's official minimum lending rate rose to 7% in October, and in November to 10%, so that the great majority of bills could be discounted only at colossal and usurious rates of interest, if at all. The general stagnation of payments caused the bankruptcy of a few leading firms, and very many medium and small ones. The bank itself was in danger of collapse, as a result of the clever Bank Act of 1844 and the restrictions this imposed. The government suspended the Bank Act on the 25th of October, bowing to a universal demand, and thereby released the bank from the absurd legal fetters imposed on it. It was now able to put its supply of banknotes into circulation without any obstacle, and since the credit of these banknotes was actually guaranteed by the credit of the nation, and thus unimpaired, the monetary tightness was decisively eased. Of course, a great number of firms still collapsed, both small and large, those that were hopelessly ensnared, but the peak of the crisis was over, and the bank rate fell again to 5% in December. During 1848, a new revival of business activity began to develop, breaking the edge of the revolutionary movements on the continent in 1849 and leading in the 1850s to a previously unheard of industrial prosperity, only to be followed by the crash of 1857. 1. A document issued by the House of Lords in 1848 deals with the colossal devaluation of government bonds and other stocks during the crisis of 1847. According to this, the fall in value by the 23rd of October 1847, compared with the level in February the same year, was, on English government bonds, £93.8 million, On dock and canal stock, £1.4 million. On railway stock, £19.6 million. And in total, £114.8 million. 2. As for swindling in the East India trade, where bills were no longer drawn because commodities had been sold, but rather commodities sold in order to draw bills which could be discounted and converted into money, the Manchester Guardian has a report on the 24th of November, 1847. Mr. Alpha in London instructs Mr. Beta to buy from the manufacturer Gamma in Manchester commodities for shipment to Delta in East India. Beta pays Gamma in 6 months' drafts to be made out by Gamma on Beta. Beta secures himself by 6 months' drafts on Alpha. As soon as the goods are shipped, Alpha makes out 6 months' drafts on Delta against the mailed bill of lading. Quote, the shipper and the co-signee were thus both put in possession of funds, months before they actually paid for the goods, and very commonly these bills were renewed at maturity on pretense of affording time for the returns in a long trade. Unfortunately, losses by such a trade, instead of leading to its contraction, led directly to its increase. The poorer men became, the greater need they had to purchase, in order to make up by new advances the capital they had lost on past ventures. Purchases thus became not a question of supply and demand, but the most important part of the finance operations of a firm laboring under difficulties. But this is only one side of the picture. What took place in reference to the export of goods at home was taking place in purchase and shipment of produce abroad. Houses in India, who had credit to pass their bills, were purchasers of sugar, indigo, silk, or cotton, not because the prices advised from London by the last overland mail promised a profit on the prices current in India, but because former drafts upon the London house would soon fall due and must be provided for. What way so simple as to purchase a cargo of sugar, pay for it in bills upon the London house at 10 months' date, transmit the shipping documents by the overland mail, and in less than 2 months, the goods on the high seas, or perhaps not yet past the mouth of the Hooghly, were pawned in Lombard Street, putting the London house in funds 8 months before the drafts against those goods fell due. And all this went on without interruption or difficulty, as long as bill brokers had abundance of money at call to advance on bills of lading and dock warrants, and to discount, without limit, the bills of India houses drawn upon the eminent firms in Mincing Lane. This fraudulent procedure remained in vogue as long as goods had to sail to and from India around the Cape. Now that they passed through the Suez Canal, and in steamships at that, this method of creating fictitious capital has lost its foundation, the long journey time. In fact, now that the telegraph makes the state of the Indian market known to the English businessman the same day, and the state of the English market to the Indian dealer, such a method has become completely impossible. 3. The following passage is taken from the Report on Commercial Distress, 1847-8, already quoted. In the last week of April, 1847, the Bank of England advised the Royal Bank of Liverpool that it would thereafter reduce its discount business with the latter bank by 1/2. The announcement operated with peculiar hardship on this account that the payments into Liverpool had latterly been so much more in bills than in cash, and the merchants who generally brought to the bank a large proportion of cash with which to pay their acceptances had latterly been able to bring only bills which they had received for their cotton and other produce, and that increased very rapidly as the difficulties increased. The acceptances which the bank had to pay for the merchants were acceptances drawn chiefly upon them from abroad, and they have been accustomed to meet those acceptances by whatever payment they received for their produce. The bills that the merchants brought in lieu of cash, which they usually brought, were of various dates and of various descriptions. A considerable number of them were bankers' bills, of 3 months' date, the large bulk being cotton bills. These bills of exchange, when bankers' bills, were accepted by London bankers, and by merchants in every trade that we could mention. The Brazilian, the American, the Canadian, the West Indian. The merchants did not draw upon each other, but the parties in the interior, who had purchased produce from the merchants, remitted to the merchants bills on London bankers, or bills on various parties in London, or bills upon anybody. The announcement of the Bank of England caused a reduction in the maturity terms of bills drawn against sales of foreign products, frequently extending to over 3 months. As described above, the period of prosperity of 1844-7 was linked in England with the first great railway swindle. The report quoted has the following to say as to the effect of this on business in general. In April 1847, quote, almost all mercantile houses had begun to starve their business more or less by taking part of their commercial capital for railways. Loans were made on railway shares at a high rate of interest, say 8%, by private individuals, by bankers, and by fire offices. Loans to so great an extent by commercial houses to railways induced them to lean too much upon banks by the discount of paper, whereby to carry on their commercial operations. Question. Should you say that the railway calls had had a great effect in producing the pressure which there was on the money market in April and October of 1847? Answer. I should say that they had had hardly any effects at all in producing the pressure in April. I should imagine that up to April, and up perhaps to the summer, they had increased the power of the bankers in some respects rather than diminished it, for the expenditure had not nearly been so rapid as the calls. The consequence was that most of the banks had rather a large amount of railway money in their hands in the beginning of the year. This is corroborated in numerous statements made by bankers in CD 1848-57. In the summer, that melted gradually away, and on the 31st of December it was materially less. One cause of the pressure in October was the gradual diminution of the railway money in the bankers' hands. Between the 22nd of April and the 31st of December, the railway balances in our hands were reduced 1/3, and the railway calls have also had this effect throughout the kingdom. They have been gradually draining the deposits of bankers. The same was said by Samuel Gurney, head of the notorious firm of Overend, Gurney & Company. During the year 1846, there had been a considerable demand for capital for the establishment of railways, but it did not increase the value of money. There was a condensation of small sums into large masses, and those large masses were used in our market, so that upon the whole, the effect was to throw more money into the money market of the city than to take it out. A. Hodgson, director of the Liverpool Joint Stock Bank, shows how far the bankers' reserves may consist of bills of exchange. It has been our habit to keep at least 9/10 of all our deposits and all money we have of other persons, in our bill case, in bills that are falling due from day to day. So much so that during the time of the run, the bills falling due were almost equal to the amount of the run upon us day by day. Speculative bills. Question. Who were those bills against sold cotton generally accepted by? R. Gardner, the cotton manufacturer, repeatedly mentioned in this work. Produce brokers. A person buys cotton and places it in the hands of a broker, and draws upon that broker and gets the bills discounted. Question. And they are taken to the banks at Liverpool and discounted? Answer. Yes, and in other parts besides. I believe if it had not been for the accommodation thus granted, and principally by the Liverpool banks, cotton would never have been so high last year as it was by 1.5 pence or 2 pence a pound. Question. You have stated that a vast amount of bills were put in circulation, drawn by speculators upon cotton brokers in Liverpool. Does that system extend to your advance on acceptances upon colonial and foreign produce as well as on cotton? A. Hodgson, a Liverpool banker, it refers to all kinds of colonial produce, but to cotton most especially. Question. Do you, as a banker, discourage as far as you can that description of paper? Answer. We do not. We consider it a very legitimate description of paper, when kept in moderation. This description of paper is frequently renewed. Swindling in the East Indian and Chinese market in 1847. Charles Turner, head of one of the leading East India houses in Liverpool. We are all aware of the events which have taken place as regards the Mauritius trade, and other trades of that kind. The brokers have been in the habit not only of advancing upon goods after their arrival to meet the bills drawn against those goods, which is perfectly legitimate, and upon the bills of lading, but they have advanced upon the produce before it was shipped, and in some cases before it was manufactured. Now, to speak of my own individual instance, I have bought bills in Calcutta to the extent of 6,000 or 7,000 pounds in one particular instance. The proceeds of the bills went down to the Mauritius to help in the growth of sugar. Those bills came to England, and above half of them were protested. For when the shipments of sugar came forward, instead of being held to pay those bills, it had been mortgaged to third parties before it was shipped. In fact, almost before it was boiled. Now manufacturers are insisting upon cash, but it does not amount to much, because if a buyer has any credit in London, he can draw upon the house and get a bill discounted. He goes to London, where discounts now are cheap, he gets the bill discounted, and pays cash to the manufacturer. It takes 12 months at least for the shipper of goods to get his return from India. A man with 10,000 or 15,000 pounds would go into the Indian trade. He would open a credit with a house in London to a considerable extent, giving that house 1%. He, drawing upon the house in London on the understanding that the proceeds of the goods that go out are to be returned to the house in London, but it being perfectly understood by both parties that the man in London is to be kept out of a cash advance, that is to say, in other words, the bills are to be renewed till the proceeds come home. The bills were discounted at Liverpool, Manchester, or in London. Many of them lie in the Scotch banks. There is one house which failed in London the other day, and in examining their affairs, a transaction of this sort was proved to have taken place. There is a house of business at Manchester, and another at Calcutta. They opened a credit account with a house in London to the extent of 200,000 pounds. That is to say, the friends of this house in Manchester, who consigned goods to the East India House from Glasgow and from Manchester, had the power of drawing upon the house in London to the extent of 200,000 pounds. At the same time, there was an understanding that the corresponding house in Calcutta were to draw upon the London house to the extent of £200,000. With the proceeds of those bills sold in Calcutta, they were able to buy other bills and remit them to the house in London to take up the first bills drawn from Glasgow. There would have been £600,000 of bills created upon that transaction. At present, if a house in Calcutta purchase a cargo, for England, and give their own bills upon their correspondent in London in payment, and they send the bills of lading home to this country, those bills of lading immediately become available to them in Lombard Street for advances, and they have 8 months' use of the money before their correspondents are called upon to pay. 4. In 1848, a secret committee of the House of Lords sat to investigate the causes of the crisis of 1847. The evidence taken by this committee was not published until 1857. In the minutes of evidence taken before the secret committee of the House of Lords appointed to inquire into the causes of distress, etc., 1857, quoted as CD 1848-57. In this, Mr. Lister, director of the Union Bank of Liverpool, said, among other things, "In the spring of 1847, there was an undue extension of credit because a man transferred property from business into railways and was still anxious to carry on the same extent of business. He probably first thought that he could sell the railway shares at a profit and replace the money in his business. Perhaps he found that could not be done, and then got credit in his business where formerly he paid in cash. There was an extension of credit from that circumstance." Question. Were those bills, upon which the banks had sustained a loss by holding them, principally bills upon corn or bills upon cotton? Answer. They were bills upon all kinds of produce, corn and cotton and sugar, all foreign produce of all descriptions. There was scarcely anything, perhaps, with the exception of oil, that did not go down. A broker who accepts a bill will not accept it without a good margin as to the value. There are 2 kinds of bills drawn against produce. The first is the original bill, drawn abroad upon the merchant who imports it. The bills which are drawn against produce frequently fall due before the produce arrives. The merchant, therefore, when it arrives, if he has not sufficient capital, has to pledge that produce with the broker till he has the time to sell that produce. Then a new species of bill is immediately drawn by the merchant in Liverpool upon the broker, on the security of that produce. Then it is the business of the banker to ascertain from the broker whether he has the produce and to what extent he has advanced upon it. It is his business to see that the broker has property to protect himself if he makes a loss. We also receive bills from abroad. A man buys a bill abroad on England and sends it to a house in England. We cannot tell whether that bill is drawn prudently or imprudently, whether it is drawn for produce or for wind. Question. You said that almost every kind of foreign produce was sold at a great loss. Do you think that this was in consequence of undue speculation in that produce? Answer. It arose from a very large import, and there not being an equal consumption to take it off. It appears that consumption fell off a great deal. In October, produce was almost unsaleable. How the height of the crash sees a general every man for himself is testified to in the same report by an expert of the highest rank, the worthy and wily Samuel Gurney of Overend, Gurney & Company. When a panic exists, a man does not ask himself what he can get for his banknotes, or whether he shall lose 1 or 2% by selling his exchequer bills, or 3%. If he is under the influence of alarm, he does not care for the profit or loss, but makes himself safe and allows the rest of the world to do as they please. 5. On the mutual satiation of the 2 markets, Mr. Alexander, a merchant in the East India trade, said before the House of Commons Committee on the Bank Act of 1857, quoted as B.A. 1857, "At the present moment, if I lay out 6 shillings in Manchester, I get back 5 shillings in India. If I lay out 6 shillings in India, I get 5 shillings back in London." So that the Indian market was satiated by England and the English market similarly by India. And this was the case in 1857, scarcely 10 years after the bitter experience of 1847. Chapter 26. Accumulation of money capital and its influence on the rate of interest. Quote, "In England, there takes place a steady accumulation of additional wealth, which has a tendency ultimately to assume the form of money. Now, next in urgency perhaps to the desire to acquire money is the wish to part with it again for some species of investment that shall yield either interest or profit. For money itself as money yields neither. Unless, therefore, concurrently with this ceaseless influx of surplus capital, there is a gradual and sufficient extension of the field for its employment, we must be subject to periodical accumulations of money seeking investment, of more or less volume according to the movement of events. For a long series of years, the grand absorbent of the surplus wealth of England was our public debt. As soon as in 1816, the debt reached its maximum and operated no longer as an absorbent, a sum of at least 7 and 20 million per annum was necessarily driven to seek other channels of investment. What was more, various return payments of capital were made. Enterprises which entail a large capital and create an opening from time to time for the excess of unemployed capital are absolutely necessary, at least in our country, so as to take care of the periodical accumulations of the superfluous wealth of society, which is unable to find room in the usual fields of application. End quote from the Currency Theory Reviewed, published in London in 1845. Of 1845, the same author says, quote, "Within a very recent period, prices have sprung upwards from the lowest point of depression. Consols touch par. The bullion in the vaults of the Bank of England has exceeded in amount the treasure held by that establishment since its institution. Shares of every description range at prices, on the average, wholly unprecedented, and interest has declined to rates which are all but nominal. If these be not evidences that another heavy accumulation of unemployed wealth exists at this hour in England, that another period of speculative excitement is at hand." End quote. Quote, "Although the import of bullion is no sure sign of gain upon the foreign trade, yet, in the absence of any explanatory cause, it does at first glance represent a portion of it. Suppose that at a period of steady trade, fair prices, and full but not redundant circulation, a deficient harvest should give occasion for an import of corn, and an export of gold to the value of 5 million. The circulation, meaning, as we shall presently see, idle money capital rather than means of circulation, would of course be reduced by the same amount. An equal quantity of the circulation might still be held by individuals, but the deposits of merchants at their bankers, the balances of bankers with their money broker, and the reserve in their till will all be diminished, and the immediate result of this reduction in the amount of unemployed capital will be a rise in the rate of interest. I will assume from 4% to 6%. Trade being in a sound state, confidence will not be shaken, but credit will be more highly valued. But imagine that all prices fall. The superfluous currency returns to the bankers in increased deposits. The abundance of unemployed capital lowers the rate of interest to a minimum, and this state of things lasts until either a return of higher prices or a more active trade call the dormant currency into service, or until it is absorbed by investments in foreign stocks or foreign goods." End quote from J.G. Hubbard, The Currency and the Country, published in London in 1843. The following extracts are again taken from the Parliamentary Report on Commercial Distress, 1847-8. The harvest failure and famine of 1846-7 made a major import of foodstuffs necessary. Quote, "These circumstances caused the imports of the country to be very largely in excess over our exports, a considerable drain upon the banks, and an increased application to the discount brokers for the discount of bills. They began to scrutinize the bills. The facilities of houses then began to be very seriously curtailed, and the weak houses began to fail. Those houses which relied upon their credit went down. This increased the alarm that had been previously felt, and the bankers and others, finding that they would not rely with the same degree of confidence that they had previously done upon turning their bills and other money securities into banknotes for the purpose of meeting their engagements, still further curtailed their facilities, and in many cases refused them altogether. They locked up their banknotes, in many instances to meet their own engagements. They were afraid of parting with them. The alarm and confusion were increased daily, and unless Lord John Russell had issued the letter to the bank, universal bankruptcy would have been the issue." End quote. Russell's letter suspended the Bank Act. The above-mentioned Charles Turner testified, quote, "Some houses had large means, but not available. The whole of their capital was locked up in estates in the Mauritius, or indigo factories, or sugar factories. Having incurred liabilities to the extent of 500,000 or 600,000 pounds, they had no available assets to pay their bills, and eventually it proved that to pay their bills, they were entirely dependent upon their credit." And Samuel Gurney, as already mentioned, "At present, 1848, there is a limitation of transaction and a great superabundance of money. I do not think it was owing to the want of capital. It was owing to the alarm that existed that the rate of interest got so high." In 1847, England paid at least 9 million pounds abroad in gold for the import of foodstuffs. 7.5 million of this came from the Bank of England, and 1.5 million from other sources. Morris, governor of the Bank of England, quote, "The public stocks in the country and canal and railway shares had already by the 23rd of October 1847 been depreciated in the aggregate to the amount of 114.7 million pounds. Again Morris, when questioned by Lord G. Bentinck, "Are you not aware that all property invested in stocks and produce of every description was depreciated in the same way? that raw cotton, raw silk, and unmanufactured wool were sent to the continent at the same depreciated price, and that sugar, coffee, and tea were sacrificed as forced sales? It was inevitable that the country should make a considerable sacrifice for the purpose of meeting the efflux of bullion which had taken place in consequence of the large importation of food. Question: do not you think it would have been better to trench upon the £8 million lying in the coffers of the bank than to have endeavored to get the gold back again at such a sacrifice? Answer: no, I do not. Now for the commentary on this heroism. Disraeli examines Mr. W. Cotton, a director of the Bank of England and former governor. What was the rate of dividend paid to the bank proprietors in 1844? Answer: it was 7% for the year. What is the dividend for 1847? Answer: 9%. Does the bank pay the income tax for its proprietors in this year? It does. Did it do so in 1844? It did not. Then this Bank Act of 1844 has worked very well for the proprietors? The result is that since the passing of the Act, the dividend to the proprietors has been raised from 7% to 9%, and the income tax that previously to the Act was paid by the proprietors is now paid by the bank? It is so. On the question of hoarding by the banks during the crisis of 1847, Mr. Pease, a country banker, had this to say: as the bank was obliged still to raise its rate of interest, everyone seemed apprehensive. Country bankers increased the amount of bullion in their hands, and increased their reserve of notes, and many of us, who were in the habit of keeping perhaps a few £100s of gold in banknotes, immediately laid up thousands in our desks and drawers, as there was an uncertainty about discounts, and about our bills being current in the market. A general hoarding ensued. A committee member remarked: then, whatever may have been the case during the last 12 years, the result has rather been in favor of the Jew and money dealer than the productive classes generally. Tooke also explains how much the money dealer exploits a period of crisis. In the hardware districts of Warwickshire and Staffordshire, a great many orders for goods were declined to be accepted in 1847, because the rate of interest which the manufacturer had to pay for discounting his bills more than absorbed all his profit. Let us now take another parliamentary report which has already been quoted. Report of Select Committee on Bank Acts, communicated from the Commons to the Lords, 1857, quoted from now on as B.A. 1857. In this, Mr. Norman, a director of the Bank of England and a leading spokesman for the currency principle, is questioned as follows. You stated that you consider that the rate of interest depends not upon the amount of notes, but upon the supply and demand of capital. Will you state what you include in capital besides notes and coin? I believe that the ordinary definition of capital is commodities or services used in production. Do you mean to include all commodities in the word capital when you speak of the rate of interest? All commodities used in production. You include all that in the word capital when you speak of what regulates the rate of interest? Yes. Supposing a cotton manufacturer to want cotton for his factory, the way in which he goes to work to obtain it is probably by getting an advance from his banker, and with the notes so obtained he goes to Liverpool and makes a purchase. What he really wants is the cotton. He does not want the notes or the gold, except as a means of getting the cotton. Or he may want the means of paying his workmen. Then again, he borrows the notes, and he pays the wages of the workmen with the notes. And the workmen again require food and lodging, and the money is the means of paying for those. But interest is paid for the money? It is in the first instance, but take another case. Supposing he buys the cotton on credit, without going to the bank for an advance. Then the difference between the ready money price and the credit price at the time at which he is to pay it is the measure of the interest. Interest would exist if there was no money at all. End quote. This complacent trash is entirely worthy of this pillar of the currency principle. First, the discovery, worthy of a genius, that banknotes or gold are means of buying something, and that people do not borrow them for their own sake. And what is the interest rate supposed to be governed by on this assumption? By the demand and supply of commodities, which is what we have always been told governs the market price of commodities. But quite different rates of interest are compatible with the same market prices. Now the cunning emerges. He is faced with the correct remark, but interest is paid for the money, which of course implies the question, what has the interest that the banker receives without in any way dealing in commodities got to do with these commodities? And do not manufacturers receive the same rate of interest for money they put out in completely different markets, i.e. in markets where there is a quite different relationship between the demand and supply of the commodities needed for production? To this question, our celebrated genius replies that if the manufacturer buys cotton on credit, then the difference between the ready money price and the credit price at the time at which he is to pay for it is the measure of the interest. Quite the opposite. The prevailing rate of interest, the regulation of which it is the task of our genius Norman to explain, is the measure of the difference between the cash price and the price on credit. First of all, the cotton is for sale at its cash price. This is determined by the market price, which is itself governed by the state of demand and supply. Say that the price is £1,000. This concludes the transaction between the manufacturer and the cotton broker, as far as buying and selling is concerned. But now there is a second transaction as well. This is one between lender and borrower. The value of £1,000 is advanced to the manufacturer in cotton, and he has to pay it back in money, say in 3 months' time. The interest on £1,000 for 3 months, as determined by the market rate of interest, then forms the extra charge over and above the cash price. The price of cotton is determined by supply and demand, but the price for the advance of the cotton's value for 3 months, for £1,000, is determined by the rate of interest. And this circumstance, i.e. that the cotton itself is transformed in this way into money capital, proves to Mr. Norman that interest would exist even if money did not. If there was no money at all, there would certainly not be a general rate of interest. The first thing to note is a vulgar conception of capital as commodities used in production. Insofar as these commodities figure as capital, they express their value as capital, as distinct from their value as commodities, in the profit that is made from their productive or commercial use. And the rate of profit necessarily always has something to do with the market price of the commodities bought and the demand and supply for them, even if it is determined by quite different factors. There is no doubt at all that the rate of profit forms a general limit to the rate of interest, but what Mr. Norman is supposed to tell us is just how this limit is determined. And it is determined by the demand and supply for money capital as distinct from other forms of capital. It could now be asked further, how is the demand and supply for money capital determined? There is beyond doubt a tacit connection between the supply of material capital and the supply of money capital, and it is equally clear that the industrial capitalist demand for money is determined by the circumstances of actual production. Instead of enlightening us on this subject, Norman offers us the wisdom that the demand for money capital is not identical with the demand for money as such, and this only because Overstone, he, and other currency prophets always have at the back of their minds a bad conscience about the way they are seeking by way of artificial legislative intervention to make the means of circulation into capital as such, and to raise the rate of interest. Now to Lord Overstone, alias Samuel Jones Lloyd, when he has to explain why he takes 10% for his money because capital is so scarce. The fluctuations in the rate of interest arise from one of two causes: an alteration in the value of capital. Superb! The value of capital, generally speaking, is precisely the rate of interest. A change in the rate of interest, therefore, is derived here from a change in the rate of interest. The value of capital, as we have already shown, never means anything else in theory. Or else, if Lord Overstone understands by value of capital the rate of profit, then this penetrating thinker comes back to the fact that the interest rate is governed by the profit rate. Or an alteration in the amount of money in the country. All great fluctuations of interest, great either in their duration or in the extent of the fluctuation, may be distinctly traced to alterations in the value of capital. Two more striking practical illustrations of that fact cannot be furnished than the rise in the rate of interest in 1847 and during the last 2 years, 1855 to 6. The minor fluctuations in the rate of interest, which arise from an alteration in the quantity of money, are small both in extent and duration. They are frequent, and the more rapid and frequent they are, the more effectual they are for accomplishing their destined purpose, i.e. to enrich bankers like Overstone. Friend Samuel Gurney expresses himself very naively on this before the House of Lords Committee, CD 1848-57. Question: do you think that the great fluctuations in the rate of interest which have taken place in the last year are advantageous or not to bankers or dealers in money? Answer: I think they are advantageous to dealers in money. All fluctuations in trade are advantageous to the knowing man. May not the banker suffer eventually from the high rates of interest by impoverishing his best customers? No, I do not think it has that effect perceptibly. Now that's what I call talking. We shall return to the question of how the rate of interest is influenced by the sum of money available, but it must be noted at this point already that Overstone is guilty here again of a quid pro quo. In 1847, the demand for money capital decreased for various reasons. Before October, there was no worry about monetary tightness, or the quantity of money as he called it above. Dearer corn, rising cotton prices, the unsalability of sugar on account of overproduction, railway speculation and crash, the flooding of foreign markets with cotton goods, the forcible export and import trade with India described above for the purpose of speculation in bills of exchange. All these things, overproduction in industry as well as underproduction in agriculture, i.e. quite different reasons, led to a rise in the demand for money capital, i.e. for credit and money. The increased demand for money capital had its origins in the course of the production process itself, but whatever the cause, it was the demand for money capital that made the rate of interest, the value of money capital, rise. If Overston is trying to say that the value of money capital rose because it rose, this is a tautology. But if by value of capital, what he means here is a rise in the profit rate as a cause of the rise in the rate of interest, this immediately proves to be false. The demand for money capital, and thus the value of capital, can rise even though profit is falling. As soon as the relative supply of money capital falls, its value rises. What Overston is trying to prove is that the crisis of 1847 and the high rate of interest that accompanied it had nothing to do with the quantity of money present, i.e. with the provisions of the 1844 Bank Act which he had inspired, although it actually did have something to do with it, as soon as fear of exhaustion of the bank's reserve, and this was a creation of Overston's, added monetary panic to the 1847-8 crisis. But this is not the point here. There was a lack of money capital brought about by the excessive size of operations in comparison with the means available, and brought to a head by a disturbance in the reproduction process that resulted from the harvest failure, the overinvestment in railways, overproduction particularly in cotton goods, swindling in the Indian and Chinese trade, speculation, excessive imports of sugar, and so on. What people who had bought corn at 120 shillings per quarter lacked, when the price fell to 60 shillings, was the 60 shillings too much which they had paid, and the corresponding credit for this in loans with the corn as security. It was in no way a lack of banknotes that prevented them from converting their corn into money at the former price of 120 shillings. The same with those who had imported too much sugar, which became unsaleable. The same with the gentlemen who had tied up their floating capital in railways and had found replacement by conducting their legitimate business on credit. All this for Overston is expressed in a moral sense of the enhanced value of money. But this enhanced value of money capital corresponded directly to the fallen monetary value of real capital, commodity capital, and productive capital. The value of capital in the one form rose because the value of capital in the other form fell. Overston, however, tries to identify these two values of two different kinds of capital in a single unique value of capital, and moreover, by opposing both of them to a lack of means of circulation, of ready money. The same amount of money capital, however, can be loaned with very different quantities of the circulation medium. Let us take his own example of 1847. The official bank rate was as follows. In January, 3 to 3.5%. In February, 4 to 4.5%. In March, generally 4%. In April, where the panic broke out, 4 to 7.5%. In May, 5 to 5.5%. In June, mostly 5.5%. July, 5%. August, 5 to 5.5%. September, 5%, with minor variations of 5.25%, 5.5%, and 6%. October, 5, 5.5%, 7%. November, 7 to 10%, December, 7 to 5%. In this case, the interest rose because profits declined, and the money values of commodities fell enormously. So if Overston says on this that the rate of interest rose in 1847 because the value of capital rose, he can only mean by the value of capital the value of money capital, and the value of money capital is precisely the rate of interest and nothing else. But later on, he gives the game away and identifies the value of capital with the rate of profit. As far as the high interest rate paid in 1856 is concerned, Overston was in fact unaware that this was in part a symptom that the kind of credit jobbers were coming to the fore who paid interest not out of their profits but out of other people's capital. He contended only a few months before the crisis of 1857 that, quote, business is perfectly sound. He went on to testify. That idea of the profits of trade being destroyed by a rise in the rate of interest is most erroneous. In the first place, a rise in the rate of interest is seldom of any long duration. In the second place, if it is of long duration and of great extent, it is really a rise in the value of capital. And why does the value of capital rise? Because the rate of profit is increased. Here then, we finally learn what the value of capital means. Besides, the rate of profit can remain high for a long period, even though profit of enterprise falls and the interest rate rises, so that interest comes to absorb the greater part of the profits. The rise in the rate of interest has been in consequence of the great increase in the trade of the country and the great rise in the rate of profits, and to complain of the rise in the rate of interest as being destructive of the two things, which have been its own cause, is a sort of logical absurdity which one does not know how to deal with. This is about as logical as if he had said, the increased profit rate has been in consequence of a rise in commodity prices brought about by speculation, and to complain that the rise in prices destroys its own cause, i.e. speculation, is a logical absurdity, etc. Only for a usurer enamored of this high rate of interest is it a logical absurdity that a thing can ultimately destroy its own cause. The greatness of the Romans was the cause of their conquests, and it was their conquests that destroyed their greatness. Wealth is the cause of luxury, and luxury has a destructive effect on wealth. The artful dodger. There is no better sign of the idiocy of the present bourgeois world than the respect that the logic of this millionaire, this dunghill aristocrat, enjoyed throughout England. Moreover, if a high rate of profit and the expansion of business can be the cause of a high interest rate, this in no way means that a high interest rate is the cause of high profits, and the question is precisely whether this high interest persisted, as was actually discovered in the crisis, or even reached its climax after the high rate of profit had gone the way of all flesh. With regard to a great rise in the rate of discount, that is a circumstance entirely arising from the increased value of capital, and the cause of that increased value of capital, I think any person may discover with perfect clearness. I have already alluded to the fact that during the 13 years this act has been in operation, the trade of this country has increased from £45 million to £120 million. Let any person reflect upon all the events which are involved in that short statement. Let him consider the enormous demand upon capital for the purpose of carrying on such a gigantic increase of trade, and let him consider at the same time that the natural source from which that great demand should be supplied, namely the annual savings of this country, has for the last 3 or 4 years been consumed in the unprofitable expenditure of war. I confess that my surprise is that the rate of interest is not much higher than it is. Or in other words, my surprise is that the pressure for capital to carry on these gigantic operations is not far more stringent than you have found it to be. What an amazing jumble of words from our usurer logician. Here he is again with his increased value of capital. He seems to imagine that on the one hand, there was this enormous expansion of the reproduction process, i.e. an accumulation of real capital, and that on the other hand, there was a capital for which an enormous demand developed in order to bring about this gigantic increase of trade. But wasn't this gigantic increase in production itself the increase in capital? And if it created a demand, did it not create at the same time the supply, and at the same time also an increased supply of money capital? If the rate of interest rose to a very high level, this was simply because the demand for money capital grew still more quickly than the supply, which means that as industrial production expanded, it was conducted to a greater extent on the basis of credit. In other words, the real industrial expansion gave rise to an increased demand for accommodation, and this latter demand is evidently what our banker understands by the enormous demand upon capital. But it was certainly not just the expansion of demand for capital that raised the export trade from 45 to 120 million. And what does Overston mean, moreover, when he says that the annual savings of the country consumed by the Crimean War form the natural source from which this great demand should have been supplied? Firstly, how then did England accumulate in 1792 to 1815, which was a war of a quite different order from the little Crimean War? Secondly, if the natural source dried up, from what source did capital flow? As is well known, England did not take out any loans from foreign countries. If there was an artificial source as well as this natural one, it would certainly be the method most favored by a nation to use the natural source in war and the artificial source in business. But if there was only the old money capital, could its effectiveness be doubled by a high rate of interest? Mr. Overston evidently believes that the country's annual savings, which in this case were allegedly consumed, are simply transformed into money capital. But if there was no real accumulation, i.e. a rise in production, and an increase in the means of production, what would be the good of an accumulation of claims on this production in the money form? The rise in the value of capital, which flows from the high rate of profit, is lumped together by Overston with the rise that follows from an increased demand for money capital. This demand may arise from causes completely independent of the rate of profit. He himself adduces as an example that in 1847 it rose as a result of the devaluation of real capital. According to whether it suits him, he relates the value of capital either to real capital or to money capital. A further sign of our banking lord's dishonesty, as well as his restricted banker's point of view, is given in the following passage. Question. You have stated that the rate of discount is of no material moment, you think, to the merchant. Will you be kind enough to state what you consider the ordinary rate of profit? Lord Overston declares it impossible to give an answer. Supposing the average rate of profit to be, say, from 7 to 10%, a variation of from 2 to 7 or 8% in the rate of discount must materially affect the rate of profit, must it not? This question itself confuses the rate of profit of enterprise with the rate of profit, and overlooks the fact that the profit rate is the common source both of interest and profit of enterprise. The interest rate can leave the rate of profit unaffected, but not profit of enterprise. Overston's response? In the first place, parties will not pay a rate of discount which seriously interrupts their profits. They will discontinue their business rather than do that. Certainly if they could do so without being ruined. As long as their profits are high, they pay the discount rate because they wish to, and when it is low, they pay it because they have to. What is the meaning of discount? Why does a person discount a bill? Because he wants to obtain the command of a greater quantity of capital. Hold it. Because he wants to anticipate the return in money of his tied-up capital and prevent his business coming to a standstill. Because he has to meet payments that are due. He requires more capital only if the business is going well, or if he is speculating with someone else's capital even when business is bad. Discounting is in no way simply a means for expanding his business. And why does he want to obtain the command of a greater quantity of capital? Because he wants to employ that capital. And why does he want to employ that capital? Because it is profitable to him to do so. It would not be profitable to him to do so if the discount destroyed his profit. Our self-satisfied logician assumes that bills are discounted only in order to expand a business, and that the business is expanded because it is profitable. The first assumption is false. The ordinary businessman discounts his bills to anticipate the money form of his capital, and in this way keep the reproduction process going. Not to expand his business or spend additional capital, but rather to balance the credit he gives with the credit he takes. If he does want to expand his business on credit, it is little use to him to get bills of exchange discounted, as this simply converts money capital that he already has from one form to the other. He would rather take out a fixed loan for a longer period. The credit swindler, however, gets his accommodation bills discounted to expand his business and to cover one squalid deal with another, not to make profit, but to get his hands on other people's capital. After Lord Overston has identified discounting in this way with borrowing extra capital, instead of with converting bills of exchange that represent capital into cash, he immediately retracts as soon as the screws are applied. Question. Merchants being engaged in business, must they not for a certain period carry on their operations in spite of any temporary increase in the rate of discount? Overston's reply, there is no doubt that in any particular transaction, if a person can get his command of capital at a low rate of interest, rather than at a high rate of interest, taken in that limited view of the matter, that is convenient to him. But it is not at all a limited view of the matter when Lord Overston suddenly comes to understand by capital simply his banking capital, and to see the man who discounts a bill of exchange with him as a man without capital, since his capital exists in the commodity form, or the money form of his capital is a bill which Lord Overston converts into another money form. With reference to the Act of 1844, can you state what has been about the average rate of interest in proportion to the amount of bullion in the bank? Would it be a fact that when the amount of bullion has been about £9 million or £10 million, the rate of interest has been 6 or 7%, and that when it has been £16 million, the rate of interest has been, say, from 3 to 4%? The questioner is trying to compel him to explain the rate of interest, as influenced by the amount of bullion in the bank, on the basis of the rate of interest influenced by the value of capital. I do not apprehend that it is so. But if it is, then I think we must take still more stringent measures than those adopted by the Act of 1844. Because, if it be true that the greater the store of bullion, the lower the rate of interest, we ought to set to work, according to that view of the matter, to increase the store of bullion to an indefinite amount, and then we should get the interest down to nothing. The questioner, Cayley, undisturbed by this bad joke, continues. If that be so, Supposing that £5 million of bullion was to be restored to the bank, in the course of the next 6 months, the bullion then would amount, say, to £16 million, and supposing that the rate of interest would thus fall to 3 or 4%, how could it be stated that the fall in the rate of interest arose from a great decrease of the trade of the country? Answer: I said that the recent rise in the rate of interest, not that the fall in the rate of interest, was closely connected with the great increase in the trade of the country. But what Cayley said was this: if a rise in the rate of interest, together with a contraction in the gold reserve, is a sign of an expansion of business, then a fall in the rate of interest, together with an expansion of the gold reserve, must be a sign of contraction of business. Overston had no answer to this. Question: I observed you, in the original text always your lordship, to say that money was the instrument for obtaining capital. This is precisely the confusion, to see it as an instrument. It is a form of capital. Under a drain of bullion of the Bank of England, is not the great strain, on the contrary, for capitalists to obtain money? Overston: no, it is not the capitalists. It is those who are not capitalists who want to obtain money. And why do they want to obtain money? Because through the money, they obtain the command of the capital of the capitalist to carry on the business of the persons who are not capitalists. He now explains in so many words that manufacturers and merchants are not capitalists, and that the capitalist's only capital is simply his money capital. Are not the parties who draw bills of exchange capitalists? The parties who draw bills of exchange may be and may not be capitalists. Now he is stuck. The question is then asked whether the merchant's bills of exchange do not represent commodities that they have sold or shipped. He denies that these bills represent the value of commodities in the same way as banknotes represent gold. This is a little insolent. Is it not the merchant's object to get money? No, getting money is not the object in drawing the bill. Getting money is the object in discounting the bill. Drawing bills of exchange is transforming commodities into a form of credit money, just as discounting bills is transforming this credit money into a different money, i.e. banknotes. Overston at least concedes that the purpose of discounting is to receive money. Previously, he had claimed that discounting was not to transform capital from one form into the other, but simply to obtain additional capital. What is the great desire of the mercantile community under pressure of the panic, such as you state to have occurred in 1825, 1837, and 1839? Is their object to get possession of capital or the legal tender? Their object is to get the command of capital to support their business. Their object is to obtain means of payment for bills on themselves that fall due, on account of the shortage of credit that has set in, and not to have to unload their commodities below their proper price. If they do not have any capital at all themselves, of course they obtain capital with these means of payment, since they obtain value without an equivalent. The demand for money as such always consists simply in the desire to convert value from the form of commodities or creditors' claims into the form of money. Hence, even aside from crises, the great distinction between borrowing capital and discounting, the latter being simply the transformation of monetary claims from one form into another or into actual money itself. Note from Friedrich Engels. As editor, I permit myself an interpolation here. For both Norman and Overston, the banker is always someone who advances capital, and his client the person who demands capital from him. Thus, Overston says that someone has a bill of exchange discounted with him because he wants to obtain capital, and that it is convenient for this person if he can get his command over capital at a low rate of interest. Quote, money is the instrument for obtaining capital, end quote, and in time of panic, the great desire of the entire business community is to get the command of capital. For all Overston's confusion as to what capital is, it emerges clearly enough that what he describes as capital is what the banker gives his client, a capital that the client did not possess previously and which is advanced to him, being in addition to what the client previously disposed of. The banker has grown so accustomed to figuring as distributor of the available social capital in the money form, distributing it in loans, that any function in which he hands out money appears to him as a loan. All money that he pays out appears to him as an advance. If the money is directly given out as a loan, this is literally correct. If it is used to discount bills of exchange, it is in fact an advance for him until the bills fall due. Thus, the idea is reinforced in his mind that he can make no payments that are not advances, And moreover, advances not just in the sense that any investment of money with the object of making interest or profit is considered in economics as an advance which the owner of the money makes in his capacity as a private person to himself in his capacity as entrepreneur, but rather advances in the specific sense that the banker transfers a sum to his client as a loan, which increases by that much the capital at the latter's disposal. It is this idea, transferred from the banker's office to political economy, that has led to the confusing controversy as to whether what the banker makes available to his clients in cash is capital or mere money, means of circulation, currency. In order to decide this basically simple question, we have to put ourselves in the position of the bank's client. The question is what he requires and obtains. If the bank grants the client a loan simply on his personal credit, without any security on his part, the matter is clear. He receives, without condition, an advance of a certain value in addition to the capital that he previously applied. He receives it in the money form, not just money, but money capital. But if the advance is made against securities, etc., which have to be deposited with the bank, it is an advance in the sense that money is paid to him under condition of its repayment, but it is not an advance of capital, for these securities also represent capital, and moreover, a higher amount than the advance. The recipient thus receives less capital value than he deposits, and this is in no way an acquisition of extra capital for him. He does not undertake the transaction because he needs capital, but rather because he needs money. Thus there is an advance of money here, but not an advance of capital. If the advance is made by discounting bills of exchange, the form of an advance also disappears. There is just a simple sale and purchase. The bill becomes by endorsement the property of the bank, the money becoming the property of the client. There is no question now of repayment. If the client uses a bill of exchange or a similar instrument of credit to buy cash, this is no more an advance than if he had bought the cash with some commodity or other, cotton, iron, or corn. And still less can there be any question here of an advance of capital. Every purchase and sale between one dealer and another is a transfer of capital, but there is only an advance when the transfer of capital is not reciprocal, but is rather one-sided and for a certain period of time. Thus, there can only be a capital advance with the discount of a bill if the bill is an accommodation bill, not representing any commodity sold, and this no banker will accept if he recognizes it for what it is. In the regular discount business, therefore, the bank's client does not receive any advance, either in capital or in money, but he receives money for the commodity that he has sold. The cases where the client seeks and obtains capital from the bank are thus quite clearly distinct from those where he simply obtains an advance of money, or buys something from the bank. And as Lloyd Overston in particular is accustomed only in the rarest of cases to advance his funds without collateral, he was my firm's banker in Manchester, it is equally clear that his pretty description of the masses of capital that the generous bankers advance to manufacturers in need is sheer invention. In Chapter 32, Marx says essentially the same thing. Quote, "The demand for means of payment is simply a demand for convertibility into money, insofar as the merchants and producers are able to offer good security. It is a demand for money capital insofar as this is not the case, i.e. insofar as an advance of means of payment gives them not only the money form, but also the equivalent that they lack for payments, in whatever form this might be." End quote. And in Chapter 33, quote, "When the credit system is developed so that money is concentrated in the hands of the banks, it is they who advance it, at least nominally. This advance is only related to the money in circulation. It is an advance of circulation, not an advance of the capitals it circulates." End quote. Mr. Chapman, too, who ought to know, confirms the above interpretation of the discount business in B.A. 1857. Quote, "The banker has the bill. The banker has bought the bill." End quote. We shall come back to this theme again in Chapter 28. End of the note interpolated by Friedrich Engels. Question. Will you be good enough to describe what you actually mean by the term capital? Overston's answer. Capital consists of various commodities, by means of which trade is carried on. There is fixed capital, and there is circulating capital. Your ships, your docks, your wharves are fixed capital. Your provisions, your clothes, etc. are circulating capital. Question. Is the country oppressed under a drain of bullion? Answer. Not in the rational sense of the word. Then comes the old Ricardian theory of money. In the natural state of things, the money of the world is distributed amongst the various countries of the world in certain proportions, those proportions being such that under that distribution of money, the intercourse between any one country and all the other countries of the world jointly will be an intercourse of barter, but disturbing circumstances will arise to affect that distribution, and when those arise, a certain portion of the money of any given country passes to other countries. Questioner: Your lordship now uses the term money. I understood you before to say that it was a loss of capital. Response: That what was a loss of capital? Questioner: The export of bullion? Response: No, I did not say so. If you treat bullion as capital, no doubt it is a loss of capital. It is parting with a certain proportion of those precious metals which constitute the money of the world. Questioner: I understood your lordship to say that an alteration in the rate of discount was a mere sign of an alteration in the value of capital. Response: I did. Questioner: And that the rate of discount generally alters with the state of the store of bullion in the Bank of England? Yes, but I have already stated that the fluctuations in the rate of interest, which arise from an alteration in the quantity of money, what he therefore means here is the quantity of actually existing gold, in a country are very small. Then does your lordship mean that there is less capital than there was, when there is a more continuous yet temporary increase in the rate of discount than usual? Less in one sense of the word. The proportion between capital and the demand for it is altered. It may be by an increased demand, not by a diminution of the quantity of capital. But it was this very capital that was just now money or gold, and a little earlier, on the rise in the rate of interest, was explained by a high rate of profit that arose from the expansion of business or capital, not from its contraction. What is the capital which you particularly allude to? That depends entirely upon what the capital is which each person wants. It is the capital which the country has at its command for conducting its business, and when that business is doubled, there must be a great increase in the demand for the capital with which it is to be carried on. This artful banker first doubles the business activity and then the demand for capital with which this is to be doubled. All he ever sees is his client, who asks Mr. Lloyd for a bigger capital to double his business with. Capital is like any other commodity, but according to Mr. Lloyd, capital is nothing but the totality of commodities. It will vary in its price. Hence, commodities change their price twice, once as commodities and the other time as capital, according to the supply and demand. The changes in the rate of discount are generally connected with the changes in the amount of gold which there is in the coffers of the bank. Is it that capital to which your lordship refers? No. Can your lordship point to any instance in which there has been a large store of capital in the Bank of England connected with a high rate of discount? The Bank of England is not a place for the deposit of capital. It is a place for the deposit of money. Your lordship has stated that the rate of interest depends upon the amount of capital. Will you be kind enough to state what capital you mean, and whether you can point to any instance in which there has been a large store of bullion in the bank and at the same time a high rate of interest? It is very probable that the accumulation of bullion in the bank may be coincident with the low rate of interest, because a period in which there is a diminished demand for capital, namely money capital, the period to which reference is made here, 1844 and 45, was a period of prosperity, is a period during which, of course, the means or instrument through which you command capital may accumulate. Then do you think that there is no connection between the rate of discount and the amount of bullion in the coffers of the bank? There may be a connection, but it is not a connection of principle. His Bank Act of 1844, however, made it a principle of the Bank of England to regulate the interest rate by the quantity of bullion in its possession. There may be a coincidence of time. Do I rightly understand you to say that the difficulty of merchants in this country, under a state of pressure, in consequence of a high rate of discount, is in getting capital and not in getting money? You are putting two things together which I do not join in that form. Their difficulty is in getting capital, and their difficulty also is in getting money. The difficulty of getting money and the difficulty of getting capital is the same difficulty, taking in two successive stages of its progress. Now the fish is caught again. The first difficulty is to discount a bill or obtain in advance by depositing commodities as security. It is the difficulty of transforming capital, or a commercial token of value for capital, into money. And this difficulty is expressed, among other things, in a high rate of interest. But once the money is received, where then is the second difficulty? If it is only a question of paying, does anyone ever have difficulty in getting rid of his money? And if it is a question of buying, when has anyone ever found difficulty in buying in times of a crisis? And even assuming that this refers to a particular case with an increase in the price of corn, cotton, etc., the difficulty could still not present itself in the value of the money capital, i.e. the rate of interest, but would rather do so in the price of the commodity. And this difficulty is already solved in that our man now has the money that he needs to buy it with. But a higher rate of discount is an increased difficulty of getting money? It is an increased difficulty of getting money, and it is not because you want to have the money. It is only the form, and this form brings profit into the banker's pocket, in which the increased difficulty of getting capital presents itself according to the complicated relations of a civilized state. The banker is the go-between who receives deposits on the one side and on the other applies those deposits, entrusting them in the form of capital to the hands of the persons who... Here, we finally have what he means by capital. He transforms money into capital by entrusting it, as he puts it rather euphemistically, i.e. lending it out at interest. After Lord Overston had previously said that a change in the discount rate was not essentially connected with a change in the amount of the bank's gold reserve or the amount of money present, but was at most connected by coincidence in time, he repeats, "When the money in the country is diminished by a drain, its value increases, and the Bank of England must conform to that alteration in the value of money, i.e. in the value of money as capital, or in other words, in the rate of interest, for the value of money as money compared with commodities remains the same, which is meant by the technical term of raising the rate of interest." Quote number 3819, "I never confound those two," meaning money and capital, for the simple reason that he never distinguished between them. Quote number 3834, "The very large sum which had to be paid for corn in 1847, which was in point of fact capital for the supply of necessary provisions of the country." Quote number 3841, "The variations in the rate of discount have no doubt a very close relation to the state of the reserve of the Bank of England, because the state of the reserve is the indicator of the increase or the decrease of the quantity of money in the country, and in proportion as the money in the country increases or decreases, the value of that money will increase or decrease, and the bank rate of discount will conform to that change." Here, therefore, he concedes what he denied categorically in number 3755. Quote number 3842, "There is an intimate connection between them, namely, a connection between the amount of gold in the issue department and the reserve of notes in the banking department. Here, he explains the changes in the rate of interest in terms of the changes in the quantity of money. What he says about this is false. The reserve can decline because the money in circulation in the country increases. This is the case if the public accept more notes and there is no decline in the metal reserve. But then the interest rate rises because the banking capital of the Bank of England is limited by this Act of 1844. Overston, however, cannot speak of this, since according to this Act, the two departments of the bank have nothing to do with one another." Number 3859. "A high rate of profit will always create a great demand for capital. A great demand for capital will raise the value of it." Here at last we have the connection between the high profit rate and the demand for capital, as Overston conceives it. Now, in 1844-5, for example, there was a high rate of profit in the cotton industry, since raw cotton was cheap and remained so despite a strong demand for cotton goods. The value of capital, and from an earlier passage, Overston means by capital that which every person needs in his business, i.e. in this case, the value of the raw cotton was not increased for the manufacturers. Now, the high rate of profit may have caused many cotton manufacturers to expand their businesses. In this way, their demand for money capital would rise, but not for anything else. Number 3889. "Bullion may or may not be money, just as paper may or may not be a banknote." Number 3896. Question. "Do I correctly understand, your lordship, that you give up the argument which you used in 1840, that the fluctuations in the notes out of the Bank of England ought to conform to the fluctuations in the amount of bullion?" I give it up insofar as this, that now with the means of information which we possess, the notes out of the Bank of England must have added to them the notes which are in the banking reserve of the Bank of England. This is superlative. The arbitrary stipulation that the bank prints as many paper notes as it has gold in its reserve, plus 14 million pounds more, naturally means that its note issue fluctuates with the fluctuations in the gold reserve. But since the present means of information which we possess show clearly that the mass of notes that the bank may manufacture, and which issue department transfers to the banking department, that this circulation between the two departments of the Bank of England, which fluctuates with the fluctuations in its money reserve, does not determine the fluctuations in the circulation of banknotes outside the walls of the Bank of England. It follows the latter. The real circulation now becomes completely immaterial for the bank's management, and the circulation between the two departments of the bank, whose difference from the real circulation is shown by the reserve, becomes the sole decisive factor. For the world outside, this is important only insofar as the reserve indicates how close the bank is to the legal maximum of its note issue, and how much its clients can still obtain from the banking department. The following is a brilliant example of Overston's bad faith. Number 4243. Does the quantity of capital, do you think, oscillate from month to month to such a degree as to alter its value in the way exhibited of late years in the oscillations in the rate of discount? The relation between the demand and the supply of capital may undoubtedly fluctuate, even within short periods. If France tomorrow put out a notice that she wishes to borrow a very large loan, there is no doubt that it would immediately cause a great alteration in the value of money, that is to say, in the value of capital in this country. Number 4245. If France announces that she wants suddenly for any purpose 30 millions worth of commodities, there will be a great demand for capital, to use the more scientific and the simpler term. Number 4246. The capital, which France would wish to buy with her loan, is one thing, and the money with which she buys it is another. Is it the money which alters in value or not? We seem to be reviving the old question, which I think is more fit for the chamber of a student than for this committee room. And with this he retires, though not into the chamber of a student. Chapter 27. The Role of Credit in Capitalist Production. The general observations that we have so far made on the credit system are as follows. Observation number 1, its necessary formation to bring about the equalization of the profit rate, or the movement of this equalization, on which the whole of capitalist production depends. Observation number 2, the reduction of circulation costs. 1. A major cost of circulation is money itself, insofar as it is itself value, and this is economized on in 3 ways by credit. The first way, in that money is completely dispensed with in a large portion of transactions. The second way, in that the circulation of the circulating medium is accelerated. This partly coincides with what is said under heading 2 below. On the one hand, the acceleration is technical, i.e. with the volume and number of real turnovers of commodities for consumption remaining the same, a smaller quantity of money, or money tokens, performs the same service. This is connected with the technique of banking. On the other hand, credit accelerates the velocity of the metamorphosis of commodities, and with this, the velocity of monetary circulation. And the third way, the replacement of gold money by paper. 2. Acceleration, through credit, of the individual phases of circulation, or commodity metamorphosis, then an acceleration of the metamorphosis of capital, and hence an acceleration of the reproduction process in general. On the other hand, credit also enables the acts of buying and selling to take a longer time, and hence serve as a basis for speculation. Contraction of the reserve fund, which can be viewed in 2 ways. On the one hand, as a reduction in the circulating medium, on the other hand, as a restriction of the part of the capital that must always be in existence in the money form. Observation number 3. Formation of joint stock companies. This involves 1. Tremendous expansion in the scale of production, and enterprises which would be impossible for individual capitals. At the same time, enterprises that were previously government ones become social or joint stock. 2. Capital, which is inherently based on a social mode of production and presupposes a social concentration of means of production and labor power, now receives the form of social capital, capital of directly associated individuals, in contrast to private capital, and its enterprises appear as social enterprises as opposed to private ones. This is the abolition of capital as private property within the confines of the capitalist mode of production itself. 3. Transformation of the actual functioning capitalist into a mere manager in charge of other people's capital, and of the capital owner into a mere owner, a mere money capitalist. Even if the dividends that they draw include both interest and profit of enterprise, i.e. the total profit, For the manager's salary is or should be simply the wage for a certain kind of skilled labor, its price being regulated in the labor market like that of any other labor. This total profit is still drawn only in the form of interest, i.e. as a mere reward for capital ownership, which is now as completely separated from its function in the actual production process as this function, in the person of the manager, is from capital ownership. Profit thus appears, and no longer just the part of it, interest, that obtains its justification from the profit of the borrower, as simply the appropriation of other people's surplus labor, arising from the transformation of means of production into capital, i.e. from their estrangement vis-à-vis the actual producer, from their opposition as the property of another vis-à-vis all individuals really active in production, from the manager down to the lowest day laborer. In joint stock companies, the function is separated from capital ownership, so labor is also completely separated from ownership of the means of production and of surplus labor. This result of capitalist production, in its highest development, is a necessary point of transition towards the transformation of capital back into the property of the producers, though no longer as the private property of individual producers, but rather as their property as associated producers, as directly social property. It is furthermore a point of transition towards the transformation of all functions formerly bound up with capital ownership in the reproduction process into simple functions of the associated producers, into social functions. Before we go on, the following economically important fact must be noted. Since profit here simply assumes the form of interest, enterprises that merely yield an interest are possible, and this is one of the reasons that hold up the fall in the general rate of profit. Since these enterprises, where the constant capital stands in such a tremendous ratio to the variable, do not necessarily go into the equalization of the general rate of profit. Note from Friedrich Engels. Since Marx wrote the above passage, new forms of industrial organization have been developed, as is well known, representing the second and third degree of joint stock company. The speed with which production can nowadays be increased in all fields of large-scale industry, which is greater every day, is confronted by the ever-increasing slowness in expanding the market for this increased volume of products. What production produces in months, the market can absorb only in years. On top of this, there are the protectionist policies by which each industrial country puts up a barrier against others, particularly against England, and artificially boosts domestic productive capacity still further. The results are general and chronic overproduction, depressed prices, falling profits, even their complete cessation. In brief, the ancient and celebrated freedom of competition is at the end of its road, and must itself confess its evident and scandalous bankruptcy. A further reason is that in each country the big industrialists in a particular branch of industry come together to form a cartel to regulate production. A committee fixes the quantity each establishment is to produce, and has the last word in dividing up the incoming orders. In a few cases, it came to the formation of temporary international cartels, for instance between the English and the German iron producers. But even this form of socialization of production did not suffice. The conflict of interest between the individual businesses broke through too often, and restored competition. The next stage, therefore, in certain branches where the scale of production permitted, was to concentrate the entire production of the branch of industry in question into one big joint stock company with a unified management. In America, this has already been achieved in several cases, while in Europe, the biggest example up till now is the United Alkali Trust, which has brought the entire British production of alkali into the hands of a single firm. The former owners of more than 30 individual plants received the assessed value of their entire establishments in shares to a total of some £5 million, which represents the fixed capital of the trust. The technical management remains in the same hands as before, but financial control is concentrated in the hands of the general management. The floating capital, amounting to some £1 million, was offered to public subscription. The total capital is thus £6 million. In this branch, therefore, which forms the basis of the entire chemical industry, competition has been replaced in England by monopoly, thus preparing in the most pleasing fashion its future expropriation by society as a whole, by the nation. End of the note by Friedrich Engels. This is the abolition of the capitalist mode of production within the capitalist mode of production itself, and hence a self-abolishing contradiction, which presents itself at first glance as a mere point of transition to a new form of production. It presents itself as such a contradiction even in appearance, It gives rise to monopoly in certain spheres and hence provokes state intervention. It reproduces a new financial aristocracy, a new kind of parasite in the guise of company promoters, speculators, and merely nominal directors. An entire system of swindling and cheating with respect to the promotion of companies, issue of shares and share dealings. It is private production unchecked by private ownership. Observation number 4. Apart from the joint stock system, which is an abolition of capitalist private industry on the basis of the capitalist system itself, and which destroys private industry to the same degree that it spreads and takes over new spheres of production, credit offers the individual capitalist, or the person who can pass as a capitalist, an absolute command over the capital and property of others, within certain limits, and through this, the command over other people's labor. It is disposal over social capital, rather than his own, that gives him command over social labor. The actual capital that someone possesses, or is taken to possess by public opinion, now becomes simply the basis for a superstructure of credit. This is especially the case in the wholesale trade, and the greater part of the social product passes through this. All standards of measurement, all explanatory reasons that were still more or less justified within the capitalist mode of production, now vanish. What the speculating trader risks is social property, not his own. Equally absurd now is the saying that the origin of capital is saving, since what this speculator demands is precisely that others should save for him. Further note from Friedrich Engels. As recently, the whole of France saved up 1,500 million francs for the Panama swindlers. The whole Panama swindle is exactly described here, a full 20 years before it took place. End note from Friedrich Engels. The other saying about abstention is diametrically refuted by his luxury, which also becomes a means of credit. Conceptions that still had a certain meaning at a less developed state of capitalist production now become completely meaningless. Success and failure lead in both cases to the centralization of capitals, and hence to expropriation on the most enormous scale. Expropriation now extends from the immediate producers to the small and medium capitalists themselves. Expropriation is the starting point of the capitalist mode of production, whose goal is to carry it through to completion, and even in the last instance, to expropriate all individuals from the means of production, which, with the development of social production, cease to be means and products of private production, and can only remain means of production in the hands of the associated producers, as their social property, just as they are their social product. But within the capitalist system itself, this expropriation takes the antithetical form of the appropriation of social property by a few, and credit gives these few ever more the character of simple adventurers. Since ownership now exists in the form of shares, its movement and transfer becomes simply the result of stock exchange dealings, where little fishes are gobbled up by the sharks, and sheep by the stock exchange wolves. In the joint stock system, there is already a conflict with the old form, in which the means of social production appear as individual property, but the transformation into the form of shares still remains trapped within the capitalist barriers. Instead of overcoming the opposition between the character of wealth as something social and private wealth, this transformation only develops this opposition in a new form. The cooperative factories run by workers themselves are within the old form the first examples of the emergence of a new form, even though they naturally reproduce, in all cases, in their present organization, all the defects of the existing system, and must reproduce them. But the opposition between capital and labor is abolished here, even if at first only in the form that the workers in association become their own capitalist, i.e. they use the means of production to valorize their own labor. These factories show how, at a certain stage of development of the material forces of production and of the social forms of production corresponding to them, a new mode of production develops and is formed naturally out of the old. Without the factory system that arises from the capitalist mode of production, cooperative factories could not develop, nor could they do so without the credit system that develops from the same mode of production. This credit system, since it forms the principal basis for the gradual transformation of capitalist private enterprises into capitalist joint stock companies, presents in the same way the means for the gradual extension of cooperative enterprises on a more or less national scale. Capitalist joint stock companies, as much as cooperative factories, should be viewed as transition forms from the capitalist mode of production to the associated one. Simply that in the one case, the opposition is abolished in a negative way and in the other in a positive way. Up till now, we have considered the development of credit and the latent abolition of capital ownership contained within it, principally in relation to industrial capital. In the following chapters, we discuss credit in relation to interest-bearing capital as such, both its effect on this and the form that it assumes in this connection. With respect to this in general, a few more specifically economic points remain to be made. But first of all this. If the credit system appears as the principal lever of overproduction and excessive speculation in commerce, this is simply because the reproduction process, which is elastic by nature, is now forced to its most extreme limit. And this is because a great part of the social capital is applied by those who are not its owners, and who therefore proceed quite unlike owners who, when they function themselves, anxiously weigh the limits of their private capital. This only goes to show how the valorization of capital, founded on the antithetical character of capitalist production, permits actual free development only up to a certain point, which is constantly broken through by the credit system. The credit system hence accelerates the material development of the productive forces and the creation of the world market, which it is the historical task of the capitalist mode of production to bring to a certain level of development, as material foundations for the new form of production. At the same time, credit accelerates the violent outbreaks of this contradiction, crises, and with these, the elements of dissolution of the old mode of production. The credit system has a dual character immanent in it. On the one hand, it develops the motive of capitalist production, enrichment by the exploitation of others' labor, into the purest and most colossal system of gambling and swindling, and restricts evermore the already small number of the exploiters of social wealth. On the other hand, however, it constitutes the form of transition towards a new mode of production. It is this dual character that gives the principal spokesman for credit, from John Law through to Isaac Perrier, their nicely mixed character of swindler and prophet. Chapter 28. Means of Circulation and Capital. The Views of Tooke and Fullarton. The distinction between currency and capital, as made by Tooke, Wilson, and others, and in this connection, the distinction between the means of circulation as money capital in general, and as interest-bearing capital, or moneyed capital as the English put it, are simply lumped together haphazardly, comes down to two things. The means of circulation circulates on the one hand as coin, that is money, insofar as it mediates the expenditure of revenue, i.e. commerce between individual consumers and retail traders, and in this category we count all merchants who sell to the consumer direct, to individual consumers as distinct from productive consumers or producers. Here, money circulates in the function of coin, even though it constantly replaces capital. A certain part of the money of a country is always devoted to this function, even though the particular pieces of which this part consists are constantly changing. On the other hand, however, insofar as money mediates the transfer of capital, whether as means of purchase, that is means of circulation, or means of payment, it is capital. Thus, it is neither the function of means of purchase, nor that of means of payment that distinguishes it from coin. For money can function as means of purchase between one dealer and another, if the one buys from the other with cash, and it can even function between dealer and consumer as means of payment, if credit is given, the revenue being consumed first and paid for only afterwards. The difference is rather that in the second case, this money does not just replace capital for one party, the seller, but is also spent and advanced as capital by the other party, the buyer. The distinction is in fact one between the money form of revenue and the money form of capital, not between currency and capital, for a certain definite quantity of money circulates in the transaction between dealers as well as in the transactions between dealers and consumers, so that it is equally circulation in both functions. Tooke's conception, therefore, introduces confusion into the question in various ways. Firstly, by confusing the functional characteristics. Secondly, by bringing in the question of the overall quantity of money circulating in both functions taken together. Thirdly, by bringing in the question of the relative proportions of the circulating medium in the two functions and hence in the two spheres of the reproduction process. On point number 1, the confusion of the functional characteristics, i.e. the fact that money is currency in the one form and capital in the other. Insofar as money serves for one or the other of these functions, for realizing revenue or for transferring capital, it functions either in buying and selling or in payment, as means of purchase or means of payment, and in the broader sense of the terms, as means of circulation. The further characteristic that it may have in the accounts of its spender or receiver, that it represents either capital or revenue for him, alters absolutely nothing here, and this too can be shown in two ways. Although the kinds of money circulating in the two spheres are different, yet the same piece of money, for instance a £5 note, moves from one sphere to the other and performs both functions in turn. This is unavoidable, simply because the retail trader can give his capital its money form only in the form of the coin that he receives from his buyers. We can assume that small change proper has the center of gravity of its circulation in the realm of retail trade. The retailer is constantly using it to give change and receiving it back again from his customers in payment, but he also receives money, i.e. coin, in the metal that is a measure of value. For example, sovereigns in England, and even banknotes, particularly notes of lower denominations, £5 and £10. These gold coins and notes, as well as some surplus small change, he deposits each day or each week in the bank, and he pays for his purchases with checks on his bank deposit. But the same gold coins and notes are just as constantly withdrawn from the bank by the public as a whole in their capacity as consumers, as the money form of their revenue, either directly or indirectly. For example, smaller coins by the manufacturers for payment of wages. They are constantly flowing back to the retail traders, for whom they thus realize a part of their capital again, and at the same time part of their revenue. This last fact is important and is completely overlooked by Tooke. Only insofar as money is laid out as money capital at the beginning of the reproduction process, see Volume 2, Part 1, does capital value exist in its pure form. For the commodity produced contains not only capital but also surplus value. It is not just inherently capital, but capital that has already become such, capital together with the source of revenue incorporated in it. What the retail trader parts with in exchange for the money that flows back to him, i.e. his commodity, is thus for him capital plus profit, capital plus revenue. Moreover, since the circulating money flows back to the retailer, it restores the money form of his capital. It is completely mistaken, therefore, to transform the distinction between circulation as circulation of revenue and as circulation of capital into a distinction between currency and capital. In Tooke's case, this mode of expression arises through his simply taking the point of view of the banker issuing his own banknotes. The amount of his notes that are continuously in the hands of the public, even if this always consists of different particular notes, and function as means of circulation, cost him nothing besides paper and printing costs. The notes are circulating certificates of indebtedness, bills of exchange, made out in his own name, even if they bring him in money and thus serve as a means of valorizing his capital. But they are different from capital, whether his own or borrowed, and this is the origin of a special distinction for him between currency and capital, which has nothing to do with defining the concepts as such, let alone Tooke's suggested definitions. The particular character of money, whether it functions as the money form of revenue or of capital, does not at first affect its character as a means of circulation. It retains this character whether it performs one function or the other. If the money appears as the money form of revenue, however, it functions more as a means of circulation in the strict sense, that is to say as coin, as means of purchase, on account of the fragmentation of these purchases and sales, and because the majority of revenue spenders, the workers, can buy relatively little on credit, while in the world of trade and commerce, where the circulating medium is the money form of capital, money functions principally as means of payment, partly on account of concentration and partly on account of the prevailing credit system. But the distinction between money as means of payment and money as means of purchase, that is the circulating medium, is a distinction within money itself, not a distinction between money and capital. If more copper and silver circulates in the retail trade, and in the wholesale trade more gold, this does not make the distinction between silver and copper on the one hand and gold on the other into a distinction between currency and capital. On the second point, bringing in the question of the quantity of money circulating in the two functions together. Inasmuch as money circulates, whether as means of purchase or means of payment, irrespective of in which of the two spheres and independently of its function of realizing revenue or capital, the laws developed earlier in considering simple commodity circulation, see Volume 1, Chapter 3, still apply for the quantity of money circulating. In both cases, the amount of money in circulation, the amount of currency, is determined by the same factors, that is, the velocity of circulation, i.e. the number of times the same function of means of purchase and payment is repeated by the same piece of money in a given period of time, the mass of simultaneous sales and purchases, or payments, the sum of the prices of the commodity circulating, and finally, the balances of payments that have to be settled at the same time. Whether the money functioning in this way represents capital or revenue for those who pay it and receive it is absolutely without any bearing on the matter. Its quantity is determined simply by its function as means of purchase and payment. On the third point, on the question of the relative quantities of the circulating medium in the two functions, and hence in the two spheres of the reproduction process, the two spheres of circulation have an interconnection, since on the one hand, the amount of revenue to be spent expresses the scale of consumption, while on the other, the amount of capital circulating in production and trade expresses the scale and speed of the reproduction process. Nevertheless, the same factors have different effects, and even work in opposite directions on the quantity of money circulating in the two functions or spheres, or on the amount of currency, as the English banking term has it. And this gives a new occasion for Tooke's absurd distinction between currency and capital. The fact that the currency principle gentlemen confuse two disparate things is in no way a reason for presenting this as a conceptual distinction. In times of prosperity, of great expansion, when the reproduction process exhibits a great acceleration in energy, the workers are fully employed. In most cases, there is even a rise in wages, which to some extent balances the fall in wages below the average level in the other phases of the commercial cycle. At the same time, the capitalist revenues grow significantly. Consumption generally rises. Commodity prices rise just as regularly, at least in certain decisive branches of business. The result of this is that the quantity of money in circulation grows, at least within certain limits, since the greater velocity of circulation places its own barriers on the growth and the quantity of the circulating medium. Since part of the social revenue that consists of wages is originally advanced by the industrial capitalist in the form of variable capital and always in the money form, he needs more money for this circulation in times of prosperity. We must not, however, count this twice, once as money needed to circulate the variable capital, and then again as money needed to circulate the workers' revenue. The money paid to the workers as wages is spent in the retail trade and returns with the same weekly regularity to the banks and the deposits of the retail trader, after it has mediated all kinds of intermediate transactions in smaller circuits. In times of prosperity, the reflux of money proceeds smoothly for the industrial capitalists, and so their need for monetary accommodation is not increased by their having to pay more in wages, more money for the circulation of their variable capital. The overall result is that in periods of prosperity, the mass of the circulating medium that serves for the expenditure of revenue experiences a decisive growth. As far as concerns the means of circulation needed for transfers of capital, i.e. transfers simply between the capitalists themselves, this period of brisk business is at the same time a period of elastic and easy credit. The velocity of circulation between capitalist and capitalist is regulated directly by credit, and the amount of the circulating medium required to settle payments and make cash purchases undergoes a relative decline. It may expand in absolute terms, but it always decreases relatively, that is, compared with the expansion of the reproduction process. A larger mass of payments, on the one hand, is settled without any intervention of money. On the other hand, given the vigor of the process, there is a quicker movement of the same quantities of money, as both means of purchase and payment. The same amount of money mediates the reflux of a greater number of individual capitals. On the whole, the monetary circulation appears full in such periods, although its division 2, that is the transfer of capital, is at least relatively contracted, while division 1, the expenditure of revenue, undergoes an absolute expansion. The refluxes express the transformation of commodity capital back into money, M to C to M prime, as we have seen in considering the reproduction process, see Volume 2, Part 1. Credit makes the reflux in the money form independent of the point in time of the actual reflux, whether we are dealing with the industrial capitalist or the merchant. Each of these sells on credit. His commodity is alienated before it is transformed back into money form, i.e. flows back to him in the money form. On the other hand, he buys on credit, and thus the value of his commodity has been transformed back for him either into productive capital or into commodity capital even before this value is actually transformed into money, before the commodity's price falls due and is paid. In such times of prosperity, the reflux takes place smoothly and easily. The retail trader is certain to pay the wholesaler, the latter the manufacturer, and he the importer of raw material, etc. The appearance of rapid and assured refluxes always persists for a certain time after these are really at an end, by virtue of the credit that has already been given, since the credit refluxes stand in for the real ones. The banks begin to scent danger as soon as their clients deposit more bills of exchange with them than money. See the evidence of the Liverpool bank director quoted above on page 541. To repeat here what I have already noted earlier, In periods of expanding credit, the velocity of currency increases faster than the prices of commodities, whereas in periods of contracting credit, the velocity of currency declines faster than the prices of commodities. In periods of crisis, the opposite is the case. Circulation number 1 contracts, prices fall, and so do wages. The number of workers employed is restricted, the amount turned over declines. In circulation number 2, on the other hand, the need for monetary accommodation grows with the decline in credit, a point which we shall immediately go into in more detail. There can be no doubt at all that with the decline in credit, which goes together with a stagnation in the reproduction process, the amount of currency required for number 1, the expenditure of revenue, declines, whereas that for number 2, the transfer of capital, increases. It remains to be investigated, however, how far this is identical with the assertions of Fullarton and others. Quote, "A demand for capital on loan and a demand for additional circulation are quite distinct things, and not often found associated," end quote from Fullarton. It is clear in the first place that in the former of the two above cases, the period of prosperity, when the quantity of the circulating medium must grow, there is a growing demand for it. But it is just as clear that if a manufacturer draws more out of his bank deposit in gold or banknotes because he has to spend more capital in the money form, it is not his demand for capital that grows on this account, but only his demand for this particular form of expending his capital. The demand relates only to the technical form in which he puts his capital into circulation. This is just as, according to the differential development of the credit system, for example, the same variable capital, the same amount of wages, requires a greater quantity of circulating medium in one country than in another. In England, for example, more than in Scotland. In Germany, more than in England. In agriculture, too, the same capital active in the reproduction process requires different amounts of money in different seasons to perform its function. But the opposition that Fullarton makes is incorrect. It is in no way, as he claims, the strong demand for loans that distinguishes the period of stagnation from that of prosperity, but rather the ease with which this demand is satisfied in the time of prosperity and the difficulty of satisfying it once stagnation is set in. It is in fact precisely the tremendous development of the credit system during the period of prosperity, and also therefore the enormous rise in the demand for loan capital and the readiness with which this is made available in such periods that leads to the shortage of credit in the period of stagnation. Thus, it is not a difference in the demand for loans that distinguishes the two periods. As we have noted before, the two periods are distinguished in the first place by the fact that in the period of prosperity, it is the demand for means of circulation between consumers and dealers that is dominant, while in the period of depression, it is the demand for means of circulation between capitalists. In the period of stagnation, the first declines, while the second increases. What strikes Fullarton and others as decisively important is the phenomenon that, at such times, while securities in the hands of the Bank of England increase, its note circulation declines, and vice versa. The volume of securities, however, expresses the volume of monetary accommodation, of discounted bills of exchange, and of advances against marketable securities. Thus, Fullarton says in the passage quoted above, on page 580, note number 90, that securities in the hands of the Bank of England generally fluctuate in an opposite direction to its note circulation, and that this conforms to the old established principle of the private banks that no bank can increase its note issue beyond a certain definite amount, determined by the needs of its clientele. If it wants to make further advances above this amount, it must make these out of its own capital, i.e. either realize on securities or utilize deposits which it could otherwise have invested in securities. We see now what Fullarton means by capital. In his view, capital is involved when the bank can no longer make advances with its own banknotes, its own promises to pay, which of course cost it nothing. But with what does it make these advances? With the proceeds from the sale of securities in reserve, i.e. government paper, stocks, and other interest-bearing paper. And what does it sell these securities for? For money, gold, or banknotes, insofar as the latter are legal tender, as those of the Bank of England are. What it advances, therefore, is in all circumstances money. If it advances gold, this is obvious. If notes, then these notes now represent capital, since the bank has parted with a real value in exchange, i.e. interest-bearing securities. In the case of the private banks, the notes that accrue to them by the sale of securities can only be, in the main, either the notes of the Bank of England or its own notes, since others are only accepted with reticence in payment for securities. But if it is the Bank of England itself, then those of its own notes that it retains cost it capital, i.e. interest-bearing securities. Besides, it thereby withdraws its own notes from circulation. If it reissues these notes again, or issues new notes to the same amount instead, these now represent capital. Moreover, they represent capital just as much when they are used for advances to capitalists as when they are used later, when the demand for this monetary accommodation subsides, for new investments in securities. In all these circumstances, the term capital is used here simply in the banking sense, where it means that the banker is forced to lend more than just his credit. As is well known, the Bank of England makes all its advances in its own notes. If, despite this then, the bank's note circulation normally decreases as the discounted bills and securities in its possession, i.e. the advances it has made, increase, what then becomes of the notes put into circulation, and how do they flow back to the bank? To start with, if the demand for monetary accommodation arises from an unfavorable national balance of payments and hence mediates a drain of gold, the matter is very simple. The bank notes are exchanged against gold at the bank itself, in the issue department, and the gold is exported. It is the same as if the bank paid gold directly, without the mediation of notes, as it does in discounting bills of exchange. A rising demand of this kind, and in certain cases it reaches 7 to 10 million pounds, naturally adds not a single £5 note to the country's domestic circulation. If it is now said that the bank advances capital in this case, and not currency, this has a double meaning. Firstly, that it does not advance credit but real value, a part of its own capital or the capital deposited with it. Secondly, that it advances money not for domestic circulation, but rather for international circulation, world money, and for this purpose, the money must always exist in its hoard form, its metallic embodiment, in the form in which it is not only the form of value, but itself equal to the value whose money form it is. Even though this gold now represents capital both for the bank and for the exporting gold dealer, banking capital or commercial capital, the demand does not arise for it as capital, but rather as the absolute form of money capital. It arises in the very same moment as the foreign markets are flooded with unrealizable English commodity capital. What is demanded is not capital as capital, but rather capital as money, in the form in which money is a commodity on the general world market, and this is its original form as precious metal. The drain of gold is not, as Fullarton, Tooke, etc. say, simply a question of capital. It is rather a question of money, even if in a specific function. The fact that it is not a question of domestic circulation, as the currency theory people maintain, in no way proves, as Fullarton and others believes, that it is just a question of capital. It is a question of money, in the form in which money is an international means of payment. Quote, whether that capital, the purchase price for the millions of quarters of foreign wheat imported into the home country after a harvest failure, is transmitted in merchandise or in specie, is a point which in no way affects the nature of the transaction. End quote from Fullarton. But it has a very definite effect on whether there is a drain of gold or not. Capital is converted into the form of precious metal because it cannot be converted at all into the form of commodities, or not without a very major loss. The anxiety that the modern banking system has when faced with a drain of gold goes beyond anything that the monetary system ever dreamed of, even though for it precious metal was the only true wealth. Let us take, for example, the following statement of the Governor of the Bank of England, Morris, before the Parliamentary Committee investigating the crisis of 1847-8. Question. When I spoke of the depreciation of stocks and fixed capital, are you not aware that all property invested in stocks and produce of every description was depreciated in the same way, that raw cotton, raw silk, and unmanufactured wool were sent to the continent at the same depreciated price, and that sugar, coffee, and tea were sacrificed as at forced sales? Answer. It was inevitable that the country should make a considerable sacrifice for the purpose of meeting the efflux of bullion which had taken place in consequence of the large importation of food. Question. Do not you think it would have been better to trench upon the 8 million pounds lying in the coffers of the bank than to have endeavored to get the gold back at such a sacrifice? Answer. No, I do not. Here, gold is taken as the only true wealth. Tooke's discovery, as quoted by Fullarton, that, quote, with only one or two exceptions, and those admitting of satisfactory explanation, every remarkable fall of exchange, followed by a drain of gold that has occurred during the last half-century, has been coincident throughout with a comparatively low state of the circulating medium, and vice versa. This shows that these drains of gold take place in most cases after a period of excitement and speculation, as, quote, the signal of a collapse already commenced, an indication of overstocked markets, of a cessation of the foreign demand for our productions, of delayed returns, and, as the necessary sequel of all these, of commercial discredit, manufactories shut up, artisans starving, and a general stagnation of industry and enterprise, end quote. This is also, of course, the best refutation of the currency people's contention that a full circulation drives out bullion and a low circulation attracts it. On the other hand, however, although it is generally in periods of prosperity that the Bank of England has a strong gold reserve, this is always formed in the slack and stagnant period that follows the storm. All this wisdom about the drain of gold, then, amounts to saying that the demand for international means of circulation and payment is different from the demand for domestic means of circulation and payment, which is why it goes without saying that the existence of a drain does not necessarily imply any diminution of the internal demand for circulation, as Fullarton says on page 112, and that the export of precious metals abroad is not the same as putting notes or coin into circulation domestically. Moreover, I have already shown earlier that the movement of the hoard that is set aside as a reserve fund for international payments has, in and of itself, nothing to do with the movement of money as means of circulation. See Volume 1. However, there is a certain complication involved here, insofar as the different functions of the hoard which I develop from the nature of money, its function as a reserve fund of means of payment for payments that fall due at home, as a reserve fund of circulating medium, finally as a reserve fund for world money, are all imposed upon a single reserve fund. From which it follows that in certain circumstances, a drain of gold from the bank domestically may be combined with a drain abroad. A still further complication arises from the additional function that is quite arbitrarily laid on this hoard, namely to serve as a guarantee for the convertibility of banknotes, in country where the credit system and credit money are developed. On top of all this, finally, we have firstly, the concentration of the National Reserve Fund in a single principal bank, and secondly, its reduction to the minimum possible. Hence Fullarton's complaint, quote, "One cannot contemplate the perfect silence and facility with which variations of the exchange usually pass off in continental countries, compared with the state of feverish disquiet and alarm always produced in England whenever the treasure at the bank seems to be at all approaching to exhaustion, without being struck with the great advantage in this respect which a metallic currency possesses." End quote. But if we leave aside for now the drain of gold, how then can a bank that issues banknotes, such as the Bank of England, increase the amount of monetary accommodation it provides without increasing its note issue? All notes outside the walls of the bank, whether they are actually circulating or are dormant in private hoards, are in circulation as far as the bank itself is concerned, i.e. outside of its possession. Thus, if the bank expands its discounting and money lending business, its advances against securities, then the banknotes issued must flow back to it again, or otherwise the sum in circulation would increase, which is precisely not supposed to be the case. This reflux can take place in two ways. Firstly, the bank pays notes to A against securities. A uses these to pay B for a bill of exchange that falls due, and B deposits the notes again with the bank. The circulation of these notes is at an end, but the loan remains. Quote, "The loan remains, and the currency, if not wanted, finds its way back to the issuer." End quote from Fullarton. The notes that the bank advanced to A have now returned to it. On the other hand, the bank is a creditor to A or whoever has drawn the bill of exchange that A had discounted, while it is a debtor to B for the sum of value expressed in these notes, and B thereby has at his disposal a corresponding part of the bank's capital. Secondly, A pays to B, and either B himself or C, the person to whom he again pays these notes, uses the notes to pay bills due to the bank, directly or indirectly. In this case, the bank is paid with its own notes, and in this way, the transaction is completed until A's repayment to the bank. How far, then, should the bank's advance to A be considered as an advance of capital, and how far as simply an advance of means of payment? This depends on the nature of the advance itself. There are three cases to be considered. The first case, A obtains the sum advanced by the bank on his personal credit, without giving any security for it. In this case, he has received not only an advance of means of payment, but unquestionably also a new capital, which he can use as additional capital in his business, and valorize until it has to be repaid. The second case, A has given the bank securities as collateral, whether government bonds or stocks, and received on them, say, a cash advance of up to 2/3 of their present value. In this case, he has received means of payment that he needed, but no additional capital, for he has given into the bank's possession a greater capital value than he received from it. But this greater capital value was on the one hand of no use for his immediate need, as means of payment, since it was invested at interest in a specific form, while on the other hand, A had his reasons for not transforming it directly into means of payment by selling it. His securities had, among other things, the property of functioning as reserve capital, and he let them continue to function as such. There has, therefore, been a temporary mutual transfer of capital between A and the bank, so that A has not received any extra capital. On the contrary, though he has received the means of payment he needed. For the bank, on the other hand, the transaction involves the temporary tying up of money capital in a loan, a transformation of money capital from one form to another, and this transformation is precisely the basic function of banking. The third case. A has a bill of exchange discounted at the bank and receives the amount due for it in cash, after deduction of the discount. In this case, he has sold a non-liquid form of money capital to the bank in exchange for the sum of value in liquid form, the bill of exchange that had not yet expired, in return for ready cash. The bill is now the bank's property. It makes no difference at all that A, as the last endorser of the bill, is responsible for it to the bank in default of payment. He shares this responsibility with the other endorsers and with the drawer of the bill, all of whom are duly responsible to him. In this case, therefore, there is no advance at all, but simply an ordinary purchase and sale. A, therefore, has nothing to repay the bank. The bank reimburses itself by cashing the bill when it falls due. Here, too, there has been a reciprocal transfer of capital between A and the bank, and this, moreover, is just like the purchase and sale of any other commodity. For this reason, A does not receive any additional capital. What he needed and received was means of payment, and he receives this in that the bank transforms the one form of his money capital, the bill of exchange, into the other, money. It is only in the first case, therefore, that there can be any talk of a genuine capital advance. In the second and third cases, it occurs at most in the sense that every investment of capital implies an advance. In this sense, the bank advances A money capital, but for A, this is money capital at most, in the sense that it is a part of his capital in general, and he requires and uses it not especially as capital, but rather as means of payment. Otherwise, every ordinary sale of commodities, by which means of payment are also obtained, would have to be seen as obtaining an advance of capital. In the case of private banks with rights of note issue, the distinction is that if their notes neither remain in local circulation, nor return to the banks in the form of deposits or for payments of bills falling due, these notes then fall into the possession of people to whom they must pay gold or Bank of England notes in exchange for them. In this case, the advance of their notes actually represents an advance of Bank of England notes, or what is the same thing for them, of gold, i.e. a part of their banking capital. The same applies when the Bank of England itself, or any other bank which is subject to a legal maximum in its note issue, has to sell securities in order to withdraw its own notes from circulation, and to issue them again in advances. Here, its own notes represent a part of its mobilizable banking capital. Even if circulation were purely metallic, there could be, at the same time, firstly, a drain of gold. What is meant here is evidently a drain of gold in which at least one part goes abroad, that empties the vaults. While secondly, since the bank's principal requirement for gold is simply to make payments, to settle past transactions, its advances on securities could greatly increase, but return to it in the form of deposits or in repayment of bills falling due. So that on the one hand, its overall reserves would decrease with an increase in securities in the bank's portfolio, while on the other hand, the same sum that it formerly had as an owner would now be a sum for which it was in debt to its depositors, and finally, the total quantity of circulating medium would decline. It has so far been assumed that the advances are made in notes and involve at least a temporary increase in the note issue, even if this immediately vanishes again. But this is not necessary. Instead of paper notes, the bank can open a credit account for A, so that A, as its debtor, becomes an imaginary depositor. He pays his creditors with checks on the bank, and the recipient of these checks pays them again to his banker, who exchanges them in the clearinghouse against the checks drawn on him. In this case, there is no intervention of notes, and the entire transaction is confined to one in which the bank settles its own debt with a check drawn on itself, its actual compensation consisting in its claim against A. In this case, the bank has advanced to A a part of its banking capital, in the form of a part of its own claim as a creditor. Insofar as this demand for monetary accommodation is a demand for capital, it is simply a demand for money capital, capital from the standpoint of the banker, i.e. a demand for gold, in the case of a drain of gold abroad, or for notes on the national bank, which a private bank can obtain only by buying them with an equivalent, so that they represent capital for it. Or finally, it might be a question of interest-bearing securities, government bonds, stocks, etc., that have to be sold if gold or notes are to be obtained. These securities, however, if they are in government bonds, are capital only for the person who has bought them, to whom they represent his purchase price, the capital he has invested in them. They are not capital in themselves, but simply creditors' claims. If they are in mortgages, they are simply claims on future payments of ground rent, and if they are stocks of some other kind, they are simply property titles which give the holder a claim to future surplus value. None of these things are genuine capital. They do not constitute any component of capital and are also in themselves not values. By similar transactions, money that belongs to the bank can be transformed into deposits so that the bank becomes a claimant for this money instead of its owner, and holds it under a different title. Important as this is for the bank itself, it in no way affects the amount of capital stored in the country, or even the money capital. Capital figures here simply as money capital, and if it is not present in the actual money form, as a mere title to capital. This is very important, since the scarcity of, and pressing demand for, banking capital is confused with a restriction of actual capital, which in such cases, on the contrary, is present in excess in the form of means of production and products, and stifles the markets. It is very simple to explain, therefore, how the amount of securities held by the bank as collateral increases, and the growing demand for monetary accommodation can be satisfied by the bank, at the same time as the total quantity of means of circulation remains the same or declines. In periods of tight money such as these, moreover, this total quantity is kept in check in two ways. Firstly, by a drain of gold, and secondly, by the demand for money simply as means of payment, where the notes issued flow back immediately, or where the transaction takes place by way of book credit, without any mediation of notes. In the latter case, payments are effected simply by a credit transaction, the settlement of these payments being the sole object of the exercise. It is money's peculiar property that where it functions simply in settlement of payments, and in times of crisis an advance is obtained in order to pay, not to buy, to settle past transactions, not to start new ones, its actual circulation is simply of vanishing magnitude, even when this settlement does not take place entirely by credit operations, without any intervention of money, i.e. that when there is a great demand for monetary accommodation, a tremendous mass of these transactions can take place without any expansion in circulation. The simple fact that the Bank of England's circulation remains stable or even declines, at the same time as it performs a great deal of monetary accommodation, is in no way at first glance proof, as Fullarton, Tooke, and others assume, in consequence of their error in seeing monetary accommodation as identical with the receipt of capital on loan, of additional capital, that the circulation of money, that is banknotes, and its function as means of payment does not increase and expand. Since the circulation of notes as means of purchase declines in times of business stagnation, where such a great deal of accommodation is required, their circulation as means of payment can increase, while the total sum in circulation, the sum of notes functioning as means of purchase and of payment, still remains stable or even declines. Circulation of banknotes as means of payment, these notes immediately flowing back to the bank that issued them, is precisely not circulation in the eyes of these economists. If circulation as means of payment increases to a higher degree than circulation as means of purchase declines, the total circulation will grow, even though the quantity of money functioning as means of purchase experiences a significant decline. And this actually does happen at certain points in the crisis, i.e. when there is a complete breakdown of credit, when not only are commodities and securities unsaleable, but it has also become impossible to get bills of exchange discounted, and nothing counts anymore except money payment, or as the merchant says, cash. Since Fullarton and others do not understand that the circulation of notes as means of payment is a characteristic of these times of monetary shortage, they treat this phenomenon as accidental. Quote, with respect again to those examples of eager competition for the possession of banknotes, which characterize seasons of panic, and which may sometimes, as at the close of 1825, lead to a sudden, though only temporary, enlargement of the issues, even while the efflux of bullion is still going on, these, I apprehend, are not to be regarded as among the natural or necessary concomitants of a low exchange. The demand in such cases is not for circulation, read circulation as a means of purchase, but for hoarding, a demand on the part of the alarmed bankers and capitalists, which arises generally in the last act of the crisis, hence for a reserve of means of payment, after a long continuation of the drain, and is the precursor of its termination. End quote from Fullarton. We have already discussed, in connection with our treatment of money as means of payment, in Volume 1, Chapter 3, how, in the case of a violent interruption in the chain of payments, money reverts from its merely ideal form into the material and also absolute form of value vis-à-vis commodities. A few examples of this were given there, in notes number 51 and 52. This interruption itself is in part the effect, in part the cause, of the collapse of credit, and the circumstances that accompany it, flooding of markets, devaluation of commodities, interruption of production, etc. It is clear, however, that Fullarton transforms the distinction between money as means of purchase and money as means of payment into a false distinction between currency and capital, and at the bottom of this again lies the narrow-minded banker's conception of circulation. It might still be asked, what is lacking in such difficult times, capital or money in its capacity as means of payment? And this is a well-known controversy. At first, insofar as the embarrassment is demonstrated by a drain of gold, it is clear that what is demanded is the international means of payment. But money in its capacity as international means of payment is gold in its metallic reality, as itself a valuable substance, an amount of value. It is also capital, but capital not as commodity capital, but rather as money capital. Capital not in the form of commodity, but rather in the form of money. And moreover, of money in the preeminent sense of the term, in which it exists on the general world commodity market. There is no opposition here between the demand for money as means of payment and the demand for capital. The opposition is rather between capital in its money form and capital in its commodity form, and the form in which it is required here and can alone function is its money form. Apart from this demand for gold or silver, it cannot be said that in such periods of crisis there is in any sense a lack of capital. Under extraordinary circumstances, such as a rise in grain prices, a cotton famine, etc., this can be the case, but these are in no way necessary or regular accompaniments of such periods, and the existence of such a lack of capital, therefore, cannot be immediately inferred from a demand for monetary accommodation. On the contrary, markets are glutted, swamped with commodity capital. Hence it is in any case not a lack of commodity capital that gives rise to the difficulty. We shall return to this question later. Chapter 29. Banking Capital's Component Parts. We must now take a closer look at what banking capital consists of. We have just seen how Fullarton and others transformed the distinction between money as means of circulation and money as means of payment, also as world money insofar as a drain of gold is involved, into a distinction between circulation, currency, and capital. The special role that capital plays here means that the amount of attention enlightened economics devoted to insisting that money was not capital is paralleled by this banker's economics, which tries just as assiduously to insist that money is actually capital par excellence. In the further course of our investigations, we shall show how money capital is confused in this context with moneyed capital, in the sense of interest-bearing capital, although money capital in the former sense is never more than a transitional form of capital, as distinct from its other forms, i.e. commodity capital and productive capital. Banking capital consists firstly of cash, in the form of gold or notes, secondly of securities. These latter may again be divided into two parts: commercial paper, current bills of exchange that fall due on specified dates, their discounting being the specific business of the banker, and public securities such as government bonds, treasury bills, and stocks of all kinds. In short, interest-bearing paper, which is essentially different from bills of exchange. Mortgages, too, can be included in this category. The capital which has these as its tangible component parts can also be broken down into the banker's own invested capital and the deposits that form his banking or borrowed capital. Notes must also be added here, in the case of banks which have the right to issue them. We will leave these deposits and notes aside to start with. It is clear enough that the actual components of bankers' capital, money, bills of exchange, and interest-bearing paper, are not affected by whether these various elements represent his own capital or deposits, the capital of other people. The subdivisions remain the same whether he pursues his business simply with his own capital or whether he conducts it entirely with the capital which has been deposited with him. The form of interest-bearing capital makes any definite and regular monetary revenue appear as the interest on a capital, whether it actually derives from the capital or not. The money income is first transformed into interest, and with the interest we then have the capital from which it derives. Likewise, with interest-bearing capital, any sum of value appears as capital as soon as it is not spent as revenue, i.e. as a principal, in contrast to the possible or actual interest it can bear. The matter is simple. Say that the average rate of interest is 5% per year. A sum of £500 then, if transformed into interest-bearing capital, would bring in a yearly £25. Hence, every fixed annual income of £25 is seen as the interest on a capital of 500. Yet this is and remains a purely illusory notion, except in the case where the source of the £25, whether this is a mere title of ownership or claim or whether it is an actual element of production, such as a piece of land for example, is directly transferable or assumes a form in which it is transferable. Let us take the national debt and wages as examples. The state has to pay its creditors a certain sum of interest each year for the capital it borrows. In this case, the creditor cannot recall his capital from the debtor, but he can only sell the claim, his title of ownership. The capital itself has been consumed, spent by the state. It no longer exists. What the state's creditor possesses is firstly the state's promissory note for, say, £100, while secondly, this note gives him a claim on the state's annual revenue, i.e. the proceeds of the year's taxation to a certain amount, say £5 or 5%. Thirdly, he is free to sell this promissory note to anyone he likes. If the rate of interest is 5%, and assuming the state's security is good, owner A can generally sell the note for £100 to B, since it is the same thing for B whether he lends out £100 at 5% per year or assures himself an annual tribute of £5 from the state by paying out £100. But in all these cases, the capital from which the state's payment is taken as deriving, as interest, is illusory and fictitious. It is not only that the sum that was lent to the state no longer has any kind of existence, it was never designed to be spent as capital, to be invested, and yet only by being invested as capital could it have been made into a self-maintaining value. As far as the original creditor A is concerned, the share of the annual taxation he receives represents interest on his capital, just as does the share of the wealth of the spendthrift that accrues to the moneylender, but in neither case has the sum of money lent been laid out as capital. The possibility of selling the state's promissory note represents for A the potential return of his principal. As far as B is concerned, from his own private standpoint, his capital is then invested as interest-bearing capital. In actual fact, he has simply taken the place of A and bought A's claim on the state. No matter how these transactions are multiplied, the capital of the national debt remains purely fictitious, and the moment these promissory notes become unsaleable, the illusion of this capital disappears. Yet, this fictitious capital has its characteristic movement for all that, as we will see soon. Moving from the capital of the national debt, where a negative quantity appears as capital, interest-bearing capital always being the mother of every insane form, so that debts, for example, can appear as commodities in the mind of the banker, we shall now consider labor power. Here, wages are conceived as interest, and hence labor power as capital that yields this interest. If the wage for a year comes to £50, say, and the rate of interest is 5%, one annual labor power is taken as equal to a capital of £1,000. Here, the absurdity of the capitalist way of conceiving things reaches its climax, insofar as instead of deriving the valorization of capital from the exploitation of labor power, they explain the productivity of labor power by declaring that labor power itself is this mystical thing, interest-bearing capital. In the second half of the 17th century, with Petty for example, this was a favorite notion, but it is still used today in all seriousness by vulgar economists and especially by German statisticians. Unfortunately, however, two inconvenient circumstances militate against this unthinking notion. First, the worker has to work in order to receive this interest, and second, he cannot turn the capital value of his labor power into money by transferring it to someone else. Rather, the annual value of his labor power is his average annual wage, and his labor has to replace its buyer with this value itself, plus the surplus value that is its valorization. Under the slave system, the worker does have a capital value, namely his purchase price, and if he is hired out, the hirer must first pay the interest on this purchase price, and on top of this, replace the capital's annual depreciation. The formation of fictitious capital is known as capitalization. Any regular periodic income can be capitalized by reckoning it up on the basis of the average rate of interest as the sum that a capital lent out at this interest rate would yield. For example, if the annual income in question is £100 and the rate of interest 5%, then £100 is the annual interest on £2,000, and this £2,000 is then taken as the capital value of the legal ownership title to this annual 100. For the person who buys this ownership title, the annual £100 does actually represent the conversion of the capital he has invested into interest. In this way, all connection with the actual process of capital's valorization is lost, right down to the last trace, confirming the notion that capital is automatically valorized by its own powers. Even when the promissory note, the security, does not represent a purely illusory capital, as it does in the case of national debts, the capital value of this security is still pure illusion. We have already seen how the credit system produces joint stock capital. Securities purport to be ownership titles representing this capital. The shares in railways, mining, shipping companies, etc. represent real capital, i.e. capital invested and functioning in these enterprises, or the sum of money that was advanced by the shareholders to be spent in these enterprises as capital. It is in no way ruled out here that these shares may be simply a fraud. But the capital does not exist twice over, once as the capital value of the ownership titles, the shares, and then again as the capital actually invested, or to be invested in the enterprises in question. It exists only in the latter form, and the share is nothing but an ownership title, pro rata, to the surplus value which this capital is to realize. A may sell this title to B, and B to C. These transactions have no essential effect on the matter. A or B has then transformed his title into capital, but C has transformed his capital into a mere ownership title to the surplus value expected from this share capital. The independent movement of these ownership titles' values, not only those of government bonds but also of shares, strengthens the illusion that they constitute real capital besides the capital or claim to which they may give title. They become commodities, their prices having a specific movement and being specifically set. Their market values receive a determination differing from their nominal values, without any change in the value of the actual capital, even if its valorization does change. On the one hand, their market values fluctuate with the level and security of the receipts to which they give a legal title. If the nominal value of a share, i.e. the sum advance which the share originally represents, is £100, and the enterprise yields 10% instead of 5%, its market value rises, other circumstances being equal, since when capitalized at 5%, it now represents a fictitious capital of £200. Someone who buys it for £200 gets a revenue of 5% on his capital investment. The opposite is the case when the revenue from the enterprise declines. The market value of these securities is partly speculative, since it is determined not just by the actual revenue, but rather by the anticipated revenue as reckoned in advance. But if we take the valorization of the actual capital to be constant, or where no such capital exists, as in the case of national debts, if we take the annual yield to be fixed by law, as well as sufficiently guaranteed, the prices of these securities rise and fall in inverse proportion to the rate of interest. If the interest rate rises from 5% to 10%, a security that ensures a yield of £5 now represents a capital of only £50. If the interest rate falls to 2.5%, the same security represents a capital of £200. Its value is always simply the capitalized yield, i.e. the yield as reckoned on an illusory capital at the existing rate of interest. In times of pressure on the money market, therefore, these securities fall in price for two reasons. First, because the interest rate rises, and second, because they are put up for sale in massive quantities to be converted into money. This fall in price occurs irrespective of whether the yield these securities ensure for their owner is constant, as in the case of government bonds, or whether the valorization of the real capital that they represent may be affected by the disturbance in the reproduction process, as in the case of industrial undertakings. In the latter case, we simply have a further devaluation besides that already mentioned. Once the storm is over, these securities rise again to their former level, insofar as the undertakings they represent have not come to grief and are not fraudulent. Their depreciation in a crisis is a powerful means of centralizing money wealth. Insofar as the rise or fall in value of these securities is independent of the movement in the value of the real capital that they represent, the wealth of a nation is just as great afterwards as before. Quote, the public stocks and canal and railway shares had already by the 23rd of October 1847 been depreciated in the aggregate to the amount of £114.8 million. End quote from Morris, Governor of the Bank of England, evidence in the Report on Commercial Distress, 1847-8. As long as their depreciation was not the expression of any standstill in production and in railway and canal traffic, or an abandonment of undertakings already begun, or a squandering of capital in positively worthless enterprises, the nation was not a penny poorer by the bursting of these soap bubbles of nominal money capital. All these securities actually represent nothing but accumulated claims, legal titles to future production. Their money or capital value either does not represent capital at all, as in the case of national debts, or is determined independently of the real capital value they represent. In all countries of capitalist production, there is a tremendous amount of so-called interest-bearing capital or moneyed capital in this form, and an accumulation of money capital means for the most part nothing more than an accumulation of these claims to production and an accumulation of the market price of these claims, of their illusory capital value. One portion of bankers' capital is invested in these so-called interest-bearing securities. This is actually part of the reserve capital and does not function in the banking business proper. The most important portion consists of bills of exchange, i.e. promises to pay issued by industrial capitalists or merchants. For the moneylender, these bills are interest-bearing paper, i.e. when he buys them, he deducts interest for the period that they still have to run. This is called discounting. The deduction from the face value of the bill thus depends on the rate of interest at the time. The final portion of the banker's capital consists of his money reserve in gold or notes. Deposits, unless tied up for a longer period by contract, are always at the depositor's disposal. They are in a state of perpetual flux, but if some depositors withdraw their deposits, others replace them, so that the overall average fluctuates only a little in times of normal business. The bank's reserve funds, in countries of developed capitalist production, always express the average amount of money existing as a hoard, and a part of this hoard itself consists of paper, mere drafts on gold which have no value of their own. The greater part of bankers' capital is therefore purely fictitious and consists of claims, bills of exchange, and shares, drafts on future revenues. It should not be forgotten here that this capital's money value, as represented by these papers in the banker's safe, is completely fictitious, even insofar as they are drafts on certain assured revenues, as with government securities, or ownership titles to real capital, as with shares, their money value being determined differently from the value of the actual capital that they at least partially represent. Or where they represent only a claim to revenue and not capital at all, the claim to the same revenue is expressed in a constantly changing fictitious money capital. Added to this is the fact that this fictitious capital of the banker represents to a large extent not his own capital, but rather that of the public who deposit with him, whether with interest or without. Deposits are always made in money, gold or notes, or else in drafts on money. Except for the reserve fund, which contracts or expands according to the needs of actual circulation, these deposits are in fact always either in the hands of industrial capitalists and merchants, serving to discount their bills of exchange and make them advances, or else they are in the hands of dealers in securities, stockbrokers, private persons who have sold securities, or the government, in the case of treasury bills and new loans. The deposits themselves play a double role. On the one hand, as already mentioned, they are lent out as interest-bearing capital and are thus not to be found in the bank safes, figuring instead in their books as credits held by the depositors. On the other hand, they function as mere book entries of this kind insofar as the reciprocal credits of the depositors are settled by checks on their deposits and mutually cancelled, and it is completely immaterial in this connection whether the deposits are with the same banker, so that they can cancel the various accounts against one another, or whether they are with different banks, which exchange their checks on one another and simply pay the balances. With the development of interest-bearing capital in the credit system, all capital seems to be duplicated, and at some points triplicated, by the various ways in which the same capital, or even the same claim, appears in various hands in different guises. The greater part of this money capital is purely fictitious. With the exception of the reserve fund, deposits are never more than credits with the banker, and never exist as real deposits. Insofar as they are used in clearinghouse transactions, they function as capital for the bankers, after these latter have lent them out. The bankers pay one another reciprocal drafts on these non-existent deposits by balancing these credits against each other. Adam Smith says of the role that capital plays in the lending of money, quote, "Even in the moneyed interest, however, the money is, as it were, but the deed of assignment, which conveys from one hand to another those capitals which the owners do not care to employ themselves. Those capitals may be greater in almost any proportion than the amount of the money which serves as the instrument of their conveyance. The same pieces of money, successively serving for many different loans, as well as for many different purchases. A, for example, lends to W £1,000, with which W immediately purchases of B £1,000 worth of goods. B, having no occasion for the money himself, lends the identical pieces to X, with which X immediately purchases of C another £1,000 worth of goods. C, in the same manner, and for the same reason, lends them to Y, who again purchases goods with them of D. In this manner, the same pieces, either of coin or of paper, may in the course of a few days serve as the instrument of 3 different loans and of 3 different purchases, each of which is, in value, equal to the whole amount of those pieces. What the 3 men, A, B, and C, assign to the 3 borrowers, W, X, and Y, is the power of making those purchases. In this power consists both the value and the use of the loans. The stock lent by the 3 moneyed men is equal to the value of the goods which can be purchased with it, and is 3 times greater than that of the money with which the purchases are made. Those loans, however, may be all perfectly well secured, the goods purchased by different debtors being so employed as in due time to bring back with a profit an equal value either of coin or of paper. And as the same pieces of money can thus serve as the instrument of different loans to 3, or for the same reason to 30 times their value, so they may likewise successively serve as the instruments of repayment. End quote from Book 2, Chapter 4. Since the same piece of money can make several different purchases, depending on the velocity of its circulation, it can equally be used for various different loans. For purchases, move it from one hand to another, and a loan is simply a transfer from one hand to another that is not mediated by any sale. For each seller, the money represents the transformed form of his commodity. Nowadays, when every commodity is expressed as a capital value, the money in its various loans successively represents different capitals, which is simply a different way of putting the previous statement, that it can successively realize different commodity values. Money also serves, as a means of circulation, to transfer material capitals from one hand to another. In a loan, it is not transferred from one hand to another as a means of circulation. As long as it remains in the lender's possession, it is not a means of circulation in his hands, but the value existence of his capital. And it is in this form that he transfers it to someone else in a loan. If A had lent money to B and B to C without any purchases intervening, the same money would not represent three capitals but only one, just one capital value. How many capitals it actually does represent depends on how often it functions as the value form of various different commodity capitals. What Adam Smith says about loans in general applies equally to deposits, this being simply a particular name for loans that the public make to the bankers. The same pieces of money can serve as instrument for any number of deposits. Quote, "It is unquestionably true that the £1,000 which you deposit at A today may be reissued tomorrow and form a deposit at B. The day after that, reissued from B, it may form a deposit at C, and so on to infinitude, and that the same £1,000 in money may thus, by a succession of transfers, multiply itself into a sum of deposits absolutely indefinite. It is possible, therefore, that 9/10 of all the deposits in the United Kingdom may have no existence beyond their record in the books of the bankers who are respectively accountable for them. Thus, in Scotland, for instance, currency has never exceeded £3 million. The deposits in the banks are estimated at £27 million. Unless a run on the banks be made, the same £1,000 would, if sent back upon its travels, cancel with the same facility a sum equally indefinite. As the same £1,000, with which you cancel your debt to a tradesman today, may cancel his debt to the merchant tomorrow, the merchant's debt to the bank the day following, and so on without end, so the same £1,000 may pass from hand to hand and bank to bank and cancel any conceivable sum of deposits." End quote from the Currency Theory Reviewed. Just as everything in this credit system appears in duplicate and triplicate and is transformed into a mere phantom of the mind, so this also happens to the reserve fund, where one might finally expect to lay hold of something solid. Let us listen once more to Mr. Morris, Governor of the Bank of England. Quote, "The reserves of the private bankers are in the hands of the Bank of England in the shape of deposits. An export of gold acts exclusively, in the first instance, upon the reserve of the Bank of England, but it would also be acting upon the reserves of the bankers, inasmuch as it is a withdrawal of a portion of the reserves which they have in the Bank of England. It would be acting upon the reserves of all the bankers throughout the country." End quote from Commercial Distress, 1847-8. Ultimately, therefore, what these reserve funds actually boil down to is the reserve fund of the Bank of England. But this reserve fund, too, has a doubled existence. The reserve fund of the banking department is equal to the excess of notes that the bank is authorized to issue over the notes that are actually in circulation. The legal maximum note issue is £14 million, the amount for which no metal reserve is required, this being the approximate sum of the government's debt to the bank, plus the bank's total reserve of precious metal. So, if this reserve is also £14 million, the bank can issue £28 million in notes. And if 20 million of these are already in circulation, the reserve fund of the banking department is £8 million. This $8 million in notes is then the legal banking capital that the bank has at its disposal, and at the same time, the reserve fund for its deposits. Should a drain of gold take place, reducing the metal reserve by £6 million, for which an equal sum in notes has to be destroyed, the banking department's reserve falls from $8 million to $2. On the one hand, the bank increases its interest rate very sharply. On the other hand, the banks which have deposited with it, as well as its other depositors, see the reserve fund for their own credits with the bank take a sharp drop. In 1857, London's 4 largest joint stock banks threatened that if the Bank of England did not obtain a government letter suspending the Bank Act of 1844, they would call in their deposits and bankrupt the banking department. Thus, the banking department can fail to meet obligations, as in 1847, while there are still several millions in the issue department, for example 8 million in 1847, as guarantee for the convertibility of notes in circulation, though this is in turn an illusion. Quote, "That large portion of deposits, for which the bankers themselves have no immediate demand, passes into the hands of the bill brokers, who give to the banker in return commercial bills already discounted by them for persons in London and in different parts of the country as a security for the sum advanced by the banker. The bill broker is responsible to the banker for payment of this money at call, and such is the magnitude of these transactions that Mr. Neave, the present governor of the Bank of England, stated in evidence, we know that one broker had 5 million, and we were led to believe that another had between 8 and 10 million. There was one with 4, another with 3.5, and a third with above 8. I speak of deposits with the brokers." End quote from Report of the Committee on Bank Acts, 1857-8. Quote, "The London bill brokers carried on their enormous transactions without any cash reserve, relying on the runoff of their bills falling due, or in extremity, on the power of obtaining advances from the Bank of England on the security of bills under discount. 2 bill broking houses in London suspended payments in 1847. Both afterwards resumed business. In 1857, both suspended again. The liabilities of one house in 1847 were, in round numbers, £2.7 million, with a capital of £180,000. The liabilities of the same house in 1857 were $5.3 million. The capital probably not more than 1/4 of what it was in 1847. The liabilities of the other firm were between £3 million and £4 million at each period of stoppage, with the capital not exceeding £45,000. End quote from Report of Committee on Bank Acts, 1857-8. Chapter 30. Money Capital and Real Capital, Part 1. The only difficult questions which we are now coming on to in connection with the credit system are as follows. Firstly, the accumulation of money capital as such. How far is it, and how far is it not, an index of genuine capital accumulation, i.e. of reproduction on an expanded scale? Is the phenomenon of a plethora of capital, an expression used only of interest-bearing capital, i.e. money capital, simply a particular expression of industrial overproduction, or does it form a separate phenomenon alongside this? Does such a plethora, an oversupply of money capital, coincide with the presence of stagnant sums of money, bullion, gold coins, and banknotes, so that this excess of actual money is an expression and form of appearance of this plethora of loan capital? And secondly, to what extent does monetary scarcity, i.e. a shortage of loan capital, express a lack of real capital, that is, commodity capital and productive capital? To what extent, on the other hand, does it coincide with the lack of money as such, a lack of means of circulation? Inasmuch as we have so far considered the specific form of accumulation of money capital, and of money wealth in general, this reduces itself to the accumulation of proprietary claims to labor. Accumulation of capital in the form of the national debt, as we have shown, means nothing more than the growth of a class of state creditors with a preferential claim to certain sums from the overall proceeds of taxation. In the way that even an accumulation of debts can appear as an accumulation of capital, we see the distortion involved in the credit system reach its culmination. These promissory notes, which were issued for a capital originally borrowed but long since spent, these paper duplicates of annihilated capital, function for their owners as capital insofar as they are saleable commodities and can therefore be transformed back into capital. As we have seen, the ownership titles to joint stock companies, railways, mines, etc., are genuinely titles to real capital. Yet they give no control over this capital. The capital cannot be withdrawn. They give only a legal claim to a share of the surplus value that this capital is to produce. But these titles similarly become paper duplicates of the real capital, as if a bill of lading simultaneously acquired a value alongside the cargo it refers to. They become nominal representatives of non-existent capitals, for the actual capital exists as well, and in no way changes hands when these duplicates are bought and sold. They become forms of interest-bearing capital because not only do they assure certain revenues, but the capital values invested in them can also be repaid by their sale. Insofar as the accumulation of these securities expresses an accumulation of railways, mines, steamships, etc., it expresses an expansion of the actual reproduction process, just as the expansion of a tax list on personal property, for example, indicates an expansion of this property itself. But as duplicates that can themselves be exchanged as commodities and hence circulate as capital values, they are illusory, and their values can rise and fall quite independently of the movement in value of the actual capital to which they are titles. Their values, i.e. their listings on the stock exchange, have a necessary tendency to rise with the fall in the rate of interest, insofar as this is a simple result of the tendential fall in the rate of profit, independent of the specific movements of money capital, so that this imaginary wealth, which, according to its value expression, gives each person his adequate share of a definite original nominal value, already expands for this reason as capitalist production develops. Profits and losses that result from fluctuations in the price of these ownership titles, and also their centralization in the hands of railway magnates, etc., are by the nature of the case more and more the result of gambling, which now appears in place of labor as the original source of capital ownership, as well as taking the place of brute force. This kind of imaginary money wealth makes up a very considerable part, not only of the money wealth of private individuals, but also of banking capital, as already mentioned. One point which we mention here, only to get it quickly out of the way, is that the accumulation of money capital might also be taken to mean the accumulation of wealth in the hands of bankers, moneylenders by profession, as intermediaries between the private money capitalists on the one hand and the state, local authorities, and borrowers engaged in the process of reproduction on the other. For the entire immense extension of the credit system, and credit as a whole, is exploited by the bankers as their private capital. These have their capital and revenue permanently in the money form, or in the form of direct claims to money. The accumulation of wealth by this class may proceed in a very different way from that of actual accumulation, but it proves in any case that they put away a good proportion of the latter. To reduce the question at issue here to narrower limits, Government bonds, shares, and other securities of all kinds are all spheres of investment for loanable capital, for capital that is designed to be interest-bearing. They are forms for lending it out, but they are not themselves the loanable capital that is invested in them. On the other hand, insofar as credit plays a direct role in the reproduction process, what the industrialist or merchant needs when he wants to have bills discounted or take out a loan is neither shares nor government stock. What he needs is money. That is why he pledges or sells these securities if he cannot obtain money in any other way. It is this accumulation of loan capital that we have to deal with here, and moreover, the accumulation of loanable money capital in particular. What is involved here is not the lending of houses, machines, or other fixed capital, nor is it the advances that industrialists and merchants make to one another in commodities within the ambit of the reproduction process, although we shall also have to investigate that point in more detail. What we are concerned with here is exclusively the monetary loans that the bankers, as intermediaries, make to the industrialists and merchants. We will therefore start by analyzing commercial credit, i.e. the credit that capitalists involved in the reproduction process give one another. This forms the basis of the credit system. Its representative is the bill of exchange, a promissory note with a fixed date of payment, a document of deferred payment. Each person gives credit in one direction and receives credit from another. We shall start by completely ignoring banker's credit, which is an entirely separate and essentially different element. Insofar as these bills of exchange continue to circulate among the merchants themselves as means of payment, by endorsement from one to another, but without the intervention of any discounting, all that happens is a transfer of the claim from A to B, and absolutely nothing in the relationship has changed. One person simply takes the place of another. Say that spinner A has to pay a bill to cotton broker B, and the latter to importer C. If C also exports yarn, which happens frequently enough, he can buy yarn from A against a bill of exchange, and spinner A can settle with broker B with the latter's own bill of exchange, which C received in payment. In this case, it is at most a balance that remains to be paid in the form of money. The entire transaction then simply mediates the exchange of cotton and yarn. The exporter simply represents the spinner and the cotton broker the cotton planter. Two things should be noted about this circuit of purely commercial credit. Firstly, the settlement of these reciprocal claims depends on the reflux of the capital, i.e. C to M, which is simply delayed. If the spinner has received a bill from a manufacturer of cotton goods, the manufacturer is able to pay when the goods he has on the market have meanwhile been sold. If the speculator in corn has given a bill of exchange on his factor, the factor is able to pay the money after the corn has been sold at the expected price. These payments thus depend on the fluidity of reproduction, i.e. of the production and consumption process. But since the credits are reciprocal, the ability of each person to pay depends at the same time on the ability of another to pay. For when drawing the bill, the drawee can have counted either on the return of capital in his own business or on a return in the business of a third party who has to pay him a bill in the intervening period. Apart from the prospective return, payment is possible only by means of reserve capital, which the person drawing the bill has at his disposal, in order to meet his obligations in case returns are delayed. Secondly, this credit system does not obviate the need for cash payments. For a start, a large proportion of expenses must always be paid in cash, wages, taxes, etc. But if, for example, B, who accepts a bill from C in lieu of immediate payment, has himself to pay a bill that falls due to D before the former bill falls due to him, he must also have cash for this. A complete circuit of reproduction, such as was assumed above, from the cotton planter to the cotton spinner and vice versa, can only be an exception and must always be broken in several places. We have seen in connection with the reproduction process, see Volume 2, Part 3, how the producers of constant capital exchange part of their constant capital with one another. In this case, the bills may more or less balance. The same thing happens when production is on an ascending curve, and the cotton broker draws on the spinner on the cotton goods manufacturer, the latter on the exporter, and he on the importer, perhaps again an importer of cotton. But the circuit of transactions and consequent doubling back on the series of claims are not one and the same thing. The spinner's claim on the weaver, for example, is not settled by the claim of the coal supplier on the machine builder. The spinner never makes counterclaims on the machine builder in the course of his business, since his product, yarn, never becomes an element in the machine builder's reproduction process. Claims of this kind must therefore be settled in money. The limits of this commercial credit, considered by itself, are firstly, the wealth of the industrialists and merchants, i.e. the reserve capital at their disposal in case of a delay in returns, and secondly, these returns themselves. They may be delayed in time, or commodity prices may fall in the meantime, or again the commodities may temporarily become unsaleable as a result of a glut on the market. The longer bills run for, the greater the reserve capital needed, and the greater the possibility that returns may be diminished or delayed as a result of a fall in price or an excess of supply on the market. Returns are that much less certain, moreover, the more the original transaction was inspired by speculation on a rise or fall in commodity prices. It is clear, however, that with the development of labor productivity, and hence of production on a large scale, firstly, markets expand and become further removed from the point of production. Secondly, credit must consequently be prolonged, and thirdly, as a result, the speculative element must come more and more to dominate transactions. Large-scale production for distant markets casts the entire product into the arms of commerce, but it is impossible for the nation's capital to double so that commerce would purchase the entire national product with its own capital before selling it again. Credit is thus indispensable here, a credit that grows in volume with the growing value of production and grows in duration with the increasing distance of the markets. A reciprocal effect takes place here. The development of the production process expands credit, while credit in turn leads to an expansion of industrial and commercial operations. If we consider this credit in separation from bankers' credit, it is evident that it grows with the scale of industrial capital itself. Loan capital and industrial capital are identical here. The capitals loaned are commodity capitals designed either for final individual consumption or to replace constant elements of productive capital. So what appears here as loaned capital is always capital that exists in a certain phase of the reproduction process, but is transferred from one hand to another by purchase and sale, while the equivalent for it is paid by the buyer only later, after the stipulated interval. Cotton, for instance, is transferred to the spinner against a bill of exchange, yarn to the merchant against a bill of exchange, from the merchant to the exporter against a bill of exchange, from the exporter to a merchant in India, again against a bill of exchange, the merchant selling it and buying indigo, and so on. During this transfer from one hand to another, the cotton is undergoing its transformation into finished goods, and these goods are ultimately shipped to India and exchanged for indigo, which is shipped to Europe and goes into the reproduction process once again. The different phases of reproduction are mediated here by credit. The spinner has not paid for the cotton, nor the cotton goods manufacturer for the yarn, nor the merchant for the cotton goods, etc. In the first acts of the process, the commodity, cotton, goes through its various phases of production, and its transfer is mediated by credit. But once the cotton has received its final form as a commodity in the course of production, the same commodity capital still has to go through the hands of various merchants, who effect its transport to a distant market and buy other commodities in exchange, these going either into consumption or into the reproduction process. There are thus two sections to be distinguished here. In the first section, credit mediates the actual successive phases in the production of the article in question. In the second, it simply mediates the transfer from the hands of one merchant to those of another, which includes transport, the act C to M. But here too, at least, the commodity is permanently engaged in the act of circulation, i.e. in a phase of the reproduction process. What is loaned here, therefore, is never unoccupied capital, but rather capital that must change its form in the hands of its owner, that exists in a form in which it is simply commodity capital form, i.e. capital that must be transformed back, and in the first instance, at least converted into money. Thus, it is the metamorphosis of the commodity that is mediated here by way of credit, not only C to M, but also M to C, and the actual production process. A great deal of credit in the reproduction circuit, leaving aside bankers' credit, does not mean a great deal of unoccupied capital, which is offered for loan and seeks profitable investment, but rather a high level of employment of capital in the reproduction process. What credit mediates here is therefore firstly, as far as the industrial capitalists are concerned, the transition of industrial capital from one phase to another, the connection of spheres of production that belong together and mesh into one another, and secondly, as far as the merchants are concerned, the transport and transfer of commodities from one hand to another until their definitive sale for money or exchange with another commodity. The maximum of credit is the same thing here as the fullest employment of industrial capital, i.e. the utmost taxing of its reproductive power irrespective of the limits of consumption. These limits to consumption are extended by stretching of the reproduction process itself. On the one hand, this increases the consumption of revenue by workers and capitalists, while on the other, it is itself identical with the stretching of productive consumption. As long as the reproduction process is fluid, so that returns remain assured, this credit persists and extends, and its extension is based on the extension of the reproduction process itself. As soon as any stagnation occurs, as a result of delayed returns, overstocked markets, or fallen prices, there is a surplus of industrial capital, but in a form in which it cannot accomplish its function. A great deal of commodity capital, but unsaleable. A great deal of fixed capital, but in large measure unemployed as a result of the stagnation in reproduction. Credit contracts firstly because this capital is unoccupied, i.e. congealed in one of its phases of reproduction because it cannot complete its metamorphosis, secondly because confidence in the fluidity of the reproduction process is broken, and thirdly because the demand for this commercial credit declines. The spinner who restricts his production and has a lot of unsold yarn in store does not need to buy cotton on credit. The merchant does not need to buy any goods on credit, as he already has more than enough. So if there is a disturbance in this expansion, or even in the normal exertion of the reproduction process, there is also a lack of credit. It is more difficult to obtain goods on credit. The demand for cash payment and distrust of credit selling is especially characteristic of the phase in the industrial cycle that follows the crash. In the crisis itself, since everyone has goods to sell and cannot sell, even though they have to sell in order to pay, the quantity of capital blocked in its reproduction process, though not of unoccupied capital to be invested, is precisely at its greatest, even if the lack of credit is also most acute, and hence, as far as the bank credit goes, the discount rate at its highest. Capital already invested is in fact massively unemployed, since the reproduction process is stagnant. Factories stand idle, raw materials pile up, finished products flood the market as commodities. Nothing could be more wrong, therefore, than to ascribe such a situation to a lack of productive capital. It is precisely then that there is a surplus of productive capital, partly in relation to the normal, though temporarily contracted, scale of reproduction, and partly in relation to the crippled consumption. Let us conceive the whole society as composed simply of industrial capitalists and wage laborers. Let us also leave aside those changes in price which prevent large portions of the total capital from being replaced in their average proportions, and which, in the overall context of the reproduction process as a whole, particularly as developed by credit, must recurrently bring about a situation of general stagnation. Let us likewise ignore the fraudulent businesses and speculative dealings that the credit system fosters. In this case, a crisis would be explicable only in terms of a disproportion in production between different branches, and a disproportion between the consumption of the capitalists themselves and their accumulation. But as things actually are, the replacement of the capitals invested in production depends to a large extent on the consumption capacity of the non-productive classes, while the consumption capacity of the workers is restricted partly by the laws governing wages and partly by the fact that they are employed only as long as they can be employed at a profit for the capitalist class. The ultimate reason for all real crises always remains the poverty and restricted consumption of the masses, in the face of the drive of capitalist production to develop the productive forces, as if only the absolute consumption capacity of society set a limit to them. The only case in which we can speak of a genuine lack of productive capital, at least in the case of developed capitalist countries, is that of a general harvest failure, affecting either the staple foodstuffs or the principal raw materials for industry. But on top of this commercial credit, we also have monetary credit proper. Advances between industrialists and merchants fuse together with the advancing of money to them by bankers and moneylenders. In the discounting of bills of exchange, the advance is purely nominal. A manufacturer sells his product for a bill of exchange and discounts this bill with a bill broker, but in actual fact, the latter only advances his banker's credit, and the banker in turn advances the money capital of his depositors, who consist of the industrialists and merchants themselves, though also including workers by means of savings banks, as well as landlords and other unproductive classes. As far as each individual manufacturer or merchant is concerned, then, both the need for a strong reserve capital and dependence on actual returns are dispensed with. On the other hand, however, this is so much complicated by simple bill jobbing, and by dealing in commodities with no other purpose than that of fabricating bills of exchange, that the appearance of very solid business with brisk returns can merrily persist even when returns have in actual fact long since been made only at the cost of swindled moneylenders and swindled producers. This is why business always seems almost exaggeratedly healthy immediately before collapse. The best proof of this is provided by the reports on bank acts of 1857 and 58, for example, in which bank directors, merchants, in short, a whole series of experts summoned to give evidence, with Lord Overston at their head, all congratulated one another on the blooming and healthy state of business, just 1 month before the crisis broke out in August of 57. It is particularly striking how Tooke, as the historian of all these crises, falls victim to the illusion once again in his History of Prices. Business is always thoroughly sound, and the campaign in fullest swing, until the sudden intervention of the collapse. We return now to the accumulation of money capital. Not every increase in money capital for loan is an index of genuine capital accumulation or an expansion of the reproduction process. This is shown most clearly in the phase of the industrial cycle immediately after the crisis, when loan capital lies idle on a massive scale. At these moments, when the production process has undergone a contraction, and after the crisis of 1847, production in the English industrial districts was cut by a third, when commodity prices stand at their lowest point, and when the entrepreneurial spirit is crippled, there is a low rate of interest, which in this case simply indicates an increase in loanable capital precisely as a result of the contraction and paralysis of industrial capital. It is obvious enough that less means of circulation are required with lower commodity prices, fewer dealings, and a contraction in the capital laid out on wages. That after the settlement of debts abroad, partly by a drain of gold and partly by bankruptcies, no additional money is required to carry out the function of world money. And finally, that the scale of the discount business also declines with the number and amount of bills of exchange to be discounted. The demand for loanable money capital therefore declines, both for means of circulation and for means of payment. There is no question yet of new capital investment, so that this capital becomes relatively abundant. But the supply of loanable money capital also undergoes a positive increase in conditions such as these, as we shall show later on. After the crisis of 1847, for example, there was a, quote, limitation of transactions and a great superabundance of money, end quote, from Commercial Distress, 1847-8. The rate of interest was very low on account of the, quote, almost perfect destruction of commerce and the almost total want of means of employing money, end quote. The nonsense that these gentlemen concocted to explain the situation, and Hodgson, moreover, is one of the best of them, can be seen from the following sentence, quote, the pressure of 1847 arose from the real diminution of the moneyed capital of the country, caused partly by the necessity of paying in gold for imports from all the parts of the world, and partly by the absorption of floating into fixed capital, end quote. We are not told how the absorption of floating capital into fixed is supposed to reduce the money capital in a country. In the case of railways, for example, which were the principal sphere of investment for capital at the time, no gold or paper is used to make viaducts and rails, and the money for railway shares, insofar as it is deposited simply for payments, functions just like all other money deposited with the banks, and even temporarily increases the loanable money capital, as we have already shown. To the extent that it is actually spent on construction, it circulates in the country as a means of purchase and payment. It is only insofar as fixed capital is not exportable, i.e. insofar as its export is actually impossible, so that no capital is obtained by way of returns for articles exported, including returns in cash or bullion, that the money capital can be affected. But English export goods too were at that time stockpiled and unsaleable on a massive scale in foreign markets. For the merchants and manufacturers in Manchester, etc., who had tied up a part of their normal working capital in railway shares and were therefore dependent on borrowed capital to conduct their business, their floating capital really had been fixed, and they had to bear the consequences of this. But it would have been the same thing if they had invested the capital that rightly belonged to their business, but had been withdrawn in mines, for example, instead of in railways, even though the products of mining are floating capital again themselves, iron, coal, copper, etc. The real reduction in available money capital as a result of harvest failure, the import of corn and export of gold, was of course an occurrence that had nothing to do with the railway swindle. Quote, almost all mercantile houses had begun to starve their businesses more or less by taking part of their commercial capital for railways. Loans to so great an extent by commercial houses to railways induced them to lean too much upon banks by the discount of paper, whereby to carry on their commercial operations. In Manchester, there have been immense losses in consequence of this speculation in railways. End quote. One major cause of the 1847 crisis was the colossal saturation of the market and the boundless fraud in the East Indian trade. Other factors too, however, contributed to the downfall of very wealthy firms in this sector. Quote, they had large means but not available. The whole of their capital was locked up in estates in the Mauritius, or indigo factories or sugar factories. Having incurred liabilities to the extent of £500,000 to £600,000, they had no available assets to pay their bills, and eventually it proved that to pay their bills, they were entirely dependent upon their credit. End quote from Charles Turner, evidence number 730. Gardner, too, in evidence number 4872, quote, immediately after the China Treaty, so great a prospect was held out to the country of a great extension of our commerce with China, that there were many large mills built with a view to that trade exclusively, in order to manufacture that class of cloth which is principally taken for the China market, and our previous manufactures had the addition of all those. Question. How has that trade turned out? Answer. Most ruinous, almost beyond description. I do not believe that of the whole of the shipments that were made in 44 and 45 to China, above 2/3 of the amount have ever been returned, in consequence of tea being the principal article of repayment, and of the expectation that was held out, we, as manufacturers, fully calculated upon a great reduction in the duty on tea. End quote. Then we have the characteristic credo of the English manufacturer in a naive version, quote, our commerce with no foreign market is limited by their power to purchase the commodity, but it is limited in this country by our capability of consuming that which we receive in return for our manufactures. End quote. The relatively poor countries with which England trades can of course pay for and consume any amount of English manufactures, but unfortunately, rich England cannot assimilate the products sent in return. Quote, I sent out some goods in the first instance, and the goods sold at about a 15% loss, from the full conviction that the price at which my agents could purchase tea would leave so great a profit in this country as to make up the deficiency. But instead of profit, I lost in some instances 25 and up to 50%. Question. Did the manufacturers generally export on their own account? Answer. Principally the merchants, I think, very soon saw that the thing would not answer, and they rather encouraged the manufacturers to consign than take a direct interest themselves. End quote. In 1857, on the other hand, the losses and bankruptcies fell principally upon the merchants, as this time the manufacturers left them with the task of flooding the foreign markets on their own account. An expansion of money capital arising from the fact that, as a result of the spread of banking, see the example of the Ipswich Bank below, where in the few years immediately prior to 1857, the farmers' deposits rose 4 times over. What was formerly a private hoard or reserve of coin is now always transformed for a certain period into loanable capital. This expansion of money capital no more expresses a growth in productive capital than did the growing deposits in the London joint stock banks once these began to pay interest on deposits. As long as the scale of production remains the same, this expansion simply gives rise to an abundance of loanable money capital, as compared with productive capital, hence a low rate of interest. If the reproduction process has reached the flourishing stage that precedes that of overexertion, commercial credit undergoes a very great expansion, this in turn actually forming the healthy basis for a ready flow of returns and an expansion of production. In this situation, the rate of interest is still low, even if it has risen above its minimum. This is actually the only point in time at which it may be said that a low rate of interest, and hence a relative abundance of loanable capital, coincides with an actual expansion of industrial capital. The ease and regularity of returns, combined with an expanded commercial credit, ensures the supply of loan capital despite the increased demand and prevents the interest level from rising. This is also the point when jobbers first enter the picture on a notable scale, operating without reserve capital or even without capital at all, i.e. completely on money credit. Added to this, too, is a great expansion of fixed capital in all forms, and the opening of large numbers of new and far-reaching undertakings. Interest now rises to its average level. It reaches its maximum again as soon as the new crisis breaks out. Credit suddenly dries up, payments congeal, the reproduction process is paralyzed, and save for the exceptions mentioned earlier, there is an almost absolute lack of loan capital alongside a surplus of unoccupied industrial capital. By and large, therefore, the movement of loan capital, as expressed in the rate of interest, runs in the opposite direction to that of industrial capital. The phase in which the low but above minimum rate of interest coincides with the improvement and growing confidence after the crisis, and particularly the phase in which it reaches its average level, the midpoint equidistant between its minimum and maximum. Only these two phases show a combination of abundant loan capital and a big expansion in industrial capital. At the beginning of the industrial cycle, however, a low rate of interest coincides with a contraction of industrial capital, and at the end of the cycle, a high rate of interest coincides with an overabundance of industrial capital. The low rate of interest that accompanies the improvement phase expresses the fact that commercial credit only needs a small amount of bank credit, since it still stands on its own 2 feet. This industrial cycle is such that the same circuit must periodically reproduce itself once the first impulse has been given. In the slack phase, production falls below the level it attained in the previous cycle and for which the technical basis is now laid. In the phase of prosperity, the middle period, it develops further on this basis. In the period of overproduction and swindling, the productive forces are stretched to their limit, even beyond the capitalist barriers to the production process. The reason for the lack of means of payment in the crisis period is self-evident. The convertibility of bills of exchange has replaced the metamorphosis of the actual commodities, and all the more so at such a time insofar as one group of firms is operating purely on credit. Ignorant and confused banking laws, such as those of 1844-5, may intensify the monetary crisis, but no bank legislation can abolish crises themselves. In a system of production where the entire interconnection of the reproduction process rests on credit, a crisis must evidently break out if credit is suddenly withdrawn and only cash payments is accepted, in the form of a violent scramble for means of payment. At first glance, therefore, the entire crisis presents itself as simply a credit and monetary crisis, and in fact, all it does involve is simply the convertibility of bills of exchange into money. The majority of these bills represent actual purchases and sales, the ultimate basis of the entire crisis being the expansion of these far beyond the social need. On top of this, however, a tremendous number of these bills represent purely fraudulent deals, which now come to light and explode, as well as unsuccessful speculations conducted with borrowed capital, and finally, commodity capitals that are either devalued or unsaleable, or returns that are never going to come in. It is clear that this entire artificial system of forced expansion of the reproduction process cannot be cured by now allowing one bank, for example the Bank of England, to give all the swindlers the capital they lack in paper money and to buy all the depreciated commodities at their old nominal values. Moreover, everything here appears upside down, since in this paper world the real price and its real elements are nowhere to be seen, but simply bullion, metal coin, notes, bills, and securities. This distortion is particularly evident in centers such as London, where the monetary business of an entire country is concentrated. Here, the whole process becomes incomprehensible. It is somewhat less so in the centers of production. It should also be remarked in passing, in connection with the overabundance of industrial capital that appears during crises, that commodity capital is inherently already money capital, i.e. a certain sum of value expressed in the commodity's price. As a use value, it is a certain quantity of particular useful objects, and these are present in excess at the moment of crisis. But as inherently money capital, potential money capital, it is subject to constant expansion and contraction. On the eve of the crisis, and during it, the commodity capital is contracted in its capacity as potential money capital. It represents less money capital for its owner and his creditors, also as security for bills of exchange and loans, than at the time it was bought, and when the discounts and loans made with it as security were concluded. If this is the supposed sense of the contention, that the money capital of a country is reduced in times of pressure, it is identical with saying that commodity prices have fallen. Such a collapse in prices, incidentally, only balances their earlier inflation. The incomes of the unproductive classes, and of those who live on fixed incomes, remain for the most part stationary during the price inflation that goes hand in hand with overproduction and overspeculation. Their consumption power thus undergoes a relative decline, and with this also their ability to replace the portion of the total reproduction that would normally go into their consumption. Even if their demand remains nominally the same, it still declines in real terms. As regards the question of imports and exports, it should be noted that all countries are successively caught up in the crisis, and that it is then apparent that they have all, with few exceptions, both exported and imported too much, i.e. the balance of payments is against them all, so that the root of the problem is actually not the balance of payments at all. England, for example, suffers from a drain of gold. It has imported too much, but at the same time, every other country is overburdened with English goods. They too have imported too much, or been made to import too much. There is a distinction, however, between the country that exports on credit and those that do not, or only a little. The latter then imports on credit, and this is only not the case if the goods in question are sent out on consignment. The crisis may break out first of all in England, the country that gives the most credit and takes the least, because the balance of payments, i.e. the balance of payments due which must be settled immediately, is against it, even though the overall balance of trade is in its favor. This fact is partly to be explained in terms of the credits given by England and partly in terms of the amount of loan capital sent abroad, which means that a large quantity of returns flows back to England in commodities, in addition to trading returns in the strict sense. Sometimes the crisis breaks out first of all in America, the country that takes the most credit for trade and capital from England. The crash in England, introduced and accompanied by a drain of gold, settles England's balance of payments, partly by bankrupting its importers, on which more below, partly by driving part of its commodity capital abroad at low prices, and partly by the sale of foreign securities, the purchase of English ones, etc. The sequence now reaches another country. The balance of payments was temporarily in its favor, but now the normal interval between the balancing of payments and the balancing of trade is abolished, or at least cut short by the crisis. All payments have to be settled at once. The same situation then repeats itself here. England now has a reflux of gold, the other country a drain. What appears in one country as excessive importing appears in the other as excessive exporting, and vice versa. But excessive importing and exporting has taken place in every country. Here we are not referring to harvest failures, etc., but rather to a general crisis, i.e. overproduction fostered by credit and the accompanying general inflation in prices. In 1857, the crisis broke out in the United States. This led to a drain of gold from England to America. But as soon as the American bubble burst, the crisis reached England, with a drain of gold from America to England. Similarly, between England and the continent, in times of general crisis, the balance of payments is against every country, at least against every commercially developed country, but always against each of these in succession as soon as the sequence of payments reaches it. And once the crisis has broken out in England, for example, this sequence of dates is condensed into a fairly short period. It is then evident that all these countries have simultaneously overexported, i.e. overproduced, and overimported, i.e. overtraded, and that in all of them, prices were inflated and credit overstretched. In every case, the same collapse follows. The phenomenon of a drain of gold then affects each of them in turn and shows by its very universality, firstly, that the drain of gold is simply a phenomenon of the crisis and not its basis, and secondly, that the sequence in which this drain of gold affects the different countries simply indicates when the series reaches them for a final settlement of accounts, when their own day of crisis comes and its latent elements in turn emerge in their own case. It is characteristic of the English economic writers, and the economic literature worth mentioning since 1830 principally boils down to writing on currency, credit, and crises, that they consider the export of precious metal that occurs in times of crisis, despite the turn in exchange rates, simply from the English standpoint, as a purely national phenomenon, and resolutely close their eyes to the fact that if their bank raises the interest rate in times of crisis, all other European banks do the same thing, and that if they raise a cry of distress about the drain of gold today, this is echoed tomorrow in America and the day after that in Germany and France. In 1847, quote, the engagements running upon this country had to be met, mostly for corn. Unfortunately, they were met to a great extent by failures. Wealthy England obtaining a breathing space for itself by defaulting on its obligations vis-à-vis the continent and America. But to the extent to which they were not met by failures, they were met by the exportation of bullion. End quote of the Report of Committee on Bank Acts, 1857. Thus, insofar as a crisis in England is intensified by the banking legislation, this legislation is also a means of cheating the corn-exporting countries in times of famine, first of their corn, then of the money for their corn. A ban on the export of corn in times such as these, in the case of countries that are themselves suffering to a greater or lesser extent from rising prices, is thus a very rational defense against this plan by the Bank of England to meet engagements for corn imports by failures. Far better that the corn producers and speculators should lose a part of their profits for the good of their own country than their capital for the good of England. We conclude from what has been said here that commodity capital largely loses its capacity to represent potential money capital in times of crisis, and generally when business stagnates. The same is true of fictitious capital, interest-bearing paper, inasmuch as this itself circulates as money capital on the stock exchange. As the interest rate rises, its price falls. It falls further owing to the general lack of credit, which compels the owners of this paper to unload it onto the market on a massive scale in order to obtain money. In the case of shares, finally, their price falls partly as a result of a decline in the revenues on which they are claims, and partly as a result of the fraudulent character of the enterprises which they very often represent. This fictitious money capital is enormously reduced during crises, and with it, the power of its owners to use it to borrow money in the market. The reduction in the money value of these securities on the stock exchange list, however, has nothing to do with the real capital that they represent. As against this, it has a lot to do with the solvency of their owners. Chapter 31. Money Capital and Real Capital, Part 2, Continuation. We have still not finished with the question of how far the accumulation of capital, in the form of money capital for loan, coincides with genuine accumulation, the expansion of the reproduction process. The transformation of money into money capital for loan is a far simpler matter than the transformation of money into productive capital, but we must distinguish here between two different things. Firstly, the mere transformation of money into loan capital, and secondly, the transformation of capital or revenue into money that is transformed into loan capital. It is only the latter point which is related to the genuine accumulation of industrial capital, and only this can involve a positive accumulation of capital for loan. Section 1. Transformation of money into loan capital. We have already seen how a pile-up or overabundance of loan capital, which is related to productive accumulation only by standing in inverse proportion to it, can arise. This is the case in two phases of the industrial cycle. Firstly, at the time when industrial capital in the two forms of productive capital and commodity capital has contracted, i.e. at the beginning of the cycle after the crisis, and secondly, at the time when improvement sets in, but commercial credit has little need for bank credit. In the first case, the money capital that was formerly applied to production and trade appears as unoccupied loan capital. In the second case, it is applied on an increasing scale, but at a very low rate of interest, since it is now the industrial or commercial capitalist who set terms to the money capitalist. The surplus of loan capital expresses in the first case the stagnation of industrial capital, and in the second case, the relative independence of commercial credit from bank credit, resting on the fluidity of returns, short terms of credit, and operations predominantly conducted with one's own capital. The speculators who rely on the credit capital of others have not yet appeared on the scene, while people who operate with their own capital are still far removed from anything like pure credit operations. In the first phase, the surplus of loan capital expresses the exact opposite of genuine accumulation. In the second phase, it coincides with the renewed expansion of the reproduction process. It accompanies it without causing it. The surplus of loan capital is already on the decline and is still only relative to the demand. In both cases, the expansion of the accumulation process proper is promoted because the low rate of interest, which coincides in the first case with low prices and in the second case with slowly rising prices, increases the portion of the profit that is transformed into profit of enterprise. This is all the more so when interest rises to its average level during the height of the prosperity period. Although it has risen, it has not done so in relation to profit. We have seen, on the other hand, how an accumulation of loan capital may take place without any genuine accumulation, by purely technical means such as the expansion and concentration of the banking system, saving on the circulation reserve, or even on private individuals' reserve funds or means of payment, which are in this way transformed into loan capital for short periods. Although this loan capital, which is therefore known also as floating capital, only ever receives the form of loan capital for short periods, and thus should only be used for short-term discounting, it is constantly flowing back and forth. If one person withdraws it, someone else puts it in. The amount of money capital for loan, and here we are not referring at all to loans for several years, but simply to short-term loans against bills of exchange and deposits, thus actually grows quite independently of genuine accumulation. Bank Committee, 1857. Question 501. What do you mean by floating capital? The answer of Mr. Wagelin, Governor of the Bank of England: it is capital applicable to loans of money for short period. The Bank of England notes the country bank circulation and the amount of coin which is in the country. Question. It does not appear from the returns before the committee, if by floating capital you mean the active circulation of the notes of the Bank of England, that there is any great variation in the active circulation, though it is a very major distinction as to who it is that advances the active circulation, the moneylender or the reproductive capitalist himself. Wakelin's answer: I include in floating capital the reserves of the bankers, in which there is a considerable fluctuation. This means, therefore, that a major fluctuation takes place in the portion of deposits which the bankers have not lent out again, but which figure rather as their reserves, though a lot of it also figures as the reserve of the Bank of England, with which their reserves are deposited. The same gentleman finally says that floating capital may be bullion, including metal money. It is truly amazing how all the categories of political economy take on a new meaning and form in this credit gibberish of the money market. Floating capital here is the expression for circulating capital, which is of course something completely different, and money is capital, and bullion is capital, and banknotes are circulation, and capital is a commodity, and debts are commodities, and fixed capital is money invested in paper that is hard to sell. The joint stock banks of London have increased their deposits from 8.9 million in 1847 to 43.1 million in 1857. The evidence given to your committee leads to the inference that of this vast amount, a large part has been derived from sources not heretofore made available for this purpose, and that the practice of opening accounts and depositing money with bankers has extended to numerous classes who did not formerly employ their capital in that way. It is stated by Mr. Rodwell, the chairman of the Association of the Private Country Bankers, distinguished from joint stock banks, and delegated by them to give evidence to your committee that in the neighborhood of Ipswich, this practice has lately increased fourfold among the farmers and shopkeepers of that district, that almost every farmer, even those paying only £50 per annum rent, now keeps deposits with bankers. The aggregate of these deposits of course finds its way to the employment of trade, and especially gravitates to London, the center of commercial activity, where it is employed first in the discount of bills, or in other advances to the customers of the London bankers. That large portion, however, for which the bankers themselves have no immediate demand, passes into the hands of the bill brokers, who give to the banker in return commercial bills already discounted by them for persons in London and in different parts of the country, as a security for the sum advanced by the banker. Since the banker makes advances to the bill broker on the bill that the broker has already once discounted, he actually rediscounts it. But in actual fact, very many of these bills have already been rediscounted by the bill broker, and with the same money that the banker uses to rediscount the bills presented by the broker rediscounts new bills. This leads to the following situation. Extensive fictitious credits have been created by means of accommodation bills, and open credits, great facilities for which have been afforded by the practice of joint stock country banks discounting such bills and rediscounting them with the bill brokers in the London market upon the credit of the bank alone, without any reference to the quality of the bills otherwise. The following passage from The Economist sheds an interesting light on this rediscounting, and on the assistance that this purely technical increase in the money capital for loan provides for credit swindles. For some years past, capital, namely loanable money capital, has accumulated in some districts of the country more rapidly than it could be used, while in others, the means of employing capital have increased more rapidly than the capital itself. While the bankers in the purely agricultural districts throughout the kingdom found no sufficient means of profitably and safely employing their deposits in their own districts, those in the large mercantile towns and in the manufacturing and mining districts have found a larger demand for capital than their own means could supply. The effect of this relative state of different districts has led, of late years, to the establishment and rapid extension of a new class of houses in the distribution of capital, who, though usually called bill brokers, are in reality bankers upon an immense scale. The business of these houses has been to receive, for such periods and at such rates of interest as were agreed upon, the surplus capital of bankers in those districts where it could not be employed, as well as the temporary unemployed monies of public companies and extensive mercantile establishments, and advance them at higher rates of interest to bankers in those districts where capital was more in demand, generally by rediscounting the bills taken from their customers. And in this way, Lombard Street has become the great center in which the transfer of spare capital has been made from one part of the country, where it could not be profitably employed, to another, where demand existed for it, as well as between individuals similarly circumstanced. At first, these transactions were confined almost exclusively to borrowing and lending on banking securities, but as the capital of the country rapidly accumulated and became more economized by the establishment of banks, the funds at the disposal of these discount houses became so large that they were induced to make advances first on dock warrants of merchandise, storage bills on commodities and docks, and next on bills of lading, representing produce not even arrived in this country, though sometimes, if not generally, secured by bills drawn by the merchant upon his broker. This practice rapidly changed the whole character of English commerce. The facilities thus afforded in Lombard Street gave extensive powers to brokers in Mincing Lane, who on their part offered the full advantage of them to the importing merchant, who so far took advantage of them that whereas 25 years ago the fact that a merchant received advances on his bills of lading or even his dock warrants would have been fatal to his credit, the practice has become so common of late years that it may be said to be now the general rule, and not the rare exception as it was 25 years ago. Nay, so much further has this system been carried, that large sums have been raised in Lombard Street on bills against the forthcoming crops of distant colonies. The consequence of such facilities being thus granted to the importing merchants led them to extend their transactions abroad, and to invest their floating capital with which their business has hitherto been conducted, in the most objectionable of all fixed securities, foreign plantations, over which they could exercise little or no control. And thus we see the direct change of credit through which the capital of the country, collected in our rural districts and in small amounts in the shape of deposits in country banks and centers in Lombard Street for employment, has been first made available for the extending operations in our mining and manufacturing districts by the rediscounting of bills to banks in those localities, next for granting greater facilities to the importation of foreign produce by advances upon dock warrants and bills of lading, and thus liberating the legitimate mercantile capital of houses engaged in foreign and colonial trade, and inducing to its most objectionable advances on foreign plantations." End quote from The Economist, 1847. That is the nice way to devour credits. The rural depositor imagines he is simply depositing with his banker, and also imagines that when the banker makes loans, it is to private individuals whom he knows. He does not have the remotest suspicion that the banker puts his deposit at the disposal of a London bill broker, over whose operations neither of them have the slightest control. We have already seen how major public undertakings, such as railway construction, can temporarily increase loan capital, and that the sums paid up always remain for a certain while in the hands of the banks and are at their disposal until they are actually spent. The volume of loan capital, moreover, is completely different from the quantity of circulation. By quantity of circulation here, we mean the sum of all banknotes in circulation in a particular country, together with all metal money, including precious metal in the forms of bullion. A part of this quantity forms the bank's reserve and is constantly fluctuating in size. On November 12, 1857, the date of the suspension of the Bank Act of 1844, the entire reserve of the Bank of England was only £580,751, including London and all its branches, their deposits at the same time amounting to £22.5 million, of which near £6.5 million belonged to London bankers. End quote from Bank Acts, 1858. Variations in the rate of interest, setting aside those taking place over longer periods, or the difference between interest rates in different countries, the first kind being conditioned by variations in the general rate of profit, and the second by differences in profit rates and the development of credit, depend on the supply of loan capital. All other factors, the state of confidence, etc., taken as equal, i.e. of capital lent in the form of money, in metal or notes, as distinct from industrial capital that is lent as such, in the commodity form, by commercial credit among the reproductive agents themselves. But the volume of this loanable money capital is still different from and independent of the quantity of money in circulation. If £20 is lent 5 times in the course of a day, a money capital of £100 is lent altogether, and this would equally mean that this £20 had functioned at least 4 times as means of purchase or payment. For if it were without the mediation of purchase and payment, so that it had not represented the transformed form of capital, commodities including labor power, at least 4 times, it would not constitute a capital of £100, but simply 5 claims of £20 each. In countries where credit is highly developed, we may assume that all money capital available for loan exists in the form of deposits with banks and moneylenders. This at least holds good for business as a whole. On top of this, in times of good business, before speculation, properly so called, gets going, the greater part of the circulatory functions will be performed, with credit easy and confidence growing, simply through a credit transfer, without the intervention of metal or paper money. The very possibility that large sums will be deposited, while the amount of means of circulation is relatively small, depends entirely on 1. The number of purchases and payments that the same piece of money performs, and 2. The number of return migrations in which it comes back to the banks as a deposit, so that its repeated function as means of purchase and payment is mediated by its renewed transformation into a deposit. A retail trader, for instance, may deposit £100 a week with his banker in money. The banker uses this to pay out a part of the manufacturer's deposit. The latter pays this to his workers, and they use it to pay the retailer, who deposits it again with the bank. The £100 deposited by the retailer has thus to serve firstly to pay out a deposit of the manufacturers, secondly to pay the workers, thirdly to pay the retailer himself, and fourthly to deposit a further part of the same retailer's money capital. For at the end of 20 weeks, if he did not have to draw on this money himself, he would have deposited £2,000 in the bank, using the same £100. The extent to which this money capital is unoccupied is shown only in the ebb and flow of the bank's reserve funds. This is why Mr. Wagelin, governor of the Bank of England in 1857, concludes that the gold in the Bank of England is the only reserve capital. Quote, "Practically, I think, the rate of discount is governed by the amount of unemployed capital which there is in the country. The amount of unemployed capital is represented by the reserve of the Bank of England, which is practically a reserve of bullion. When, therefore, the bullion is drawn upon, it diminishes the amount of unemployed capital in the country, and consequently raises the value of that which remains. The reserve of bullion in the Bank of England is, in truth, the central reserve, or the hoard of treasure, upon which the whole trade of the country is carried on. And it is upon that hoard or reservoir that the action of the foreign exchanges always falls." End quote from Report on Bank Acts, 1857. One measure for the accumulation of genuine capital, i.e. productive and commodity capital, is provided by the statistics of exports and imports. And there, it is constantly apparent that for the period over which English industry moved in 10-year cycles, 1815 to 70, the maximum for the final period of prosperity before the crisis reappeared as the minimum for the period of prosperity that followed next, only to rise then to a new and much higher maximum. The real or declared value of products exported from Great Britain and Ireland in the prosperous year of 1824 was £40.4 million. With the crisis of 1825, the volume of exports fell below this sum and fluctuated between an annual total of 35 and 39 million. With the return of prosperity in 1834, it rose above the earlier peak to £41.6 million, and in 1836 it reached a new maximum of £53.4 million. In 1837 it fell again to 42 million. So that the new minimum was already higher than the maximum of the previous cycle, and it subsequently fluctuated between 50 and 53 million. The return of prosperity raised the 1844 export total to 58.5 million, already exceeding the 1836 maximum by far. In 1845, the total for the year reached 60.1 million. It then fell back to somewhat over 57 million in 1846, almost 59 in 1847, and almost 53 million in 1848. Rising in 1849 to 65.5 million, in 1853 to almost 99 million, 1854 97 million, 1855 94.5 million, 1856 almost 116 million, and reaching a maximum in 1857 of 122 million. In 1858 it fell to 116 million, but had already risen in 59 to 130 million, in 60 almost 136 million, in 1861 to only 125 million. Here again the new minimum is higher than the previous cycle's maximum, and in 1863 to 146.5 million. The same thing can of course also be shown for imports, which indicate the expansion of the market. Here we are concerned only with the scale of production. This is of course true for England only for the period of its effective industrial monopoly, but it is true in general for the totality of countries with modern large-scale industry, as long as the world market is still expanding. Section 2. Transformation of capital or revenue into money that is transformed into loan capital. Here, we are considering the accumulation of money capital insofar as this does not express a stagnation in the flow of commercial credit, or saving either on the actual circulating medium or on the reserve capital of the agents engaged in reproduction. Leaving aside these two cases, accumulation of money capital may arise through an exceptional influx of gold, as happened in 1852 and 53 as a result of the new gold mines in Australia and California. This gold was deposited in the Bank of England. The depositors accepted notes in return, which they did not directly deposit again with the bankers. In this way, the circulating medium underwent an extraordinary increase. And here we cite the evidence of Wagelin, B.A. 1857, evidence number 1329. The bank tried to valorize these deposits by reducing its discount rate to 2%. In the course of 6 months in 1853, the quantity of gold piled up in the bank grew to some 22 to 23 million. All money-lending capitalists obviously accumulate directly in the money form, while we have seen that real accumulation by industrial capitalists occurs as a rule through an increase in the elements of reproductive capital itself. The development of the credit system and the tremendous concentration of the money-lending business in the hands of big banks must therefore already accelerate, in and of itself, the accumulation of loanable capital, as a form separate from genuine accumulation. This rapid development of loan capital is therefore a result of the genuine accumulation, as an effect of the development of the reproduction process, and the profit that forms the source of accumulation for these money capitalists is simply a deduction from the surplus value that the reproductive agents extract, as well as an appropriation of part of the interest on the savings of others. Loan capital accumulates at the expense of both industrial and commercial capitalists. We have seen how, in the bad phases of the industrial cycle, the rate of interest may rise so high that it temporarily swallows up profits entirely for some branches of business, particularly those unfavorably located. At the same time, the prices of government paper and other securities fall. This is the moment when money capitalists buy up this devalued paper on a massive scale, as it will soon go up again in the later phases, and even rise above its normal level. They will then sell it off, thereby appropriating a part of the public's money capital. Those securities that are not sold off yield a higher interest, since they were bought below their price, but all the profit which the money capitalists make, and which they turn back into capital, they transform first of all into money capital for loan. Thus we already have an accumulation of this money capital as distinct from the genuine accumulation, even if accumulation of its offshoot, when we simply consider the money capitalists, bankers, etc. themselves as the accumulation of this particular class of capitalists. And this must grow with each extension of the credit system, as it accompanies the genuine expansion of the reproduction process. If the rate of interest is low, this devaluation of money capital falls principally on the depositors, and not on the banks. Before the development of joint stock banking, 3/4 of all bank deposits in England did not receive any interest, and where interest is now paid, this is at least 1% less than the market rate. As far as the monetary accumulation of the remaining classes of capitalists is concerned, we ignore here the part that is invested in interest-bearing paper and accumulates in this form. We shall simply consider the portion that is placed on the market as money capital for loan. Here we have firstly the section of profit that is not spent as revenue, being rather designed for accumulation, but which the industrial capitalists concerned do not have any immediate employment for in their own business. This profit exists first of all in commodity capital, making up a portion of its value, and is realized in money together with it. If it is not then transformed back into the commodity capital's elements of production, we leave aside here for the time being the merchant, whom we shall deal with later more specifically, it must persist for a certain period in the money form. Its amount rises with the volume of the capital itself, even given a declining rate of profit. The part to be spent as revenue is gradually consumed, but in the meantime, it constitutes loan capital as a deposit with the banker. And so, even the growth of the part of the profit spent as revenue is expressed in a gradual and constantly repeated accumulation of loan capital. Similarly to the other part, which is designed for accumulation. With the development of the credit system and its organization, the rise in revenue, i.e. in the consumption of the industrial and commercial capitalists, is thus itself expressed as an accumulation of loan capital. And this holds good of all revenues, insofar as they are only gradually consumed, i.e. ground rent, the higher forms of salary, the incomes of the unproductive classes, etc. All of these assume for a time the form of money revenue, and can hence be converted into deposits and thereby into loan capital. It is true of all revenue, whether designed for consumption or for accumulation, that as soon as it exists in any kind of monetary form, it is a portion of value of the commodity capital that is transformed into money, and is therefore the expression and result of genuine accumulation, though not productive capital itself. If a spinner has exchanged his yarn for cotton, save for the part that forms revenue and is exchanged for money, the actual existence of his industrial capital is the yarn that has passed into possession of the weaver, or perhaps even into that of the private consumer. And this yarn, moreover, whether it serves for reproduction or for consumption, is the existence of both capital value and of the surplus value contained in it. The amount of surplus value transformed into money depends on the amount of surplus value contained in the yarn. But as soon as it is transformed into money, this money is simply the value of existence of that surplus value, and as such, it becomes an element of loan capital. No more is needed for this than that it should be transformed into a deposit, if it has not already been lent out by its owner. To be transformed back into productive capital, on the other hand, it must already have reached a certain minimum limit. Chapter 32. Money Capital and Real Capital. Part 3. Conclusion. The massive nature of the sum of money which has to be transformed back into capital, in the way mentioned at the end of the last chapter, is the result of the massive scale of the reproduction process, but considered for itself, as money capital for loan, it is not itself a sum of reproductive capital. The most important thing in our presentation so far is the point that the expansion of that portion of revenue that is destined for consumption, and in this connection we ignore the worker since his revenue is equal to the variable capital, presents itself first of all as an accumulation of money capital. There is thus an element in the accumulation of money capital that is essentially separate from the genuine accumulation of industrial capital, for the portion of the annual product designed for consumption is in no way capital. A part of it replaces capital, i.e. the constant capital of the producers of means of consumption, but insofar as it really is transformed into capital, it exists in kind as the natural form of the revenue of this constant capital's producers. The same money that represents revenue, that serves simply to mediate consumption, is regularly transformed for a certain period into loanable money capital. Inasmuch as this money represents wages, it is at the same time the money form of variable capital, and inasmuch as it replaces constant capital of the producers of means of consumption, it is the money form that their constant capital temporarily assumes, and serves to purchase the elements of their constant capital that are to be replaced in kind. Neither in one form nor the other does it in itself represent accumulation, even though its volume grows with the scale of the reproduction process, but it temporarily performs the function of money for loan, i.e. of money capital. In this respect, therefore, the accumulation of money capital must always reflect a greater accumulation of capital than is actually taking place, insofar as the expansion of individual consumption, because mediated by money, appears as an accumulation of money capital, since it supplies the money form for genuine accumulation, for money that initiates new capital investments. The accumulation of money capital for loan thus partly represents nothing more than the fact that all money into which industrial capital is transformed in the course of its circuit assumes the form not of money that the reproductive agents advance, but of money that they borrow, so that in actual fact, the advance of money that must occur in the reproduction process appears as an advance of borrowed money. Here, on the basis of commercial credit, one party lends another the money that he needs in the reproduction process. But this takes the form that the banker to whom one section of reproductive agents lend money lends this in turn to the other section of reproductive agents, which makes the banker appear as the benefactor, while at the same time disposal over this capital passes entirely to the bankers as intermediaries. There are still some special forms of the accumulation of money capital to be explained. Capital may be set free, for example, by a fall in the price of the elements of production, raw materials, etc. If the industrialist cannot directly expand his reproduction process, one part of his money capital is ejected from the circuit as superfluous and is transformed into money capital for loan. Secondly, however, capital is released in the money form, particularly in the case of the merchant, as soon as there are any interruptions to business. If the merchant has settled a whole series of deals, and these interruptions mean that he can only begin a new series later, the money that is realized represents for him simply a hoard, superfluous capital. But at the same time, it directly represents an accumulation of money capital for loan. In the first case, the accumulation of money capital expresses the repetition of the reproduction process under more favorable conditions, the genuine release of a portion of capital previously tied up, enabling the reproduction process to be expanded with the same monetary means. In the second case, on the other hand, there is simply an interruption in the flow of transactions. But in both cases, money is transformed into loanable money capital, representing an accumulation of it, and has the same effect on the money market and the rate of interest, even though in the one case the genuine accumulation process is promoted, while in the other case it is inhibited. Finally, accumulation of money capital is effected by various people who have feathered their nests and withdrawn from the reproduction process. The greater the profits made in the course of the industrial cycle, the more of these people there are. In this case, the accumulation of capital for loan expresses on the one hand a genuine accumulation, in its relative volume, on the other hand simply the degree to which industrial capitalists are transformed into simple money capitalists. As far as the other portion of the profit is concerned, that not destined to be consumed as revenue, this is transformed into money capital only if it cannot be directly used to expand business in the sphere of production in which the profit was made. This can happen for two reasons. Either because this sphere is saturated with capital, or else because in order to function as capital, the accumulation must first have attained a certain volume. according to the due proportions for investment of new capital in this particular business. It is then firstly transformed into money capital for loan and serves to expand production in other spheres. Taking all other circumstances as equal, the amount of profit destined for transformation back into capital will depend on the amount of profit made, and hence on the expansion of the reproduction process itself. But if this new accumulation comes up against difficulties of application, against a lack of spheres of investment, i.e. if branches of production are saturated and loan capital is oversupplied, this plethora of loanable money capital proves nothing more than the barriers of capitalist production. The resulting credit swindling demonstrates that there is no positive obstacle to the use of this excess capital, but there is an obstacle set up by its own laws of valorization, by the barriers within which capital can valorize itself as capital. A plethora of money capital as such does not necessarily signify overproduction, or even a lack of spheres of employment for capital. The accumulation of loan capital simply means that money is precipitated as loanable money. This process is very different from a genuine transformation into capital. It is simply the accumulation of money in a form in which it can be transformed into capital. As we have shown, however, this accumulation can express elements that are very different from genuine accumulation. With genuine accumulation constantly expanding, this expanded accumulation of money capital can be in part its result, in part the result of elements that accompany it but are quite different from it, and in part also the result even of blockages in genuine accumulation. The very fact that the accumulation of loan capital is augmented by these elements that are independent of genuine accumulation, even if they accompany it, must lead to a regular plethora of money capital at certain phases of the cycle, and this plethora develops as the credit system improves. At the same time as this, there develops the need to pursue the production process beyond its capitalist barriers. Too much trade, too much production, too much credit. This must also happen always in forms that bring about a reaction. As far as the accumulation of money capital from ground rent, wages, etc. goes, it is unnecessary to go into this here. The only element to be stressed is that as capitalist production and its division of labor progress, the job of genuine saving and abstinence by hoarders, insofar as this supplies elements of accumulation, is left to those who receive the minimum of such elements, and often enough lose what they have saved, as workers do when banks collapse. For the industrial capitalist does not save his capital, but rather disposes of the savings of others in proportion to the size of this capital, while the money capitalist makes the savings of other people into his capital, and the credit that the reproductive capitalists give one another, and that the public give them, he makes into his own source of private enrichment. The final illusion of the capitalist system, that capital is the offspring of a person's own work and savings, is thereby demolished. Not only does profit consist in the appropriation of other people's labor, but the capital with which this labor of others is set in motion and exploited consists of other people's property, which the money capitalist puts at the disposal of the industrial capitalist, and for which he in turn exploits him. We still need to say something about credit capital. How often the same piece of money can serve as loan capital depends entirely, as we have already developed above, on firstly, how often it realizes commodity values in sale or in payment, i.e. transfers capital, as well as how often it realizes revenue. How often it comes into someone else's hands as realized value, whether that of capital or of revenue, hence depends evidently on the scale and volume of real transactions. Secondly, this depends on economy and payments and the development and organization of the credit system. And thirdly, it depends finally on the linkage and speed of action of credits, so that if the money is precipitated at one point as a deposit, it is immediately sent out again as a loan. Even on the assumption that the form in which the loan capital exists is simply that of actual money, gold or silver, the commodity whose material serves as a measure of value, a large portion of this money capital is still necessarily always merely fictitious, i.e. a title to value, just like value tokens. Inasmuch as money functions in the circuit of capital, it certainly forms money capital at one point, but it is not transformed into loanable money capital. It is rather exchanged for the elements of productive capital, or paid out as a means of circulation when revenue is realized, so that it cannot be transformed into loan capital for its possessor. Insofar as it is transformed into loan capital, and the same money repeatedly represents loan capital, it is still clear that it only exists at one point as metal money. At all other points it exists simply in the form of a claim to capital. The accumulation of these claims on our assumptions arises from genuine accumulation, i.e. from the transformation of the value of commodity capital, etc. into money, and yet the accumulation of these claims or titles as such is still different both from genuine accumulation from which it arises and from the future accumulation, the new production process, which is mediated by the lending of money. At first glance, loan capital always exists in the form of money, later as a claim to money, since the money in which it originally existed is now in the hands of the borrower in the actual money form. For the lender, it has been transformed into a claim to money, into an ownership title. The same quantity of actual money can therefore represent very different quantities of money capital. Mere money, whether it represents realized capital or realized revenue, becomes loan capital by the simple act of lending it out, by its transformation into a deposit, if we consider the general form in the developed credit system. The deposit is money capital for the depositor, but in the hands of the banker it may only be potential money capital, lying idle in his safe instead of in that of its owner. As material wealth increases, the class of money capitalist grows. On the one hand, there is an increase in the number and wealth of the retired capitalists, the rentiers, and secondly, the credit system must be further developed, which means an increase in the number of bankers, moneylenders, financiers, etc. With the expansion of available money capital, the volume of interest-bearing paper, government paper, shares, etc. also expands, as explained already. At the same time, however, so does the demand for available money capital, since the jobbers who speculate in this paper play a major role in the money market. If all purchases and sales of this paper were simply the expression of genuine capital investment, it would be right to say that they could have no effect on the demand for loan capital, since if A sells his paper, he withdraws just as much money as B puts into paper. Even then, however, in view of the fact that the paper certainly exists, while the capital that it originally represented does not, at least not as money capital, a new demand for money capital of this kind is always created to that extent. But at all events, it is then money capital, which was previously at B's disposition and is now at A's. BA 1857, evidence number 4886, quote, "Do you consider that it is a correct description of the causes which determine the rate of discount to say that it is fixed by the quantity of capital on the market, which is applicable to the discount of mercantile bills, as distinguished from other classes of securities?" Chapman's response, "No. I think that the question of interest is affected by all convertible securities of a current character. It would be wrong to limit it simply to the discount of bills, because it would be absurd to say that when there is a great demand for money upon the deposit of consols, or even upon exchequer bills, as had ruled very much of late at a rate much higher than the commercial rate, our commercial world is not affected by it. It is very materially affected by it." Number 4890. When sound and current securities, such as bankers acknowledge to be so, are on the market, and people want to borrow money upon them, it certainly has its effect upon commercial bills. For instance, I can hardly expect a man to let me have money at 5% upon commercial bills if he can lend his money at the same moment at 6% upon consols, or whatever it may be. It affects us in the same manner. A man can hardly expect me to discount bills at 5.5% if I can lend my money at 6%. Number 4892. We do not talk of investors who buy their £2,000 or £5,000 or £10,000 as affecting the money market materially. If you ask me as to the rate of interest upon a deposit of consols, I allude to people who deal in hundreds of thousands of pounds, who are what are called jobbers, who take large portions of loans or make purchases on the market and have to hold that stock till the public take it off their hands at a profit. These men, therefore, want money. With the development of the credit system, large and concentrated money markets are created, as in London, which are at the same time the major seats of dealings in these securities. The bankers put the public's money capital at the disposal of this gang of dealers on a massive scale, and so the brood of gamblers multiplies. Money upon the stock exchange is, generally speaking, cheaper than it is elsewhere, said the then Governor of the Bank of England before the House of Lords Secret Committee, CD 1848, printed in 1857. We have already shown, in dealing with interest-bearing capital, that the average interest over a period of several years is determined, other things being equal, by the average rate of profit, and not by the profit of enterprise, which is no more than profit minus interest. As mentioned already, and to be investigated further below, is the fact that the variations in commercial interest, the interest charged by moneylenders for discounting and loans within the world of trade, also show a phase in the course of the industrial cycle in which the rate of interest rises above its minimum and reaches the average medium level, which it then later exceeds, this movement being the result of a rise in profits. Two things, however, should be noted here. Firstly, if the interest rate remains high for a long period of time, and here we are speaking of the interest rate in a particular country, such as England, where the average rate of interest is given for a relatively long period and is also expressed in the interest paid for long-term loans, what we might call private interest, this is at first glance evidence that the rate of profit during this period is also high, but it does not necessarily prove that the rate of profit of enterprise is high. This latter distinction more or less disappears for capitalists working predominantly with their own capital. They realize the high rate of profit, since they pay their interest to themselves. The possibility of a high rate of interest of longer duration, we are not referring here to the specific phase of pressure on the money market, is given by the high rate of profit. It is possible, however, that this high rate of profit, after deducting the high rate of interest, leaves only a low rate of profit of enterprise. The latter may contract, while the high rate of profit continues. This is possible because enterprises once embarked upon must be continued. In this phase, operations are conducted largely with credit capital, that is, other people's, and the high rate of profit may in places be speculative and prospective. It is possible to pay interest at a high rate with a high rate of profit, but a declining profit of enterprise. It can be paid, and this is partly the case in periods of speculation, not out of profits, but out of the borrowed capital itself, and this situation can last a good while. Secondly, to say that the demand for money capital and hence the interest rate rises because the profit rate is high is not the same as saying that the demand for industrial capital rises and that this is why the interest rate is high. In times of crisis, the demand for loan capital, and with it the interest rate, reaches its maximum and the rate of profit as good as disappears, and with it the demand for industrial capital. In times such as these, everyone borrows simply to pay, to settle commitments already entered into. In the period when business revives after the crisis, on the other hand, loan capital is demanded in order to buy and to transform the money capital into productive or commercial capital. And then it is demanded either by the industrial capitalist or by the merchant. The industrial capitalist invested in means of production and labor power. The rising demand for labor power can never be in itself a reason for a rising rate of interest, insofar as this is determined by the profit rate. Higher wages are never a cause of higher profit, even though, taking particular phases of the industrial cycle, they may be one of its results. The demand for labor power may increase because the exploitation of labor is proceeding under particularly favorable conditions, but the rising demand for labor power, and hence for variable capital, does not in and of itself increase profits, but rather reduces them in proportion. Yet, the demand for variable capital may increase, and thus also the demand for money capital, while this in turn increases the rate of interest. The market price of labor power then rises above its average. A more than average number of workers come to be employed, while at the same time the rate of interest rises, because the demand for money capital rises in these conditions. An increased demand for labor power raises the price of this commodity just like any other, without raising profits, which depend principally on the relative cheapness of this particular commodity. At the same time, however, under the conditions we have assumed, this demand raises the rate of interest by increasing the demand for money capital. If the money capitalist, instead of lending out money, should transform himself into an industrialist, the fact that he has to pay more for labor would not in and of itself increase his profit, but would rather lead to a proportionate reduction in it. The combination of circumstances may still be such that his profit rises, but this is never because he pays more for labor. The latter circumstance, however, inasmuch as it increases the demand for money capital, is sufficient to raise the interest rate. If wages rise for whatever reason, in otherwise unfavorable conjunctures, the rise in wages causes the profit rate to fall, although the rate of interest rises to the extent that the wage rise increases the demand for money capital. Apart from labor, what Overston calls the demand for capital consists simply of the demand for commodities. The demand for commodities raises their price, whether this demand rises above the average or the supply falls below its average. If the industrial capitalist or merchant now has to pay £150, for example, for the same quantity of commodities for which he formerly paid £100, he would have to borrow £150 instead of £100, and would therefore have to pay £7.50 at a 5% rate of interest instead of £5. The amount of interest he has to pay rises because of the rise in the amount of capital borrowed. Mr. Overson's entire aim is to present the interests of loan capital and industrial capital as identical, while his Bank Act is precisely calculated to exploit the difference between these interests for the benefit of money capital. It is possible that the demand for commodities, in the case where their supply has fallen below the average, absorbs no more money capital than before. The same sum, and perhaps a smaller one, has to be paid for their overall value, but a smaller quantity of use values is received for this sum. In this case, the demand for loanable money capital remains the same, i.e. the interest rate will not rise, even though the demand for commodities has risen in relation to their supply, and the commodity's price has therefore risen as well. The rate of interest can only be affected when the total demand for loan capital grows, and under the above assumptions, this is not the case. The supply of an article, however, may fall below its average, as is the case with a harvest failure in corn, cotton, etc., while the demand for loan capital grows on the speculation that prices will rise still higher, the most immediate means to make them rise being to withdraw a part of the supply temporarily from the market. In order to pay for the commodities bought without selling them, gold is obtained by way of commercial bill of exchange operations. In this case, the demand for loan capital grows, and the rate of interest may rise as a result of this attempt to block the supply of commodities to the market artificially. The higher rate of interest then expresses an artificial reduction in the supply of commodity capital. On the other hand, the demand for an article may increase because its supply is increased and the article stands below its average price. In this case, the demand for loan capital may remain the same or even fall, because more commodities are to be had with the same sum of money. There could also be a speculative formation of stocks, partly for use at a favorable moment for the purposes of production, partly in expectation of a later rise in price. In this case, the demand for loan capital could grow, so that the higher rate of interest would be an expression of capital investment in the formation of excessive stocks of the elements of productive capital. All we are considering here is the demand for loan capital as it is influenced by the demand and supply for commodity capital. We have already explained earlier how the changing condition of the reproduction process in the various phases of the industrial cycle affects the supply of loan capital. The trivial statement that the market rate of interest is determined by the supply and demand for loan capital is cunningly conflated by Overston with his own assumption in which loan capital is identical with capital in general, and he seeks in this way to transform the moneylender into the only capitalist, and his capital into the only capital. In times of pressure, the demand for loan capital is a demand for means of payment, and nothing more than this. In no way is it a demand for money as means of purchase. The interest rate can then rise very high, irrespective of whether real capital, productive and commodity capital, is abundant or scarce. The demand for means of payment is simply a demand for convertibility into money, insofar as the merchants and producers are able to offer good security. It is a demand for money capital, insofar as this is not the case, i.e. insofar as an advance of means of payment gives them not only the money form, but also the equivalent that they lack for payments, in whatever form this might be. This is the point at which both sides in the present controversy in the theory of crises are simultaneously right and wrong. Those who say that there is simply a lack of means of payment either have in mind the owners of bona fide securities, or else they are fools who believe it the duty of a bank, and within its power, to transform every bankrupt swindler into a solvent capitalist by means of paper tokens. Those who say there is simply a lack of capital are either merely splitting hairs, since in times such as these, inconvertible capital is present on a massive scale as a result of over-importing and overproduction, or else they are just referring to those credit jobbers who are actually put in a position where they can no longer obtain other people's capital to operate with, and then demand that the bank should not only help them pay for the capital lost, but also enable them to continue their swindling. It is the foundation of capitalist production that money confronts commodities as an autonomous form of value, or that exchange value must obtain an autonomous form in money, and that this is possible only if one particular commodity becomes the material in whose value all other commodities are measured, this thereby becoming the universal commodity, the commodity par excellence, in contrast to all other commodities. This must show itself in two ways, particularly in developed capitalist countries, which replace money to a large extent either by credit operations or by credit money. In times of pressure, when credit contracts or dries up altogether, money suddenly confronts commodities absolutely as the only means of payment and the true existence of value. Hence the general devaluation of commodities and the difficulty or even impossibility of transforming them into money, i.e. into their own purely fantastic form. Secondly, however, credit money is itself only money insofar as it absolutely represents real money to the sum of its nominal value. With the drain of gold, its convertibility into money becomes problematic, i.e. its identity with actual gold. Hence, we get forcible measures, putting up the rate of interest, etc., in order to guarantee conditions of this convertibility. This can be more or less intensified by erroneous legislation based on incorrect theories of money and enforced on the nation in the interest of money dealers such as Overston and Company. But the basis for it is provided by the basis of the mode of production itself. A devaluation of credit money, not to speak of a complete loss in its monetary character, which is in any case purely imaginary, would destroy all the existing relationships. The value of commodities is thus sacrificed in order to ensure the fantastic and autonomous existence of this value in money. In any event, a money value is only guaranteed as long as money itself is guaranteed. This is why many millions worth of commodities have to be sacrificed for a few millions in money. This is unavoidable in capitalist production and forms one of its particular charms. In former modes of production, this does not happen because given the narrow basis on which these move, neither credit nor credit money is able to develop. As long as the social character of labor appears as the monetary existence of the commodity, and hence as a thing outside actual production, monetary crises, independent of real crises, or as an intensification of them, are unavoidable. It is evident, on the other hand, that as long as a bank's credit is not undermined, it can alleviate the panic in such cases by increasing its credit money, whereas it increases this panic by contracting credit. The entire history of modern industry shows that metal would be required only to settle international trade and its temporary imbalances if production at home were organized. The suspension of cash payments by the so-called national banks, which is resorted to as the sole expedient in all extreme cases, shows that even now, no metal money is needed at home. It would be ridiculous to say of two individuals that they both have an unfavorable balance of payments in their dealings with one another. If they are each mutually debtor and creditor, it is clear that when their claims do not balance, one of them must be debtor to the other for the remainder. With nations, this is in no way the case, and this fact is recognized by all economists in the statement that the balance of payments may be favorable or unfavorable for a country, even though the balance of trade must ultimately balance out. The balance of payments is distinct from the balance of trade, in that it is the balance of trade which must be settled at a particular date. The effect of crises, then, is to compress the difference between the balance of payments and the balance of trade into a short period of time, and the specific conditions that develop in nations affected by a crisis, and hence by the arrival of this state of payment, already involve a contraction of this kind in the settlement period. Firstly, the shipment of precious metals abroad, then the forced selling of goods sent on consignment, the export of commodities in order to sell them off cheaply or obtain money advances on them at home, the recall of credit, the fall in security values, the forced selling of foreign securities, the attraction of foreign capital to invest in these devalued securities, and finally bankruptcy, which settles a whole series of claims. In this connection, metal is often still sent to the country where the crisis has broken out, because drafts on it are uncertain, and payments in metal more secure. Added to this is the fact that in relation to Asia, all capitalist countries are generally debtors simultaneously, either directly or indirectly. Once these various factors exert their full effect on the other countries involved, these too experience an export of gold or silver, i.e. their payments fall due, and the same phenomenon is repeated. In the case of commercial credit, interest, as the difference between the credit price and the cash price, is involved in the price of a commodity only insofar as bills of exchange have a longer term than usual, in other cases not. And this is explained by the fact that each person takes this credit from one direction and extends it in another. Note from Friedrich Engels. This does not tally with my own experience. End of the note from Friedrich Engels. But insofar as discounting is involved here in this way, it is not governed by this commercial credit, but rather by the money market. If the demand and supply of money capital, which determines the rate of interest, were identical with the demand and supply of real capital, as Overston maintains, then according to whether we considered various different commodities or the same commodity at different stages, raw material, semi-finished goods, finished product, interest would have to be both low and high at the same time. In 1844, the Bank of England's interest rate fluctuated between 4% from January to September and 2.5% to 3% from November to the end of the year. In 1845, it was 2.5%, 2 3/4, and 3% from January to October, and between 3 and 5% during the remaining months. The average price of fair Orleans cotton was 6 1/4 pence in 1844, and 4 7/8 pence in 1845. On the 3rd of March 1844, the Liverpool cotton stock was 627,042 bales, and on the 3rd of March 1845, 773,800 bales. To judge from the low price of cotton, the rate of interest should have been low in 1845, which was in fact the case for the greater part of the year. But to judge from the yarn, it should still have been high, for prices were relatively high and profits absolutely so. From cotton at 4 pence a pound in 1845, yarn could be spun at a cost of 4 pence, which thus cost the spinner a total of 8 pence, but he could sell this in September and October of 1845 at 10.5 pence, or 11 pence per pound. See the evidence of Wiley below. The whole question can be resolved in the following way. The demand and supply for loan capital would be identical with the demand and supply for capital in general, although this last phrase is absurd. For the industrialist or merchant, commodities are a form of his capital, but he never demands capital as such, but always a particular commodity, buying and paying for it as a commodity, corn or cotton, irrespective of the role that it has to fulfill in the circuit of his capital. If there were no moneylenders, and instead of them, the lending capitalist owned machines, raw material, etc., and lent these out or hired them, as houses are rented now, to industrial capitalists who were themselves the owners of a section of these objects. In conditions such as these, the supply of loan capital would be identical with the supply of elements of production for the industrial capitalist, and of commodities for the merchant. It is evident, however, that the division of profit between lender and borrower would then be completely dependent, in the first place, on the ratio in which this capital is borrowed and in which it is the property of the person using it. According to Mr. Wegland, in B.A. 1857, the rate of interest is determined by the amount of unemployed capital. It is but an indication of a large amount of capital seeking employment. Later, this unemployed capital is called floating capital. And by this, he understands, quote, the Bank of England notes and other kinds of circulation in the country. For instance, the country bank circulation and the amount of coin which is in the country. I include in floating capital the reserves of the bankers. And later, also gold bullion. Thus, the same Mr. Wegland says that the Bank of England exerts great influence upon the rate of interest in times when we, the Bank of England, quote, are holders of the greater portion of the unemployed capital. Whereas, according to the above evidence of Mr. Overston, the Bank of England is no place for capital. Mr. Wegland further says, quote, I think the rate of discount is governed by the amount of unemployed capital which there is in the country. The amount of unemployed capital is represented by the reserve of the Bank of England, which is practically a reserve of bullion. When, therefore, the bullion is drawn upon, it diminishes the amount of unemployed capital in the country, and consequently raises the value of that which remains. John Stuart Mill says, quote, "The bank is obliged to depend for the solvency of its banking department upon what it can do to replenish the reserve in that department, and therefore as soon as it finds that there is any drain in progress, it is obliged to look to the safety of its reserve, and to commence contracting its discounts or selling securities." Taking the banking department by itself, the reserve is a reserve for deposits only. According to the Overstons, the banking department should simply act as a banker, without regard to the automatic note issue. But in times of real pressure, the Bank of England keeps a very sharp eye on the metal reserve, independently of the reserve of the banking department, which consists simply of notes, and it must do so if it does not want to go broke. For to the same extent that the metal reserve disappears, so too does the reserve of banknotes, and no one should know this better than Mr. Overston, who so wisely established this very device in his 1844 Bank Act. Chapter 33. The Means of Circulation under the Credit System. Quote, "The great regulator of the velocity of the currency is credit. This explains why a severe pressure upon the money market is generally coincident with a full circulation." End quote from the Currency Theory Reviewed, page 65. This should be taken in a double sense. On the one hand, all methods that save means of circulation are founded on credit. Secondly, however, let us take a £500 note. Say that A gives this to B today in payment for a bill of exchange. B deposits it the same day with his banker. The latter uses it still the same day to discount a bill for C. C pays it into his bank, this bank gives it to the bill broker as an advance, etc. The speed with which the note circulates here, serving to make purchases or payments, is mediated by the speed with which it returns time after time to someone or other in the form of a deposit, and is transferred to someone else in the form of a loan. Pure economizing on means of circulation appears in its most highly developed form in the clearinghouse, the simple exchange of bills falling due, where the principal function of money as means of payment is simply to settle the balances. But the existence of these bills of exchange itself depends on the credit that the industrialists and merchants give one another. If this credit declines, so does the number of bills, particularly the long-term ones, and so too, therefore, does the effectiveness of this method of settlement. And this economy that consists in the removal of money from transactions and depends entirely on the function of money as means of payment, depending in turn on credit, must be one of two kinds, apart from the greater or lesser development of technique and the concentration of these payments. Reciprocal claims, represented by bills of exchange or checks, are balanced by the same banker, who simply transfers the claim from one person's account to the other, or else the various bankers settle them among themselves. The concentration of 8 to 10 million pounds in bills of exchange in the hands of a bill broker, such as the firm of Overend, Gurney and Company, was one of the principal means for expanding the scope of this settlement at the local level. By this kind of economizing, the effectiveness of the means of circulation is increased, insofar as a smaller quantity is required to simply settle the balance. The velocity of the money circulating as means of circulation, on the other hand, which can also be economized on, depends entirely on the flow of purchases and sales, or else on the interlinking of payments, insofar as these follow successively in money. But in this way, credit mediates and increases the velocity of circulation. The individual piece of money may effect only 5 transactions, for instance, remaining for longer in each individual hand, as a mere means of circulation without the intervention of credit, if A, its original owner, buys from B, B from C, C from D, D from E, E from F, i.e. if its transition from one hand to the other is mediated simply by actual purchases and sales. But if B deposits the money received in payment from A with his banker, who passes it to C in discounting a bill of exchange, C buying from D, D depositing it with his banker and the latter sending it to E who buys from F, then even its velocity as a mere means of circulation, that is, means of purchase, is mediated by several credit operations. B's depositing with his banker and the latter's discounting for C, D's depositing with his banker and the latter's discounting for E. 4 credit operations in all. Without these credit operations, the same piece of money would not have performed 5 purchases successively in a given period of time. The fact that it changed hands without the mediation of actual purchase and sale, as a deposit and by discounting, means that its change of hands in the series of real transactions is accelerated. We have already shown how one and the same banknote can form deposits with different bankers. In the same way, it can form different deposits with the same banker. He discounts B's bill of exchange with the note that A has deposited. B pays to C, and C deposits the note with the same banker who gave it out. In considering simple monetary circulation, see Volume 1, Chapter 3, we already showed how the quantity of money actually circulating, Taking the velocity of circulation and economy of payment as given is determined by the price of commodities and the number of transactions. The same law prevails in the case of note circulation. The following table shows the yearly average of Bank of England notes in the hands of the public, subdivided into totals for £5 and £10 notes, notes of 20 to 100 and of 200 to 1,000. Also, the percentage of the total circulation that was supplied by each of these categories. The totals are in thousands, the last three figures having been deleted. The aforementioned graphic will not be read aloud for the recording. Please consult page 655 of a physical or digital copy of the book for visual reference. The total sum of banknotes in circulation thus underwent a positive decline between 1844 and 1857, even though trade more than doubled, as is shown by the export and import figures. Low denomination notes of £5 and £10 increased, as the table shows, from 9.3 million in 1844 to 10.7 million in 1857, and this went parallel with the increase in gold circulation, which was so marked at this very time. Notes of higher denominations, that is 200 to £1,000 on the other hand, declined from 5.9 million in 1852 to 3.3 million in 1857, a decline of more than 2.5 million. This has been explained as follows, quote, "On the 8th of June, 1854, the private bankers of London admitted the joint stock banks to the arrangements of the clearinghouse, and shortly afterwards the final clearing was adjusted in the Bank of England. The daily clearances are now effected by transfers in the accounts which the several banks keep in that establishment. In consequence of the adoption of this system, the large notes which the bankers formerly employed for the purpose of adjusting their accounts are no longer necessary." End quote from B.A. 1858. The low minimum to which the use of money in wholesale trade has been reduced can be seen by comparing the table reproduced in Volume 1, Chapter 3, page 238, note number 54, which was submitted to the Bank Acts Committee by Morris & Dillon & Company, one of the largest of those London wholesalers where a retail trader can purchase his entire stock of commodities of all kinds. According to the evidence of W. Newmarch in B.A. 1857, evidence number 1741, other factors also contributed to the saving on means of circulation. The penny post, railways, telegraphs, in short, the improved means of communication, so that England can do approximately 5 or 6 times the amount of business with the same note circulation. This, however, is said to be essentially due to the withdrawal of notes of more than £10 from circulation. This seems to him a natural explanation for the fact that in Scotland and Ireland, where £1 notes also circulate, the note circulation has risen by approximately 31%. See evidence number 1747. The total circulation of banknotes in the United Kingdom, including these £1 notes, is £39 million. Evidence number 1749. The gold circulation is £70 million. In Scotland, the note circulation in 1834 was £3.1 million. In 1844, £3.0 million. In 1854, £4.0 million. It already emerges from this that it is in no way in the power of the note-issuing banks to increase the number of notes in circulation, as long as these notes are exchangeable at any time against metal money. Note from Friedrich Engels. Marx is not referring at all here to inconvertible paper money. Inconvertible banknotes can become general means of circulation only where they are in actual fact supported by the state's credit, as is the case today in Russia, for example. These therefore fall under the laws of inconvertible state paper money, as already developed. See Volume 1, Chapter 3, Section 2. Coin, the symbol of value. End of the note from Friedrich Engels. The amount of notes in circulation is governed by the needs of commerce, and each superfluous note immediately finds its way back to its issuer. Since in England, it is only the notes of the Bank of England that enjoy general circulation as legal tender, we can ignore here the insignificant and simply local note circulation of the provincial banks. Before the Bank Acts Committee of 1858, Mr. Neave, Governor of the Bank of England, gave the following evidence. Question. Whatever measures you resort to, the amount of notes with the public, you say, remains the same. That is, somewhere about £20 million? Answer. In ordinary times, the uses of the public seem to want about £20 million. There are special periodical moments when, through the year, they rise to another 1 million or 1.5 million. I stated that if the public wanted more, they could always take it from the Bank of England. You stated that during the panic, the public would not allow you to diminish the amount of notes. I want you to account for that. In moments of panic, the public have, as I believe, the full power of helping themselves as to notes, and of course, as long as the bank has a liability, they may use that liability to take the notes from the bank. Then there seems to be required at all times somewhere about 20 million of legal tender. 20 million of notes with the public. It varies. It is 18.5 million, 19, 20 million, and so on, but taking the average, you may call it from 19 to 20 million. The evidence of Thomas Tooke to the House of Lords Committee on Commercial Distress, CD 1848-57, number 3094, It has no power of its own volition to extend the amount of its circulation in the hands of the public, but the bank has the power of reducing the amount of notes in the hands of the public, not, however, without a very violent operation. J.C. Wright, a banker in Nottingham for 30 years, says this of the Bank of England notes, after explaining in detail how it is impossible for the provincial banks to keep in circulation more notes than the public need and want at the time. I am not aware that there is any check upon the Bank of England in respect of note issue, but any excess of circulation will go into the deposits and thus assume a different name. The same holds true for Scotland, where there is almost nothing but paper in circulation, since there, as in Ireland, £1 notes are also permitted, and the Scotch hate gold. Kennedy, director of a Scottish bank, declares that the banks could never reduce their note circulation and conceives that so long as there are internal transactions requiring notes or gold to perform them, bankers must, either through the demands of their depositors or in one shape or another, furnish as much currency as those transactions require. The Scottish banks can restrict their transactions, but they cannot control their currency. Likewise, Anderson, director of the Union Bank of Scotland, the system of exchanges between yourselves, among the Scottish banks, prevents any over-issue on the part of any one bank? Yes, there is a more powerful preventive than the system of exchanges, which has really nothing to do with this, but does indeed guarantee the ability of the notes of each bank to circulate throughout Scotland. The universal practice in Scotland of keeping a bank account. Everybody who has any money at all has a bank account, and puts in every day the money which he does not immediately want, so that at the close of the business of the day, there is no money scarcely out of the banks, except what people have in their pockets. The same also applies to Ireland. See the evidence of the Governor of the Bank of Ireland, MacDonald, and the Director of the Provincial Bank of Ireland, Murray, before the same committee. The note circulation is not only independent of the will of the Bank of England, it is equally independent of the state of the gold reserve in the bank's vaults, which is what ensures the convertibility of these notes. On September 18, 1846, the circulation of the Bank of England was £20.9 million, and the bullion in the bank £16.3 million. And on April 5, 1847, the notes in circulation were £20.8 million, and the bullion £10.3 million. It is evident that £6 million of gold were exported, without any contraction of the currency of the country. Naturally, this holds good only under the conditions prevailing in England today, and even then only insofar as legislation does not enforce a different ratio between note issue and metal reserve. So it is simply the needs of business itself that exert an influence on the quantity of money in circulation, notes and gold. The first thing to be considered here are the periodic fluctuations that repeat themselves each year, whatever the general state of business might be, so that for 20 years past, the circulation is high in one month and it is low in another month, and in a certain other month occurs a medium point. End quote from Newmarch, B.A. 1857, evidence number 1650. Thus, in August of each year, a few £1 million, mostly in gold, pass from the Bank of England into domestic circulation to pay for the cost of the harvest. Since what this involves is principally the payment of wages, banknotes are used but little in England. This money then flows back to the bank again, up to the end of the year. In Scotland, £1 notes are given almost invariably in place of sovereigns. Here, therefore, it is the note circulation that expands in the corresponding case, in fact, twice a year, in May and November by some £3 to £4 million. 14 days later, the reflux has already set in, and within a month, it is almost complete. And here we cite Anderson in CD 1848-57. The Bank of England's note circulation also undergoes a temporary fluctuation each quarter as a result of the quarterly payment of dividends, i.e. interest on the national debt, banknotes firstly being withdrawn from circulation and then distributed amongst the public, but these flow back very quickly. Waglin, B.A. 1857, evidence number 38, puts the total fluctuation to which this gives rise at £2.5 million. Mr. Chapman, on the other hand, of the notorious firm of Overend, Gurney & Company, reckons the disturbance produced in the money market to be much higher. When you abstract from the circulation £6 million or £7 million of revenue in anticipation of dividends, somebody must be the medium of supplying that in the intermediate times. Far more important and persistent are the fluctuations in the total circulating medium that correspond to the various phases of the industrial cycle. Let us hear on this subject another partner in the same firm, the worthy Quaker Samuel Gurney, CD 1848-57, evidence number 2645. At the end of October of 1847, the amount of banknotes in the hands of the public was £20.8 million. At that period, there was great difficulty in getting possession of banknotes in the money market. This arose from the alarm of not being able to get them in consequence of the restriction of the Act of 1844. At present, March of 1848, the amount of banknotes in the hands of the public is £17.7 million. But there being now no commercial alarm whatsoever, it is much beyond what is required. There is no banking house or money dealer in London but what has a larger amount of banknotes than they can use. The amount of banknotes out of the custody of the Bank of England affords a totally insufficient exponent of the active state of circulation, without taking into consideration, likewise, the state of the commercial world and the state of credit. The feeling of surplus that we have under the present amount of circulation in the hands of the public arises in large degree from our present state of great stagnation. In a state of high prices and excitement of transaction, £17.7 million would give us a feeling of restriction. As long as the state of business is such that the returns on advances made come in regularly so that the credit remains unimpaired, the expansion and contraction of circulation is governed simply by the needs of the industrialists and merchants. Since in England at least gold does not come into the picture for wholesale trade, and the gold circulation, apart from the seasonal fluctuations, can be seen as a magnitude that is fairly constant over a longish period of time, the Bank of England's note circulation provides a sufficiently exact measurement of these changes. In the quiet period after the crisis, transactions are at their lowest. With the revival of demand, there is also a greater requirement for the means of circulation, which rises with increasing prosperity. The quantity of means of circulation reaches its high point in the period of overexertion and overspeculation. Then the crisis breaks out, and overnight, the banknotes that were still so abundant the day before have vanished from the market, and with them the discounter of bills, the advancer on securities, the buyer of commodities. The Bank of England is supposed to help, but even its powers are soon exhausted, and the Bank Act of 1844 compels it to contract its note circulation at the very moment when the entire world is crying out for banknotes, when the owners of commodities cannot sell and yet are supposed to pay, and are ready to make any sacrifice so long as they can obtain banknotes. During an alarm, says Banker Wright, who we met above, the country requires twice as much circulation as in ordinary times, because the circulation is hoarded by bankers and others. Insofar as a crisis breaks out, it is then simply a question of means of payment. But since each person is dependent on someone else for the arrival of these means of payment, and no one knows whether the other will be in a position to pay on the due date, a real steeplechase breaks out for those means of payment that are to be found in the market, i.e. for banknotes. Each person hoards as many as he can get his hands on, so that the notes vanish from circulation the very day that they are most needed. Samuel Gurney, in CD 1848-57, estimates a figure of £4 to £5 million for the banknotes put under lock and key at the moment of panic in October of 1847. In this connection, the evidence to the 1857 Bank Acts Committee of Gurney's partner, the aforementioned Chapman, is highly interesting. I give here the principal content of this in its original context, although some points that it covers we shall investigate only later. Mr. Chapman expresses the matter as follows. I have also no hesitation in saying that I do not think it is a proper condition of things that the money market should be under the power of any individual capitalist, such as does exist in London, to create a tremendous scarcity and pressure when we have a very low state of circulation out. That is possible there is more than one capitalist who can withdraw from the circulating medium £1 or £2 million of notes if they have an object to attain by it. Evidence number 4965. A big speculator can sell £1 or £2 million worth of consols and thus take money out of the market. Something of this kind happened quite recently. Quote, it creates a very violent pressure. Evidence number 4967. The notes, besides, are then quite unproductive. But that is nothing if it affects his great object. His great object is to knock down the funds, to create a scarcity, and he has it perfectly within his power to do so. To give one more example. One morning there was a great demand for money from the stock exchange. No one knew the cause. Someone asked Chapman to lend him £50,000 at 7%. Chapman was greatly surprised, as his rate of interest was much lower. He agreed. Very soon the man returned and took a further £50,000 at 7.5%, then £100,000 at 8%, and wanted still more at 8.5%. Chapman then got worried himself. It subsequently emerged that a major sum of money had suddenly been withdrawn from the market. However, said Chapman, I did lend a large sum at 8%. I was afraid to go beyond. I did not know what was coming. It should never be forgotten that although a fairly constant sum of £19 to £20 million in notes is ostensibly in the hands of the public, yet the portion of these notes that is actually circulating on the one hand, and the portion of it that lies unoccupied in the banks as a reserve on the other, are both constantly and substantially changing. If the reserve is large, i.e. the actual circulation low, it is said from the standpoint of the money market that the circulation is full, or money is plentiful. If the reserve is small, i.e. the actual circulation full, the money market call it low and say money is scarce, i.e. only a small amount represents unoccupied loan capital. A genuine expansion or contraction of circulation, independent of the phases of the industrial cycle, one in which the amount that the public needs remains the same, is only to be found for technical reasons, for example at the payment date of taxes or of interest on the national debt. With tax payment, notes and gold flow into the Bank of England in more than their customary measure, and in fact, circulation contracts, irrespective of the need for it. Conversely, when dividends are paid out on the national debt. In the first case, loans are taken out from the bank in order to obtain means of circulation. In the latter case, the rate of interest charged by the private banks falls on account of the temporary growth of their reserves. This has nothing to do with the absolute total of means of circulation, but simply with the banking house that puts these means of circulation into circulation, for which this process appears as an alienation of loan capital, and which therefore pockets the profit on it. In the one case, there is simply a temporary displacement of the circulating medium, which the Bank of England adjusts by making short-term advances at low interest, shortly before the due date of the quarterly taxes and the likewise quarterly dividends. The additional notes paid out in this way then first of all fill the gaps that the payment of taxes gives rise to, while their repayment to the bank immediately afterwards brings back the surplus notes which the paying out of dividends has placed with the public. In the other case, a low or full circulation is never more than a different distribution of the same mass of means of circulation between active circulation and deposits, i.e. as an instrument for loans. On the other hand, if for example an influx of gold leads to an increase in the number of notes given out by the Bank of England in return, these help the business of discounting outside the bank and flow back in the repayment of loans, so that the absolute volume of notes in circulation is only temporarily increased. If the circulation is full on account of an expansion of business, which is only possible given relatively low prices, the rate of interest may be relatively high on account of the demand for loan capital that results from rising profits and increased new investments. If it is low on account of a contraction of business or possibly a greater ease of credit, the rate of interest may be low even if prices are high. See Hubbard. The absolute quantity of circulation has a determining effect on the rate of interest only in periods of pressure. In this case, either the demand for a full circulation is merely a demand for means of hoarding, apart from the reduced velocity with which the money circulates and with which the same identical pieces of money are constantly converted into loan capital, and this hoarding on account of the lack of credit, as in 1847, when the suspension of the Bank Act did not lead to any expansion in the circulation, but was sufficient to bring hoarded notes to light again and make them circulate actively. Or else more means of circulation may really be required under these circumstances, in the way that the circulation really did grow for some time in 1857, after the suspension of the Bank Act. In other cases, the absolute quantity of circulation has no effect on the rate of interest, since firstly, taking the economy and velocity of circulation as constant, it is determined by the price of commodities and the volume of transactions, in which case one element generally counteracts the effect of the other, and ultimately by the state of credit, whereas it in no way conversely determines the latter. And since secondly, commodity prices and interest do not stand in any necessary relationship. Under the Bank Restriction Act of 1797 to 1820, there was a higher surplus of currency, with the rate of interest always far higher than since the resumption of cash payment. It later fell sharply with the restriction of note issue and rising bill quotations. In 1822, 1823, and 1832, the total circulation was low, and the rate of interest similarly so. In 1824, 1825, and 1836, the circulation was high and the rate of interest rose. In the summer of 1830, the circulation was high and the rate of interest was low. Since the gold discoveries, monetary circulation has expanded throughout Europe and the interest rate has risen. The interest rate thus does not depend on the amount of money in circulation. The distinction between the issue of means of circulation and the lending of capital is best shown in connection with the actual reproduction process. In Volume 2, Part 3, we saw how the various components of production are exchanged for one another. For example, variable capital consists materially of the means of subsistence of the workers, a portion of their own product, but it is paid out to them bit by bit in money. This the capitalist has to advance, and it depends very much on the organization of the credit system, whether he can pay out the new variable capital again the next week with the old money that he paid out the week before. It is similar in the acts of exchange between the various components of a total social capital, for example between means of consumption and the means of production of these. The money for their circulation, as we have seen, must be advanced by one or both of the exchanging parties. It then remains in circulation, but returns time and again after completing its exchange to the person who advanced it, since it was advanced by him over and above the industrial capital he actually employed. See Volume 2, Chapter 20. When the credit system is developed, so that money is concentrated in the hands of the banks, it is they who advance it, at least nominally. This advance is only related to the money in circulation. It is an advance of circulation, not an advance of the capitals that it circulates. Chapman, Evidence Number 5062. There may be times when the notes in the hands of the public, though they may be large, are not to be had. There is money even during a panic, but everyone takes good care not to transform it into loanable capital, loanable money. Each holds on to it for actual needs of payment. Number 5099. Question. The country bankers in rural districts send up their unemployed balances to yourselves and other houses? Answer. Yes. Number 5100. On the other hand, the Lancashire and Yorkshire districts require discounts from you for the use of their trades? Yes. Number 5101. Then by that means, the surplus money of one part of the country is made available for the demands of another part of the country? Precisely so. Chapman says that the bank's custom of investing their surplus money capital for a short term in the purchase of consols and treasury bills has greatly increased in recent times, since it became the custom to lend out this money at call, i.e. money whose repayment may be demanded at any time, from one day to the next. He himself sees the purchase of this kind of paper as most unsuitable for his business. He therefore invested in good bills of exchange, with one portion falling due each day, so that he always knows how much ready money he can count on. The very growth of exports, for more or less every country, but particularly for the country that gives credit, presents itself as a growing demand on the domestic money market, which, however, is felt as such only in times of pressure. In periods when exports are increasing, long-term bills of exchange are generally drawn by manufacturers on the export merchant against consignments of British manufacturers. Number 5127. Question. Is it not frequently the case that an understanding exists that those bills are to be redrawn from time to time? Chapman's answer. That is a thing which they keep from us. We should not admit any bill of that sort. I dare say it is done, but I cannot speak to a thing of the kind. The innocent Chapman. Number 5129. If there is a large increase of the exports of the country, as there was last year, of £20 million, will not that naturally lead to a great demand for capital for the discount of bills representing those exports? No doubt. Inasmuch as this country gives credit, as a general rule, to foreign countries for all exports, it would be an absorption of a corresponding increase of capital for the time being. This country gives an immense credit, but then it takes credit for its raw material. We are drawn upon from America always at 60 days, and from other parts at 90 days. On the other hand, we give credit. If we send goods to Germany, we give 2 or 3 months. Wilson asks Chapman, in evidence number 5131, whether bills are not already drawn on England against these imported raw materials and colonial goods at the time as they are loaded, and whether the goods do not themselves already arrive simultaneously with the bills of lading. Chapman believes that this is the case, but knows nothing of this commercial business. Better informed people should be asked. In the export trade to America, Chapman says, the goods are symbolized in transit. This gibberish is supposed to mean that the English export merchant draws a 4-month bill against the commodities on one of the major American banking houses in London, and the banking house receives collateral from America. Number 5136. As a general rule, are not the more remote transactions conducted by the merchant who waits for his capital until the goods are sold? There may be houses of great private wealth who can afford to lay out their own capital and not take any advance upon the goods, but the most part are converted into advances by the acceptances of some well-known established houses. Those houses are resident in London or Liverpool or elsewhere. Therefore, it makes no difference whether the manufacturer lays out his money or whether he gets a merchant in London or Liverpool to advance it. It is still an advance in this country. Precisely. The manufacturer in few cases has anything to do with it, but in 1847, in almost every case. A man dealing in manufactured goods, for instance, at Manchester, will buy his goods and ship them through a house of respectability in London. When the London house is satisfied that they are all packed according to the understanding, he draws upon this London house for 6 months against these goods to India or China, or wherever they are going. Then the banking world comes in and discounts that bill for him, so that by the time he has to pay for those goods, he has the money already by the discount of that bill. Although he has the money, the banker is laying out of his money. The banker has the bill. The banker has bought the bill. He uses his banking capital in that form, namely in discounting commercial bills. Thus Chapman too sees the discounting of bills not as an advance but rather as a purchase of commodities. Still, that forms part of the demand upon the money market in London? No doubt. It is the substantial occupation of the money market and of the Bank of England. The Bank of England are as glad to get these bills as we are, because they know them to be good property. In that way, as the export trade increases, the demand upon the money market increases also. As the prosperity of the country increases, we, the Chapmans, partake of it. Then when these various fields for the employment of capital increase suddenly, of course, the natural consequence is that the rate of interest is higher? No doubt about it. In evidence number 5143, Chapman cannot quite understand that under our large exports we have had such occasion for bullion. In 5144, the worthy Wilson asks, May it not be that we give larger credits upon our exports than we take credits upon our imports? I rather doubt that point myself. If a man accepts against his Manchester goods sent to India, you cannot accept for less than 10 months. We have had to pay America for her cotton. That is perfectly true. Some time before India pays us. But still it is rather refined in its operation. If we have had an increase, as we had last year, of 20 million pounds in our exports of manufactures, we must have had a very large increase of imports of raw material previously to that. And in this way, over-exports are already identified with over-imports, and overproduction with over-trading, in order to make up that increased quantity of goods? No doubt. We should have to pay a very considerable balance. That is to say, the balance, no doubt, would run against us during that time. But in the long run, with America, the exchanges are in our favor, and we have been receiving for some time past large supplies of bullion from America. In 5148, Wilson asks the arch-usurer Chapman whether he does not consider his high interest rate as a token of great prosperity and high profits. Chapman, evidently astonished by the naivete of this sycophant, naturally confirms this, but is honest enough to make the following qualification. There are some who cannot help themselves. They have engagements to meet, and they must fulfill them, whether it is profitable or not. But for a continuance of the high rate of interest, it would indicate prosperity. Both men forget that a high rate of interest can also indicate, as was the case in 1857, that the knights-errant of credit are making the country unsafe. In this case, they can pay high rates of interest because they pay out of other people's pockets, though in this way they help to determine the interest rate for everyone, meanwhile living in style on anticipated profits. At the same time, incidentally, precisely this can be a very profitable business for manufacturers, etc. The system of advances makes returns absolutely deceptive. This also explains the following, which needs no explanation as far as the Bank of England is concerned, since when interest rates are high, it discounts at a lower rate than the others. I should say, says Chapman, that our discounts, taking the present moment, when we have had for so long a high rate of interest, are at their maximum. Chapman said this on the 21st of July, 1857, a few months before the crash. In 1852, when the rate of interest was low, they were not nearly so large, because at that time business was still much healthier. A particularly amusing aspect of Chapman's evidence is how these people actually view the public's money as their own property and believe they have a right to it to ensure the permanent convertibility of the bills they discount. The questions and answers show great naivete. It turns out to be the duty of legislation to ensure the permanent convertibility of the bills of exchange accepted by the major firms and to make sure that the Bank of England will rediscount them for the bill brokers under all circumstances. 1857, incidentally, saw the bankruptcy of 3 such bill brokers, to the tune of some £8 million, their own capital being infinitesimal in comparison with these debts. Number 5177. Question. Do you mean by that you think that they, that is, the bills accepted by Barings or Lloyds, ought to be discountable on compulsion, in the same way that a Bank of England note is now exchangeable against gold by compulsion? I think it would be a very lamentable thing that they should not be discountable. A most extraordinary position that a man should stop payment who had the acceptances of Smith, Payne & Company or Jones, Lloyd & Company in his hands, because he could not get them discounted. Is not the engagement of Messrs. Baring an engagement to pay a certain sum of money when the bill is due? That is perfectly true, but Messrs. Baring, when they contract that engagement, and every other merchant who contracts an engagement, never dream that they are going to pay it in sovereigns. They expect that they are going to pay it at the clearinghouse. Do you think that there should be any machinery contrived by which the public would have a right to claim money before that bill was due, by calling upon somebody to discount it? No, not from the acceptor. But if you mean by that we are not to have the possibility of getting commercial bills discounted, we must alter the whole constitution of things. Then you think that the commercial bill ought to be convertible into money, exactly in the same way that a Bank of England note ought to be convertible into gold? Most decidedly so, under certain circumstances. Then you think that the provisions of the currency should be so shaped that a bill of exchange of undoubted character ought at all times to be as readily exchangeable against money as a banknote? I do. You do not mean to say that either the Bank of England or any individual should, by law, be compelled to exchange it. I mean to say this, that in framing a bill for the currency, we should make provision to prevent the possibility of an inconvertibility of the bills of exchange of the country arising, assuming them to be undoubtedly solid and legitimate. This is the convertibility of the commercial bill of exchange against the convertibility of the banknote. The money dealers of the country only, in point of fact, represent the public, as Mr. Chapman himself did later at the assizes in the Davidson case. See The Great City Frauds by Satan Lang. During the quarters, when the dividends are paid, it is absolutely necessary that we should go to the Bank of England. When you abstract from the circulation 6 million or 7 million pounds of revenue in anticipation of the dividends, somebody must be the medium of supplying that in the intermediate time. In this case, the question at issue is the supply of money, not of capital or loan capital. Everybody acquainted with our commercial circle must know that when we are in such a state that we find it impossible to sell exchequer bills, when India bonds are perfectly useless, when you cannot discount the first commercial bills, there must be great anxiety on the part of those whose business renders them liable to pay the circulating medium of the realm on demand, which is the case with all bankers. Then the effect of that is to make every man double his reserve. Just see what the result of that is throughout the country, that every country banker, of whom there are about 500, has to send up to his London correspondent to remit him £5,000 in banknotes. Taking such a limited sum as that as the average, which is quite absurd, you come to £2.5 million taken out of the circulation. How is that to be supplied? Those private capitalists, etc., who have money, on the other hand, do not want to let go of it, whatever the interest. For as Chapman puts it, they say, we should rather have no interest at all than have a doubt about our getting the money in case we require it. Our system is this, that we have £300 million of liabilities, which may be called for at a single moment to be paid in the coin of the realm. And that coin of the realm, if the whole of it is substituted, amounts to £23 million, or whatever it may be. Is not that a state which may throw us into convulsions at any moment? Hence the sudden collapse of the credit system into the monetary system in times of crisis. Apart from the domestic panic during crises, we can speak of the quantity of money only insofar as metal world money is involved. And it is precisely this that Chapman excludes, speaking only of 23 million in banknotes. The same Chapman, the primary cause of the derangement of the money market, in April and later in October of 1847, no doubt was in the quantity of money which was required to regulate our exchanges, in consequence of the extraordinary importations of the year. Firstly, this reserve of world market money was at that time reduced to its minimum. Secondly, it served at the same time as security for the convertibility of credit money, banknotes. It thus combined two completely different functions, although both of these arise from the nature of money, since real money is always world market money, and credit money always depends on this world market money. In 1847, without the suspension of the 1844 Bank Act, the clearinghouses could not have been settled. Yet, Chapman did have some inkling of the impending crisis. There are certain conditions of the money market, and the present is not very far from it, where money is exceedingly difficult, and recourse must be had to the bank. With reference to the sums which we took from the bank on the Friday, Saturday, and Monday, the 19th, 20th, and 22nd of October of 1847, we should only have been too thankful to have got the bills back on the Wednesday following. The money reflowed to us, and immediately the panic was over. On Tuesday, the 23rd of October, the Bank Act was suspended, and the crisis thereby curbed. Chapman believes, in evidence number 5274, that the bills of exchange running on London amount at any one time to some 100 to 200 million pounds. This does not include local bills on provincial centres. Whereas in October of 1856, the amount of notes in the hands of the public ran up to 21.2 million pounds, there was an extraordinary difficulty in obtaining money. Notwithstanding that the public held so much, we couldn't touch it. This was due to the anxiety produced by the straits in which the Eastern Bank had found itself for a while, March 1856. Evidence number 5290. As soon as the panic is over, all bankers deriving their profit from interest began to employ the money immediately. 5302. Chapman explains the disquiet at the decline in the bank reserve not from fear for the deposits, but rather because all those who might suddenly have to pay large sums of money knew very well that they could be driven to the bank as the last resort in time of pressure on the money market. And, if the banks have a very small reserve, they are not glad to receive us, but the contrary. It is very pleasant, incidentally, to observe how the reserve dwindles away as an actual magnitude. The banks keep a minimum for their current business, partly with themselves and partly with the Bank of England. The bill brokers hold the loose bank money of the country without a reserve. And all the Bank of England has to set against its liabilities for deposits is simply the reserves of the bankers and others, besides public deposits, etc. It allows this reserve to fall to the lowest possible point, for example, some £2 million. Apart from this £2 million in paper, therefore, the entire swindle has absolutely no other reserve than the metal reserve in times of pressure, and these periods reduce the reserve, because notes that come in against the metal that leaves the bank must be destroyed. Hence, any reduction of the metal reserve adds to the crisis with the drain of gold. If there should not be any currency to settle the transactions at the clearinghouse, the only next alternative which I can see is to meet together and to make our payments in first-class bills upon the Treasury and Messrs. Smith Payne and so forth. Then, if the government failed to supply you with a circulating medium, you would create one for yourselves? What can we do? The public come in and take the circulating medium out of our hands. It does not exist. You would only then do in London what they do in Manchester every day of the week? Yes. Chapman has a very good answer to the question put to him by Cayley. a Birmingham man of the Atwood School, concerning Overston's conception of capital. It has been stated before this committee that in a pressure like that of 1847, men are not looking for money but are looking for capital. What is your opinion in that respect? I do not understand it. We only deal in money. I do not understand what you mean by it. If you mean by commercial capital, the quantity of money which a man has of his own in his business, if you call that capital, it forms in most cases a very small proportion of the money which he wields in his affairs, through the credit which is given him by the public, through the mediation of the Chapmans. Is it the want of property that makes us give up our specie payments? Not at all. It is not that we want property, but it is that we are moving under a highly artificial system. And if we have an immense superincumbent demand upon our currency, circumstances may arise to prevent our obtaining that currency. Is the whole commercial industry of the country to be paralyzed? Shall we shut up all the avenues of employment? If the question should arise whether we should maintain specie payments or whether we should maintain the industry of the country, I have no hesitation in saying which I should drop. As to the hoarding of banknotes, quote, with a view to aggravate the pressure and to take advantage of the consequences, end quote, he says that this can happen very easily. 3 major banks would suffice. Must it not be within your knowledge, as a man conversant with the great transactions of this metropolis, that capitalists do avail themselves of these crises to make enormous profit out of the ruin of the people who fall victim to them? There can be no doubt about it. And we may well believe Mr. Chapman here, even though he finally broke his own neck, commercially speaking, in an attempt to make enormous profit out of the ruin of the victims. For if his partner Gurney says that any change in business is advantageous to someone who is well informed, Chapman says, the one section of the community knows nothing of the other. One is the manufacturer, for instance, who exports to the continent, or who imports his raw commodity. He knows nothing of the man who deals in bullion. And this is how it happened that one day, Gurney and Chapman were themselves not well informed, and fell into a notorious bankruptcy. We have already seen how the issue of notes does not mean in all cases an advance of capital. The evidence of Tooke before the House of Lords Committee of 1848 on commercial distress, which now follows, only goes to show that an advance of capital, even if brought about by the bank through the issue of new notes, does not itself mean an increase in the amount of notes in circulation. Do you think that the Bank of England, for instance, might enlarge its advances greatly and yet lead to no additional issue of notes? There are facts in abundance to prove it. One of the most striking instances was in 1835, when the bank made use of the West India deposits and of the loan from the East India Company and extended advances to the public. At that time, the amount of notes in the hands of the public was actually rather diminished, and something like the same discrepancy is observable in 1846, at the time of the payment of the railway deposits into the bank. The securities and discount and deposits were increased to about 30 millions, while there was no perceptible effect upon the amount of notes in the hands of the public. But in addition to banknotes, wholesale trade has a second and far more important means of circulation, bills of exchange. Mr. Chapman has shown us how essential it is for the regular course of business that good bills are always taken in payment under all circumstances. How then are these 2 means of circulation related? Gilbar says on this score, the reduction of the amount of the note circulation uniformly increases the amount of the bill circulation. These bills are of 2 classes, commercial bills and bankers' bills. When money becomes scarce, the moneylenders say, draw upon us and we will accept. And when a country banker discounts a bill for his customer, instead of giving him the cash, he will give him his own draft at 21 days upon his London agent. These bills serve the purpose of a currency. In somewhat modified form, this is confirmed by Newmarch, B.A. 1857, evidence number 1426. There is no connection between the variations in the amount of bill circulation and the variations in the banknote circulation. The only pretty uniform result is that whenever there is any pressure upon the money market, as indicated by a rise in the rate of discount, then the volume of the bill circulation is very much increased, and vice versa. The bills drawn in a time such as this, however, are in no way the short-term bank bills that Gilbar mentions. On the contrary, they are to a large extent bills of accommodation, which do not represent any real transactions at all, or only such as are embarked upon simply so as to draw bills on them. We have already given sufficient examples of both kinds. The Economist therefore says, on the security of such bills in comparison with banknotes, notes payable on demand can never be kept out in excess, because the excess would always return to the bank for payment, while bills at 2 months may be issued in great excess, there being no means of checking the issue till they have arrived at maturity, when they may have been replaced by others. For a people to admit the safety of the circulation of bills payable only on a distant day, and to object to the safety of a circulation on paper payable on demand, is to us perfectly unaccountable. The amount of bills in circulation, therefore, just like the amount of banknotes, is determined solely by the needs of commerce. In the 1850s, the UK circulation in ordinary times, besides £39 million in banknotes, came to some 300 million in bills of exchange, of which 100 to 120 million were on London alone. The scale on which these bills circulate has no influence on the volume of note circulation, and is influenced by the latter solely in times of tight money, when the quantity of bills increases and their quality deteriorates. Finally, at the moment of crisis, the bill circulation completely collapses. No one has any use for promises to pay, each wanting only to accept cash payment. Only the banknote still keeps its ability to circulate, at least up till now in England, since the Bank of England is backed by the entire wealth of the nation. We have seen how even Mr. Chapman, though in 1857 he was still himself a magnate on the money market, complained bitterly that there were several large money capitalists in London who were strong enough to bring the entire money market into disorder at a given moment, and in this way fleece the smaller money dealers most shamelessly. There were supposedly several great sharks of this kind who could significantly intensify a difficult situation by selling £1 or £2 million worth of consols, and in this way taking an equivalent sum of banknotes, and thereby available loan capital, out of the market. The collaboration of 3 big banks in such a maneuver would suffice to turn a pressure into a panic. The biggest capital power in London is of course the Bank of England, but its position as a semi-state institution makes it impossible for it to assert its domination in so brutal a fashion. Nonetheless, it too is sufficiently capable of looking after itself, particularly since the 1844 Bank Act. The Bank of England has a capital of £14.6 million, and besides this, disposes of a balance of some £3 million, i.e. undistributed profits, as well as all monies that the government receives in taxes, etc., which have to be deposited with it until they are used. If we add to this sum the number of other deposits, in ordinary times some £30 million, and the banknotes issued without reserve backing, then Newmarch seems quite moderate in his assessment when he says, "I satisfied myself that the amount of funds constantly employed in the London money market may be described as something like £120 million, and of that £120 million, a very considerable portion, something like 15 or 20%, is wielded by the Bank of England. Inasmuch as the bank issues notes that are not backed by the metal reserve in its vaults, it creates tokens of value that are not only means of circulation, but also form additional, even if fictitious, capital for it, to the nominal value of these fiduciary notes, and this extra capital yields it an extra profit." In B.A. 1857, Wilson asks Newmarch, "The circulation of a banker, so far as it is kept out upon the average, is an addition to the effective capital of that banker, is it not?" "Certainly." "Then whatever profit he derives from that circulation is a profit derived from credit, and not from a capital which he actually possesses?" "Certainly." The same holds true, of course, for note-issuing private banks. In his answers, numbers 1866 to 1868, Newmarch considers 2/3 of all these issued notes, for the last third these banks must have metal reserves, as the creation of so much capital, because this amount of metal money is saved. The banker's profit on this may not be greater than the profit of the other capitalists. The fact remains that he draws his profit from this national saving on metal money. But the fact that a national saving appears as a private profit is in no way shocking to the bourgeois economist, since profit in general is the appropriation of the nation's labor. Is there anything more crazy than that between 1797 and 1817, for example, the Bank of England, whose notes only had credit thanks to the state, then got paid by the state, i.e. by the public, in the form of interest on government loans, for the power that the state gave it to transform these very notes from paper into money, and lend them to the state? The banks, moreover, have still other ways of creating capital. According to the same Newmarch, the provincial banks, as already mentioned above, are obliged to send their surplus funds, i.e. the Bank of England notes, to London bill brokers, who send them in exchange discounted bills. It is these bills which the provincial banks use to serve their customers, since their general rule is not to reissue bills of exchange received from local clients, so that their business operations do not become known in their own locality. These bills of exchange received from London can be issued not only to clients who have direct payments to make in London, in case these do not prefer to get the bank's own draft on London, they also serve to settle payments in the provinces, for the banker's endorsement secures them local credit. In Lancashire, for example, they have driven out of circulation all the notes of the local banks, and a great part of the Bank of England's notes. We see here, therefore, how the banks create credit and capital, firstly by issuing their own banknotes, secondly by writing drafts on London running for up to 21 days, which will, however, be paid to them in cash immediately when they are written, and thirdly by reissuing bills of exchange, whose creditworthiness is created first and foremost by the endorsement of the bank, at least for the district in question. The power of the Bank of England is shown by its regulation of the market rate of interest. In times when business runs its normal course, it may happen that the Bank of England cannot check a moderate drain of gold from its metal reserve by raising its discount rate, since the demand for means of payment is satisfied by the private and joint stock banks, and by bill brokers, who have acquired a great deal of capital power in the last 30 years. It then has to employ other means. But for critical moments, what bankers Glynn, of Glynn Mills, Curry & Company, testified to in the Committee on Commercial Distress still holds true. Under circumstances of great pressure upon the country, the Bank of England commands the rate of interest. In times of extraordinary pressure, whenever the discounts of the private bankers or brokers become comparatively limited, they fall upon the Bank of England, and then it is that the Bank of England has the power of commanding the market rate. As a public institution under state protection, however, and endowed with state privileges, it cannot exploit its power relentlessly, as a private firm can allow itself to do. And this is why Hubbard stated to the Bank Acts Committee of 1857, in evidence number 2844, question, is it not the case that when the rate of discount is highest, the bank is the cheapest place to go, and that when it is the lowest, the bill brokers are the cheapest parties? Hubbard's response, that will always be the case, because the Bank of England never goes quite so low as its competitors, and when the rate is highest, it is never quite as high. It is still a serious event in business life when the bank puts the screw on, as the customary expression goes, i.e. puts up an interest rate that is already above the average. As soon as the bank puts on the screw, all purchases for foreign exportation immediately cease. The exporters wait until prices have reached the lowest point of depression, and then, and not till then, they make their purchases. But when this point has arrived, the exchanges have been rectified. Gold ceases to be exported before the lowest point of depression has arrived. Purchases of goods for exportation may have the effect of bringing back some of the gold which has been sent abroad, but they come too late to prevent the drain. Another effect of regulating the currency by the foreign exchanges is that it leads in seasons of pressure to an enormous rate of interest. The cost of rectifying the exchange falls upon the productive industry of the country, while during the process, the profits of the Bank of England are actually augmented in consequence of carrying on her business with a less amount of treasure. End quote from J.W. Gilbar, an inquiry into the causes of the pressure on the money market, published in London in 1840. However, friend Samuel Gurney says, the great fluctuations in the rate of interest are advantageous to bankers and dealers in money. All fluctuations in trade are advantageous to the knowing man. And even if the Gurneys skim off the cream by a ruthless exploitation of the commercial distress, while the Bank of England cannot do this with the same freedom, quite handsome profits fall its way too, not to speak of the private profits that come the way of the gentlemen directors as a result of their exceptional opportunity for knowing the overall state of business. According to the data presented to the Lords Committee of 1817 on the resumption of cash payment, the Bank of England's total profits for the period of 1797 to 1817 were as follows. In bonuses and increased dividends, 7.5 million. In new stock divided among proprietors, 7.3 million. In increased value of capital, 14.6 million. In total, 29.3 million. This being for 19 years on a capital of 11.6 million. And here we cite Hardcastle, Banks and Bankers, 2nd edition, published in London in 1843. If we calculate the total profits of the Bank of Ireland, which also suspended cash payments in 1797 according to the same principle, we arrive at the following result. Dividends as by returns due 1821, 4.7 million. Declared bonuses, 1.2 million. Increased assets, 1.2 million. Increased value of capital, 4.2 million. In total, 11.4 million, on a capital of 3 million pounds. Talk about centralization. The credit system, which has its focal point in the allegedly national banks and the big moneylenders and usurers that surround them, is one enormous centralization and gives this class of parasites a fabulous power not only to decimate the industrial capitalist periodically, but also to interfere in actual production in the most dangerous manner. And this crew know nothing of production and have nothing at all to do with it. The Acts of 1844 and 1845 are proof of the growing power of these bandits, added to whom are the financiers and stock jobbers. If anyone should still doubt that these honorable bandits exploit national and international production simply in the interest of production and the exploited themselves, he will certainly learn better from the following homily on the high moral dignity of the banker. Banking establishments are moral and religious institutions. How often has the fear of being seen by the watchful and reproving eye of his banker deterred the young tradesman from joining the company of riotous and extravagant friends? What has been his anxiety to stand well in the estimation of his banker? Has not the frown of his banker been of more influence with him than the jeers and discouragement of his friends? Has he not trembled to be supposed guilty of deceit or the slightest misstatement, lest it should give rise to suspicion, and his accommodation be in consequence restricted or discontinued? And has not that friendly advice been of more value to him than that of the priest? End quote from G.M. Bell, a Scottish bank director in The Philosophy of Joint Stock Banking, published in London in 1840. Chapter 34. The Currency Principle and the English Bank Legislation of 1844. In an earlier work, we investigated Ricardo's theory of the value of money in relation to commodity prices. We can confine ourselves here, therefore, to what is most essential. According to Ricardo, the value of metal money is determined by the labor time objectified in it, but only as long as the quantity of money stands in the right proportion to the quantity and price of the commodities to be exchanged. If the quantity of money rises above this proportion, its value falls and commodity prices rise. If it falls below the right proportion, its value rises and commodity prices fall, as long as other factors remain the same. In the first case, the country which has this surplus of gold will export the gold that has fallen below its value and import commodities. In the second case, gold will flow into the countries where it is priced above its value, while the undervalued commodities from there will flow to the other markets, where they can obtain normal prices. Since on these assumptions, even gold in the form of coin or bullion can become a value token, representing a larger or smaller value than its own, it is obvious that any convertible banknotes that are in circulation must share the same fate. Although banknotes are convertible, and their real value accordingly corresponds to their nominal value, the aggregate currency, consisting of metal and of convertible notes, may appreciate or depreciate if, for reasons described earlier, the total quantity either rises above or falls below the level which is determined by the exchange value of the commodities in circulation and the metallic value of gold. This depreciation, not of notes in relation to gold, but of gold and notes taken together, i.e. of the aggregate means of circulation of a country, is one of Ricardo's main discoveries, which Lord Overston and Company pressed into their service and turned into a fundamental principle of Sir Robert Peel's bank legislation of 1844 and 45. We do not need to repeat here the demonstration of the absurdity of this theory of Ricardo's that is given in the Critique of Political Economy. All that concerns us now is the form and manner in which Ricardo's doctrines were taken up and elaborated by the school of banking theorists who dictated Peel's Bank Acts. The commercial crises of the 19th century, and in particular the great crises of 1825 and 1836, did not lead to any further development of Ricardo's currency theory, but rather to new practical applications of it. It was no longer a matter of single economic phenomena, such as the depression of precious metals in the 16th and 17th centuries confronting Hume, or the depreciation of paper currency during the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century confronting Ricardo, but of big storms on the world market, in which the antagonism of all elements in the bourgeois process of production explodes. The origin of these storms, and the means of defense against them, were sought within the sphere of currency, the most superficial and abstract sphere of this process. The theoretical assumption which actually serves the school of economic weather experts as their point of departure is the dogma that Ricardo had discovered the laws governing purely metallic currency. It was thus left to them to subsume the circulation of credit money, or banknotes, under these laws. The most common and conspicuous phenomenon accompanying commercial crises is a sudden fall in the general level of commodity prices occurring after a prolonged general rise of prices. A general fall of commodity prices may be expressed as a rise in the value of money relative to all other commodities, and on the other hand, a general rise of prices may be defined as a fall in the relative value of money. Either of these statements describes the phenomenon, but does not explain it. The different terminology has just as little effect on the task itself as a translation of the terms from German into English would have. Ricardo's monetary theory proved to be singularly apt, since it gave to a tautology the semblance of a causal relation. What is the cause of the general fall in commodity prices which occurs periodically? It is the periodically occurring rise in the relative value of money. What, on the other hand, is the cause of the recurrent general rise in commodity prices? It is the recurrent fall in the relative value of money. It would be just as correct to say that the recurrent rise and fall of prices is brought about by their recurrent rise and fall. Once the transformation of the tautology into a causal relationship is taken for granted, everything else follows easily. The rise in commodity prices is due to a fall in the value of money. The fall in the value of money, however, as we know from Ricardo, is due to excessive currency, that is to say, to the fact that the amount of money in circulation rises above the level determined by its own intrinsic value and the intrinsic value of commodities. Similarly, in the opposite case, the general fall of commodity prices is due to the value of money rising above its intrinsic value as a result of an insufficient amount of currency. Prices therefore rise and fall periodically because periodically there is too much or too little money in circulation. If it is proved, for instance, that the rise of prices coincided with a decreased amount of money in circulation, and the fall of prices with an increased amount, then it is nevertheless possible to assert that in consequence of some reduction or increase, which can in no way be ascertained statistically, of commodities in circulation, the amount of money in circulation has relatively, though not absolutely, increased or decreased. We have seen that according to Ricardo, even when a purely metallic currency is employed, these variations in the level of prices must take place, but because they occur alternately, they neutralize one another. For example, an insufficient amount of currency brings about a fall in commodity prices. The fall in commodity prices stimulates an export of commodities to other countries, but this export leads to an influx of money into the country. The influx of money causes again a rise in commodity prices. When there is an excessive amount of currency, the reverse occurs. Commodities are imported and money exported. Since notwithstanding these general price movements, which arise from the very nature of Ricardo's metallic currency, since their severe and vehement form, the form of crisis, belongs to periods with developed credit systems, it is clear that the issue of banknotes is not exactly governed by the laws of metallic currency. The remedy applicable to metallic currency is the import and export of precious metals, which are immediately thrown into circulation as coin, their inflow or outflow thus causing commodity prices to fall or rise. The banks must now artificially exert the same influence on commodity prices by imitating the laws of metallic currency. If gold is flowing in from abroad, it is proof that there is an insufficient amount of currency, that the value of money is too high and commodity prices too low, and banknotes must therefore be thrown into circulation in accordance with the newly imported gold. On the other hand, banknotes must be taken out of circulation in accordance with an outflow of gold from the country. In other words, the issue of banknotes must be regulated according to the import and export of the precious metals or according to the rate of exchange. Ricardo's wrong assumption that gold is simply specie and that consequently the whole of the imported gold is used to augment the money in circulation, thus causing prices to rise, and that the whole of the gold exported represents a decrease in the amount of specie and thus causes prices to fall, this theoretical assumption is now turned into a practical experiment by making the amount of specie in circulation correspond always to the quantity of gold in the country. Lord Overston, Jones Lloyd the banker, Colonel Torrens, Norman, Clay, and numerous other writers known in England as the Currency School have not only preached this doctrine, but have made it the basis of the present English and Scottish banking legislation by means of Sir Robert Peel's Bank Acts of 1844 and 45. The analysis of the ignominious fiasco they suffered, both in theory and practice, after experiments on the largest national scale, can only be made in a section dealing with the theory of credit. This school met criticism from Thomas Tooke, James Wilson, and John Fullarton. We have already seen several times, particularly in chapter 28 of this volume, how inadequately these critics penetrated the nature of gold, and how unclear they were as to the relationship between money and capital. We quote here simply a few instances in connection with the proceedings of the House of Commons Committee of 1857 on the Peel Bank Acts, that is, B.A. 1857. J.G. Hubbard, former governor of the Bank of England, testifies, "The effect of the export of bullion has no reference whatever to the prices of commodities. It has an effect, and a very important one, upon the price of interest-bearing securities, because as the rate of interest varies, the value of commodities embodied at that interest is necessarily powerfully affected." He produces two tables for the years 1834 to 43 and 1845 to 56, which show how the price movements for 15 of the most important items of commerce were quite independent of the inflow and outflow of gold, and of the rate of interest. They do show, however, a close connection between the inflow and outflow of gold on the one hand, which is in fact the, quote, representative of our uninvested capital, end quote, and the rate of interest on the other. In 1847, a very large amount of American securities were retransferred to America, and Russian securities to Russia, and other continental securities were transferred to those places from which we drew our supplies of grain. The 15 items on which the following tables of Hubbard's are based are raw cotton, cotton yarn, cotton fabrics, wool, woolen cloth, flax, linen, indigo, pig iron, tin, copper, tallow, sugar, coffee, and silk. Hubbard makes the following comment on these. As in the years 1834 to 43, so in the period 1844 to 53, the upward and downward movements in the bullion of the bank have invariably been accompanied with a decrease or increase in the loanable value of money advanced on discount. And as in the earlier period, so in this, the variations in the prices of commodities in this country exhibit an entire independence of the amount of circulation as shown in the fluctuations in bullion of the Bank of England. Since the demand and supply of commodities regulates their market price, it is evident here how false is Overston's identification of the demand for loanable money capital, or rather the gap between its demand and supply, as expressed in the discount rate, with the demand for real capital. The contention that commodity prices are governed by fluctuations in the total amount of currency is now concealed beneath the phrase that the fluctuations in the discount rate express fluctuations in the demand for actual material capital, as distinct from money capital. We have already seen how both Norman and Overston actually maintained this before the committee in question, and to what weak subterfuges they were forced to resort, particularly Overston, until he was finally cornered. See Chapter 26. This is, in actual fact, the old humbug that changes in the quantity of gold, since they increase or decrease the amount of means of circulation in a country, must necessarily raise or lower commodity prices there. If gold is exported, then according to this currency theory, commodity prices in the country where the gold goes must rise, and with them also the value of the exports of the gold exporting country on the market of the gold importing one. The value of the latter's exports on the former market, on the other hand, would fall, since their value would rise in their country of origin, where the gold finds its way. In actual fact, a decline in the amount of gold simply raises the rate of interest, while an increase lowers it, and if these fluctuations in the interest rate did not come into account in establishing the cost price or determining demand and supply, commodity prices would be completely unaffected. In the same report, N. Alexander, head of a big firm in the India trade, expresses himself as follows on the sharp drain of silver to India and China in the mid-1850s, partly as a result of the Chinese Civil War, which put a stop to the supply of English fabrics to China, and partly as a result of the silkworm disease in Europe, which sharply reduced silk production in Italy and France. Number 4337. Question. Is the drain for China or for India? You send the silver to India, and you buy opium with a great deal of it, all which goes on to China to lay down funds for the purchase of the silk. And the state of the markets in India, in spite of the accumulation of silver there, makes it a more profitable investment for the merchant to lay down silver than to send piece goods or English manufactures. In order to obtain the silver, has there not been a great drain from France? Yes, very large. Instead of bringing in silk from France and Italy, we are sending it there in large quantities, both from Bengal and from China. Thus silver was sent to Asia, where it is the money metal, instead of commodities, not because the price of these commodities had risen in the country that produced them, that is England, but because it had fallen, owing to excessive imports in the country which imported them, even though England had to obtain this silver from France, and to pay for it partly with gold. According to the currency theory, prices should have fallen in England and risen in India and China as a result of such imports. A further example. In his evidence to the House of Lords Committee, CD 1848-57, Wiley, one of the leading Liverpool merchants, said, "At the close of 1845, there was no trade that was more remunerating, and in which there were such large profits, than cotton spinning. The stock of cotton was large and good. Useful cotton could be bought at 4d. per pound, and from such cotton, good secunda mule twist number 40 was made at an expense not exceeding a like amount, say at a cost of 8d. per pound in all to the spinner. This yarn was largely sold and contracted for in September and October of 1845 at 10.5 and 11.5d. per pound, and in some instances, the spinners realized a profit equal to the first cost of the cotton. The trade continued to be remunerative until the beginning of 1846. On the 3rd of March 1844, the stock of cotton was more than double what it is this day, and yet the price then was 1.25d. per pound dearer. At the same time, yarn, good secunda mule twist number 40, had fallen from 11.5 to 12d. to 9.5d. per pound in October, and to 7.75d. at the end of December 1847. Yarn was sold at the purchase price of the cotton from which it had been spun. This exposes the self-interest in Overston's wisdom that money is dear because capital is scarce. On the 3rd of March of 1844, the bank rate stood at 3%. In October and November of 1847, it went up to 8 and 9%, and on the 7th of March of 1848 was down to 4% again. Owing to the complete stagnation in sales and the panic, with its correspondingly high rate of interest, cotton prices had been driven far below the level corresponding to the supply. The result of this was on the one hand a tremendous decline in imports in 1848, and on the other hand a decline in production in America, hence a new rise in cotton prices in 1849. According to Overston, the reason why commodities were too dear was that there was too much money in the country. The late decline in the condition of the cotton manufactories is not to be ascribed to the want of the raw material, as the price seems to have been lower, though the stock of this raw material is very much diminished. But Overston conveniently confuses the price or value of a commodity with the value of money, i.e. the rate of interest. In answer to question 2026, Wiley delivers his overall verdict on the currency theory, on the basis of which Cardwell and Sir Charles Wood, in May of 1847, asserted the necessity of carrying out the Bank Act of 1844 in its full and entire integrity. These principles seem to me to be of a nature that would give an artificial high value to money and an artificial and ruinously low value to all commodities and produce. He goes on to say of the effects of this Bank Act on the general state of business, As bills at 4 months, which is the regular course of drafts from manufacturing towns on merchants and bankers for the purchase of goods going to the United States, could not be discounted except at great sacrifices, the execution of orders was checked to a great extent, until after the government letter of the 25th of October, that is, the suspension of the Bank Act, when those 4 months' bills became discountable. The suspension of the Bank Act brought salvation for the provinces, too. Last October, 1847, there was scarcely an American buyer purchasing goods here who did not at once curtail his orders as much as he possibly could, and when our advices of the dearness of money reached America, all fresh orders ceased. Corn and sugar were special. The corn market was affected by the prospects of the harvest, and sugar was affected by the immense stocks and imports. Of our indebtedness to America, much was liquidated by forced sales of consigned goods, and I fear that much was cancelled by the failures here. If I recollect rightly, 70% was paid on our stock exchange in October of 1847. The crisis of 1837, with its long aftermath, added to which there was a further regular crisis in 1842, and the self-interested blindness of the industrialists and merchants, who were resolved not to notice any overproduction, this was all nonsense and impossibility, said the vulgar economists, all this finally brought about the mental confusion that allowed the currency school to translate their dogma into practice on a national scale, and thus the bank legislation of 1844 and 1845 went through. The 1844 Bank Act divides the Bank of England into an issue department and a banking department. The former receives securities, for the most part government stock, for £14 million, as well as the entire metal reserve, of which no more than 1/4 may consist of silver, and issues a sum of notes corresponding to this total amount. Insofar as these are not in the hands of the public, they remain in the banking department and form its ever-ready reserve, together with the small amount of coin needed for everyday use, about £1 million. The issue department gives the public gold for notes and notes for gold. All other dealings with the public are the concern of the banking department. Those private banks in England and Wales that were entitled in 1844 to issue their own notes retain this right, but their note issue is fixed. If one of these banks ceases to issue its own notes, the Bank of England can increase its own fiduciary note issue by 2/3 of the quota thus made available, and in this way its issue has been increased by 1892 from £14 million to £16.5 million. Thus, for every £5 that leaves the bank's reserve in gold, a £5 note comes back to the issue department and is destroyed. For every 5 sovereigns that comes into the reserve, a new £5 note is put into circulation. This is how Overston's ideal paper circulation, governed precisely by the laws of metal circulation, is carried out in practice, and in this way, according to the currency people's contention, crises are made impossible once and for all. In reality, however, the separation of the bank into 2 independent departments withdrew the directors' power of free disposal of their entire available means at decisive moments, so that situations could come about in which the banking department was faced with bankruptcy, while the issue department still had several millions in gold, and besides this, its £14 million intact in securities. And this could happen all the more easily insofar as every crisis has a point marked by a sharp drain of gold abroad, which has principally to be covered by the bank's metal reserve. But for every £5 that flows abroad in this way, a £5 note is withdrawn from circulation at home, so that the amount of means of circulation is reduced at the very moment when most is required, and with the greatest urgency at that. The Bank Act of 1844 thus directly provokes the entire world of commerce into meeting the outbreak of a crisis by putting aside a reserve stock of banknotes, thereby accelerating and intensifying the crisis. And by this artificial intensification of the demand for monetary accommodation, i.e. for means of payment, at the same time as the supply of these is declining, a demand which takes effect at the decisive moment, it drives the interest rate in crisis times up to a previously unheard of level. Thus, instead of abolishing crises, it rather intensifies them to a point at which either the entire world of industry has to collapse, or else the Bank Act. On 2 occasions, the 25th of October 1847 and the 12th of November 1857, the crisis reached such a height. The government then freed the bank from the restriction on its note issue by suspending the Act of 1844. And this was sufficient on both occasions to curb the crisis. In 1847, the certainty that banknotes could now once more be had in exchange for first-class securities was sufficient to bring £4 to £5 million in notes back to the light of day and into active circulation. In 1857, rather less than £1 million in notes were issued above the legal quota, but only for a very short time. Also to be mentioned here is that some parts of the legislation of 1844 reflected the memory of the first 20 years of the century, the time when the bank suspended cash payment and banknotes depreciated in value. The fear that banknotes might lose their credit is still very much apparent here, a very excessive fear, since as early as 1825, the issue of a rediscovered supply of old £1 notes, which had been taken out of circulation, curbed the crisis and thereby showed that even at that period, the credit of these banknotes remained unimpaired, even at a time of most general and pronounced lack of confidence. And this is quite comprehensible, for in fact the entire nation and its credit stands behind these tokens. Let us listen now to a few witnesses on the effect of the Bank Act. John Stuart Mill believed that the Bank Act of 1844 had kept down over speculation. This wise man had the good fortune to give his evidence on the 12th of June 1857. 4 months later, the crisis broke out. He literally congratulated the, quote, bank directors and the commercial public generally on the fact that they, quote, understand much better than they did the nature of a commercial crisis and the extreme mischief which they do both to themselves and to the public by upholding over speculation. The wise Mill believed that if £1 notes were issued, quote, as advances to manufacturers and others who pay wages, the notes may get into the hands of others who expend them for consumption, and in that case, the notes do constitute in themselves a demand for commodities, and may for some time tend to promote a rise of prices. Does Mr. Mill thus assume that the manufacturers would pay higher wages if they paid them in paper instead of in gold? Or does he believe that if the manufacturer obtained his advance in £100 notes and exchanged these for gold, these wages would then form less demand than if paid in £1 notes? Does he not know that in certain mining districts, for example, wages actually are paid in notes from local banks, so that several workers receive a £5 note together? Does this increase their demand? Or are bankers easier with manufacturers in small notes, advancing more money than in larger denominations? This peculiar fear that Mill had of £1 notes would be inexplicable if his entire work on political economy did not exhibit an eclecticism which never flinches from any contradictions. On the one hand, he supports Tooke on many points against Overston, while on the other, he believes commodity prices are determined by the amount of money present. He is thus in no way convinced that for each £1 issued, all other things remaining the same, a sovereign finds its way into the bank's reserve. He fears that the quantity of means of circulation might be increased and thereby devalued, so that commodity prices would rise. It is this, and nothing else, that is hidden behind his above caution. On the division of the bank into two departments, and the excessive precautions taken to safeguard the cashing of notes, Tooke makes the following statement to the CD 1848-57. The greater fluctuations of the interest rate in 1847, as compared with 1837 and 1839, are due solely to the separation of the bank into two departments. Evidence number 3010. The safety of banknotes was affected neither in 1825 nor in 1837 and 39. Evidence number 3015. The demand for gold in 1825 was aimed only at filling the vacuum created by the complete discredit of the £1 notes of the country banks. This vacuum could only be filled by gold, until such a time as the Bank of England also issued £1 notes. Evidence number 3022. In November and December of 1825, not the slightest demand existed for gold for export purposes. Evidence number 3023. Quote, in point of discredit at home as well as abroad, a failure in paying the dividends and the deposits would be of far greater consequence than the suspending of the payment of banknotes. End quote from evidence number 3028. Number 3035. Question. Would you not say that any circumstance which had the effect of ultimately endangering the convertibility of the note would be one likely to add serious difficulty in a moment of commercial pressure? Answer. Not at all. In the course of 1847, an increased issue from the circulating department might have contributed to replenish the coffers of the bank, as it did in 1825. Before the Committee on B.A. 1857, Newmarch states, the first mischievous effect of that separation of departments of the bank, and the necessary consequence from the cutting in two of the reserve of bullion, has been that the banking business of the Bank of England, that is to say, the whole of that part of the operation of the Bank of England which brings it more immediately into contact with the commerce of the country, has been carried on upon a moiety only of its former amounts of reserve. Out of that division of the reserve has arisen, therefore, this state of things, that whenever the reserve of the banking department has been diminished, even to a small extent, it is rendered necessary an action by the bank upon its rate of discount. That diminished reserve, therefore, has produced a frequent succession of changes and jerks in the rate of discount. The alterations since 1844, until June of 1857, have been some 60 in number, whereas the alterations prior to 1844 in the same space of time certainly did not amount to a dozen. Palmer's evidence to the Lords Committee, CD 1848-57, is also of particular interest, since he had been a director of the Bank of England since 1811, and governor for a period. In December of 1825, there was about £1.1 million of bullion remaining in the bank. At that period, it must undoubtedly have fallen in toto if this act had been in existence, meaning the Act of 1844. The issue in December, I think, was 5 or 6 millions of notes in a week, which relieved the panic that existed at that period. The first period, since the 1st of July 1825, when the present act would have failed if the bank had attempted to carry out the transactions then undertaken, was on the 28th of February 1837. At that period, there were 3.9 to 4 million pounds of bullion in possession of the bank, and then the bank would have been left with 650,000 pounds only in the reserve. Another period is in the year 1839, which continued from the 9th of July to the 5th of December. What was the amount of the reserve in that case? The reserve was minus altogether 200,000 pounds upon the 5th of September. On the 5th of November, it rose to about 1 million or 1.5 million. The Act of 1844 would have prevented the bank giving assistance to the American trade in 1837. There were 3 of the principal American houses that failed. Almost every house connected with America was in a state of discredit, and unless the bank had come forward at that period, I do not believe that there would have been more than 1 or 2 houses that could have sustained themselves. The pressure in 1837 is not to be compared with that of 1847. The pressure in the former year was chiefly confined to the American trade. Early in June of 1837, the management of the bank discussed the question of overcoming the pressure. Some gentlemen advocated the opinion that the correct principle was to raise the rate of interest, by which the price of commodities would be lowered, in short, to make money dear and commodities cheap, by which the foreign payment would be accomplished. The establishment of an artificial limitation of the powers of the bank under the Act of 1844, instead of the ancient and natural limitation of the bank's powers, namely the actual amount of its specie, tends to create artificial difficulty, and therefore an operation upon the prices of merchandise that would have been unnecessary but for the provisions of the Act. You cannot, by the working of the Act of 1844, materially reduce the bullion, under ordinary circumstances, below 9.5 million. It would then cause a pressure upon prices and credit which would occasion such an advance in the exchange with foreign countries as to increase the import of bullion, and to that extent add to the amount in the issue department. Under the limitation that you, the bank, are now subject to, you have not the command of silver to an extent that you require at a time when silver would be required for the action upon the foreign exchanges. What was the object of the regulation restricting the bank as to the amount of silver to 1/5? I cannot answer that question. The intention was to make money dear. Similarly, the currency theory apart, with the separation of the bank's 2 departments and the compulsion for the Scottish and Irish banks to keep gold in their reserve for any issue of notes above a certain amount. This led to a decentralization of the nation's metal reserve, which made it less capable of correcting unfavorable exchange rates. All the following stipulations lead to raising the rate of interest: that the Bank of England may not issue more than 14 million pounds in notes, aside from those issues against its gold reserve; that the banking department is to be administered as an ordinary bank, forcing the interest rate down when there is excess money and driving it up when there is a shortage. The restriction of the silver reserve, the principal means of rectifying exchange rates with the continent and with Asia; the regulations for the Scottish and Irish banks, which never need gold for export, but must now keep it under the pretext of a convertibility of their notes, which is in fact pure illusion. The fact is that the Act of 1845 produced the first run on the Scottish banks for gold in 1857. The new banking legislation also makes no distinction between a drain of gold abroad and a domestic drain, even though the effects of these 2 things are self-evidently quite different. Hence the constant and violent fluctuations in the market rate of interest. As regards silver, Palmer says twice, in evidence numbers 992 and 994, that the bank can buy silver in exchange for notes only if the exchange rate is in England's favor, so that there is an excess of silver, for, quote, "The only object in holding a considerable amount of bullion in silver is to facilitate making the foreign payment, so long as the exchanges are against the country. Silver is a commodity, which being money in every other part of the world, is therefore the most direct commodity for the purpose of payments abroad. The United States latterly have taken gold alone." In his opinion, the bank did not need to raise the interest rate above its old level of 5% in times of pressure, as long as gold was not drawn abroad by an unfavorable rate of exchange. Were it not for the Act of 1844, all first-class bills could still be discounted without difficulty at the old rate. Evidence number 1018 to 1020. But with the 1844 Bank Act, and the situation in which the bank found itself in October of 1847, quote, "There was no rate of interest which the bank could have charged to houses of credit, which they would not have been willing to pay to carry on their payments." And this high rate of interest was precisely the aim of the Act. In 1029, he refers to a great distinction which I wish to draw between the action of the rate of interest upon a foreign demand for precious metal and an advance in the rate for the object of checking a demand upon the bank during a period of internal discredit. Previously to the Act of 1844, when the exchanges were in favor of the country and positive panic and alarm existed through the country, there was no limit put upon the issue by which alone that state of distress could be relieved. These are the words of a man who was the director of the Bank of England for 39 years. Let us now listen to a private banker, Twells, a partner in Spooner, Atwood & Company since 1801. He is the only one out of all these witnesses before the BA 1857 who provides us with any insight into the actual state of affairs in the country, and sees the crisis impending. In other respects, however, he is a kind of Birmingham little shilling man, like his partners, the Atwood brothers, who are the founders of this school. He states in evidence number 4488, "How do you think the Act of 1844 is operated? If I were to answer you as a banker, I should say that it is operated exceedingly well, for it has afforded a rich harvest to bankers and capitalists of all kinds. But it is operated very badly to the honest industrious tradesman, who requires steadiness in the rate of discount, that he may be enabled to make his arrangements with confidence. It has made money lending a most profitable pursuit. The Bank Act enables the London joint stock banks to return from 20 to 22% to their proprietors. The other day, one of them was paying 18% and I think another 20%. They ought to support the Act of 1844 very strongly. The little tradesmen and respectable merchants, who have not a large capital, it pinches them very much indeed. The only means that I have of knowing is that I observe such an amazing quantity of their acceptance unpaid. They are always small, perhaps ranging from £20 to £100. A great many of them are unpaid, and go back unpaid to all parts of the country, which is always an indication of suffering amongst the little shopkeepers." In 4494, he explains that business is presently unprofitable. His following remarks are important, since he saw the latent presence of the crisis when none of the others suspected it. "Things keep their prices in Mincing Lane, but we sell nothing. We cannot sell upon any terms. We keep the nominal price." In 4495, he relates a particular case. A Frenchman sends a broker in Mincing Lane commodities for £3,000 to sell at a given price. The broker cannot obtain this price, and the Frenchman cannot sell below the price. The commodities are still around, but the Frenchman needs money. The broker therefore advances him £1,000, the Frenchman drawing a 3-month bill of exchange on the broker for £1,000, with the goods as security. 3 months later, the bill falls due, but the commodities are still unsaleable. The broker then has to pay the bill, and although he has security for £3,000, he cannot cash this and gets into difficulties. Thus, one person drags down another with him. Number 4496. With regards to the large exports, where there is a depressed state of trade at home, it necessarily forces large exportation. Do you think that the home consumption has been diminished? Very much indeed, immensely. The shopkeepers are the best authorities. Still, the importations are very large. Does that not indicate a large consumption? It does if you can sell, but many of the warehouses are full of these things. In this very instance which I have been relating, there is £3,000 worth imported which cannot be sold. When money is dear, would you say that capital would be cheap? Yes. This fellow thus in no way shares Overston's opinion that high interest is the same thing as dear capital. On how business is now conducted, others are going to a very great extent, carrying on a prodigious trade in exports and imports, to an extent far beyond what their capital justifies them in doing. There can be no doubt of all that. These men may succeed. They may, by some lucky venture, get large fortunes and put themselves right. That is very much the system in which a great deal of trade is now carried on. Persons will consent to lose 20, 30, and 40% upon a shipment, for the next venture may bring it back to them. If they fail in one after another, then they are broken up. And that is just the case which we have often seen recently. Mercantile houses have broken up, without 1 shilling of property being left. The low rate of interest, during the previous 10 years, operates against bankers, it is true, but I should have very great difficulty in explaining to you, unless I could show you the books, how much higher the profits, his own, are now than they used to be formerly. When interest is low, from excessive issues, we have large deposits. When interest is high, we get the advantage in that way. When money is at a moderate rate, we have more demand for it. We lend more. It operates in that way. For us, the bankers. When it gets higher, we get more than a fair proportion for it. We get more than we ought to do. We have seen how all the experts consider the credit of the Bank of England notes as unshakable. Nevertheless, the Bank Act ties up absolutely some 9 to 10 million pounds sterling in gold for the convertibility of these notes. The sanctity and inviolability of the reserve is thereby carried much farther than among the hoarders of old. W. Brown of Liverpool testifies in CD 1848-57, "This money, the metal reserve in the issue department, might as well have been thrown into the sea for any use that it was of at the time, there being no power to employ any of it without violating the Act of Parliament." The building contractor E. Capps, whom we already met with earlier, and from whose evidence we took the description of the modern building system in London, see Volume 2, Chapter 12, gives his opinion of the 1844 Bank Act in the following words. Question. Then upon the whole, you think that the present system of bank legislation is a somewhat clever scheme for bringing the profits of industry periodically into the usurer's bag? I think so. I know that it is operated so in the building trade. As already mentioned, the 1845 Bank Act forced the Scottish banks into a system that was closer to the English. They were now obliged to hold gold in reserve for any note issue beyond a limit fixed for each bank. The effect this had is shown by some of the witnesses before the BA 1857. Kennedy, director of a Scottish bank, was there anything that you can call a circulation of gold in Scotland previously to the passing of the Act of 1845? None whatever. Has there been any additional circulation of gold since? None whatever. The people dislike gold. Evidence number 3450. The sum of about £900,000 in gold, which the Scottish banks are compelled to keep since 1845, can only be injurious, in his opinion, and, quote, absorbs unprofitably so much of the capital of Scotland. Anderson, director of the Union Bank of Scotland. The only pressure upon the Bank of England by the banks in Scotland for gold was for foreign exchanges? It was, and that is not to be relieved by holding gold in Edinburgh. Having the same amount of securities in the Bank of England, or in the private banks of England, we have seen the same power that we had before of making a drain upon the Bank of England. Finally, a further article from The Economist. The Scotch banks keep unemployed amounts of cash with their London agents. These keep them in the Bank of England. This gives to the Scotch banks, within the limits of these amounts, command over the metal reserve of the bank, and here it is always in the place where it is needed, when foreign payments are to be made. This system was upset by the 1845 Act. In consequence of the Act of 1845 for Scotland, of late, a large drain of the coin on the bank has taken place, to supply a mere contingent demand in Scotland, which may never occur. Since that period, there has been a large sum uniformly locked up in Scotland, and another considerable sum constantly travelling back and forward between London and Scotland. If a period arrives when a Scotch bank expects an increased demand for its notes, a box of gold is brought down from London. When this period is passed, the same box, generally unopened, is sent back to London. And what does the father of the Bank Act, banker Samuel Jones Lloyd, alias Lord Overston, have to say to all this? He already repeated before the Lords' Committee of 1848 on Commercial Distress that, quote, pressure and a high rate of interest caused by the want of sufficient capital cannot be relieved by an extra issue of banknotes. Even though the mere permission for an increased note issue in the government letter of the 25th of October 1847 had sufficed to blunt the edge of the crisis. He still maintains that, quote, the high rate of interest and the depression of the manufacturing interests was the necessary result of the diminution of the material capital applicable to manufacturing and trading purposes. And yet, the depressed condition of manufacturing industry from months back meant that material commodity capital overflowed the warehouses and was actually unsaleable, while for that very reason, material productive capital lay either completely or partially idle, so as not to produce still more unsaleable commodity capital. And before the Bank Acts Committee of 1857, he says, quote, by strict and prompt adherence to the principles of the Act of 1844, everything is passed off with regularity and ease. The monetary system is safe and unshaken. The prosperity of the country is undisputed. The public confidence in the wisdom of the Act of 1844 is daily gaining strength. And if the committee wish for further practical illustrations of the soundness of the principles on which it rests, or of the beneficial results which it has ensured, the true and sufficient answer to the committee is look around you. Look at the present state of trade in this country. Look at the contentment of the people. Look at the wealth and prosperity which pervades every class of the community. And then, having done so, the committee may be fairly called upon to decide whether they will interfere with the continuance of an act under which those results have been developed. The antistrophe to this dithyramb that Overston sang to the committee on the 14th of July came on the 12th of November the same year, in the form of the letter to the bank directors in which the government suspended the Miracle Working Act of 1844 in order to save what could be saved. Chapter 35. Precious Metal and Rate of Exchange. Section 1. The Movement of the Gold Reserve. With respect to the stockpiling of notes in times of pressure, we should note that the hoarding of precious metals repeated here is the same as marked times of disturbance in the most primitive social conditions. The Act of 1844 is interesting in its effects insofar as it seeks to transform all the country's precious metal into means of circulation. It seeks to compensate for a drain of gold by contraction of the means of circulation, and for an influx of gold by an expansion of the means of circulation. When put to the test, the opposite was proved. With a single exception, which we shall mention immediately, the quantity of Bank of England notes in circulation since 1844 has never reached the maximum that the bank was authorized to issue. The crisis of 1857 showed, on the other hand, that in other circumstances this maximum is not sufficient. Between the 13th and 30th of November of 1857, a daily average of 488,830 pounds above the maximum was in circulation. The legal maximum at that time was 14.5 million pounds plus the metal reserve in the bank's vaults. As far as the inflow and outflow of precious metal goes, the following points are to be noted. 1. The ebb and flow of metal within a region that does not produce gold or silver should be distinguished from the flow of gold and silver from their sources of production to the various other countries, and the distribution of this additional metal among the latter. Before the opening of gold mines in Russia, California, and Australia, the supply since the beginning of the century had only been sufficient for the replacement of worn-down coins, for the traditional use as a luxury material, and for the export of silver to Asia. Since that time, however, the export of silver to Asia has grown extraordinarily, with the Asian trade of America and Europe. The silver exported from Europe was largely replaced by the additional gold. Further, a portion of the gold newly imported was absorbed by domestic money circulation. It was estimated that up to 1857, approximately 30 million pounds worth of gold had been added to England's domestic circulation. Moreover, the average level of metal reserves has increased since 1844 for all the central banks of Europe and North America. The growth of the domestic money circulation immediately meant that after a panic in the subsequent period of stagnation, bank reserves grew much more quickly as a result of the greater quantity of gold coin thrust out of domestic circulation and immobilized. Finally, the consumption of precious metal for luxury articles has risen since the new gold discoveries as a result of increasing wealth. 2. Precious metal is constantly moving back and forth between the countries that do not produce gold and silver. The same country is both constantly importing and constantly exporting. It is only a preponderant movement in one direction or the other that determines an ultimate outflow or inflow, since these movements, which tend simply to oscillate, and often do so in parallel, to a large extent neutralize one another. But for this very reason, the fact that the two movements are constant and their courses run parallel with each other on the whole, as far as the result is concerned, is overlooked. The matter is always conceived as if an excess import or export of precious metal were simply the effect and expression of the import and export relationship for commodities, whereas it also expresses a relationship between the import and export of precious metal that is independent of commodity trade. 3. The preponderance of imports over exports, or vice versa, can be broadly measured by the increase or decrease in the metal reserves of the central banks. The preciseness of this measurement depends, of course, first and foremost, on how much the banking system is centralized. For on this depends the extent to which the precious metal stockpiled in the so-called national bank represents the whole of the nation's metal reserve. But even on the assumption that this is in fact the case, the measurement is still not exact, since in certain circumstances an additional import of precious metal may be absorbed by domestic circulation and the growing luxury use of gold and silver, and moreover, since a withdrawal of gold coin for domestic circulation might take place without any additional import, so that the metal reserve could decline even without a simultaneous increase in exports. 4. An export of metal takes the form of a drain if the movement of decline persists for a long period, so that the decline presents itself as a general tendency and the national bank's metal reserve is significantly depressed below its average level, until something like its average minimum is reached. This latter is fixed more or less arbitrarily, since it is determined differently in each particular case by legislation governing the backing for cash payment of notes, etc. As to the quantitative limits that such a drain of gold could attain in England, Marx states before the Bank Act Committee of 1857, evidence number 1494, quote, "Judging from experience, it is very unlikely that the efflux of treasure arising from any oscillation in the foreign trade will proceed beyond 3 or 4 million pounds. In 1847, the Bank of England's gold reserve saw its lowest level on the 23rd of October, a drop of 5.2 million pounds from the 26th of December 1846, and of 6.5 million pounds from the highest point in that year, the 29th of August. 5. The function of the metal reserve, held by a so-called national bank, a function that is far from being the only thing governing the size of the metal reserve, since this can grow simply through the crippling of domestic and foreign business, is threefold. Firstly, a reserve fund for international payments, i.e. a reserve fund of world money. Secondly, a reserve fund for the alternately expanding and contracting domestic metal circulation. And thirdly, and this is connected with the banking function, and has nothing to do with the function of money as simple money, a reserve fund for the payment of deposits and the convertibility of notes. It can therefore also be affected by conditions that bear on only one of these three functions. Thus, as an international fund, it may be affected by the balance of payments, whatever the reasons determining this, and whatever the relationship to the balance of trade. As a reserve fund for domestic metal circulation, it may be affected by the expansion or contraction of the latter. The third function as a guarantee fund, while it does not determine the autonomous movement of the metal reserve, still has a double effect. If notes are issued to replace metal money in domestic circulation, and also therefore silver coin in countries where silver is the measure of value, the second function of the reserve fund disappears, and a part of the precious metal that is served for this purpose will now permanently find its way abroad. In this case, there is no withdrawal of metal coin from domestic circulation, nor therefore is there any temporary strengthening of the metal reserve by the immobilization of a portion of the coined metal in circulation. Moreover, if a minimum metal reserve must be maintained under all circumstances for the payment of deposits and the convertibility of notes, this affects the workings of a drain or influx of gold in a particular way. It affects the portion of the reserve which the bank is bound to maintain under all circumstances, or else the part which it might seek to get rid of at another time as useless. With a purely metallic circulation and a centralized banking system, the bank would similarly have to treat its metal reserve as a guarantee for the payment of its deposits, and a drain of metal could lead to the same panic as in Hamburg in 1857. 6. With the possible exception of 1837, the real crisis has always broken out only after the exchange rates have moved, i.e. once the import of precious metal has the upper hand again over the export. In 1825, the actual crash occurred after the drain of gold had ceased. In 1839, a drain of gold took place without leading to a crash. In 1847, the drain of gold ceased in April, and the crash came in October. In 1857, the drain of gold abroad had ceased by the beginning of November, and the crash came only later in the month. This tendency was particularly clear in the crisis of 1847, when the drain of gold had already ceased in April, after causing a relatively mild preliminary crisis, while the commercial crisis proper broke out only in October. The following statements were made before the Secret Committee of the House of Lords on Commercial Distress, 1848, the evidence only being printed in 1857. The evidence of Tooke. In April 1847, a stringency arose, which strictly speaking equaled a panic, but was of relatively short duration and not accompanied by any commercial failures of importance. In October, the stringency was far more intensive than at any time during April, an almost unheard of number of commercial failures taking place. In April, the rates of exchange, particularly with America, compelled us to export a considerable amount of gold in payment for unusually large imports. Only by an extreme effort did the bank stop the drain and drive the rates higher. In October, the rates of exchange favored England. The change in the rates of exchange had begun in the third week of April. They fluctuated in July and August. Since the beginning of August, they always favored England. The drain on gold in August arose from a demand for internal circulation. J. Morris, Governor of the Bank of England. Although the exchange rate after August of 1847 was in England's favor, and an influx of gold thus took place, the metal reserve in the bank still declined. £2.2 million went out into the country in consequence of the internal demand. This is explained on the one hand by an increased employment of laborers in railway construction, and on the other by the circumstance of the bankers wishing to provide themselves with gold in times of distress. Palmer, ex-governor of the Bank of England and a director since 1811. During the whole period from the middle of April 1847 to the day of withdrawing the restrictive clause in the Act of 1844, the foreign exchanges were in favor of this country. The drain of metal, which gave rise to a specifically monetary panic in April of 1847, is thus here, as always, simply a precursor of the crisis, and had already turned before this broke out. In 1839, at a time of severe business depression, a very pronounced drain of metal took place, for corn, etc., but without a crisis or monetary panic. 7. As soon as the general crisis has burned itself out, and we again have a state of equilibrium, the gold and silver, leaving aside the influx of fresh precious metal from the producing countries, is again distributed in the proportions in which it previously existed as hoards in the various countries. With circumstances remaining otherwise the same, the relative size of the hoard in each country is determined by this country's role in the world market. It flows out of a country that has a greater share than normal and into another. These movements of ebb and flow simply bring about its original distribution among the various national reserves. This redistribution is nevertheless mediated by the effect of various different circumstances that will be mentioned in dealing with the exchange rates. As soon as the normal distribution is re-established, from this moment on, there is first of all a growth and then again a drain. Note from Friedrich Engels. This last sentence is evidently applicable only to England, as the focal point of the world money market. End of the note from Friedrich Engels. 8. A drain of metal is generally the symptom of a change in the state of foreign trade, and this change is in turn an advance warning that conditions are again approaching a crisis. And 9. The balance of payments may be in favor of Asia and against Europe and America. Imports of precious metal take place principally at two moments. 1. In the first phase of low interest rates, which follows the crisis and is marked by a contraction of production, as well as the subsequent phase in which the interest rate rises but has not yet reached its average level. This is the phase in which returns are brisk and commercial credit high, so that the demand for loan capital does not grow in proportion to the expansion of production. In both of these phases, where loan capital is relatively abundant, the superfluous influx of capital in the form of gold and silver, i.e. in a form in which it can function at first only as loan capital, has an important effect on the rate of interest, and hence on the entire business climate. And 2. A drain, i.e. a continued heavy export, of precious metal appears as soon as returns are no longer easy, markets are overstocked, and the apparent prosperity is maintained only by credit. i.e. when a very pronounced demand for loan capital already exists, so that the rate of interest has reached at least its average level. Under these circumstances, which are precisely reflected in the drain of precious metal, the effect of a continued withdrawal of capital, in a form in which it exists directly as loan capital, is significantly intensified. This must have a direct effect on the rate of interest. But instead of the rise in the interest rate restricting credit transactions, it expands them and leads to an excessive strain on all their resources. This period therefore precedes the crash. Newmarch was asked, in BA 1857, but then the volume of bills in circulation increases with the rate of discount? It seems to do so. In quite ordinary times, the ledger is the real instrument of exchange, but when any difficulty arises, when, for example, under such circumstances as I have suggested, there is a rise in the bank rate of discount, then the transactions naturally resolve themselves into drawing bills of exchange, those bills of exchange being not only more convenient, as regards legal proof of the transaction which has taken place, but also being more convenient in order to effect purchases elsewhere, and being preeminently convenient as a means of credit by which capital can be raised. Added to this is the fact that as soon as somewhat threatening circumstances lead the bank to raise its discount rate, which at the same time makes it probable that the bank will restrict the term of the bills of exchange it is prepared to discount, a general fear sets in that this will mount to a crescendo. Everyone, therefore, and the credit jobber above all, seeks to discount the future and have as many means of credit as possible at his disposal at the given moment. The reasons just adduced mean that it is not the mere quantity of precious metal imported or exported that operates as such, but that this firstly has its effect by way of the specific character of precious metal as capital in the money form, while secondly it acts as the feather, which added to the weight already on the scales, is enough to tip the balances decisively to one side. It has this effect because it intervenes in circumstances where anything extra on one side or the other is sufficient to tip the scales. Were it not for these reasons, it would be completely impossible to understand how a drain of gold of 5 to 8 million pounds sterling, say, and this is the limit of our experience up till now, could exert any significant effect. This small increase or decrease in capital, which appears insignificant even against the 70 million pounds in gold that is the average circulation in England, is infinitesimal against the total volume of English production. But it is precisely the development of the credit and banking system, which on the one hand seeks to press all money capital into the service of production, or it comes to the same thing, to transform all money income into capital, while on the other hand it reduces the metal reserve in a given phase of the cycle to a minimum, at which it can no longer perform the functions ascribed to it. It is this elaborate credit and banking system that makes the entire organism oversensitive. At a less developed level of production, a contraction or expansion of the reserve, in comparison with its average magnitude, is a matter of relative indifference. Similarly, on the other hand, even a very severe drain of gold is relatively without effect, unless it takes place during the critical period of the industrial cycle. The explanation that we have given has ignored those cases in which the drain of metal arises as a result of harvest failures, etc. Here, a major and sudden disturbance in the balance of production, as expressed in the drain of gold, obviates the need for any further explanation. The effect is all the greater the more this disturbance arises at a period when production is working at high pressure. We have also ignored the function of the metal reserve as the guarantee for the convertibility of banknotes and as the pivot of the entire credit system. The central bank is the pivot of the credit system, and the metal reserve is in turn the pivot of the bank. It is inevitable that the credit system should collapse into the monetary system, as I have already shown in Volume 1, Chapter 3, in connection with means of payment. Both Tooke and Lloyd Overston concede that the utmost sacrifice of real wealth is necessary at the critical moment in order to maintain the metal basis. The dispute simply turns on a plus or minus and on the more or less rational way to cope with something unavoidable. A certain quantity of metal that is insignificant in comparison with production as a whole is the acknowledged pivot of the system. Hence, on top of the terrifying illustration of this pivotal character in crises, the beautiful theoretical dualism. As long as it claims to treat of capital, enlightened economics looks down on gold and silver with the utmost disdain, as the most indifferent and useless form of capital. As soon as it deals with banking, however, this is completely reversed, and gold and silver become capital par excellence, for whose preservation every other form of capital and labor have to be sacrificed. But in what way are gold and silver distinguished from other forms of wealth? Not by magnitude, for this is determined by the amount of labor embodied in them, but rather as autonomous embodiments and expressions of the social character of wealth. The wealth of society consists simply of the wealth of those individuals who are its private proprietors. It only proves itself to be social by the fact that these individuals exchange qualitatively different use values with one another in order to satisfy their needs. In capitalist production, they can do this only by way of money. Thus, it is only by way of money that the individual's wealth is realized as social wealth. The social nature of that wealth is embodied in money, in this thing. This social existence that it has thus appears as something beyond, as a thing, object or commodity outside and alongside the real elements of social wealth. Credit, being similarly a social form of wealth, displaces money and usurps its position. It is confidence in the social character of production that makes the money form of products appear as something merely evanescent and ideal, as a mere notion. But as soon as credit is shaken, and this is a regular and necessary phase in the cycle of modern industry, all real wealth is supposed to be actually and suddenly transformed into money, into gold and silver. A crazy demand, but one that necessarily grows out of the system itself. And the gold and silver that is supposed to satisfy these immense claims amounts in all to a few millions in the vaults of the bank. A drain of gold, therefore, shows strikingly by its effects that production is not really subjected to social control, as social production, and that the social form of wealth exists alongside wealth itself as a thing. The capitalist system does have this in common with earlier systems of production, insofar as these are based on commodity trade and private exchange. But it is only with this system that the most striking and grotesque form of this absurd contradiction and paradox arises, because firstly, in the capitalist system, production for direct use value, for the producer's own use, is most completely abolished, so that wealth exists only as a social process expressed as the entwinement of production and circulation. And secondly, because with the development of the credit system, capitalist production constantly strives to overcome this metallic barrier, which is both a material and an imaginary barrier to wealth and its movement, while time and again breaking its head on it. In the crisis, we get the demand that all bills of exchange, securities, and commodities should be simultaneously convertible into bank money all at once, and this bank money again into gold. Section 2. The exchange rate. The barometer for the international movement of the money metals is of course the rate of exchange. If England has to make more payments to Germany than Germany to England, in London the price of the mark as expressed in sterling rises, while in Hamburg and Berlin the price of sterling expressed in marks falls. If this surplus of English payment obligations towards Germany does not balance out again, for instance through a predominance of German purchases from England, the sterling price for bills of exchange in marks on Germany must rise to a point at which it pays to send metal from England to Germany in payment, gold coin or bullion, instead of bills of exchange. This is the typical course of events. If this export of precious metal becomes more large-scale and persists for a longer time, the English bank reserves are affected, and the English money market, in the first place the Bank of England, must take protective measures. Essentially, these consist, as we have already seen, in putting up the rate of interest. With a major drain of gold, the money market usually becomes tight, i.e. the demand for loan capital in the money form significantly outweighs the supply, and a higher rate of interest then arises quite spontaneously. The discount rate decreed by the Bank of England corresponds to the actual situation and prevails in the market. But there are also cases where the drain of metal arises from out of the ordinary business transactions, for example loans to foreign countries, capital investment abroad, etc., so that the state of the London money market as such in no way justifies an effective raising of interest rates. The Bank of England then first has to make money scarce by large-scale borrowing on the open market, as the expression goes, thus artificially producing the situation that justifies raising interest rates, or makes this necessary, a maneuver that becomes harder every year. How this raising of the interest rate affects the rates of exchange is shown by the following evidence before the 1857 House of Commons Committee on Bank Legislation, cited as BA 1857. John Stuart Mill. When there is a state of commercial difficulty, there is always a considerable fall in the price of securities. Foreigners send over to buy railway shares in this country. Or English holders of foreign railway shares sell their foreign shares abroad, and there is so much transfer of bullion prevented. A large and rich class of bankers and dealers in securities, through whom the equalization of the rate of interest and the equalization of commercial pressure between different countries usually takes place, are always on the lookout to buy securities which are likely to rise. The place for them to buy securities will be the country which is sending bullion away. These investments of capital took place to a very considerable extent in 1847, to a sufficient extent to have relieved the drain considerably. J.G. Hubbard, ex-governor of the Bank of England, and a director since 1838. There are great quantities of European securities which have a European currency in all the different money markets, and those bonds, as soon as their value is reduced by 1 or 2% in one market, are immediately purchased for transmission to those markets where their value is still unimpaired. Are not the foreign countries considerably in debt to the merchants of this country? Very largely. Therefore, the cashment of those debts might be sufficient to account for a very large accumulation of capital in this country. In 1847, the ultimate restoration of our position was effected by our striking off so many millions previously due by America, and so many millions due by Russia to this country. England was in debt to those very countries for corn, to the tune of so many millions, and also did not fail to strike off the greater part by the bankruptcy of English debtors. See the 1857 Report on the Bank Acts, as quoted in Chapter 30 above, page 624. In 1847, the exchange between this country and St. Petersburg was very high, when the government letter came out authorizing the bank to issue irrespectively of the limitation of 14 million pounds, above and beyond the gold reserve. The stipulation was that the rate of discount should be 8%. At that moment, with the then rate of discount, it was a profitable operation to order gold to be shipped from St. Petersburg to London, and on its arrival to lend it at 8%, up to the maturity of the 3 months' bills drawn against the purchase of gold. In all bullion operations, there are many points to be taken into consideration. There is the rate of exchange and the rate of interest, which is available for the investment during the period of the maturity of the bill, drawn against it. Rate of exchange with Asia. The following points are important firstly, because they show how England, when its rate of exchange with Asia is unfavorable, manages to recoup its losses from other countries whose imports from Asia are paid for through English middlemen. Secondly, however, because here again Mr. Wilson makes the stupid attempt to identify the impact of an export of precious metal on the rate of exchange with the impact of an export of capital in general on the rate, the export in question being in both cases not a means of purchase or payment, but an export for capital investment. It is self-evident to start with that if so and so many million pounds are sent to India to be invested there in railways, then whether they are sent in precious metal or in iron rails is simply a difference in form, the same amount of capital being transferred in each case from one country to the other. This transfer, moreover, does not go into the ordinary commercial account, and the exporting country does not expect any other return for it than the subsequent annual revenue from the earnings of these railways. If this export takes place in the form of precious metal, then because precious metal as such is directly loanable money capital and the basis of the entire money system, it will not necessarily always have a direct effect on the money market, and thereby on the rate of interest in the country exporting this precious metal, though it does have this effect in the cases so far developed. It has a similarly direct effect on the rate of exchange. In particular, precious metal is sent in payment only insofar as the bills of exchange that are offered on the London money market, on India for example, are insufficient to make these extra remittances. The demand for bills of exchange on India thus outweighs the supply, and so the rate of exchange turns temporarily against England, not because England is in debt to India, but rather because it has to send extraordinary sums to India. In the long run, such an export of precious metal to India must have the effect of increasing the Indian demand for English commodities, because it indirectly raises India's power to consume European goods. If, however, the capital is dispatched in the form of rails, etc., it cannot have any influence on the rate of exchange, since India does not have to make any return payment for these. For this very reason, it also need not have any effect on the money market. Wilson seeks to elicit an effect of this kind from the fact that extra outlays such as these lead to an extra demand for monetary accommodation, and thus affect the rate of interest. This may well be the case, but to contend that it has to take place under any circumstances is totally mistaken. Wherever the rails may be sent and laid, whether on English soil or on Indian, they represent nothing but a certain expansion of English production in a particular sphere. To maintain that an increase in production, even a very substantial one, cannot take place without driving up the rate of interest is sheer foolishness. Monetary accommodation may grow, i.e. the sum of dealings in which credit operations are involved, but these operations can increase while the given rate of interest remains the same. This was in fact the case in England during the railway mania of the 1840s. The interest rate did not rise, and it is obvious that insofar as real capital comes into consideration, in this case commodities, the effect on the money market is exactly the same whether these commodities are designed for export abroad or for domestic use. There could only be a distinction if England's capital investment abroad had a limiting effect on its commercial exports, on exports that have to be paid for and thus bring a return, or insofar as these capital investments in general were already a symptom of an overtaxing of credit and the beginning of fraudulent operations. In the following extract, Wilson is the questioner and Newmarch replies. On a former day, you stated, with reference to the demand for silver for the East, that you believed that the exchanges with India were in favor of this country, notwithstanding the large amount of bullion that is continually transmitted to East. Have you any ground for supposing the exchanges to be in favor of this country? Yes, I have. I find that the real value of the exports from the UK to India in 1851 was £7.4 million. To that is to be added the amount of India house drafts, that is, the funds drawn from India by the East India Company for the purpose of their own expenditure. Those drafts in that year amounted to 3.2 million, making therefore the total export from the UK to India £10.6 million. In 1855, the actual value of the export of goods from the UK had risen to 10.4 million, and the India house drafts were 3.7 million, making therefore the total export from this country 14 million. Now as regards 1851, I believe there are no means of stating what was the real value of the import of goods from India to this country, but in 1854 and 55, We have a statement of the real value. In 1855, the total real value of the imports of goods from India to this country was 12.7 million, and that sum, compared with the 14 million I have mentioned, left a balance in favor of the United Kingdom, as regards the direct trade between the two countries of 1.4 million pounds. Wilson comments on this, that the exchange rates are also affected by indirect trade. Thus, exports from India to Australia and North America are covered by drafts on London, and have exactly the same effect on the exchange rate as if the commodities went directly from India to England. If India and China are taken together, moreover, the balance would be against England, since China always has sizable payments to make up to India for opium, and England has payments to make up to China, the sums involved going on to India by this detour. Numbers 1787 and 1788. In number 1791, Wilson then asks whether the effect on the exchange rates would not be the same irrespective of whether the capital, quote, went in the form of iron rails and locomotives or whether it went in the form of coin, end quote. Newmarch's response to this is quite correct. The 12 million that was sent to India in recent years for railway construction has served to purchase an annuity which India has to pay England at regular intervals. But as far as regards the immediate operation of the bullion market, the investments of the 12 million pounds would only be operative as far as bullion was required to be sent out for actual money disbursements. Wagelin asks, if no return is made for this iron, the rails, how can it be said to affect the exchanges? I do not think that part of the expenditure which is sent out in the form of commodities affects the computation of the exchange. The computation of the exchange between two countries is affected, one might say, solely by the quantity of obligations or bills offering in one country, as compared with the quantity offering in the other country against it. That is the rationale of the exchange. Now, as regards the transmission of those 12 million pounds, the money in the first place is subscribed in this country. Now, if the nature of the transaction was such that the whole of that 12 million was required to be laid down in Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras in treasure, a sudden demand would very violently operate upon the price of silver and upon the exchange, just the same as if the India Company were to give notice tomorrow that their drafts were to be raised from 3 to 12 million pounds. But half of those 12 million are spent in buying commodities in this country, iron rails and timber, and other materials. It is an expenditure in this country of the capital of this country for a particular kind of commodity to be sent out to India, and there is an end of it. Wagelin says, but the production of those articles of iron and timber necessary for the railways produces a large consumption of foreign articles, which might affect the exchange? Certainly. Wilson then offers the opinion that iron largely represents labor, while the wages paid for this labor largely represent imported goods. He goes on to ask, but speaking quite generally, it would have the effect of turning the exchanges against this country if you sent abroad the articles which were produced by the consumption of the imported articles without receiving any remittance for them, either in the shape of produce or otherwise? That principle is exactly what took place in this country during the time of the Great Railway Expenditure, 1845. For 3 or 4 or 5 years, you spent upon railways 30 million pounds, nearly the whole of which went in the payment of wages. You sustained in 3 years a larger population employed in constructing railways and locomotives and carriages and stations than you employed in the whole of the factory districts. The people spent those wages in buying tea and sugar and spirits and other foreign commodities. Those commodities were imported, but it was a fact that during the time this great expenditure was going on, the foreign exchanges between this country and other countries were not materially deranged. There was no efflux of bullion. On the contrary, there was rather an influx. Wilson insists that given a settled balance of trade between England and India and the exchange rate at par values, the extra shipment of iron and locomotives, quote, would affect the exchanges with India, end quote. Newmarch cannot accept this if the rails are sent as capital investment and India does not have to pay for them in one form or another. He also adds, I agree with the principle that no one country can have permanently against itself an adverse state of exchange with all the other countries with which it deals. An adverse exchange with one country necessarily produces a favorable exchange with another. Wilson then throws him the following triviality. But would not a transfer of capital be the same whether it was sent in one form or another? As regards the obligation, it would. The effect, therefore, of making railways in India, whether you send bullion or whether you send materials, would be the same upon the capital market here in increasing the value of capital as if the whole was sent out in bullion? If iron prices did not rise, this was at least proof that the value of the capital contained in the rails had not increased. But what is at issue is the value of the money capital, the rate of interest. Wilson is trying to identify money capital and capital in general. The simple fact is, firstly, that 12 million pounds was subscribed in England for Indian railways. This is something that has nothing directly to do with the rate of exchange, and the designation of the 12 million pounds is similarly immaterial as far as the money market is concerned. If the money market is in a favorable condition, it need not have any effect at all, just as the English railway subscriptions of 1844 and 45 left the money market unaffected. If the money market is already somewhat tight, the rate of interest could be affected, but only in the sense of a rise, and according to Wilson's theory, this would necessarily have an effect on the exchange rates that was favorable for England, i.e. it would inhibit the tendency to export precious metal, if not to India, then at least elsewhere. Mr. Wilson jumps from one thing to another. In question 1802, it is the exchange rate that is supposedly affected. In question 1804, the value of capital, two very different things. The rate of interest may have an effect on the exchange rates, and the exchange rates may have an effect on the rate of interest, but the rate of interest may also remain constant despite a change in exchange rates, while exchange rates may remain constant despite a change in the rate of interest. Wilson cannot accept that when capital is sent abroad, the mere form in which it is sent can have such a different effect, i.e. that the difference in the form of the capital has this importance, and its money form at that. This is something that contradicts the whole trend of enlightened economics. Newmarch answers Wilson one-sidedly. He gives him not the slightest warning that he has suddenly leapt without reason from the exchange rate to the rate of interest. Newmarch's response to this question, 1804, is uncertain and vacillating. No doubt, if there is a demand for £12 million to be raised, it is immaterial as regards the general rate of interest whether that £12 million is required to be sent in bullion or in materials. I think, however, a fine transition, this however when he intends to say the exact opposite. It is not quite immaterial. It is immaterial, but nevertheless it is not immaterial. Because in the one case, the £6 million would be returned immediately. In the other case, it would not be returned so rapidly. Therefore, it would make some, what definiteness, difference whether the £6 million was expended in this country or sent wholly out of it. Is this supposed to mean that the £6 million would return immediately? Insofar as this £6 million has been spent in England, it exists in rails, locomotives, etc. that are sent to India, from where they do not return, and it is only by amortization, i.e. very slowly, that their value returns, whereas the £6 million in precious metal might well return very quickly in kind. Insofar as the £6 million was spent on wages, it has been consumed, but the money in which it was advanced continues to circulate in the country just as before, or else forms a reserve. The same applies to the profits of the rail producers and to the portion of the £6 million that replaces their constant capital. The ambiguous word return is thus used by Newmarch simply to avoid saying directly that the money remains in the country, and that insofar as it functions as loanable money capital, the difference for the money market, aside from the fact that more metal money might have been absorbed for circulation, is simply that it is spent on A's account rather than B's. Investment of this kind, where the capital is transferred to other countries in commodities rather than in precious metal, can affect the exchange rates, but not the rate with the country in which it is invested, only insofar as the production of these exported commodities requires an additional import of other foreign goods. But then, this production cannot balance out the extra import. The same is true with any export on credit, irrespective of whether capital investment or ordinary trade is involved. This extra import, however, can react to produce an extra demand for English goods, for example from the colonies or the USA. Newmarch previously said that English exports to India were greater than imports as a result of the East India Company's drafts. Sir Charles Wood cross-examines him on this point. This excess of English exports to India over imports from India is in fact brought into being by an import from India for which England does not pay any equivalent. The East India Company's drafts, now the Indian government's, boil down to a tribute extracted from India. In 1855, for example, English imports from India came to £12.7 million. English exports to India were £10.4 million, a balance of £2.25 million in India's favor. Quote, if that was the whole of the case, that £2.25 million would have to be remitted in some form to India. But then come in the advertisements from the India House. The India House advertised to this effect that they are prepared to grant drafts on the various presidencies in India to the extent of £3.25 million. This amount was levied for the London expenses of the East India Company and for the dividends to be paid to the stockholders. And that not merely liquidates the £2.25 million, which arose out of the course of trade, but it presents £1 million of surplus. Evidence number 1922. Wood asks, then the effect of those India House drafts is not to increase the exports to India, but pro tanto to diminish them? He should say, to reduce by that amount the need to cover imports from India by exports. Mr. Newmarch explains this by the fact that the English export good government to India for this $3.7 million. As Minister for India, Wood knew all about the kind of good government that was exported by the English, and he rightly says, not without irony, then the export, which, you state, is caused by the East India drafts, is an export of good government, and not of produce. England exports a good deal of good government in this way, and also much capital investment in foreign countries, thus receiving imports that are quite separate from the usual run of business. In part, this is a tribute for the good government which has been exported, in part a revenue from capital invested in the colonies and elsewhere, i.e. a tribute for which it does not have to pay any equivalent. It is therefore evident that the rate of exchange is unaffected if England simply consumes this tribute without exporting anything in return. It is also clear that the rate of exchange is still unaffected if it reinvests this tribute not in England but abroad, either productively or unproductively. If, for example, it uses it to send munitions to the Crimea. Besides, insofar as imports from abroad come into England's revenue, and these must of course either be paid as tribute, in which case no equivalent is needed, or paid for by the exchange of this unpaid tribute, or else in the ordinary run of trade, England can either consume these, or alternatively invest them again as capital. Neither the one thing nor the other disturbs the rate of exchange, and this is overlooked by the wise Wilson. Whether it is domestic or foreign products that form a portion of the revenue, the latter case simply presupposing the exchange of domestic products for foreign, the consumption of this revenue, productively or unproductively, in no way affects the rate of exchange, even if it does affect the volume of production. The following extract should be judged accordingly. Evidence number 1934. Wood inquires how the sending of war supplies to the Crimea would affect the exchange rate with Turkey. Newmarch replies, I do not see that the mere transmission of warlike stores would necessarily affect the exchange, but certainly the transmission of treasure would affect the exchange. Here, therefore, he distinguishes between capital in the money form and other capital. But Wilson then asks whether, quote, if you make an export of any article to a great extent, for which there is to be no corresponding import, Mr. Wilson forgets that England receives very substantial imports for which there have never been corresponding exports, save in the form of good government, or capital previously exported for investment. In any case, imports that are not part of the regular movement of trade. But these imports may in turn be exchanged, say, for American products, and if these American products are exported without corresponding imports, this in no way alters the fact that the value of these imports can be consumed without any equivalent outflow abroad. These imports were received without matching exports, and they can therefore also be consumed without entering into the balance of trade. You do not discharge the foreign debt you have created by your imports. But if you have already paid for these imports previously, for example by credit given abroad, no debt is created for them, and the question has nothing at all to do with the international balance. It is a simple matter of productive or unproductive expenditure, irrespective of whether the products consumed in this way are domestic products or foreign. And therefore you must, by that transaction, affect the exchanges by not discharging the foreign debt, by reason of your export having no corresponding imports. That is true as regards countries generally. What Wilson's lecture boils down to is that every export without a corresponding import is at the same time an import without a corresponding export, since foreign and thus imported commodities also enter the production of the article exported. The assumption is that any such export is either based on an unpaid import or gives rise to one, i.e. a debt abroad. This is wrong, even leaving aside the following two circumstances. Firstly, England gets certain imports gratis and does not pay any equivalent for them. For example, a part of its Indian imports. It can exchange these for American imports and export the latter without matching imports. In any case, as far as the value is concerned, it has only exported something that costed nothing. And secondly, it may have paid for imports, for example, American ones that form additional capital. If these are consumed unproductively, for example in war materials, this does not create a debt to America and does not affect the exchange rate with America. Newmarch contradicts himself in questions 1934 and 1935. And Wood draws his attention to this in question 1938. If no portion of the goods which are employed in the manufacture of the articles exported without return, that is, war materials, came from the country to which those articles are sent, how is the exchange with that country affected? Supposing the trade with Turkey to be in an ordinary state of equilibrium, how is the exchange between this country and Turkey affected by the export of warlike stores to the Crimea? At this point, Newmarch loses his calm demeanor. He forgets that he has already answered this simple question correctly under question 1934, and says, we seem, I think, to have exhausted the practical question, and to have now attained a very elevated region of metaphysical discussion. Wilson has still a further version of his contention that the rate of exchange is affected by every transfer of capital from one country to another, no matter whether this takes place in the form of precious metal or of commodities. Wilson knows, of course, that the exchange rate is affected by the rate of interest, particularly by the relationship between the interest rates prevailing in the two countries whose reciprocal exchange rate is in question. If he can then prove that an excess of capital in general, and thus first of all in commodities of all kinds, including precious metal, also contributes towards determining the rate of interest, he will already be one step nearer his goal. The transfer of a significant portion of this capital to another country must then alter the rate of interest in both countries, and moreover in contrary directions. Thus, in the second place, also the rate of exchange between the two countries. Wilson goes on to say, in The Economist, of which he was at that time the editor, "No doubt, however, such abundance of capital as is indicated by large stocks of commodities of all kinds, including bullion, would necessarily lead not only to low prices of commodities in general, but also to a lower rate of interest for the use of capital." Statement number 1. If we have a stock of commodities on hand, which is sufficient to serve the country for 2 years to come, a command over those commodities would be obtained for a given period at a much lower rate than if the stocks were barely sufficient to last us 2 months. Statement number 2. All loans of money, in whatever shape they are made, are simply a transfer of a command over commodities from one to another. Whenever, therefore, commodities are abundant, the interest of money must be low, and when they are scarce, the interest of money must be high. Statement number 3. As commodities become abundant, the number of sellers, in proportion to the number of buyers, increases, and in proportion as the quantity is more than is required for immediate consumption, so must a larger portion be kept for future use. Under these circumstances, the terms on which a holder becomes willing to sell for a future payment or on credit become lower than if he were certain that his whole stock would be required within a few weeks. Statement number 4. With regard to statement number 1, we should note that a large influx of precious metal can take place at the same time as a contraction in production, this being always the case in the period after a crisis. In the following phase, precious metal may flow in from countries where this is mainly produced. The import of other commodities is generally balanced in this period by exports. In both these phases, the rate of interest is low and rises only slowly, for reasons we have already given. This low rate of interest can be explained in all cases without in any way bringing in large stocks of commodities of all kinds. And how are these supposed to have their effect? The low price of cotton, for example, enables the spinner, etc., to make high profits. Why then is the interest rate low? Certainly not because the profit that can be made with borrowed capital is high, but purely and simply because, under the existing conditions, the demand for loan capital does not grow in relation to this profit, i.e., loan capital has a different movement from industrial capital. What The Economist is seeking to prove is precisely the opposite, that its movement is identical with the movement of industrial capital. As for statement number 2, if we scale down the absurd assumption of stocks for 2 years in advance, in order to give it some possible sense, this supposes that the commodity market is oversupplied. This would lead to a fall in prices. Less would have to be paid for a bale of cotton. But this in no way means that the money needed to purchase a bale of cotton is cheaper to come by. That depends on the state of the money market. If it is cheaper to come by, this is only because the commercial credit situation is such that it has less need to resort to bank credit than is usual. The commodities that flood the market are means of subsistence or means of production. A low price for either increases the industrial capitalist profit. How could a low price reduce interest if the abundance of industrial capital and the demand for monetary accommodation were not opposite phenomena instead of being identical? Conditions are such that the merchant and industrialist can give each other easy credit. Because of this easing of commercial credit, both industrialist and merchant need less bank credit. Hence, the rate of interest can be low. This low rate of interest has nothing to do with the influx of precious metal, though the two may coexist, and the same causes that lead to low prices for imported articles may also lead to an excess influx of precious metal. If the import market really was flooded, this would mean a decline in the demand for imported goods, which would be inexplicable given the low prices, unless it were due to a contraction in domestic industrial production. But this would again be inexplicable given the excess of imports at low prices. A mass of absurdities in order to show that a fall in prices equals a fall in interest. The two things may simultaneously occur alongside one another, but then they express a movement of industrial capital and loanable money capital in opposite directions, and not in the same direction. Why, with regard to statement number 3, the interest on money should be low when there is an abundance of commodities is not to be seen even with this further explanation. If commodities are cheap, I need, say, £1,000 to buy a certain quantity, instead of 2,000 as previously. But perhaps I still invest 2,000 and use this to buy double the amount of commodities I did before, expanding my business by advancing the same capital, which I might have to borrow. Now, as before, I spend £2,000. My demand on the money market thus remains the same, even though my demand on the commodity market rises with the fall in commodity prices. But if my demand decreases, i.e. if production does not expand with the fall in commodity prices, which would contradict all the economist's laws, the demand for loanable money capital would decline, even though profit increased. This increasing profit would, however, create a demand for loan capital. A low level of commodity prices, moreover, may arise for three reasons. Firstly, from a lack of demand. In that case, the rate of interest is low because production is paralyzed, not because commodities are cheap, the cheapness simply being an expression of this paralysis. Or else because the supply is too large in relation to the demand. This may result from an oversupply of markets, etc. that leads to a crisis, and may coincide during the crisis itself with a high rate of interest. Or it may be because the value of commodities has fallen, i.e. the same demand can be satisfied at a lower price. Why should the rate of interest fall in this last case? Because profit grows? If it is because less money capital is needed to obtain the same productive or commodity capital, this simply proves that profit and interest stand in inverse proportion to one another. In any case, the economist's general thesis is wrong. Low money prices for commodities and a low rate of interest do not necessarily go together. If this were the case, the interest rate would be the lowest in the poorest countries, where the money prices of products are the lowest, and highest in the richest countries, where the money prices of agricultural products are the highest. In general, the economist concedes that if the value of money falls, this has no influence on the rate of interest. £100 still yields 105. If the £100 is worth less, so too is the £5. The ratio is not affected by a rise or fall in the value of the original sum. Considered as value, a certain quantity of commodities is equal to a certain sum of money. If its value rises, it is equal to a greater sum of money. If it falls, the converse is true. If it is £2,000, then 5% is 100. If it is £1,000, 5% is 50, but this in no way affects the interest rate. The element of truth in all this is simply that more monetary accommodation is required when £2,000 is needed to buy the same quantity of commodities than when only 1,000 is needed. All this shows, however, is that the ratio between profit and interest is an inverse one. For profit grows with the cheapening of the elements of constant and variable capital, while interest falls. However, the converse can also be the case, and frequently is so. Cotton may be cheap, for example, because there is no demand for yarn and cloth. It can be relatively dear because large profits in the cotton industry lead to a great demand for it. On the other hand, the industrialist profits may be high precisely because the price of cotton is low. Hubbard's list, see page 684, shows that the interest rate and commodity prices exhibits completely independent movements, while the movements of the interest rate are precisely correlated with the movements of the metal reserve and the rate of exchange. The economist says, whenever, therefore, commodities are abundant, the interest of money must be low. Precisely the opposite is the case during crises. Commodities are there in excess, not convertible into money, and the rate of interest is therefore high. In another phase of the cycle, there was a great demand for commodities and hence easy returns, but at the same time a rise in commodity prices and a low rate of interest on account of these easy returns. When they, commodities, are scarce, the interest of money must be high. The opposite is again the case in the slack period following the crisis. Commodities are scarce in absolute terms, but not in relation to demand, and the interest rate is low. As far as statement number 4 goes, it is quite obvious that when the market is flooded, an owner of commodities sells off his stock more cheaply, if he can sell it at all, than when there is a prospect of stocks becoming rapidly exhausted. It is less clear why the interest rate should fall on this account. If the market is flooded with imported goods, the interest rate may rise as a result of a greater demand for loan capital on the part of the owners of these goods, who hope in this way to avoid having to put them on the market. It may fall because the ease of commercial credit still keeps the demand for bank credit relatively low. The Economist mentions the rapid effect on the exchange rates in 1847, which resulted from the increase in the interest rate and other pressure on the money market. But it should not be forgotten that despite the turn in the exchange rates, gold continued to flow out until the end of April. The turning point here only occurred at the beginning of May. On the 1st of January 1847, the bank's metal reserve was £15.1 million. The rate of interest was 3.5%. The 3-month exchange rate on Paris was 25.75, on Hamburg 13.10, on Amsterdam 12.325. By the 5th of March, the metal reserve had fallen to £11.6 million. The bank rate had risen to 4%. The exchange rate fell to 25.66 on Paris, 13.9 on Hamburg, and 12.2 on Amsterdam. The drain of gold persisted. See the following table. The aforementioned graphic will not be read aloud for the recording. Please consult page 724 of a physical or digital copy of the book for visual reference. In 1847, the total export of precious metal from England came to £8.6 million. Of this, there went to the United States £3.2 million, to France £2.5 million, to the Hanse towns £958,000, and to Holland £247,000. Despite the turn in the exchange rates at the end of March, the drain of gold lasted a whole month longer, its probable destination being the United States. We thus see, says The Economist in 1847, how rapid and striking was the effect of a rise in the rate of interest, and the pressure which ensued in correcting an adverse exchange, and in turning the tide of bullion back to this country. This effect was produced entirely independent of the balance of trade. A higher rate of interest caused a lower price of securities, both foreign and English, and induced large purchases to be made on foreign account, which increased the amount of bills to be drawn from this country, while on the other hand, the high rate of interest and the difficulty of obtaining money was such that the demand of those bills fell off, while their amount increased. For the same cause, orders for imports were countermanded, and investments of English funds abroad were realized and brought home for employment here. Thus, for example, we read in the Rio de Janeiro price current on the 10th of May, exchange on England has experienced a further decline, principally caused by a pressure on the market for remittance of the proceeds of large sales of Brazilian government stock on English account. Capital belonging to this country, which has been invested in public and other securities abroad when the interest rate was very low here, was thus again brought back when the interest rate became high. England's balance of trade. India alone has to pay £5 million in tribute for good government, interest and dividends on British capital, etc., and this does not include the sum sent home each year for investments in England, partly by officials as savings from their salaries and partly by merchants as a portion of their profits. The same remittances are constantly made from every British colony, for the same reasons. Most banks in Australia, the West Indies, and Canada were founded with British capital, the dividends being paid in England. England also possesses many bonds issued by foreign governments, European, North American, and South American, on which it receives interest. On top of this, there is its participation in foreign railways, canals, mines, etc., with dividends accordingly. The remittances under all these heads are made almost exclusively in products over and above the total of English exports. Only an infinitesimal sum, on the other hand, goes abroad to the owners of English securities and for the consumption of English residents. The question as to how this affects the balance of trade and the exchange rates is, quote, at any particular moment one of time. Practically speaking, England gives long credits upon her exports, while the imports are paid for in ready money. At particular moments, this difference of practice has a considerable effect upon the exchanges. At a time when our exports are very considerably increasing, for example 1850, a continual increase of investments of British capital must be going on. In this way, remittances of 1850 may be made against goods exported in 1849. But if the exports of 1850 exceed those of 1849 by more than 6 million, the practical effect must be that more money is sent abroad to this amount than returned in the same year. And in this way, an effect is produced on the rates of exchange and the rate of interest. When, on the contrary, our trade is depressed after a commercial crisis, and when our exports are much reduced, the remittances due for the past years of larger exports greatly exceed the value of our imports. The exchanges become correspondingly in our favor, capital rapidly accumulates at home, and the rate of interest becomes less. End quote from The Economist on the 11th of January 1851. The foreign exchange rates can change, 1. As a result of the temporary balances of payments, whatever may be the causes determining this. These may be purely commercial, or may involve capital investment abroad or state expenditures, as in war, etc., insofar as cash payments are made abroad in this connection. 2. As the result of a devaluation of money in one country, either of metal money or of paper. This change is purely nominal. If £1 subsequently represented only half as much money as before, it would obviously be reckoned at 12.5 French francs instead of at 25. 3. When the rate of exchange is between countries, one of which uses silver as money, the other gold, it is dependent on the relative fluctuations in the value of these two metals, since such fluctuations obviously alter the parity between the two. An example of this was in 1850, when the exchange rate was unfavorable to England, even though its exports rose enormously. There was still no drain of gold for all that. This was the effect of the temporary rise in the value of silver as against gold. See The Economist on the 30th of November, 1850. Exchange rate parity is £1 for 25 francs and 20 centimes in Paris, 13 Banco marks and 10.5 shillings in Hamburg, 11 florins 97 cents in Amsterdam. In proportion as the exchange rate on Paris rises above 25.20, it becomes more favorable for the English debtor to France or the purchaser of French commodities. In both cases, less sterling is needed. In more distant countries, where precious metal is not so easy to come by, if bills of exchange are scarce and insufficient for the remittances to be made in England, the natural effect is to drive up the prices of those products that are customarily shipped to England, since a greater demand for these now arises, with the purpose of sending them to England instead of bills of exchange. This is often the case in India. An unfavorable rate of exchange, and even a drain of gold, may arise in England if there is a very great surplus in money, a low rate of interest, and a high price for securities. In the course of 1848, England received large quantities of silver from India, since good bills were scarce and mediocre ones not readily accepted as a result of the 1847 crisis and the great lack of credit in trade with India. This silver had scarcely arrived before it all found its way to the continent, where the revolution led to hoarding on all sides. The same silver largely flowed back to India in 1850, since the exchange rate now made this profitable. The monetary system is essentially Catholic, the credit system essentially Protestant. The Scotch hate gold. As paper, the monetary existence of commodities has a purely social existence. It is faith that brings salvation. Faith in money value as the immanent spirit of commodities. Faith in the mode of production and its predestined disposition. Faith in the individual agents of production as mere personifications of self-valorizing capital. But the credit system is no more emancipated from the monetary system as its basis than Protestantism is from the foundations of Catholicism. Chapter 36. Pre-capitalist Relations. Interest-bearing capital, or, to describe it in its archaic form, usurer's capital, belongs together with its twin brother, merchant's capital, to the antediluvian forms of capital which long precede the capitalist mode of production and are to be found in the most diverse socio-economic formations. Usurer's capital requires nothing more for its existence than that at least a portion of the products are transformed into commodities, and that money, in its various functions, develops concurrently with trade in commodities. The development of usurer's capital is bound up with that of merchant's capital, and particularly with that of money-dealing capital. In ancient Rome, from the latter phases of the Republic onwards, although manufacture stood at a much lower level than the average for the ancient world, merchant's capital, money-dealing capital, and usurer's capital, in the ancient form, were developed to their highest point. We have already seen how hoard formation necessarily arises along with money, but the professional hoarder only becomes important when he transforms himself into a moneylender. The merchant borrows money to make a profit on it, to use it as capital, i.e. to lay it out. Even in the earlier forms, therefore, the moneylender confronts him in precisely the same way as he does the modern capitalist. This specific relationship was even perceived by the Catholic universities. Quote, "The universities of Alcala, Salamanca, Ingolstadt, Freiburg im Breisgau, Mainz, Cologne, and Trier successively acknowledged the legality of interest on commercial loans. The first 5 of these approvals are deposited in the consulate archives of the city of Lyon, and are printed in the appendix to the Treatise on Usury and Interest by Bruce et Pontu." End quote from Augier, Public Credit, published in Paris in 1842. In all forms, where the slave economy, not patriarchal slavery, but rather that of the later phases of the Greco-Roman era, exists as a means of enrichment, and where money is thus a means for appropriating other people's labor by the purchase of slaves, land, etc., money can be valorized as capital, and comes to bear interest precisely because it can be invested in this way. 2 of the forms in which usurer's capital exists, in phases prior to the capitalist mode of production, are particularly characteristic. I deliberately use the word characteristic, for the same forms recur on the basis of capitalist production, though here they are merely subordinate forms. In the latter case, they are no longer forms that determine the character of interest-bearing capital. These 2 forms are, firstly, usury by lending money to extravagant magnates, essentially to landed proprietors. Secondly, usury by lending money to small producers who possess their own conditions of labor, including artisans, but particularly and especially peasants, since wherever pre-capitalist conditions permit small autonomous individual producers, the peasant class must form the great majority. Both of these things, the ruining of rich landed proprietors by usury and the impoverishment of the small producers, lead to the formation and concentration of large money capitals. But the extent to which this process abolishes the old mode of production, as was the case in modern Europe, and whether it establishes the capitalist mode of production in its place, depends entirely on the historical level of development and the conditions that this provides. Usurer's capital, as the characteristic form of interest-bearing capital, corresponds to the predominance of petty production, of peasants and small master craftsmen working for themselves, where, as in the developed capitalist mode of production, the conditions of production and the product of labor confront the worker as capital. He does not have to borrow any money in his capacity as a producer. When he does borrow, this is for personal necessity, as at the pawn shop. When the worker is, on the other hand, the proprietor of his conditions of labor and his product, in reality or in name, then it is as a producer that he relates to the moneylender's capital, which confronts him as usurer's capital. Newman puts the matter rather inanely when he says that the banker is respected while the usurer is hated and despised because the former lends to the rich and the latter to the poor. He overlooks the fact that a difference between two social modes of production and the social arrangements corresponding to them is involved here, and the question cannot just be resolved into the contrast between rich and poor. Rather, the usury that impoverishes the poor petty producer goes hand in hand with the usury that ruins the rich landed proprietor. As soon as the usury of the Roman patricians had completely ruined the Roman plebeians, the small farmers, this form of exploitation came to an end, and the petty bourgeois economy was replaced by a pure slave economy. In the form of interest, the usurer can in this case swallow up everything in excess of the producer's most essential means of subsistence, the amount that later becomes wages, the usurer's interest being the part that later appears as profit and ground rent, and it is therefore quite absurd to compare the level of this interest, in which all surplus value, save that which accrues to the state, is appropriated, with the level of the modern interest rate, where interest, at least the normal interest, forms only one part of this surplus value. This is to forget that the wage laborer produces and yields to the capitalist who employs him profit, interest, and ground rent, in short, the entire surplus value. Carey makes this absurd comparison in order to show the great advantage for the worker of the development of capital and the accompanying fall in the interest rate. If the usurer, not content with extracting his victim's surplus labor, gradually obtains the ownership title to his conditions of labor themselves, land, house, etc., and consistently sets out to expropriate him in this way, it should still not be forgotten that this complete expropriation of the worker from his conditions of labor is not a result towards which the capitalist mode of production tends, but rather the given presupposition from which it proceeds. The wage slave is just as much excluded by his position from being a debt slave as is the slave proper, at least in his capacity as producer. If he can become so at all, it is in his capacity as a consumer. Usurer's capital, in this form where it actually appropriates all the surplus labor of the direct producer without altering the mode of production, where the producer's ownership or possession of their conditions of labor and the isolated petty production corresponding to this is an essential precondition, where capital therefore does not directly subordinate labor and thus does not confront it as industrial capital. This usurer's capital impoverishes the mode of production, cripples the productive forces instead of developing them, and simultaneously perpetuates these lamentable conditions in which the social productivity of labor is not developed, unlike in capitalist production where it is developed even at the cost of the worker himself. Usury thus works on the one hand to undermine and destroy ancient and feudal wealth and ancient and feudal property. On the other hand, it undermines and ruins small peasant and petty bourgeois production. In short, all forms in which the producer still appears as the owner of his means of production. In the developed capitalist mode of production, the worker is not the owner of his conditions of production, the farm that he cultivates, the raw material that he works up, etc. This alienation of the conditions of production from the producer, however, corresponds here to a real revolution in the mode of production itself. The isolated workers are brought together in the large workshop for specialized and interlocking activity. The tool is replaced by the machine. The mode of production itself no longer permits the fragmentation of the instruments of production that is linked with petty property, any more than it permits the isolation of the workers themselves. In capitalist production, usury can no longer divorce the conditions of production from the producer, since they are already divorced. Where the means of production are fragmented, usury centralizes monetary wealth. It does not change the mode of production, but clings onto it like a parasite and impoverishes it. It sucks it dry, emasculates it, and forces reproduction to proceed under ever more pitiable conditions. Hence the popular hatred of usury, at its peak in the ancient world, where the producer's ownership of his conditions of production was at the same time the basis for political relations, for the independence of the citizen. As long as slavery prevails, or the surplus product is consumed by the feudal lord and his retinue, the mode of production still remains the same even though the slave owner or feudal lord fall prey to usury. It simply becomes harsher for the workers. The indebted slave owner or feudal lord takes more out of them, since more is taken from him. Ultimately, he may be completely replaced by the usurer, who himself becomes a landowner or slave owner as the knights did in ancient Rome. In place of the old exploiter, whose exploitation was more or less patriarchal, since it was largely a means of political power, we have a hard, money-grubbing upstart. But the mode of production itself remains unaltered. Usury has a revolutionary effect on pre-capitalist modes of production, only insofar as it destroys and dissolves the forms of ownership, which provide a firm basis for the articulation of political life, and whose constant reproduction in the same form is a necessity for that life. In Asiatic forms, usury can persist for a long while, without leading to anything more than economic decay and political corruption. It is only where and when the other conditions for the capitalist mode of production are present that usury appears as one of the means of formation of this new mode of production, by ruining the feudal lords and petty production on the one hand, and by centralizing the conditions of labor on the other. In the Middle Ages, there was no generally prevailing interest rate in any country. The Church prohibited all interest dealings from the start. Laws and courts gave little security for loans. All the higher was the interest rate in particular cases. The low monetary circulation and the need to make most payments in cash compelled people to borrow money, and all the more so the more undeveloped the system of bills of exchange. There was great variation in both the rate of interest and the concept of usury. In Charlemagne's time, it was considered usurious to take 100% interest. At Lindau am Bodensee in 1344, some local burghers took 216 2/3%. In Zurich, the town council fixed 43 1/3% as the legal interest. In Italy, 40% had to be paid on occasion, though from the 12th century to the 14th, the rate did not usually exceed 20%. Verona settled on 12.5% as the legal interest. Emperor Frederick II fixed 10%, but this was only for the Jews. He would not decree for Christians. 10% was already common in the German Rhineland in the 13th century. Usurer's capital has capital's mode of exploitation without its mode of production. This relationship also recurs within the bourgeois economy in backward branches of industry, or those that are struggling against the transition to the modern mode of production. In comparing the English rate of interest with the Indian, for example, we must not take the Bank of England's interest rate, but rather that charged, for instance, by the people lending small machines to petty producers in domestic industry. Usury is historically important, in contrast to wealth devoted entirely to consumption, as being itself a process giving rise to capital. Usurer's capital and mercantile wealth bring about the formation of a monetary wealth independent of landed property. The less developed is the character of the product as a commodity, the less exchange value has taken command of production in its whole breadth and depth, the more does money appear as wealth as such, wealth proper, wealth in general, as against its restricted form of appearance in use values. Hoard formation depends on this. Leaving aside money as world money and as hoard, it is particularly in the form of means of payment that it emerges as the absolute form of the commodity. And it is particularly its function as means of payment that develops interest, and with it, money capital. What wealth for extravagance and corruption wants is money as money. Money as a means to buy everything, also for paying debts. What the petty producer needs money for, above all, is for payment. The transformation of services in kind and deliveries to landlords in the state into money rents and money taxes plays a major role here. In both cases, money is needed as money. On the other hand, it is only in usury that hoard formation becomes a reality for the first time and fulfills its dreams. What is sought from the hoard owner is not capital, but rather money as money. But through interest, he transforms this money hoard, as it is in itself, into capital, into a means by which he takes partial or complete command of surplus labor, and in this way of a portion of the conditions of production themselves, even if these nominally still confront him as someone else's property. Usury seems to live in the pores of production, like the gods in Epicurus's Intermundia. It is all the more difficult to get money the less the commodity form has become the general form of the product. The usurer, therefore, does not come up against any barrier except the incapacity of those in need of money to pay, or their capacity to resist. In small peasant and petty bourgeois production, money is used principally as means of purchase when the worker loses his conditions of production by accident or some extraordinary dislocation, the worker being generally still their owner in these systems of production, or at least when they are not replaced in the ordinary course of reproduction. Means of subsistence and raw materials form an essential part of these conditions of production. A rise in their price can make it impossible to replace them from the proceeds of the product, just the same as simple harvest failure can prevent the peasant from replacing his seed corn in kind. The same wars through which the Roman patricians ruined the plebeians, forcing them into war services which prevented them from reproducing their conditions of labor, and hence pauperized them, and pauperization, curtailment, or loss of the conditions of reproduction is the prevailing form here, filled the stores and vaults of the former with plundered copper, the money of the time. Instead of providing the plebeians directly with the commodities they needed, corn, horses, cattle, etc., they lent them this copper, which was of no use to themselves, and made use of the situation to extort enormous and usurious levels of interest, thereby making the plebeians into their debt slaves. The French peasants under Charlemagne were similarly ruined by wars, so that nothing remained for them but to exchange the position of debtor for that of serf. In the Roman Empire, it frequently happened, as is well known, that famine led free men to sell their children and themselves as slaves to the rich. So much for general turning points. When considered in detail, the preservation or loss of the petty producer's conditions of production depends on 1,000 accidental circumstances, and each such accident or loss means impoverishment and is a point at which the parasite of usury can seize hold. The peasant only needs one of his cows to die, and he is immediately unable to repeat his reproduction on the old scale. He falls prey to usury, and once in that position, he never recovers his freedom. Yet the proper, principal, and specific terrain of usury is still the function of money as means of payment. Any monetary obligation, rent, interest, tribute, tax, etc., that falls due at a certain date brings with it the need for a money payment. This is why usury generally attaches to tax farmers, from ancient Rome through to modern times. With trade and the generalization of commodity production, purchase and payment become separate in time. Money has to be provided at a particular date. The modern money crises show how even today this can lead to circumstances in which money capitalist and usurer merge into one. This very usury, however, becomes a major means of extending the need for money as means of payment, since it drags the producer deeper and deeper into debt, and destroys his customary means of payment in that the interest burden itself makes his regular reproduction impossible. Here, usury springs from money as means of payment, and broadens this function of money, its most specific terrain. The credit system develops as a reaction against usury, but this should not be misconstrued, nor by any means taken in the sense of the ancient writers, the sense of the fathers of the church, the sense of Luther, or of the early socialists. It means neither more nor less than the subordination of interest-bearing capital to the conditions and requirements of the capitalist mode of production. In the modern credit system, interest-bearing capital becomes adapted on the whole to the conditions of capitalist production. Usury proper not only continues to exist, but in countries of developed capitalist production, it is freed from the barriers that former legislation had always placed to it. Interest-bearing capital retains the form of usurer's capital vis-a-vis persons and classes, or in conditions where borrowing, in the sense appropriate to the capitalist mode of production, does not and cannot occur, where borrowing results from individual need, as at the pawn shop, where borrowing is for extravagant consumption, or where the producer is a non-capitalist producer, a small peasant or artisan, etc., i.e. is still the possessor of his own conditions of production as a direct producer. Finally, where the capitalist producer himself operates on so small a scale that his situation approaches that of those producers who work for themselves. What distinguishes interest-bearing capital, insofar as it forms an essential element of the capitalist mode of production, from usurer's capital, is in no way the nature or character of this capital itself. It is simply the changed conditions under which it functions, and hence also the totally transformed figure of the borrower who confronts the moneylender. Even where a man without means obtains credit, as an industrialist or a merchant, it is given in the expectation that he will function as a capitalist, will use the capital borrowed to appropriate unpaid labor. He is given credit as a potential capitalist. And this fact, so very much admired by the economic apologists, that a man without wealth, but with energy, determination, ability, and business acumen can transform himself into a capitalist in this way, just as the commercial value of each person is always assessed more or less correctly in the capitalist mode of production, much as it constantly drives an unwelcome series of new soldiers of fortune onto the field alongside and against the various individual capitalists already present, actually reinforces the rule of capital itself, widens its basis, and enables it to recruit ever new forces from the lower strata of society. The way that the Catholic Church of the Middle Ages built its hierarchy out of the best brains in the nation, without regard to status, birth, or wealth, was likewise a major means of reinforcing the rule of the priests and suppressing the laity. The more a dominant class is able to absorb the best people from the dominated classes, the more solid and dangerous is its rule. Instead of anathema against interest-bearing capital in general, the founders of the modern credit system proceed from its express recognition. We are not referring here to the reaction against usury which sought to protect the poor from it, such as the mounts of piety. These are noteworthy only because they display the historical irony which turns pious wishes into their very opposite when they are realized. 100% is a conservative estimate for the interest that the English working class pay as to the pawnshops, these offshoots of the mounts of piety. Just as little do we have in mind the credit fantasies of such men as Dr. Hugh Chamberlain and John Briscoe, who tried to emancipate the English aristocracy from usury in the last decade of the 17th century by way of a land bank with paper money based on landed property. The credit associations set up in the 12th and 14th centuries in Venice and Genoa arose from the need of the sea trade and the wholesale trade based on it to emancipate themselves from the rule of old-fashioned usury and from the monopolizing of money dealing. If the banks proper that were founded in these urban republics were at the same time institutions for public credit, from which the state received advances against taxes anticipated, it should not be forgotten that the merchants who formed these associations were themselves the most prominent people in those states, and were equally interested in emancipating both their government and themselves from usury, while at the same time subordinating the state more securely to themselves. When the Bank of England was to be founded, the Tories objected that the banks were republican institutions. Flourishing banks existed in Venice, Genoa, Amsterdam, and Hamburg, but who ever heard of a Bank of France or Spain? The Bank of Amsterdam in 1609 was not a milestone in the development of the modern credit system, any more than that of Hamburg in 1619. It was simply a bank for deposits. The checks that the bank issued were in actual fact simply receipts for the coined and uncoined precious metal deposited with it, and circulated only with the endorsement of their recipients. But in Holland, commercial credits and dealing in money did develop along with trade and manufacture, and by the course of development itself, interest-bearing capital became subordinate to industrial and commercial capital. This was already evident from the low level of its interest rate. In the 17th century, however, Holland served as the model country of economic development, just as England does today. The monopoly of old-fashioned usury, based on poverty, was thrown overboard there automatically. Right through the 18th century, we hear the cry for a compulsory reduction in the interest rate, with reference being made to Holland, and legislation proceeds in the same direction, the aim being to subordinate interest-bearing capital to commercial and industrial capital instead of vice versa. The leading spokesman is Sir Josiah Child, the father of normal English private banking. He declaims against the monopoly of the usurers, in the same way that the off-the-peg tailors Moses and Son attack the monopoly of the bespoke tailors. This Josiah Child is also the father of English stock jobbing. As autocrat of the East India Company, he defends its monopoly in the name of free trade. Against Thomas Manley, he says, quote, "As the champion of the timid and trembling band of usurers, he erects his main batteries at that point which I have declared to be the weakest. He denies point blank that the low rate of interest is the cause of wealth, and vows that it is merely its effect. If it is commerce that enriches a country, and if a lowering of interest increases commerce, then a lowering of interest or a restriction of usury is doubtless a fruitful primary cause of the wealth of a nation. It is not at all absurd to say that the same thing may be simultaneously a cause under certain circumstances and an effect under others. The egg is the cause of the hen, and the hen is the cause of the egg. The lowering of interest may cause an increase of wealth, and the increase of wealth may cause a still greater reduction of interest. I am the defender of industry, and my opponent defends laziness and sloth." End quote from Treatise on Commerce, etc., published in 1669. This violent struggle against usury, the demand for the subjection of interest-bearing capital to industrial capital, is simply the prelude to the organic creations that these conditions of capitalist production produce in the form of the modern banking system, which, on the one hand, robs usurers' capital of its monopoly, since it concentrates all dormant money reserves together and places them on the money market, while on the other hand, restricting the monopoly of the precious metals themselves by creating credit money. Just as in this case with Child, so opposition to usury can be found in all English writings on banking in the last third of the 17th century and the beginning of the 18th. The demand for the emancipation of trade and industry from usury as well as the state. Also colossal illusions about the miraculous effect of credit, of the removal of the monopoly held by precious metals and their replacement by paper, etc. The Scot William Patterson, founder of the Bank of England and the Bank of Scotland, is in every way John Law I. Against the Bank of England, quote, "All goldsmiths and pawnbrokers set up a howl of rage," end quote from Macaulay, History of England, published in London in 1855. During the first 10 years, the bank had to struggle with great difficulties, great foreign feuds. Its notes were only accepted far below their nominal value. The goldsmiths, in whose hands the trade in precious metals served as the basis of a primitive banking business, were jealous of the bank because their business was diminished, their discounts were lowered, their transactions with the government had passed to their opponents. End quote from J. Francis. Even before the foundation of the Bank of England, a plan for a national bank of credit had already been drawn up in 1683, its purpose being, among other things, quote, the tradesmen, when they have a considerable quantity of goods, may, by the help of this bank, deposit their goods, by raising a credit on their own dead stock, employ their servants, and increase their trade till they get a good market instead of selling them at a loss. End quote from John Francis, History of the Bank of England. After much trouble, this Bank of Credit was established in Devonshire House on Bishopsgate Street. It lent to industrialists and merchants on security of 3/4 of the value of commodities deposited in the form of bills of exchange. In order to give these bills currency, a number of people in each branch of business combined together to form a company, from which anyone possessing this bank's bills was supposed to receive commodities for them with the same ease as if he offered cash payment. The bank did not do a flourishing business. The machinery was too complicated, and the risk involved in the depreciation of commodities too great. If we concentrate on the real content of these writings, which were the theoretical accompaniment to the formation of the modern credit system in England and helped to foster it, we find nothing in them but the demand for the subjugation of interest-bearing capital and loanable means of production in general to the capitalist mode of production as one of its preconditions. If we just look at the phrases used, the way they coincide with the banking and credit illusions of the Saint-Simonians is often astonishing, right down to the very words. Just as for the physiocrats, the cultivator does not mean the actual worker on the land, but rather the big farmer, so Saint-Simon's worker is not the worker, but rather the industrial and commercial capitalist, and this usage is still current with his disciples. Quote, a worker needs helpers, supporters, laborers. He looks for intelligent, adept, and devoted ones. He puts them to work, and their labor is productive. End quote from Saint-Simonian Religion, Political Economy and Politics, published in Paris in 1831. It should in no way be forgotten that it was only in his last work, The New Christianity, that Saint-Simon directly emerged as a spokesman for the working class and declared its emancipation to be the final goal of his endeavors. All his earlier writings are in fact simply a glorification of modern bourgeois society against feudal society, or of the industrialists and bankers against the marshals and lawmongers of the Napoleonic era. How different from the contemporary writings of Owen! Even for his followers, as the passage quoted shows, the industrial capitalist remains the worker par excellence. If one reads his writings critically, it is no surprise that the realization of his credit and banking dreams was the Crédit Mobilier, founded by the ex-Saint-Simonian Émile Pirrer, a form that incidentally could come to such prominence only in a country like France, where neither the credit system nor large-scale industry was developed to the modern level. In England and America, this kind of thing would have been impossible. In the following passages from the third edition of the Doctrine of Saint-Simon, published in Paris in 1831, we already have the Crédit Mobilier in a nutshell. It is easy to understand how the banker can make cheaper advances than the capitalist and the private usurer, and so it is also possible for this banker, quote, to provide the industrialist with his tools more cheaply, i.e. at a lower interest, than the landlords and capitalists could do, as these could more easily be mistaken in their choice of borrower, end quote. But the author himself adds in a footnote, the advantage that was supposed to follow from the intervention of the banker between the idle capitalist and the workers is often outweighed and even destroyed by the opportunity that our disorganized society offers for egoism to hold sway in the various forms of fraud and charlatanry. The bankers often intervene between workers and idle capitalists simply to exploit both sides to the detriment of society. Worker here stands for industrial capitalist. It is wrong, incidentally, to view the resources that the modern banking system has at its disposal simply as the resources of idle capitalists. In the first place, these resources include the portion of capital that industrialists and merchants keep temporarily unoccupied in the money form, as a money reserve or as capital still to be invested, i.e. idle capital, but not the capital of the idle. Secondly, that portion of everyone's revenues and savings that is permanently or temporarily set aside for accumulation. And both of these are essential to the character of the banking system. It must never be forgotten, however, firstly, that money in the form of precious metal remains the foundation from which the credit system can never break free, by the very nature of the case. Secondly, that the credit system presupposes the monopoly possession of the social means of production, in the form of capital and landed property, on the part of private individuals, that it is itself, on the one hand, an imminent form of the capitalist mode of production, and on the other, a driving force of its development into the highest and last possible form. As was already asserted in 1697, in Some Thoughts on the Interest of England, the banking system, by its organization and centralization, is the most artificial and elaborate product brought into existence by the capitalist mode of production. Hence the tremendous power an institution such as the Bank of England has over trade and industry, even though their actual movement remains completely outside its orbit, and it behaves quite passively towards them. Such a bank, however, supplies the form of a general bookkeeping and distribution of the means of production on a social scale, even if only the form. We have seen that the average profit of the individual capitalist, or of any particular capital, is determined not by the surplus labor that this capital appropriates firsthand, but rather by the total surplus labor that the total capital appropriates, from which each particular capital simply draws its dividends as a proportional part of the total capital. This social character of capital is mediated and completely realized only by the full development of the credit and banking system. On the other hand, this also goes further. It places all available and even potential capital that is not already actively committed at the disposal of the industrial and commercial capitalists, so that neither the lender nor the user of this capital are its owners or producers. It thereby abolishes the private character of capital, and thus inherently bears within it, though only inherently, the abolition of capital itself. Through the banking system, the distribution of capital is removed from the hands of the private capitalists and usurers and becomes a special business, a social function. Banking and credit, however, thereby also become the most powerful means for driving capitalist production beyond its own barriers, and one of the most effective vehicles for crises and swindling. The banking system further shows, by substituting various forms of circulating credit for money, that the latter is in actual fact nothing but a special expression of the social character of labor and its products, which, however, as antithetical to the basis of private production, must always present itself in the last instance as a thing, as a particular commodity, alongside other commodities. Finally, there can be no doubt that the credit system will serve as a powerful lever in the course of transition from the capitalist mode of production to the mode of production of associated labor, however, only as one element in connection with other large-scale organic revolutions in the mode of production itself. On the other hand, illusions about the miraculous power of the credit and banking system, in the socialist sense, arise from complete ignorance about the capitalist mode of production and about the credit system as one of its forms. As soon as the means of production cease to be transformed into capital, which also means the abolition of private property and land, credit as such no longer has any meaning, something incidentally that even the Saint-Simonians have realized. As long as the capitalist mode of production persists, however, interest-bearing capital persists as one of its forms, and in fact forms the basis of its credit system. Only that same sensationalist writer who wanted commodity production to continue while money was abolished, that is, Proudhon, could dream up the enormity of an interest-free credit, the ostensible realization of the pious wish arising from the petty bourgeois standpoint. In the book, The Saint-Simonian Religion, Political Economy and Politics, we may read on page 45, quote, "The purpose of credit is that in a society where some people possess tools for industry without the ability or the will to use them, while other industrious people possess no instruments of labor, these instruments can be transferred in the easiest possible manner from the hands of the former, their owners, to others who know how to use them. Let us note that according to this definition, credit is a result of the manner and form in which property is constituted. Thus, credit disappears together with this constitution of property. It is further said on page 98 that the banks of today, quote, consider themselves destined to follow the movement initiated by transactions outside their own domain, but not to provide the impulse for these themselves. In other words, the banks play the role of capitalists for the workers to whom they advance capital. The Crédit Mobilier is latent already in the idea that the banks should take over this leadership themselves and should excel, quote, by the number and usefulness of the firms they control and the works they have promoted. In the same way, Constantin Péquier demands that the banks, called by the Saint-Simonians the general system of the banks, should govern production. Péquier is essentially always a Saint-Simonian, even if far more radical. He wants, quote, the credit institution to govern the entire movement of national production. Just try to create a national credit institution which will advance resources to people of talent and merit, but no property, without binding these borrowers together compulsorily in a close solidarity in production and consumption. but rather on the contrary, in such a way that they themselves determine what they exchange and produce. In this way, you will only achieve what the private banks already do achieve: anarchy, a disproportion between production and consumption, the sudden ruin of some and the sudden enrichment of others, so that your institution will never do more than produce a sum of benefit equally balanced by a sum of misfortune borne by others. You will simply have provided the wage laborers whom you assist with the means to compete with one another, just like their capitalist masters do now." End quote from Fictitious. We have seen how merchants' capital and interest-bearing capital are the oldest forms of capital, but it lies in the very nature of the matter that interest-bearing capital should appear to the popular mind as the form of capital par excellence. In merchants' capital, we have a mediating activity, whether this is considered as fraud, labor, or whatever. In interest-bearing capital, on the other hand, the self-reproducing character of capital, self-valorizing value, the production of surplus value, appears as a purely occult quality. Hence, it also happens that even a section of political economists, particularly in countries where industrial capital is not yet fully developed, as in France, cling to interest-bearing capital as the basic form, and see ground rent, for example, simply as another form of this, insofar as here too it is the form of a loan that prevails. In this way, the internal articulation of the capitalist mode of production is completely misconstrued, and it is quite overlooked that both land and capital are only hired out to capitalists. Instead of money, means of production can of course be loaned in kind, in the shape of machines, business premises, etc. But in this case, these represent a certain sum of money, and if, apart from the interest, a portion is paid for wear and tear, this arises from the use value, the specific natural form of these capital elements. The distinguishing thing, here again, is whether they are loaned to the immediate producers, which presupposes the non-existence of the capitalist mode of production, at least in the sphere in which this kind of thing takes place, or whether they are loaned to industrial capitalists, which presupposes precisely that the basis is the capitalist mode of production. It is still more irrelevant and senseless to drag in the renting of houses, etc., for individual consumption. It is plain enough that the working class is swindled in this form too, and to an enormous extent. But it is equally exploited by the petty trader, who supplies the workers with means of subsistence. This is a secondary exploitation, which proceeds alongside the original exploitation that takes place directly within the production process itself. The distinction between selling and lending here is completely immaterial and formal, and, as already shown, appears fundamental only for those who are in complete ignorance of the real context. Usury, just like trade, exploits a given mode of production, but does not create it. Both relate to the mode of production from outside. Usury seeks directly to maintain this mode of production, so as to constantly exploit it again. It is conservative, and simply makes the mode of production more wretched. The less that the elements of production enter as commodities into the production process, and emerge from it as commodities, the more does their establishment, at a given place by means of money, appear as a special act. The less important the role circulation plays in social reproduction, the more usury flourishes. To say that monetary wealth develops as a special kind of wealth means, as far as usurer's capital is concerned, that this possesses all its claims in the form of monetary claims. It develops in a country all the more the bulk of production is confined to services in kind, etc., i.e. to use values. Usury, by its double effect, is a powerful lever in forming the preconditions for industrial capital. Firstly, it always forms an autonomous monetary wealth alongside the class of merchants, while secondly, it appropriates the conditions of labor by ruining the owners of the old conditions of labor. Interest in the Middle Ages. Quote, "In the Middle Ages, the population was purely agricultural. Under such a government as was the feudal system, there can be but little traffic, and hence but little profit. Hence the laws against usury were justified in the Middle Ages. Besides, in an agricultural country, a person seldom wants to borrow money, except he be reduced to poverty or distress. In the reign of Henry VIII, interest was limited to 10%. James I reduced it to 8%. Charles II reduced it to 6%. In the reign of Queen Anne, it was reduced to 5%. In those times, the lenders had in fact, though not a legal, yet an actual monopoly, and hence it was necessary that they, like other monopolists, should be placed under restraint. In our times, it is the rate of profit which regulates the rate of interest. In those times, it was the rate of interest which regulated the rate of profit. If the moneylender charged a high rate of interest to the merchant must have charged a higher rate of profit on his goods. Hence, a large sum of money would be taken from the pockets of the purchasers to be put into the pockets of the moneylenders." End quote from Gilbar, History and Principles of Banking. Quote, I have heard it said that 10 gulden are now taken at each Leipzig fair in the year, that is 30 gulden on every 100. Some add the Nuremberg fair, thus making 40 gulden on every 100. Whether this is true, I do not know. For shame, what the deuce will the end of this be? If someone who has 100 florins at Leipzig takes 40 per year, this means he gobbles up a peasant or a burgher. If he has 1,000 florins, he takes 400 each year and gobbles up a knight or a rich nobleman. If he has 10,000 florins, he takes 4,000 per year and gobbles up a rich count. If he has 100,000, as must be the case with the large dealers, he takes 40,000 per year and has gobbled up a great rich prince. If he has 1,000,000, he takes 400,000 and gobbles up a great king. And to do this, he does not suffer any danger, either to his body or to his goods, does not work, but sits by his stove and bakes apples. In this way, a mean robber could sit at home and gobble up the whole world in 10 years. 15 years ago, I wrote against usury, when it had already spread so widely that I could not hope for any improvement. Since that time, it has become so arrogant that it is no longer content to be classed as vice, sin, or shame, but has itself praised as a pure virtue and honor. What will deliver us now that shame has become honor and vice virtue? End quote from Martin Luther, A Sermon to the Pastors Against Usury. Jews, Lombards, usurers, and extortioners were our first bankers, our primitive traffickers in money, their character little short of infamous. They were joined by London goldsmiths. As a body, our primitive bankers were a very bad set. They were gripping usurers, iron-hearted extortioners. End quote from D. Hardcastle, Banks and Bankers, 2nd edition, published in London in 1843. The example provided by Venice, the formation of a bank, was thus quickly imitated. All coastal cities, and all cities everywhere which had made a name for themselves by their independence in their trade, founded their first banks. The return of their ships, which was often long delayed, led unavoidably to the custom of giving credit, which was strengthened still further in the wake of the discovery of America and the trade there. This is an important point. The chartering of ships made large advances necessary, as was already true in antiquity in the case of Athens and Greece. In 1308, the Hansa city of Bruges possessed an insurance company. End quote from Augier. The extent to which lending to landed proprietors, and thus to the wealthy in general for consumption, was still the prevalent form even in England in the final third of the 17th century, before the development of the modern credit system, can be seen from the writings of Sir Dudley North, among others. North was not only a leading English merchant, but also one of the most important theoretical economists of his time. Quote, the moneys employed at interest in this nation are not near the 10th part disposed to trading people, wherewith to manage their trades, but are for the most part lent for the supplying of luxury, and to suppose the expense of persons who through great owners of lands yet spend faster than their lands bring in, and being loath to sell, choose rather to mortgage their estates. End quote from Discourses upon Trade, published in London in 1691. In Poland in the 18th century, quote, Warsaw had a large business in bills of exchange, but one that was principally based on and oriented towards the lending of its bankers. In order to obtain money, which they could lend to the extravagant magnates at 8% and more, these sought and obtained open exchange credit abroad, i.e. a credit that did not have any commodity trade as its basis, but which the foreign drawee would continue to accept as long as the remittances from these exchange dealings continued to return. They paid heavily for this with the bankruptcy of men like Tepper and other respected Warsaw bankers. End quote from J.G. Bush, Theoretical Practical Demonstration of Business, 3rd edition, published in Hamburg in 1808. The advantages for the Church in prohibiting interest. Quote, taking interest had been banned by the Church, but not selling property to extricate oneself from need. It was not even forbidden to transfer property to the moneylender for a definite period until repayment, so that the moneylender not only found his security in this, but could also enjoy compensation for the money he had lent in having the use of this property. The Church itself, or the communities and pia corpora associated with it, drew great advantage from this, especially in the time of the Crusades. This brought a very great part of the national wealth into mortmain, especially since the Jews were barred from practicing usury in this way, it being impossible to conceal the possession of such fixed liens. Without the ban on interest, the churches and monasteries could never have gotten so rich. End quote from J.G. Bush. End of Part 5.